Wanwan, I love you. July 31st, 2021. Upon sending this message via WeChat, Shun Feng stood atop the 101st floor of the Century Building in Zhonghai City. He glanced at the myriad lights twinkling in the vast, shadowy night below. His expression remained serene. With a decisive leap, he plunged into the abyss. There was no hesitation, nor any fear of death. For Shun Feng, death had become a commonplace affair. His time was ensnared, forever imprisoned in the day of July 31st, 2021. To date, he had relived this day a staggering 299,999 times. A cyclical torment spanning nearly 821.9 years. It felt interminable, so protracted that Shun Feng had long succumbed to numbness. As he continued to descend, his phone suddenly vibrated in his hand. Jiang Wanwan, where are you? This message took Shun Feng by surprise. In the countless iterations of this cycle, he had professed his love to Jiang Wanwan innumerable times. Her responses had always been playful or teasing. Yet this time, she actually inquired about his whereabouts. Nevertheless, Shun Feng dismissed it, for he was on the brink of crashing to the ground. Where am I? Shun Feng forced a bitter smile. I am in hell. I am also in a cage. Beep, beep. The shrill sound of an alarm clock pierced the silence. With eyes still closed, Shun Feng instinctively reached for his phone on the bedside table to silence the alarm. Trapped in an endless loop, he found it impossible to preemptively disable the alarm. At 6 o'clock each morning, he was unceremoniously awakened. There was a time when Shun Feng questioned his own sanity, wondering why he had impulsively set such an alarm on July 30th. It had robbed him of the simple pleasure of sleeping in. However, today, as he extended his hand, he was taken aback, for he felt nothing but empty space where the bedside table should have been, and his phone was nowhere to be found. His hand met only air. How could this be? Every morning, he was jolted awake by the alarm, reached out, grabbed his phone, and turned it off. He had performed this ritual 299,999 times. It was impossible to make a mistake, even with his eyes shut. He opened his eyes in shock and sat up in bed. Yet the scene before him left him even more astounded. Pristine white walls, clean white sheets, and air tinged with the scent of disinfectant and antiseptic. Several machines were connected to his body. Clearly, he was in a hospital room. He was not lying in his own home. In that instant, Shun Feng felt as though his breath was caught in his throat. He quickly turned his head and followed the sound of the alarm to locate his phone by the bed. He glanced at the time displayed on the screen. 6 o'clock, and the date was August 1st, 2021. Shun Feng was stunned. In the span of over 800 years of repetition, he had engaged in countless thrilling escapades and had weathered many storms. He believed his emotional resilience was formidable. Yet upon seeing the date of August 1st, he could not contain his astonishment. His mind went blank, and he began to tremble. He had escaped. He had broken free from July 31st. He had fled from the prison that had held him captive for over 800 years. Unintentionally, Shun Feng's hand brushed against something soft and furry. It brought him back to reality. Turning to look, he noticed a figure sprawled beside his hospital bed. The person seemed to have been asleep until he touched them, startling them awake. Wanwan. Shun Feng instantly recognized this familiar face. This was someone he knew intimately. His dearest friend, his childhood sweetheart, the one he loved. Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan had endured a nightmarish dream. In her dream, Shun Feng had died once more, and this time, it was before her very eyes. Indeed, he had died again. For Jiang Wanwan had lived once before. She and Shun Feng had grown up together, inseparable since childhood. Though they had never confessed their feelings, their bond was undeniably intimate. In high school, Jiang Wanwan was discovered by a talent scout, starred in several films, and became a moderately famous star. Thereafter, as her filming schedule grew busier, opportunities to see Shun Feng dwindled. On the fateful day of July 31st, 2021, Jiang Wan had just finished filming a movie and, during a break, returned to her hometown of Zhonghai City to surprise Shun Feng. But that night, she received the devastating news of Shun Feng's suicide. Since that day, Jiang Wanwan had seemed to lose her soul. The once vibrant and cheerful girl became reticent and withdrawn. Even during filming, despite her emotional performances, she turned cold and distant once the cameras stopped rolling. Only when visiting Shun Feng's grave would she speak to herself, sharing a few words. A decade later, Jiang Wanwan stood on the Oscar stage. Her acceptance speech consisted of only a few sentences. Once, I promised my beloved that I would become the world's most renowned actress. Now I have finally achieved it, and at last I can go see him. That very night, Jiang Wanwan followed Shun Feng's footsteps and took her own life at home. However, when she opened her eyes again, she found herself inexplicably reborn. Moreover, she had returned to July 31st, 2021, the very night Shun Feng had died. Before she could fully grasp the reality of her rebirth, she received Shun Feng's WeChat message. My son Fengzi, Wanwan, I love you. Jiang Wanwan sensed something was amiss and hastily sent a message asking Shun Feng where he was. But there was no reply. Panic ensued. Fearful that Shun Feng would depart from her once more, she rushed out of the Century building to find him. Yet, there before the entrance of the building lay a man, peacefully resting on the ground. Unscathed, he appeared merely to be in a deep slumber. It was Shun Feng. Jiang Wanwan quickly took the unconscious Shun Feng to the hospital. The doctor examined him and declared that Shun Feng had merely fainted due to low blood sugar, but she remained unconvinced. She insisted that the doctor equip Shun Feng with the best monitoring devices for further examination, and she stayed by his bedside until he fell into a deep sleep. Then, she was plagued by a nightmare. In her dream, she once again dashed out of the Century building. However, this time, she found Shun Feng lying on the ground, bloodied and battered. Suddenly, Jiang Wanwan felt a jolt to her head. This startling sensation roused her awake. Upon awakening, the first sight to greet her was Shun Feng, now conscious and seated on the bed. In that moment, tears welled in Jiang Wanwan's eyes. He was alive. Though she was oblivious to the events that had transpired to alter their fates, it mattered not. All that mattered was that Shun Feng was alive. Without hesitation, she leapt into his arms, crying like a child. Shun Feng was taken aback. He had never seen this vulnerable side of Jiang Wanwan, who, in his eyes, had always been a strong-willed woman. Unbeknownst to Shun Feng, who was unaware of Jiang Wanwan's rebirth, he attributed her emotional display to her previous concern for him. Suppressing his joy at seeing her again, Shun Feng embraced the weeping figure in his arms. Gently caressing her fragrant, silky hair, he softly reassured her, "Why are you crying? This is not the style of my dear Wanwan, that I'm fine, really. Stop crying, be good," he added. Yet, Shun Feng secretly yearned to cry as well. Throughout the countless repetitions of their past, he had confessed his feelings to Jiang Wanwan innumerable times. She had expressed her desire to travel the world, and he had agreed. She had wished to visit Disneyland, and he had consented. She had shared her dream of having a little girl someday, and he had promised. Jiang Wanwan had once looked at him with longing, presenting him with countless wishes. However, not a single promise had he fulfilled. No matter how far they had progressed the day before, the next day, everything would reset to zero. He could not accompany her through the ages, nor could he travel the world with her until the end of time. This sense of helplessness felt like a knife, piercing his heart repeatedly. But now he was finally free. He could escape the shackles of time. He could promise her eternity and walk hand in hand through life. Burying his head in her fragrant hair, Shun Feng whispered in her ear, "Wanwan, I love you." Chapter 2. You might not believe it, but I'm getting married in an hour. Jiang Wanwan cried loudly. Shun Feng's words were uttered softly. Not hearing clearly, Jiang Wanwan lifted her tear-streaked face and gazed at him with misty eyes. "Did you just say something?" I said, "When you cry, you really resemble a girl," Shun Feng teased as he wiped her tears away with a smile. Jiang Wanwan was momentarily speechless. Shun Feng's playful banter eased her emotions somewhat, as she had already released most of her feelings upon seeing him the previous night. She pushed him lightly, her almond-shaped eyes widening in indignation. "You are the one who resembles a girl. I didn't cry. I just had something in my eye, okay? All right, all right," Shun Feng replied with a doting smile, ruffling her hair affectionately. Jiang Wanwan swatted his hand away, feeling that something was amiss with Shun Feng. In her memories from her past life, he had always been a timid follower, steady and easygoing, even a bit insecure, relying on her protection. That was why she had earned the nickname Big Brother Wan. Yet now, Shun Feng seemed anything but compliant, even patting her head as if he were her grandfather. Had last night's incident affected him? "No, I need to find a doctor to check on you," Jiang Wanwan declared, preparing to leave. Shun Feng quickly stopped her, insisting, "I know my body well. I am perfectly fine. Your body may be fine, but I want someone to check your head, Jiang Wanwan retorted. Shun Feng responded, I believe my mind is also quite sound. Then why were you lying in front of the Century Building last night? Jiang Wanwan challenged. You look so peaceful, as if you were dead. I refuse to believe you just fainted there by chance. Shun Feng raised an eyebrow at her assertion. Lying in front of the Century Building, he glanced at his phone and checked the chat history with Jiang Wanwan. The last message she had sent was simply asking where he was. This matched his recollection from the previous night. But why, after jumping from a building, was he peacefully lying in front of the Century Building? After pondering for a moment with no answers, he decided to let it go. After all, the events that had transpired were already fantastical enough. Ultimately, Shun Feng succumbed to Jiang Wanwan's insistence and reluctantly underwent a full medical examination, which revealed that he was in excellent health, his mind intact. Yet, for some reason, Shun Feng sensed a hint of disappointment in Jiang Wanwan's expression that he chuckled. My mind is perfectly fine. You seem rather disappointed. Indeed, she replied. I had hoped that a fainting spell would make you a bit smarter. What a pity. Though taken aback, Shun Feng wore a smile on his face. The repetitive cycles had once dulled his emotions, rendering him cold. Only when he was with Jiang Wanwan did he feel like a normal person. Now freed from the cycles and witnessing a more vibrant Jiang Wanwan, he felt a profound sense of happiness. Hey, is that Jiang Wanwan over there? It really seems to be her. Who's that handsome man beside her? Is he her boyfriend? I hadn't heard she had a boyfriend. Wow, could this be breaking news? Quick, take a picture. In the bustling hospital, as Shun Feng and Jiang Wanwan prepared to leave, they noticed several young people pointing in their direction. Jiang Wanwan suddenly realized she had forgotten her sunglasses and mask. Both she and Shun Feng were currently in university, but during high school, Jiang Wanwan had gained fame from several acting roles. In recent years, she had become a recognized second-tier star, holding some notoriety among the youth. Shun Feng noticed the group's whispers and decided to distance himself from Jiang Wanwan, pretending to be a stranger or perhaps a distant cousin. He remembered how much she valued her identity as a star. She had solemnly promised him that she would become the most famous actress in the future, and she worked diligently toward that goal. Thus, she was very concerned about her reputation as a celebrity. Each time they went out, she would dress up to avoid drawing suspicion, often being mistaken for a questionable individual by security at banks. While Shun Feng had resolved to grow old with Jiang Wanwan, he understood that loving someone did not mean constantly holding on to them. Instead, it was about making her happy and allowing her to pursue her dreams. Therefore, if Jiang Wanwan wished to focus on her career as a star for the time being, he was willing to wait patiently. After all, he had already endured for a long time. However, just as he prepared to create some distance, Jiang Wanwan took a step closer to him, tilting her head and asking softly, Fengzi, may I ask you something? Sure, he replied. The message you sent me last night, was it your true feelings or were you just reacting to something? Shun Feng was taken aback, realizing she referred to his declaration, Wanwan, I love you. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, if you can accept it now, then it is my true feelings. If you cannot, then consider it a moment of impulse. Before he could finish his sentence, he fell silent. As Jiang Wanwan boldly seized his arm, pulling it into her embrace, she turned to the astonished onlookers with a beaming smile and declared loudly, I have a delightful surprise for you all. Allow me to introduce my boyfriend. Shun Feng was left utterly bewildered. Was this truly the same Jiang Wanwan who had always been acutely aware of public opinion, behaving as if she were a thief every time she stepped out with him? In all their 30,000 encounters, he had never witnessed such a side of her. What are you standing there for? Are you waiting to be photographed? Run. With a radiant smile, Jiang Wanwan suddenly tugged at Shun Feng, urging him to flee. The crowd, equally stunned as Shun Feng, finally snapped back to reality. Realizing the astonishing revelation, they shrieked with excitement, frantically capturing the moment with their phones. However, by the time they rushed out of the hospital, they were met with the shocking realization that Jiang Wanwan and Shun Feng had vanished from street. Breaking. Popular star Jiang Wanwan's relationship seemingly exposed. Exclusive. Jiang Wanwan spotted entering and exiting the hospital with a stranger. Rumors swirl. Is Jiang Wanwan pregnant and seeking an abortion? As Jiang Wanwan and Shun Feng caught their breath, hiding in a narrow alley while checking Weibo on their phones, several trending topics had already surged into the top 50. Gasping for air, Jiang Wanwan triumphantly slapped Shun Feng's arm, boasting, "What do you think of my popularity, huh? In less than 5 minutes, and look at all these trending topics." Shun Feng affectionately ruffled her hair. "Indeed, my Wanwan is the most remarkable." He gestured toward her phone, "But Wanwan, perhaps you should answer your manager's call?" Only then did Jiang Wanwan notice a call had popped up on her phone with the contact labeled as Manager Lin. Her expression stiffened. With trembling hands, she answered the call, switched to speaker mode, and softly said, "Hello." Then came a thunderous response. "What on earth is going on, Jiang Wanwan? Didn't you ask me for leave to visit Zhonghai City? What is this trending topic all about?" Seeing Jiang Wanwan's growing discomfort, Shun Feng couldn't help but chuckle. This girl still harbored a fear of her manager. Once the shouting on the other end subsided, Jiang Wanwan gently replied, "Lin Jia, visiting my husband could also be considered a family visit, right?" Manager Lin's voice boomed. "Husband? What nonsense are you spouting? When did you get married?" Jiang Wanwan fell silent for a moment, glancing at Shun Feng before addressing the phone again. "You might not believe it, but I'm getting married in an hour." "All right, Lin Jia, we can discuss this later. I have something urgent, so I must hang up now. Goodbye." She breathlessly uttered this punctuation-free statement in one go before promptly ending the call and blocking Manager Lin's number. Letting out a sigh of relief, she wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and turned to Shun Feng, giving him a gentle shove. "Is your household registration at your residence?" "What for?" "To obtain our marriage certificate, of course." "Did you think I was joking just now?" Chapter 3. Clarification. It is not a rumor today. The atmosphere on Weibo is quite tumultuous. Early this morning, photographs of the popular star Jiang Wanwan entering a hospital with an unfamiliar man were released, creating quite the stir. It cannot be denied that Jiang Wanwan's popularity is currently soaring. She is not only beautiful, but also possesses commendable acting skills. Having starred in several trending web dramas, Jiang Wanwan, while not quite on par with the genuine top-tier stars, has certainly made a name for herself among second-tier celebrities. Furthermore, she has remarkably little negative press, standing out as a refreshing presence in the industry. Thus, when this news broke, it astonished many who follow the entertainment world. Female celebrities who were once Jiang Wanwan's rivals began to hire professional detractors, attempting to stir the pot. Those who had previously sought to tarnish her reputation, but found no damaging evidence, seized the opportunity to create controversy. Numerous marketing accounts also sought to profit from the chaos. Although Jiang Wanwan may not rival the top stars, these accounts were eager to capitalize on the sensationalism. Meanwhile, at the Civil Affairs Bureau of Zhonghai City, the two central figures of the trending topic, Shun Feng and Jiang Wanwan, had just obtained their marriage certificate and were exiting the bureau. Wearing a mask and sunglasses, Jiang Wanwan held her red booklet high, examining it under the sun as if it were a treasured artifact, her laughter ringing out in pure delight. "I truly feel as though I'm dreaming." Shun Feng echoed her sentiment, equally astonished. To his surprise, after breaking free from his constraints, Jiang Wanwan had taken the initiative, previously preoccupied with her fans and public image. Today she not only confirmed their relationship, but boldly brought him to obtain their marriage license. This left Shun Feng feeling somewhat regretful. After enduring 30,000 cycles of contemplation, he believed it was time for him to take the lead, yet Jiang Wanwan had outshone him in her assertiveness. This simply wouldn't do. With a sudden impulse, Shun Feng leaned closer to Jiang Wanwan and whispered, "What are your plans now that we are married?" He was contemplating inviting her on a date. At that moment, Jiang Wanwan was engrossed in posting on Weibo. Upon hearing Shun Feng's question, she replied with a serious expression, "I plan to escape. You should check my Weibo." Shun Feng pulled out his phone and opened Jiang Wanwan's Weibo profile. Instantly, he spotted her pinned tweet. "Jiang Wanwan, I see there are rumors online saying I have a significant other. Let me clarify, that is not a rumor." The post was accompanied by a photo of the small red booklet in her hand, timestamp just a minute ago. Shun Feng suddenly questioned if Jiang Wanwan had been provoked in some manner. Today, her boldness seemed rather excessive. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanwan was softly counting down. Shun Feng listened in disbelief as she reached 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached its conclusion, Jiang Wanwan's phone suddenly rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Trembling, she pressed the answer button. "Jiang Wanwan, have you lost your mind? Explain yourself immediately, and if you dare hang up on me again, I'll come to your house with a knife." Despite not being on speakerphone, Lin Jia's booming voice penetrated through the earpiece, reaching Shun Feng's ears. Jiang Wanwan held the phone at arm's length, helplessly responding. What do you want me to explain? I just registered my marriage with my boyfriend. Didn't I tell you before? Marry your grandpa. You're infuriating me. I had just concocted an excuse and assembled a team to draft a PR statement for you. And before I could even finish it, you go and post this on Weibo? Why don't you just ascend to the heavens and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Because it's hot, shut up. Lin Jia was visibly agitated. You're pulling this stunt behind the company's back. Do you have any idea how this affects the company and your reputation? Jiang Wanwan retorted. I'm asking you a question. Speak. She added, you just told me to shut up. Lin Jia was nearly overcome with frustration. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she finally said, Jiang Wanwan, do you know what people online are saying about you? They claim you're a gold digger, that you're being supported by a wealthy heir, that you're dating a rich man. There's a plethora of rumors. Many of your rivals have seized this opportunity to slander you, and now it's all negative press surrounding you. I had planned the PR strategy, stating you were merely accompanying a friend to the hospital and joking with fans. But you, instead, decided to flaunt your marriage certificate, effectively derailing all my efforts. Jiang Wanwan, tell me honestly, who did you marry? Is he a wealthy heir? Why the sudden marriage? Jiang Wanwan glanced at Shen Feng and, after a moment's hesitation, replied, he is not really a wealthy heir, and it wasn't exactly a sudden marriage. I've thought about it for a long time. In truth, she had contemplated it for a lifetime. Then why didn't you tell me? Lin Jia was beginning to lose her composure again. After a considerable pause, Lin Jia finally regained her composure. Jiang Wanwan, I want to support you, but don't forget the contract you signed with the company. You've stirred up quite a commotion without their permission, and according to the contract, the company has the right to seek damages for breach of contract. The higher-ups are already discussing this matter. Upon hearing Lin Jia mention the breach of contract, Jiang Wanwan felt a jolt of panic. This is bad. In a moment of impulse, she had rushed to marry Shen Feng and had boasted about their marriage certificate, neglecting her contract with the company and the associated penalties. In her previous life, after Shen Feng's incident, she had remained silent for a year before leaving the company to pursue her own career. Yet she still retained Lin Jia as her agent. However, after nearly a decade of working independently, she had grown accustomed to doing as she pleased. Thus, Jiang Wanwan has truly forgotten, and she now finds herself in the phase of working for others. The significant negative public opinion impact, which occurred without the company's knowledge, indeed necessitates compensation according to the contract. This time, she is truly in dire straits. She is no longer the illustrious film queen of her past life. With her meager savings, she likely does not even have enough to cover the smallest fraction of the penalty, while others who are reborn effortlessly amass wealth. Will she become the first to face bankruptcy after her resurrection? Sister Lin, can you devise a way to avoid financial penalties? Jiang Wanwan pleaded pitifully. Sister Lin scoffed, saying, avoid financial penalties? If you wish to evade that, you must find a method to suppress the current momentum. You know well what the higher-ups in the company are like. Unless you can manage to bury this issue, otherwise. Jiang Wanwan felt despondent. Sister Lin's voice was quite loud, and thus, what she had just said was overheard by Shen Feng, who was nearby. Noticing Jiang Wanwan's expression, Shen Feng realized that she had been overly absorbed, completely neglecting the company's and contractual issues. With a sigh, he suddenly took the phone from Jiang Wanwan's hand. Then he addressed Sister Lin on the other end of the line, saying, Hello, Sister Lin. I am Jiang Wanwan's husband. I actually have a solution that might alleviate Wanwan's predicament, but it would require your negotiation with the company. Chapter 4, Shen Feng. Who became famous before debuting? Shen Feng has a solution. Both Jiang Wanwan and Sister Lin were taken aback. Jiang Wanwan understood that Shen Feng was indeed a genuine outsider, entirely unfamiliar with the intricacies of the entertainment industry. How could he possibly resolve a problem that even Sister Lin could not? Jiang Wanwan immediately perked up her ears. Shen Feng cast a playful glance at her, tugging at her ear before walking away with the phone, not allowing eavesdropping. Jiang Wanwan's stubbornness flared up. After all, she was the senior figure, and Shen Feng was her subordinate. How could a subordinate converse without the senior's knowledge? As a result, the faster she pursued, the quicker Shen Feng walked away. When she slowed down, he slowed down as well. In any case, he was determined not to let her listen in. Finally, Jiang Wanwan stamped her foot in frustration. Fengzi, put it on speaker. Shen Feng obediently turned on the speakerphone. Jiang Wanwan felt a surge of joy. This Fengzi, indeed, dared not defy her authority. He had no choice but to let her eavesdrop. However, immediately after, Jiang Wanwan heard Sister Lin's furious roar from the phone. "I am discussing serious matters with your husband. Get away and don't eavesdrop, or I swear I'll take you down." Jiang Wanwan sulkily crouched on the ground, drawing circles. Damn it, this Shin Feng actually reported her. Having subdued Jiang Wanwan, Shin Feng turned off the speaker. He walked to the side, continuing. "The general plan is as I just mentioned. What do you think, Sister Lin?" Sister Lin appeared quite content, her tone finally easing. Although the process was somewhat intricate, it indeed provided an explanation for the marriage certificate issued to Wanwan. After all, Wanwan was one of the company's prominent figures. As long as there was a way to mitigate the repercussions of this incident, the company would likely refrain from aggressively pursuing penalty fees. However, I must ask, Shin Feng, are you truly not one of us in this circle? How is it that you are so well informed about these matters? Sister Lin inquired. Not exactly an insider. I merely possess considerable knowledge regarding Wanwan's affairs, Shin Feng replied. Enough of your public display of affection, she sighed. Very well, we shall proceed with your plan. I will report to the company and reach out to our partners in public relations. You, on your end, should follow the plan as well. I will travel from Suzhou and Hangzhou to meet you tomorrow so that we can finalize the contract. The two exchanged farewells before ending the call. Shin Feng then approached Jiang Wanwan, who was still squatting on the ground, drawing circles, and handed her the phone. Jiang Wanwan glanced up, shooting him a glare before accepting the device. Shin Feng turned to leave, but paused after a few steps, noticing Jiang Wanwan remained in place. With a resigned smile, Shin Feng said, Wangu, stop being difficult. Soon you will understand our plan. I'm not being difficult, Jiang Wanwan muttered. Then why don't you stand up? My legs are numb. Ultimately, Shin Feng hoisted Jiang Wanwan onto his back, making their way home from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Since becoming a celebrity, Jiang Wanwan had seen her finances flourish, purchasing several properties, including one specifically for herself apart from the one for her parents. The Civil Affairs Bureau was not too far, so Shin Feng chose to carry Jiang Wanwan rather than take a taxi. Jiang Wanwan, the star, maintained an admirable physique, and Shin Feng found her presence on his back neither burdensome nor tiresome. Instead, he relished the warmth and softness of her form. Passers-by occasionally stole glances at them. Some girls tugged at their boyfriends' hands, pouting, Wei Gu, look at that couple. I want to be carried too. The boys glanced at the girls, their expressions revealing a mix of amusement and exasperation. Why don't you consider how much she weighs? If you were on my back, I'd be lucky to stand straight for the rest of my life. Annoyed, a girl weighing 200 pounds plopped down onto a nearby bench, causing it to sag under her weight. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanwan, resting against Shin Feng's back, noticed the commotion but paid it no mind, focusing instead on scrolling through Weibo. On Weibo, Jiang Wanwan had already caught wind of the plan discussed between Shin Feng and Sister Lin, which was gradually unfolding. New trending topics had surged past Jiang Wanwan's own popularity, climbing to the top of the Weibo charts within mere minutes. It was evident to discerning eyes that someone was investing heavily behind the scenes to purchase this visibility. The dating variety show Let's Start Dating Today has officially announced its lineup, featuring Jiang Wanwan among the participants. Speculation arose regarding Jiang Wanwan's marriage certificate, thought to be a ploy to generate buzz for the new show. Curiously, she wondered when she had planned to participate in this program and how the hype had begun. Intrigued, she clicked on a trending topic. Meanwhile, Shin Feng began to elucidate the plans to Jiang Wanwan. This dating show, titled Let's Start Dating Today, features 8 celebrities, 4 men and 4 women, paired for romantic interactions. Although the official announcement had not yet been made, the circulating guest list appeared rather unremarkable. It seemed that the production budget was also quite constrained. 6 of the guests had already been confirmed, while the final pair had yet to finalize their participation. They had extended an invitation to her, but due to the show's lack of popularity and her slightly elevated market value, the production team had been unable to afford her, resulting in Lin Jie not responding to their inquiries. My plan with Lin Jie is to take on an artist title under her wing while I participate in the show alongside you. After all, you are a highly sought-after candidate for the program. Once Lin Jie agrees to your participation, adding another person to the cast would likely not be an issue for the production team. Thus, the photos taken of us this morning and your marriage certificate can be framed as promotional tactics for the new variety show. Nowadays, there are countless methods of publicity, so the impact of this particular stunt will be minimal. At least it won't escalate to the point where the company demands a breach of contract fee. As publicity can be considered part of an artist's normal professional responsibilities, Shin Feng explained. Jiang Wanwan, leaning against Shun Feng's back, appeared astonished. You want to become an artist? Fengzi, you've made it big. I always said your face has star potential. You should have debuted earlier. Shin Feng replied with a hint of resignation. It's not that I've made it. It's that you've made it. To prevent my wife from going bankrupt, I have no choice but to sell myself. Jiang Wanwan chuckled. So it should be said that you are benefiting from my success. Otherwise, you wouldn't have found a way to debut. Indeed, thank you, Wanwan, for creating this opportunity for me. No need for such formality between us. We are like family, Jiang Wanwan said, continuing to scroll through Weibo while perched on Shun Feng's back. On Weibo, due to the buzz generated by Jiang Wanwan earlier that morning, many were now discussing this new variety show. However, the majority of the conversation revolved around Jiang Wanwan herself and the newly announced participant, Shin Feng, who was unfamiliar to most. Chapter 5. If you weren't so overweight, how could you hold such significance in my heart? On Weibo, Wanwan posted. So it was all just a publicity stunt. I was startled. I thought my Wanwan had truly gotten married. Insulated Cup with Goji Berries commented. I knew it. Jiang Wanwan is still a university student and an actress. How could she possibly marry so soon? Mrs. Aowu remarked. Who is this Shin Feng? I've never heard of him. Is he a newcomer? Assam Milk Tea, joining together with Jiang Wanwan. Are they not going to form a partnership? Will Wanwan support the newcomer? Mutual admiration, indeed. He is a newcomer from the same company as Wanwan. Did you see his Weibo? There are interactions with Wanwan. Upon seeing this, Jiang Wanwan clicked into Shun Feng's Weibo account. Or rather, the new account that Lin Jie applied for on Shun Feng's behalf. The account contained only 2 posts. One was a retweet, and the other was a freshly published message. Clearly, both were posted on behalf of Lin Jie. The retweeted post was Wanwan's pinned tweet about the marriage certificate. Lanyu Entertainment Shin Feng. It is indeed not a rumor. Please take care of me, senior. On the variety show, but next time, please do not steal props. This evidently indicates that Jiang Wanwan's marriage certificate is merely a prop, a fabrication. The other post. Just released, read, Lanyu Entertainment Shin Feng. Hello everyone, I am Shin Feng, newly joined in the Lanyu family, and I hope for your support. Below is a photograph. A selfie Shin Feng sent to Lin Jie. Although it was taken casually, Lin Jie's team still maintained a high level of professionalism. Coupled with Shun Feng's inherent appeal, the photo looked exceptionally radiant and handsome. Given the current surge in popularity, both of Shun Feng's Weibo posts garnered numerous comments. Naturally, there were both positive and negative remarks. Many bystanders praised Shin Feng's looks. Rational fans of Jiang Wanwan welcomed the new junior brother, while numerous deliberately provocative critics and some irrational fans of Jiang Wanwan expressed a range of opinions. Some questioned how a newcomer could engage in publicity alongside a second-tier star like Jiang Wanwan, suggesting he had connections. Others claimed such a newcomer did not deserve to appear on a variety show with Jiang Wanwan, particularly a romantic one. Jiang Wanwan was even taken aback to see marketing accounts spreading rumors that Shin Feng was actually a kept man of the owner of Lanyu Entertainment. This truly left Jiang Wanwan dumbfounded. After all, their boss was clearly a man. Nonetheless, it seemed that the majority of the onlookers believed she had posted the marriage certificate picture to generate buzz for the new variety show. Lin Jie also sent a WeChat message, indicating that, since the narrative had shifted, they had gained some traffic, and thus the company decided not to pursue the matter further. The penalty fee could be considered waived. Jiang Wanwan exhaled deeply. She had made up her mind. Once this was over, she would venture out on her own. Being under someone else's company imposed too many restrictions. Even making an official announcement was not permitted. Although the current trend favored young, popular stars maintaining a single persona, she possessed the soul of someone who had lived 2 lifetimes and was unconcerned with such constructs. Once she flew solo, she would fill her Weibo with photos of her and Shin Feng. She blinked and suddenly tugged at Shin Feng's hair. By the way, Fengzi, what exactly is going on with you? You, an outsider with no insight into the entertainment industry, could hardly conceive such a method to extricate me from my predicament. This plan does not seem like something an outsider like Shin Feng could devise. Indeed, my understanding of the entertainment realm is rather limited, which is why I merely presented a few ideas while the specific details were all determined by Sister Lin, Shin Feng candidly admitted. Jiang Wanwan regarded him with skepticism. Her intuition as a woman suggested that Shin Feng was not being entirely truthful. In reality, Shin Feng was indeed withholding the truth. Not only had he provided Sister Lin with a comprehensive and complete plan, but he was also exceptionally well-versed in the entertainment industry, especially regarding matters surrounding Jiang Wanwan. Throughout the lengthy cycles of his past, he had lost count of how many times he had scrutinized news related to Jiang Wanwan. He was acutely aware of the status of Jiang Wanwan's company, her manager, and various entertainment intelligence pertinent to her. Glancing up at the sky, Shen Feng suddenly smiled. During those cycles, to maintain his sanity and prevent himself from breaking down, he had compelled himself daily to acquire diverse knowledge and achieve various goals. He had now mastered an abundance of skills and gained access to numerous secrets that remain elusive to the average person. In truth, if he desired, he possessed myriad ways to quietly resolve the turmoil ignited by Jiang Wanwan's official announcement. He had even uncovered some unspeakable secrets about the head of Lanyu Entertainment. With such knowledge, a mere phone call would suffice. Not only would Lanyu Entertainment refrain from pursuing Jiang Wanwan's breach of contract, but they would likely be eager to pay him hush money. The deliberate choice of this plan, to debut as an artist and participate in a romantic variety show with Jiang Wanwan, was imbued with Shen Feng's personal motives. If an official announcement were to be made, what better avenue than a romantic variety show? Previously, it was always Wanwan taking the initiative. Now, it was his turn to step forward. Jiang Wanwan's residence was a quaint villa. Due to her frequent filming and the fact that her university was not located in Zhonghai, the villa was seldom occupied. It was spacious, clean, and tastefully decorated, yet it lacked the warmth of daily life. Once inside, Jiang Wanwan finally allowed herself to leap down from Shen Feng's back. Noticing him rubbing his shoulders, she raised an eyebrow and teased. "What? Am I that heavy?" "Indeed. Quite heavy," Shen Feng replied earnestly, nodding. Jiang Wanwan immediately narrowed her eyes, raising her hand as if to strike him. Shen Feng hastily retreated a couple of steps, chuckling. "If you weren't heavy, how could you weigh so heavily on my heart?" The actress's face flushed instantly. "How corny. Are you some wild vegetable, just unearthed? How can you be so cheesy? And why are you laughing? I'm hungry. Hurry and order takeout. I'm going upstairs to rest." With that, she delivered a playful slap to Shen Feng and dashed up the stairs. Once in her room, she slammed the door shut and flung herself onto the bed. Her face remained flushed, a vivid crimson. That insufferable Shen Feng, what had once been an honest person, had now seemingly acquired a plethora of nonsensical ideas. Jiang Wanwan buried her head in the soft pillow, mumbling to herself. After a brief moment, she quietly lifted her head. Since Shen Feng confessed to her through a message last night, she sensed a change in his character following her rebirth. The former Shen Feng resembled a simpleton. Yet the current version was not only proactive but also appeared significantly more astute, his words sweeter than ever. This new iteration of him seemed far more endearing than before. The mere thought of it made her cheeks flush deeper. She fished out the little red booklet she had just received today, gazing at the red background photo of the two of them, before burying her face back into the pillow. "Jiang Wanwan, oh Jiang Wanwan. You are a person who has experienced rebirth. In your past life, you were a celebrated film queen. Can't you suppress this surging girlish heart? Must you be so easily embarrassed? If you weren't so captivating, why would you hold such weight in my heart?" Yet the more she tried to dismiss it, the more Shen Feng's corny love confession echoed in her mind. Jiang Wanwan let out a loud cry into the pillow. Chapter 6. In the kitchen, Jiang Wanwan screamed like a groundhog. Shen Feng was out purchasing potatoes and green peppers. She urged him to order takeout, but Shen Feng was unwilling to let his wife settle for that. For their first meal together after her rebirth, he insisted on cooking himself. In truth, Shen Feng's culinary skills had once been rather dismal. With parents cooking at home and dining halls available while at school, he had seldom set foot in the kitchen. His few attempts at cooking could only be described as catastrophic. However, during these endless cycles of rebirth, Shen Feng had diligently taught himself to cook. From Sichuan to Shandong, Guangdong to Huaiyang, spanning both Chinese and Western cuisines, from Michelin-star dishes to the humble stir-fried tomatoes and eggs, he had acquired a commendable repertoire, if not complete mastery. After all, he couldn't survive on takeout for 800 years. He made a special trip to the supermarket near the community, nearly exhausting all his current savings. As a mere university student, he was no superstar like Jiang Wanwan. This disparity made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. In the repetitive days of his past, he often procured items without payment, simply taking what he desired without fear of consequence, knowing he could always wake up back in his own bed. After returning to the villa with the ingredients, Shinfeng tidied up the kitchen and began preparing the meal. He was well aware of Jiang Wanwan's preferences. The celebrated star had a particular fondness for sweets, with sweet and sour ribs and sweet and sour stir-fried pork topping her list of favorites. However, due to the need to maintain her figure and under the stringent supervision of her manager, Lin Jie, Jiang Wanwan rarely indulged in such rich and sugary dishes. Shinfeng specially prepared a dish of sweet and sour ribs for Jiang Wanwan, along with several light vegetarian dishes. He also simmered a pot of soup and steamed a batch of rice. Given Shinfeng's current culinary skills, he was fully capable of creating more intricate dishes. However, cooking often requires not only skill, but also time. After approximately half an hour, drawn by the enticing aroma, Jiang Wanwan made her way downstairs. Just as she had begun to drift into slumber, she rubbed her eyes and yawned. Then, smacking her lips, she inquired, "Fengzi, has the takeout you ordered arrived? It smells delightful." Upon entering the kitchen, she was taken aback to find Shinfeng busily at work. "Shinfeng is cooking? Goodness, please don't blow up my kitchen." Panicked, Jiang Wanwan rushed towards the kitchen. Shinfeng, bemused, replied, "I am not a terrorist. Is your fear truly warranted?" With a face full of trepidation, Jiang Wanwan exclaimed, "I would rather it be a terrorist in the kitchen. At least they would know the difference between soy sauce and vinegar." She recalled the first time Shinfeng attempted to cook for her, producing a pot of fried rice that was so sour it rendered one unable to keep their eyes open. The sourness was bad enough, but he had also forgotten to lower the heat, running off to check a recipe on his phone. By the time he returned, the bottom of the pot was nearly burnt. Under high heat, the acrid scent of vinegar mixed with the burnt aroma permeated the entire room. Ultimately, both Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng had to resort to ordering takeout. When the delivery person arrived, the smell in the house nearly knocked them out. Recalling this, Jiang Wanwan cast a somewhat indignant glance at Shinfeng. "Fengzi, I bear no grudge against you. Why must you conspire against me?" Shinfeng understood that Jiang Wanwan was reminiscing about his culinary misadventures. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he said, "I have improved my cooking skills. Do you not find the aroma of the dishes quite pleasant?" "Pleasant it may be, but who knows how it will taste," Jiang Wanwan muttered. She had to admit, however, that the fragrance was indeed alluring. Yet, Shinfeng's culinary prowess could not be judged by conventional standards. For the sake of her own safety, Jiang Wanwan ultimately decided to order takeout. Feeling a bit hungry after her nap, she specifically ordered from a nearby restaurant specializing in Kaifeng cuisine. In less than 10 minutes, the delivery arrived. As Jiang Wanwan munched on her burger and sipped her cola, a few minutes later, Shinfeng presented a beautifully plated dish of sweet and sour ribs, a vibrant stir-fried bamboo shoot dish, and a fragrant trio of vegetables before her. Suddenly, the burger in her hand lost its allure. She looked at Shinfeng in shock, as if he were an extraterrestrial. "Fengzi, did you really make this? What else could it be?" Shinfeng replied, handing her a pair of chopsticks. "Try the ribs. They are quite delectable. I've also made some soup. Let me fetch it." Jiang Wanwan numbly accepted the chopsticks. When Shinfeng returned to the dining table with the simmered soup, he was met with the sight of Jiang Wanwan, trembling all over, gnawing on a rib that had been completely stripped of meat. "Fengzi, I feel like crying," she said, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at him while clenching the rib. "What's the matter, Wango? Is my cooking not to your liking?" Shinfeng inquired, puzzled. That shouldn't be the case, he thought to himself. His culinary skills had been honed over centuries, particularly his sweet and sour ribs, which he had perfected after much experimentation. "I regret ordering takeout," she sobbed. "Your ribs are so delicious. I long to savor them, but I'm utterly stuffed." She felt utterly wronged. Sweet and sour ribs, her favorite dish. And Shinfeng had prepared them so exquisitely, better than any she had ever tasted. Yet, alas, she simply could not eat another bite. Shinfeng, feeling helpless, replied, "Well, you should have trusted me. Never mind, just have some soup. Didn't you mention wanting to try the boiled cabbage you saw on television? I've made a version for you." However, true boiled cabbage requires time to simmer a rich broth. Today, I had to make a simplified version using the broth from the ribs. The flavor is decent. When I have more time, I'll prepare the authentic dish for you. As he spoke, Shinfeng lifted the lid of the clay pot. A rich aroma wafted through the air. Jiang Wanwan gazed at the pot of seemingly clear bone broth, with exquisitely jade-like cabbage nestled within. Tears involuntarily welled in her eyes. Yet, she quickly turned away, her gaze landing on the large cup of cola she had just downed in one go. After a carbonated belch, she burst into tears. What was she to do now? She could no longer drink. Ultimately, Jiang Wanwan managed to consume a small bowl of soup and 3 pieces of rib. Only when her stomach felt completely full did she reluctantly set down her chopsticks, her expression still tinged with sadness and grievance. I was wrong, truly wrong. Once, a meal as delectable as this was laid before me, and I failed to cherish it. Only after I was stuffed did I realize my regret. If heaven grants me another chance, I shall never order takeout again. Shin Feng couldn't help but chuckle as he ruffled her hair. All right, Wan, go. The ribs and soup can be reheated for dinner. Moreover, just tell me what you want to eat in the future. I would gladly cook for you every day. Every day? Jiang Wanwan felt her cheeks flush slightly. Indeed, Shin Feng was no longer merely her good brother or friend. They were now a legally married couple destined to share their lives together. So, will you make braised pork? I want to have it tomorrow. She began to place her order. Of course, no problem at all, Shin Feng readily replied. Jiang Wanwan smiled. The premise is that you are unafraid of being discovered by Lin Jie tomorrow. Shin Feng remarked again. Jiang Wanwan wept. Chapter 7. It comes just right. After dinner, Shin Feng was tidying up the dishes in the kitchen while a stuffed Jiang Wanwan strolled about in the room. Hearing the clattering sounds from the kitchen, Jiang Wanwan fell into contemplation. She recalled a statement her mother once made. A family requires the commitment of both spouses. If all burdens are placed upon one, the family will become exceedingly fragile. Just like with your father and me. He cooks, and I wash the dishes. Now, she and Shin Feng were also a married couple. If Shin Feng cooked, should she not take on the task of washing the dishes? With this thought, Jiang Wanwan stepped into the kitchen and proposed to Shin Feng. Why don't I wash the dishes? No need. You should just rest, Shin Feng replied with a smile. From now on, I shall handle all such chores. But you are my Wan Ge. How can I trouble you with such trivial matters? That simply won't do, Jiang Wanwan declared earnestly. A family requires the efforts of both parties. How can I allow you to shoulder all the responsibilities? Let me assist. Moreover, as the elder sister, I should set an example. I cannot let the younger brother do all the work. Step aside. With that, the illustrious Jiang squeezed herself beside Shin Feng. Her hand slipped into the dishwater, aiming to grasp a dirty plate. Instead, she inadvertently grasped Shin Feng's hand. Jiang Wanwan cleared her throat and withdrew her hand. Then, donning a serious expression, she stated, if you don't allow me to contribute, I shall feel a pang of guilt. Since Jiang Wanwan had expressed herself so, Shin Feng reluctantly yielded his position. Jiang Wanwan then observed the solitary remaining dirty dish in the sink and sniffed. You've finished washing. What is there left for me to do? She huffed, glaring at Shin Feng. Shin Feng shrugged helplessly. I didn't ask you to wash. You insisted on it. Didn't you? Fine. I shall let this one slide. From now on, you shall cook while I take care of the dishes. If you dare to encroach upon my duties again, beware of the consequences from your elder sister, Jiang Wanwan declared, flashing her small teeth as she fervently scrubbed the last dish. Once everything was tidied, Jiang Wanwan still felt somewhat bloated. She suggested taking a stroll with Shin Feng. Naturally, Shin Feng was more than willing. As long as he was by Jiang Wanwan's side, he found joy in any endeavor. Jiang Wanwan donned a mask and took Shin Feng's hand as they wandered through the community. As they walked, Jiang Wanwan inquired, Fengzi, when did your culinary skills become so refined? That sweet and sour pork rib dish you made was, dare I say, far superior to anything I've tasted in any restaurant. It was self-taught during my idle moments. Someone once told me she adored sweet and sour pork ribs. So I devoted considerable time to mastering the recipe, Shin Feng replied. Jiang Wanwan lowered her head, a flutter of delight stirring within her. Who else could this person be but herself? She was astonished to learn that Shin Feng had learned to cook for her sake. Although this fellow previously acted rather foolishly, he indeed possesses a certain depth of character. Just as she was pondering this, Shin Feng inquired, do you find it delicious? If even you think it's good, then I can confidently prepare it for that person. Jiang Wanwan immediately lifted her head, her eyes wide with a peculiar intensity directed at Shin Feng. Was the sweet and sour pork ribs he mastered not meant for her? She seized Shin Feng by the collar, demanding, for whom exactly have you learned this? Do you harbor feelings for someone else? Oh, I see. You regard me as a mere backup. Your confession to me last night was merely a result of being spurned by your true love, wasn't it? Heartbroken and despondent, you sought me out to confess. Am I right? How could you, Shin Feng? I cannot believe you are such a scoundrel. I truly misjudged you. Shin Feng was taken aback. Astonished at how quickly Jiang Wanwan had concocted such a convoluted narrative, he quickly raised his hands in surrender, exclaiming, "Wangu, I was merely joking. Please don't take it seriously." Jiang Wanwan huffed in response. While she recognized Xinfeng's jest, the moment she heard him mention cooking for someone else, a pang of discomfort surged within her. "I was teasing you too. But, Fengzi, tell me honestly, what prompted your sudden confession last night? Did something provoke you?" Jiang Wanwan inquired earnestly, adopting a serious tone. She had always found it perplexing that, after years of camaraderie with Xinfeng, he had never confessed his feelings to her, and he had consistently evaded such matters. What had inspired this sudden outpouring of emotion? Moreover, Xinfeng had been found unconscious at the entrance of the Century building last night, leading Jiang Wanwan to suspect he must have experienced some form of awakening. In truth, he had not undergone any dramatic stimulus. He simply came to a realization about how absurd he had been. After a moment of silence, Xinfeng finally answered Jiang Wanwan. In the past, he had indeed been somewhat awkward, but he was never foolish. Xinfeng had always been aware of his affection for Jiang Wanwan. However, her parents had never favored him. Xinfeng's family resided in a small town beneath Zhonghai City, where they owned a modest grocery store. While their life was not particularly affluent, it was satisfactory. Conversely, Jiang Wanwan's parents were local entrepreneurs, their fortunes having vastly surpassed Xinfeng's family for over a decade. Jiang Wanwan's father and Xinfeng's father had once been classmates and maintained a cordial relationship. However, Jiang Wanwan's parents consistently opposed her association with Xinfeng, believing he was a negative influence, leading her astray from her studies with their escapades. Thus, they had preemptively labeled Xinfeng as a delinquent, despite the truth being that it was Jiang Wanwan who often led Xinfeng on their adventures. Otherwise, Jiang Wanwan would not have earned the moniker of late brother. As Jiang Wanwan ascended to high school and was discovered by a talent scout, subsequently becoming a star after filming several dramas, the wealth of the Jiang family burgeoned even further. This only widened the chasm between them and the Xin family. At this juncture, Xinfeng had come to a profound realization. He wished to share his life with Jiang Wanwan, to spend eternity together. However, the stark disparity in their family backgrounds instilled a sense of inferiority within him. Particularly, Jiang Wanwan's father had once sternly approached Xinfeng, unequivocally warning him against harboring intentions towards his daughter. Following that encounter, Xinfeng deliberately refrained from expressing his affections for Jiang Wanwan, never confessing his feelings. It was only after enduring 30,000 cycles of introspection that he began to mature, gradually coming to understand his own heart. He loved Jiang Wanwan, and they were destined to be together, regardless of her parents' objections. "Forgive me, Wanwan. My confession has been long overdue," he murmured, turning his gaze towards the horizon with a soft sigh. Observing the pensive Xinfeng, Jiang Wanwan contemplated for a moment before softly speaking. "Fengzi, turn around and look at me." Xinfeng, puzzled, complied, only to find Jiang Wanwan removing her mask, wrapping her arms around his, and rising onto her tiptoes. Like a dragonfly kissing the surface of water, she bestowed a gentle yet sweet kiss upon his cheek. Xinfeng was momentarily taken aback, while Jiang Wanwan, blushing profusely, hastily donned her mask again. In a hushed voice, she confessed, "I don't think your confession came too late. In fact, I believe it arrived just in time." Jiang Wanwan felt certain that she would never forget this moment. Upon her rebirth, she had witnessed the message on her phone. "Wanwan, I love you." It was neither too early nor too late. It was perfectly timed. Chapter 8. The beauty of Jiang Wanwan. After taking a stroll around the neighborhood, the two decided to head home. Ever since Jiang Wanwan had taken the initiative to kiss Xinfeng, she had become rather subdued. She walked silently, not initiating conversation with him, although she would respond with a word or two when he spoke. Xinfeng found it rare to see their late brother so quiet, a sight that amused and touched him deeply. They were each other's first love, and Jiang Wanwan had mustered immense courage to comfort him with that kiss. How wonderful his late brother was. At that moment, Xinfeng felt a wave of happiness wash over him. Perhaps those 30,000 cycles of rebirth were not a prison bestowed upon him by fate, but rather an opportunity. Without those experiences, he would still be the same clumsy boy, lacking the courage to confess his love to Jiang Wanwan, and he would never have reached this point. He would have had no choice but to watch Jiang Wanwan marry and have children, drifting further away from him. It was indeed thanks to those 300,000 cycles that he acquired numerous skills. He could prepare dishes that pleased Jiang Wanwan and assist her in resolving her perplexing dilemmas. Upon returning home, Jiang Wanwan felt a twinge of embarrassment. I was so exhausted last night taking care of you that I hardly rested, and I barely managed to nap for half an hour. I feel extremely fatigued. I think I will go upstairs and rest for a while. After speaking, Jiang Wanwan, her cheeks flushed, attempted to slip away. However, after taking a couple of steps, she suddenly felt it was rather inconsiderate to leave Shinfeng alone in the living room for too long. After a moment of contemplation, she pointed upstairs and suggested, "Why don't you join me upstairs for a bit of rest? We could share a bed?" Shinfeng instinctively inquired. Jiang Wanwan's face reddened further. She glared at him and retorted, "What are you thinking? There's a study upstairs, equipped with a sofa and a computer. I meant for you to go to the study." Dismissing the matter, she declared, "Never mind. I'm going to rest now." Watching Jiang Wanwan hurriedly ascend the stairs, Shinfeng lightly tapped his lips. In a moment of candor, he had inadvertently spoken his true feelings. Shaking his head, he followed her upstairs. On the second floor of the villa, Shinfeng glanced at the firmly closed door of Jiang Wanwan's room before quietly entering the adjacent study. Sitting at the computer, he powered it on while retrieving his phone to call Sister Lin. "Hello, Sister Lin. How is the situation now?" At first, Sister Lin was puzzled by the unfamiliar number, but she immediately recognized Shinfeng's voice. After all, the sudden news of Jiang Wanwan's marriage had profoundly impacted her. Thus, she had an indelible impression of Jiang Wanwan's husband. "Little Shun, everything is fine now." This afternoon, coincidentally, a major scandal erupted in the entertainment industry. A certain leading male star was publicly accused by his ex-girlfriend, diverting a lot of attention. Both the variety show and Jiang Wanwan have essentially lost their discussion momentum. The company no longer intends to pursue Wanwan's penalty fees. Most of the marketing accounts that previously spread rumors about Wanwan have quieted down, with only a few from our rival company claiming that this variety show is merely a smokescreen intended to tarnish Jiang Wanwan's reputation. Shinfeng raised an eyebrow. It was quite a coincidence that right after Jiang Wanwan stirred up trouble, a leading male star emerged as a shield. Nonetheless, this was ultimately a fortunate turn of events. The sole drawback was that, being a newcomer, your debut alongside someone with Jiang Wanwan's popularity had led to marketing accounts spreading rumors that you were involved with the head of Lanyu Entertainment. Although the scandal surrounding the leading male star overshadowed your popularity, it seemed that some onlookers had indeed bought into that narrative. Just don't take it too seriously, as there are countless marketing accounts in the entertainment industry. To this, Shinfeng merely smiled, clearly not taking it to heart. Noticing his indifference, Sister Lin chose not to dwell on the matter further and shifted the conversation to another topic. "By the way, Xiaoshun, what exactly is going on between you and Wanwan?" Lin Jia inquired with great curiosity. "Wanwan has never mentioned to me that she was in a relationship. How is it that you two suddenly registered your marriage today? A whirlwind wedding, perhaps?" She felt a sense of shame as Jiang Wanwan's manager, unable to be the first to know such juicy details about her client. Shinfeng pondered for a moment before responding, "In truth, we have known each other for a long time, having grown up together as childhood friends. Thus, it shouldn't be classified as a hasty marriage. It is indeed somewhat abrupt, and I sincerely apologize for the trouble this may have caused you." With a serious tone, he continued, "I must also extend my gratitude to you, Lin Jia, for taking care of Wanwan over the years. Without your support, she certainly would not have achieved the level of success she enjoys today." Shinfeng's words were not mere pleasantries. During his time in the industry, he had researched everyone around Jiang Wanwan, Lin Jia included. He observed that, although Lin Jia often appeared stern with Wanwan, she genuinely cared for her well-being. Lin Jia would allocate every possible resource to Wanwan, tirelessly recommending her for promising audition opportunities. Whenever there were unavoidable social gatherings, it was Lin Jia who shielded Wanwan from excessive drinking. While the entertainment company, Lanyu Entertainment, had its dark side, Lin Jia was undoubtedly a remarkable individual. One could say that Wanwan's ascent in Lanyu Entertainment was largely due to Lin Jia's unwavering support. She was truly an indispensable figure in Wanwan's life, and Shinfeng was genuinely grateful to her. There was a brief silence on Lin Jia's end. Shinfeng could almost hear the sound of her sniffing. Then, Lin Jia burst into laughter, saying, "What are you being so polite for? This is simply what a manager is supposed to do. Speaking of which, from now on, you are also one of my artists. Rest assured, Lin Jia will look after you too. You are far more sensible than that carefree little brat, Jiang Wanwan." Shinfeng chuckled, and after exchanging a few more words, he ended the call, glancing at the computer on his desk. He initially intended to search Weibo to discover which top-tier celebrity had graciously acted as a shield for Jiang Wanwan. However, as he clicked on the search box and beheld the array of search history before him, Shin Feng was taken aback. How to pursue a guy? How to make a guy fall in love with you? How to get a guy to confess his feelings? Is it because I'm unattractive that the boy I've known since childhood doesn't like me? In reviewing the search history, he found only one entry unrelated to these queries. Is Jiang Wanwan good-looking? With a sigh, Shin Feng rubbed his forehead. It appeared he had confessed his feelings too late. Otherwise, Jiang Wanwan would not have been searching for such things. His fingers lightly tapped the mouse as he felt a sudden urge to click on the entry regarding Jiang Wanwan's appearance, leading him to the first search result. It was a question on a platform, with a multitude of responses beneath it. Shin Feng scrolled through the comments, noticing an abundance of praise for Jiang Wanwan. Although she might not be regarded as a top-tier celebrity, her beauty certainly rivals that of many renowned stars. What she lacked was merely experience, which explains the considerable number of her admirers. Suddenly, a particular reply caught his attention. An anonymous user proclaimed, Jiang Wanwan? What is there to admire? You must not know. She is merely a product of plastic surgery, a mere head-swapping monstrosity. I possess her pre-surgery photos. Judge for yourselves. They're so unflattering that I hardly wish to comment. Attached were several images. The individual depicted was indeed Jiang Wanwan, but clearly altered through digital manipulation. From a young age, Jiang Wanwan had been naturally beautiful, consistently holding the title of class beauty from elementary school through university. Yet, in these photos, she appeared dark and overweight, a stark contrast to her current self, albeit with some semblance of familiarity due to the shared identity. At a cursory glance, one might mistakenly believe that Jiang Wanwan had once truly looked like this. Below this reply were dozens of comments, with the majority criticizing the surgery monster and head-swapping freak, save for a few defending Jiang Wanwan. Among these comments was one from the original poster. The anonymous user, author, stated, I also possess juicy gossip about Jiang Wanwan, including confidential photos of her entering a hotel with a certain boss. This woman is nothing but a gold-digging vixen. This reply had garnered over 500 likes, prompting them to declare, I will reveal the dirt. Shin Feng glanced at the date of the comment's publication, realizing it was today. It seemed that Jiang Wanwan's rising popularity had prompted her rivals to engage in character assassination, seeking to tarnish her reputation. Shin Feng narrowed his eyes, contemplating the depths of this entertainment industry. Not only were old photos being dredged up, but there was also an attempt to tarnish Jiang Wanwan's name with scandalous insinuations about her interactions with a boss. The world was indeed rife with repugnant individuals. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Shin Feng's fingers began to dance across the keyboard. True anonymity does not exist online. Any information shared leaves a trace, though most individuals may be unable to uncover such traces. Fortunately, Shin Feng was no ordinary person. Having spent 8 centuries honing his skills on July 31st, he delved into computer technology for an extended period, effectively mastering hacking techniques. In mere minutes, he unearthed the username of the anonymous user, along with their phone number, real name, identity information, and a plethora of other secrets. Shin Feng retrieved his phone and dialed the number displayed on his computer screen. Hello. I wish to have a word with you, he said in a lowered voice, speaking slowly. Chapter 9. I am not a knight. I am her husband. Lu Siyuan found himself in a state of emotional tumult today, oscillating between the peaks of elation and the depths of despair. Lu Siyuan was a professional online troll, essentially a purveyor of malicious content. He was employed by a rival company of Lanyu Entertainment, tasked daily with disparaging the artists under its banner. Early this morning, his employer contacted him, informing him that photos had surfaced online depicting Jiang Wanwan entering a hospital with a man. Lu Siyuan felt a surge of excitement. An opportunity had arisen. He eagerly manipulated his keyboard and mouse, fabricating slanderous tales, suggesting that Jiang Wanwan's hospital visit was related to an abortion. However, before the situation could gain traction, the narrative shifted unexpectedly. First, Jiang Wanwan publicly announced her marriage by sharing a photo of her marriage certificate. Then, the reality show Let's Start Dating was also officially announced. With allegations of Jiang Wanwan engaging in publicity stunts, the malicious rumors he had concocted swiftly faded into obscurity. Nevertheless, Lu Siyuan quickly recalibrated his mindset. After all, he was contracted to tarnish Lanyu Entertainment's image, not solely to target Jiang Wanwan. Given the emerging gossip suggesting that Shin Feng, Jiang Wanwan's co-star, was entangled with the CEO of Lanyu Entertainment. He decided to fabricate slander against Shenfeng instead, just as he completed his new batch of slander. A scandal involving a prominent male celebrity erupted. In terms of popularity and media attention, both Jiang Wanwan and Shenfeng paled in comparison to this male star, causing Lu Xiyuan's efforts to vanish without a trace, rendering his work futile. While he sat despondently with his head in his hands, his phone, resting on the table, began to ring. He picked it up without glancing at the caller ID and answered. "Hello, who is this?" A low male voice emanated from the other end. "I would like to have a conversation with you." Lu Xiyuan frowned and clicked his tongue. "I asked who you are. You say you want to talk? Are you out of your mind? If you have something to say, spit it out. If not, get lost. I'm quite busy here." He could almost hear a chuckle from the other side. Lu Xiyuan, male, 28 years old, a graduate of Yangqing University's Visual Communication Department, currently residing in the flourishing residential complex at No. 1, Unit 3, Room 203, Heyue Road, Pingqing. Lu Xiyuan's expression shifted dramatically. "Who are you? Are you someone I know? Don't joke with me. Tell me who you are before I lose my patience." People in this line of work easily make enemies and fear being targeted. Upon realizing that the caller knew his real name, home address, and other personal details, Lu Xiyuan felt a rising panic. However, the voice on the other end continued. "Your ID number is 13110. You work at the Black Rain studio as a professional troll. In 2016, just 5 years ago, you entered the industry. 4 years ago, in your second year, you were hired to malign a newly debuted female star, fabricating extensive slander that led to her being severely cyberbullied, ultimately resulting in her suicide attempt. Although she was rescued, she now suffers from severe depression. Unbeknownst to you, there is no hint of remorse as you continue to engage in this line of work over the ensuing years, fabricating narratives and tarnishing the reputations of celebrities for profit. Am I not correct?" Lu Xiyuan's complexion turned pale. Everything said on the other end of the line was utterly accurate, particularly regarding the incident from 4 years prior. Though that event occurred so long ago and the female celebrity in question possessed little renown, why does it still linger in the memories of so many? The internet has a long memory, Lu Xiyuan. The tone from the other side grew increasingly frigid. Lu Xiyuan's voice trembled. "Who are you? What do you desire? Are you attempting to extort me over that incident from 4 years ago? I must inform you that doxing is illegal, as is blackmail. And yet, fabricating facts that lead to someone's suicide is not a crime." In Jiang Wanwan's villa, Shenfeng spoke while perusing Lu Xiyuan's sordid history displayed on the computer screen, his expression growing increasingly menacing. The incident from 4 years ago was merely a severe example. Throughout these years, how many narratives have you orchestrated, tarnishing the reputations of countless individuals? Surely you must be aware of the damage you have wrought? I see from your WeChat conversations that you have been telling your parents you are a teacher in an art studio, and they are proud of you. What do you think their reaction would be if I shared the truth about your deeds with them? Lu Xiyuan's bravado crumbled. What do you truly want? Are you after money or something else? I am merely an employee of the studio, and I possess little wealth. Why have you targeted me? What is your intention? Shenfeng narrowed his eyes. I do not seek your money. My demands are simple. Delete the defamatory material you have posted about Jiang Wanwan and publicly apologize on Weibo. You must offer an apology to Jiang Wanwan, to the young girl who nearly lost her life due to your actions 4 years ago, and to all those you have slandered over the past 5 years. Lu Xiyuan fell silent for a considerable time before finally responding in a hoarse voice. Very well. You are affiliated with Jiang Wanwan, are you not? I can comply with your requests. However, there are many in this industry who have targeted Jiang Wanwan, some employing even more nefarious tactics than I. Why have you chosen to approach me? Shenfeng's fingers tapped rhythmically on the phone case. Because I happen to be quite idle at the moment and have just come across your actions. I am not singling out Lu Xiyuan. Should I encounter others fabricating slander against Wanwan, they too shall experience the same consequences. Lu Xiyuan remained silent for an extended period. Shenfeng did not terminate the call, as he could discern that Lu Xiyuan was operating his computer on the other end. Several minutes later, Lu Xiyuan finally spoke. I have deleted the defamatory post on Soho, and I have issued an apology on Weibo. You may check for yourself. Are you satisfied? Shenfeng did not check Weibo, but merely glanced at the answer Lu Xiyuan had fabricated on Soho. Indeed, it had been removed. You certainly do not belong to our circle, Lu Xiyuan suddenly remarked. Perhaps it was due to his apology after deleting the scandalous material that Lu Xiyuan's tone had noticeably relaxed, losing some of its previous tension. My reputation in this industry is relatively untarnished. If you were to investigate those notorious figures, you would find their transgressions far exceed mine. So, are we merely comparing filth? Shen Feng responded. Lu Xiyuan shook his head, sighing no. I merely wish to convey that while you are formidable enough to compel me to erase the slander against Jiang Wanwan, do you truly believe you can exert pressure on everyone within this circle? I am merely an inconspicuous pawn. Once Jiang Wanwan rises to fame, her adversaries will multiply, and so will the detractors. In the entertainment industry, one is destined to be a target for consumption and criticism. Yet, I abhor the vile manner in which she is being exploited. You abhor it? My friend, who do you think you are? Merely a hired hacker at her service. We are all mercenaries in this game. Do not elevate your own moral standing too highly. Jiang Wanwan is no princess, and you are not her gallant knight. Indeed, I am no knight, Shen Feng replied. I am her husband. With that, Shen Feng ended the call, leaving Lu Xiyuan staring blankly at his phone. Chapter 10. A call from Zhang's father. When Jiang Wanwan awoke from a restful slumber, it was already 5 in the afternoon. She had indeed not rested well the previous night, plagued by concerns for Shen Feng. After enduring sleeplessness until just past 5 in the morning, she finally succumbed to sleep. However, Shen Feng roused her again at 6. It was nearly an all-nighter. The lengthy nap in the afternoon had merely alleviated her fatigue slightly. Stretching languidly, Jiang Wanwan stepped out of her bedroom. Initially intending to descend the stairs, she suddenly recalled that Shen Feng seemed to be resting in the study next door. With a sly glance, she tiptoed to the study door. Gently resting her hand on the doorknob, she quietly opened a crack, eager to see what Shen Feng was up to. As she peered through the gap, she caught sight of Shen Feng standing behind the door. Their eyes met through the narrow opening. Jiang Wanwan thought, oh no, I've been caught snooping. She intended to clarify that she had no intention of spying. Yet, upon reflection, she questioned why she should fear Shen Feng. He was her subordinate. This was her home. Moreover, he was now her husband, her possession. Whether she was peeking or openly gazing, what did it matter? With this thought, Jiang Wanwan suddenly felt emboldened. Raising an eyebrow, she glared at Shen Feng behind the door and exclaimed, what are you looking at? Hiding behind the door like a sneak. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to scare me? Upon hearing the sound of the door to Jiang Wanwan's room, she intended to step out and investigate. However, before she could even open the door, it was pushed aside by Shen Feng. Stunned into silence, Jiang Wanwan felt a surge of pride. This young man was still so naive. How could he possibly compare to her, a seasoned soul who had been reborn? With a decisive shove, she flung the door open and entered the study. A glance at the illuminated computer screen sparked her curiosity. She then shook her head and gazed at Shen Feng, demanding, come clean quickly. What have you been up to in the study? During my long slumber, have you been using my computer to indulge in anything inappropriate to alleviate your boredom? Jiang Wanwan was a quintessential verbal giant, yet an action-oriented dwarf. Despite her bashfulness when it came to kissing Shen Feng, her tongue was unabashedly unrestrained when it came to banter. Upon hearing her words, Shen Feng adopted a demeanor of earnest confession, replying sincerely, I did indeed view something I shouldn't have. Jiang Wanwan's eyes widened in surprise, her expression shifting to one of discomfort. She never anticipated that he would dare to engage with such material, let alone admit it so openly. The audacity of this young man was growing bolder by the day. How foolish of her to have previously considered him somewhat innocent. It seemed all men were fundamentally the same, she muttered under her breath, her gaze darting toward the computer with newfound curiosity. What had Shen Feng been perusing? What were his preferences, Western, Japanese, or Korean? Yet, Shen Feng's next revelation left Jiang Wanwan utterly flabbergasted. As a grown man, I spent an inordinate amount of time learning how to pursue a man and how to make him fall in love with me. I feel mentally assaulted by it. Of course, I didn't seek it out intentionally. I merely stumbled upon the search history and clicked in. You want to hold it against me, will you, Wanwan? Jiang Wanwan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, the kind that made her wish for a crack in the floor to slip into. It suddenly dawned on her that before their relationship had been solidified, she had indeed searched for such topics on her computer. Moreover, it appeared the history had not been deleted. Caught in a moment of carelessness, everything had been laid bare for Shen Feng to see. Overwhelmed with humiliation, she wished for nothing more than to vanish. Shen Feng, observing her silent demeanor and the way her toes fidgeted nervously could hardly suppress a chuckle. Yet, he maintained a facade of seriousness, inquiring, "Wan, why the silence? Are you upset that I stumbled upon those things? But fret not. Even if I were to see countless such materials, my heart belongs to women. I shall always be yours, Wan." Regrettably, after uttering those words, Shin Feng felt a pang of remorse. There is a saying that extremes can lead to counter effects, and another that warns of desperate measures. His words, intended to reassure, only served to further agitate Jiang Wanwan, driving her to the brink of exasperation. She raised her head with a flushed face, clenching her fists and glaring at Shin Feng, saying, "Shin Feng, let me make this clear. You are not to mention the computer search history again. If you dare utter another word related to it, not only will you no longer be mine, but I will ensure that you can never become someone in the future." As she spoke, Jiang Wanwan snapped her fingers, producing a sharp crack. The urgency of the situation was palpable, and Shin Feng, realizing he had overstepped, quickly retreated, saying, "All right. I promise I won't bring it up again. I'll pretend I never saw any of it, all right?" Jiang Wanwan remained silent, her gaze fixed upon him. Gradually, her eyes began to redden. Shin Feng felt a genuine sense of panic. He had merely intended to tease Jiang Wanwan, never anticipating that she would be so sensitive. Anger was one thing, but to see her on the verge of tears was alarming. He hurriedly leaned closer, earnestly apologizing. "Wanwan, please don't cry. I truly regret it. I want to use this to tease you again, I promise. If you're really upset, just hit me a couple of times as punishment. Or I could tell you a joke." Before he could finish, Jiang Wanwan interrupted him, her nose twitching. "I'm not crying over that. I'm not that fragile. It's because I exerted too much force when snapping my fingers." Only then did Shin Feng notice she was cradling the finger that had made the cracking sound. He fell silent. In the living room on the first floor of the villa, Shin Feng applied an ice pack to Jiang Wanwan's finger. Once the swelling subsided, he asked, "How does it feel now, Wanwan? Still painful?" "Not anymore," Jiang Wanwan muttered. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on bringing up those things, would I have needed to threaten you by snapping my fingers? Would my hand have hurt?" Shin Feng could only smile wryly. Yes, it's all my fault. So, as compensation, how about I cook you a couple of extra dishes tonight? What would you like?" Upon hearing about food, Jiang Wanwan's eyes sparkled. After sleeping all afternoon, her previous meal had long digested. Although her stomach wasn't growling, she felt a desire to eat. "Could you heat up the ribs and then stir-fry some cashew shrimp for me?" "All right, but we don't have cashews at home." "Then just stir-fry the shrimp." "But we don't have shrimp either." "Then go buy some." Jiang Wanwan waved her small hand, issuing a command to Shin Feng. He rubbed his hands together, hesitating briefly. Then he said to Jiang Wanwan, "Wanwan, I can buy shrimp, but there's a slight technical issue that needs addressing." Jiang Wanwan frowned. "What issue?" "I haven't received my wages from last month's job, and I spent all the money I had on groceries this morning." With that, Shin Feng pulled out his phone and opened the payment code. "Could you lend me some? Anything would help." Jiang Wanwan rolled her eyes, having expected a significant problem, only to discover it was merely a matter of finances. The affluent and carefree Jiang Wanwan promptly transferred 1,000 yuan to Shin Feng. With a cheerful demeanor, Shin Feng pocketed the money and ventured out. He took particular care to select an array of rather expensive ingredients at the supermarket, intending to prepare a splendid meal for Jiang Wanwan. Meanwhile, at home, Jiang Wanwan was engrossed in her phone. Observing that the majority of discussions on Weibo had shifted towards disparaging a certain A-list celebrity scandal, with few mentions of her own affairs, a sigh of relief escaped her. It seemed that the situation had settled at last. Just as she contemplated this, her phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, her expression subtly changed. "Hello, Dad?" She answered. On the other end, her father, Jiang Zhe, spoke in a low tone. "I heard from your mother that you returned home this morning to retrieve the household registration book?" "Yes, I needed it for work," Jiang Wanwan replied softly. "Work? Your uncle just told me that you posted a picture of a marriage certificate online. That was for the company's publicity. My uncle must have seen it too, as did everyone else online." Jiang Zhe's tone turned icy. "Publicity? Is it a publicity stunt with that Shin Feng? Dinner is at home. Whatever needs to be discussed can wait until you return. Prepare yourself. I'll send a driver to pick you up." Without another word, he hung up the phone. Jiang Wanwan listened to the busy signal, a shadow of melancholy crossing her features. A moment later, just as Shin Feng was returning home with an armful of ingredients, pondering what delightful dish to prepare for Jiang Wanwan, he received a message from her on WeChat. "Jiang Wanwan, you need not come to the villa. Have dinner by yourself. My father wants me to come home. Shin Feng was taken aback. He raised his hand to reply, but before he could, the screen indicated that the other party was typing. Soon after, he received a second message from Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan, I'm sorry. Chapter 11. An unpleasant parting. The Jiang family. Ever since Jiang Wanwan became an actress and purchased a house in the city, her parents, who had previously lived in the county, relocated to the city along with their business. A sleek black sedan came to a halt at the entrance of the Jiang residence. The driver alighted and opened the rear door. Jiang Wanwan descended from the car at a leisurely pace, straightened her clothes, and took a deep breath before stepping into her home. The villa was brightly lit, yet the atmosphere inside was somber. Jiang Zhe and Su Yan, her parents, sat silently on the sofa in the living room. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Jiang Wanwan finally spoke, prompting them to lift their gazes towards her, though they remained silent. They merely stood and walked into the dining room. Jiang Wanwan followed suit, taking her seat at the place her parents had long prepared for her. A wave of grievance washed over her. Throughout her life, her parents had always sought to arrange everything perfectly for her. Even the seating arrangement for the meal was laden with tension. Pressing her lips together, Jiang Wanwan eventually took her seat. None of the three made the first move to pick up their chopsticks, nor did anyone utter a word. This heavy silence endured for a full 5 minutes before Jiang Zhe finally broke it. Let us discuss the matter between you and Shin Feng, he stated, as expected. On her way there, Jiang Wanwan had anticipated the questions her parents would pose and had prepared her responses accordingly. Following the thread of thought in her mind, she spoke softly. My manager believes Shin Feng possesses great potential, so he was signed as an artist. Since he is just starting out, the company wants to generate some buzz around him, which is why I'm participating in a dating reality show with him. The marriage certificate is merely a prop for the program. And why did you go home this morning to retrieve the household registration book? Jiang Zhe's eyes, framed by gold-rimmed glasses, scrutinized Jiang Wanwan as if he could discern the truth behind her every word. Since childhood, she had felt the oppressive weight of Jiang Zhe's gaze, which had always rendered her incapable of uttering falsehoods. But now, things were different. She was no longer the Jiang Wanwan of the past. She had returned from 10 years in the future, having experienced the depths of life and death. She was now an Oscar-winning actress, and if she wished to act, even Jiang Zhe would not see through her facade. Maintaining her composure, she continued in the same low tone. The show requires verification of familial circumstances, so I took the household registration book to make a copy for Sister Lin. If you don't believe me, you can call Sister Lin. I've already asked her. Jiang Zhe narrowed his eyes. Jiang Wanwan's hands, hidden beneath the table, clenched tightly. Yet her expression remained unchanged as she added, she should be able to confirm that what I said is true. At that moment, anxiety gripped her. She had not coordinated her story with Sister Lin in advance. Uncertain of what Sister Lin had conveyed to Jiang Zhe, she realized she needed to maintain her composure. Jiang Zhe studied her for a moment longer before averting his gaze, his voice heavy as he said, "Let us eat." Jiang Wanwan exhaled in relief. Jiang Zhe's lack of further inquiries indicated that he likely believed her. Perhaps he hadn't even consulted Sister Lin. His earlier question may have been a mere ruse to test her. Had she shown even the slightest sign of faltering, she might have been exposed. Jiang Zhe and Su Yan picked up their chopsticks first, and only then did Jiang Wanwan follow suit, taking a piece of food and placing it in her mouth. The dish was cold, even colder than the boxed meal she had consumed on set, and its flavor paled in comparison to the dishes prepared by Shin Feng. She ate a few bites, finding the food tasteless, when Jiang Zhe spoke again. You should inform your manager to cancel this dating show. You are currently in a pivotal phase of your career, and given your youth, it would be wise to focus more on filming and less on these frivolous reality shows. As Jiang Zhe spoke, he served Jiang Wanwan some dishes, emphasizing the importance of avoiding associations with unsavory individuals in the entertainment industry. Jiang Wanwan's chopsticks froze in midair. She raised her gaze to Jiang Zhe and inquired, if my collaborator this time were not Shin Feng, but another star, would you then consent? Jiang Zhe adjusted his glasses, replying, it depends on who it is. As a star, you must be mindful of your influence. Jiang Wanwan chuckled softly, setting down her chopsticks and shaking her head. Father, this variety show is arranged by the company, and we have already signed a contract with the production team. If I or Shin Feng were to withdraw, we would incur substantial penalties, rendering cancellation impossible. I understand your disdain for Shin Feng, believing his family does not measure up to ours. However, he is debuting now. And while I cannot predict his future stardom, I am certain it will not be lacking. Perhaps it is time to set aside your biases against him? Jiang Zhe also laid down his chopsticks, fixing his gaze on Jiang Wanwan with an increasingly serious tone. Jiang Wanwan, I acknowledge your feelings for Shenfeng. Yet, I implore you to understand that your mother and I do not wish for you to be with him, and this is for your own good. Even if Shenfeng debuts, what can he truly offer you? From the outset, he is tethered to you, destined to be a leech feeding off your fame. He cannot provide anything of value. I hope you will seek a more accomplished partner, one who can elevate you further. Consider the sons of Mr. Wang and Mr. Sun I previously introduced to you. Are they not superior to Shenfeng? At this juncture, Su Yin chimed in. Wanwan, your father only wishes the best for you. We all desire for you to find someone as exceptional as you, someone who can bring you happiness and a promising future. Shenfeng is not from our world. Even if he becomes a star, he cannot be compared to you. If this variety show is truly unavoidable, so be it, as it is your company's arrangement. However, from now on, you must maintain your distance from Shenfeng, understood? Be good. You have always been the one who listens to your parents. Jiang Wanwan lowered her head in silence. Suddenly, she stood up, earnestly looking at Su Yin and Jiang Zhe. Father, mother, I do not comprehend how you have concluded that Shenfeng cannot bring me happiness. Yet, I feel utterly content with him by my side. You cannot fathom how long I have waited for him, nor can you grasp the depth of our bond. I am convinced he is the one with whom I wish to spend my life. Jiang Zhe furrowed his brow. How old are you? Do you even understand what love, happiness, and affection truly mean? I do know. Jiang Wanwan interjected fiercely, a striking interruption that startled both Jiang Zhe and Su Yin. Even she was taken aback by her own outburst. With reddened eyes and biting her lip, she took a moment before wiping away her tears. Her voice slightly hoarse as she said, I apologize, father. I am full now. I will be heading back. Upon finishing her words, she turned and departed. Su Yin hurriedly followed, pleading, Wanwans, you haven't even taken a couple of bites. Where are you going? Please, stay at home tonight. Meanwhile, at the dining table, Jiang Zhe furrowed his brow, removed his glasses, and rubbed his temples. Finally, with a heavy fist, he struck the table. Jiang Wanwan, having fled the Jiang residence, walked alone down the bustling streets. Although she had anticipated that dinner would not go well that evening, she had not expected it to end in such discord. She walked silently along the brightly lit streets of Zhonghai City. The vibrant lights and sounds of traffic seemed utterly disconnected from her reality. She was uncertain of her destination, even oblivious to her own thoughts, her mind a tangled mess. As she trudged along, Jiang Wanwan suddenly collided with someone. Coming to her senses, she instinctively lowered her head and apologized. I'm sorry. To her surprise, the other party extended a hand, holding a cup of milk tea and a bag of snacks. Astonished, Jiang Wanwan lifted her gaze, and there stood Shenfeng, softly saying, You must not have had enough to eat. I brought you some food. I intended to message you when I reached your home, but I didn't expect to run into you here. Shenfeng continued speaking, but Jiang Wanwan could hardly hear him. She felt that the grievances she had just endured at her parents' home had found an outlet. She rushed into Shenfeng's embrace, weeping bitterly in his arms. Shenfeng held her close, gently patting her back. In a world bustling with traffic and vibrancy, it seemed that only here could she find a refuge. Chapter 12. If you dislike children, then don't have them. In the pavilion of a park by the street, where the streetlights were out, it was enveloped in darkness. Shenfeng sat in the dim pavilion, while Jiang Wanwan nestled in his embrace, sipping milk tea and nibbling on snacks. Shenfeng illuminated her with his phone. Jiang Wanwan refrained from mentioning the troubles she had encountered at home or the reasons for her tears. In truth, she was afraid of Shenfeng's inquiries, unsure how to convey that her parents vehemently opposed their relationship. Fortunately, Shenfeng did not press her for answers. The reason for his silence was that he was already aware of the Jiang family's stance towards him. Jiang Wanwan's father, Jiang Zhe, had opposed their relationship long before. However, to be honest, ever since Shenfeng entered the cycle of 30,000 repetitions, he had come to terms with it. He bore no resentment towards Jiang Zhe, realizing that had he been in Jiang Zhe's position, he would never have permitted his daughter to be with the former Shenfeng. What kind of person was the old Shenfeng? Timid, humble, rigid, and dull. Whenever Jiang Zhe sought a conversation with him, he would shrink back, too afraid to pursue Jiang Wanwan. He was not contemplating how to strive for progress or how to be worthy of Jiang Wanwan. Rather, he succumbed to his insecurities and chose to relinquish her. Such a person, Shin Feng thought, if he were Jiang Jia, would not only oppose this individual being with Jiang Wanwan, but would also feel compelled to deliver a resounding slap, questioning whether the other truly possessed any semblance of manhood. If Jiang Wanwan was a flower basking in sunlight, then Shin Feng, in his previous self, was merely a small insect cowering in the shadow of that flower. Perhaps he had his own flickers of brilliance, but only Jiang Wanwan, who genuinely adored him, could uncover them. Therefore, Shin Feng had never blamed Jiang Wanwan's parents. The blame lay solely with himself. In the past, he indeed did not deserve Jiang Wanwan. However, he had transformed. No longer was he timid or feeble, nor did he wallow in self-doubt. He had the capability and was determined to change Jiang Wanwan's parents' perception of him. After finishing their meal, Shin Feng intended to escort Jiang Wanwan back to rest. Yet, Jiang Wanwan shook her head, furrowing her brow, and melancholically remarked, "Your elder brother is feeling rather low today and wishes to linger a while longer. Do you have any objections?" "None at all," Shin Feng promptly replied. "How about we visit an internet cafe? I feel like playing some games." "Is that a problem?" "Not at all," he answered swiftly. "Well, life is about seizing the moment. I've already napped for an entire afternoon. If I return to sleep now, how am I any different from a pig?" "No difference," Shin Feng instinctively replied. Jiang Wanwan shot him a bewildered look. It seemed Shin Feng only then realized his faux pas and quickly corrected himself. "What I meant was, how could you ever be compared to a pig?" Jiang Wanwan, visibly perplexed, picked up a stick from the ground and chased after Shin Feng in jest. They frolicked in the park for quite some time, until Jiang Wanwan, in mock anger, hurled the stick at him. Shin Feng deftly dodged and then approached Jiang Wanwan with a smile. "Do you feel any better now?" Jiang Wanwan rolled her eyes. "Better? You've nearly driven me to madness." Nevertheless, despite her words, she felt genuinely touched. Shin Feng's playful antics had indeed lightened her previously somber mood. She poked him lightly. "I'm exhausted from running just now. I can't walk any longer. You know what to do, right?" "Of course, I'll call a cab for you." "What cab?" "Hurry up and carry me." In the end, Shin Feng obediently lifted Jiang Wanwan onto his back and exited the park. Jiang Wanwan rested against his shoulder, her face alight with a smile as she gazed at his profile. No matter how disheartened she had been, seeing Shin Feng seemed to brighten her spirits. Especially now, he appeared to possess a significantly heightened emotional intelligence. Being with him was truly a delightful experience. Yet, the thought of her parents' disapproval made her smile fade, leaving her with a sense of melancholy. Shin Feng attentively observed the subtle shifts in Jiang Wanwan's emotions. As Jiang Wanwan's expression once again grew despondent, Shin Feng could not help but emit a gentle sigh. He turned his head and lightly brushed his cheek against hers. "You need not worry about my uncle. I am well aware of their attitudes towards me, and I possess the means to alter their perceptions. All I ask is that you remain joyful each day. Leave the rest to me, all right?" Jiang Wanwan's cheeks flushed slightly. She pressed her head firmly against Shin Feng's shoulder and murmured, "I refuse to hand everything over to you. At the very least, I will handle the dishwashing, and you must not encroach on that duty." Shin Feng chuckled. "Very well, I shall not contest you on that. From now on, all the dishes shall be yours to wash. Even if you do not become an actress, you will still possess a valuable skill, ensuring you will not starve. Perhaps we could open a restaurant, where you would handle the cooking and I would wash the dishes. However, wouldn't we also need someone to serve the dishes? We might need to hire an employee, and then we would have to pay a salary." Hearing Jiang Wanwan genuinely pondering this, Shin Feng interjected, "Then if we have a child, we wouldn't need to hire anyone." The calculating expression on Jiang Wanwan's face froze, and her cheeks turned crimson. She playfully slapped Shin Feng, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? How have you become so indiscreet? Even bringing up children." "If you don't want children, then we won't have any," Shin Feng replied, feigning contrition. "I never said I disliked children." Jiang Wanwan slapped him again. "Could you please refrain from constantly misinterpreting my words? Did you not excel in language studies? Is your reading comprehension lacking?" Shin Feng, feeling helpless, responded, "So does that mean you do like children? Do you prefer boys or girls?" "Of course, I prefer girls. I have no desire to raise a mischievous little boy," she asserted. "Then let us aim for a little girl. Do you think it is as simple as that? As if one could just pick and choose like at a market? Wait, how did we arrive at discussing having children again? Conversing with you is infuriating." Jiang Wanwan, bewildered by Shin Feng's playful banter, resorted to delivering a series of gentle pats on his back, administering a makeshift Thai massage that left Shin Feng pleading for mercy. Previously, His teasing had been mere jest, but now his pleas were sincere. After all, who could withstand such a combination from Wanwan? It nearly knocked the dinner out of him. Amidst their playful antics, Shen Feng carried Jiang Wanwan to a relatively secluded internet cafe, a cherished haunt of theirs. It was here that, long before she became a star, she had dragged Shen Feng along countless nights to scale the wall of Zhonghai High School and access the internet. Pushing open the slightly worn door of the cafe, Jiang Wanwan leaped from Shen Feng's back and exclaimed with excitement, "Old Wang, we're here to surf the web." Indeed, she felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. In her previous life, ever since Shen Feng encountered his misfortune, she had not set foot in this internet cafe even once. Reflecting on it, it had been a decade since her last visit. The cafe was serene, with only a handful of individuals engrossed in their online activities. Her sudden exclamation drew everyone's attention. Jiang Wanwan abruptly realized that she had forgotten to wear a mask. As she pondered whether to cover her face to avoid recognition, Shen Feng shifted closer to her, effectively shielding her from the gazes of others. At the front desk, an elderly man with sparse hair was enjoying a plate of dumplings. He was the old Wang that Jiang Wanwan often referred to, the proprietor of the cafe. After savoring a bite of dumpling, he glanced at Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng and suddenly chuckled. "It's been a while since you two graced us with your presence. I've heard rumors that this young fellow is aiming to become a star." Despite his age, the old man was well versed in the digital realm, frequently encountering online news. Shen Feng merely smiled and refrained from responding, instead saying, "The usual, please. 2 computers and 2 bottles of Beibinjiang, chilled." "All right then," old Wang replied, casually tapping on the computer before fetching their drinks without requesting any identification, gesturing for them to proceed to their stations. Seated before the computer, Shen Feng intended to ask Jiang Wanwan what she wished to play. However, upon turning to her, he realized that she was intently watching him, her eyes slightly reddened. "Wang-ge, what's wrong?" he inquired, concerned. "Oh, it's nothing. Old Wang hasn't he cleaned in a while. There's too much dust, and it got into my eyes." Jiang Wanwan rubbed her eyes. In truth, it was the sight of Shen Feng that evoked memories of her past life. In her previous existence, she had countless times skipped school with Shen Feng to visit this internet cafe. Each time, she would sit here while Shen Feng occupied the seat beside her. Sometimes, they would engage in a few rounds of gaming. Other times they would watch movies or dramas. During those days, they were blissfully happy. Today, however, felt like a dream to Jiang Wanwan. She had been reborn, Shen Feng was alive, he had confessed his feelings, and they had even registered their marriage. All of it felt surreal, especially now, as Shen Feng sat beside her, and the scenes from her memory intertwined with her present reality, creating a sensation akin to transcending time. No, it was not merely a feeling. She took a deep sip of her Beibinjiang soda. The icy carbonation mingled with the tangy essence of orange, rushing down her throat and invigorating her senses. Rubbing her eyes, she chuckled. This was the essence of transcending lifetimes. She was immensely grateful to the heavens for granting her this opportunity for rebirth. Chapter 13, Wang-ge. Invincible in a corner of the cafe, the two engaged in a match of League of Legends. In the matchmaking lobby, coincidentally, no one had chosen the ADC or support roles, so they took on the duo in the bottom lane. Jiang Wanwan, being both inexperienced and eager to play, possessed only average skills. In truth, she had not played this game for a decade. After much contemplation, she ultimately chose a support hero in the form of the magical feline, Yumi. This character possesses the ability to attach herself to other players, serving as a stationary aid. Shen Feng, after some reflection, selected the hero Callista, the Spear of Vengeance. At the outset, Jiang Wanwan nestled closely behind Shen Feng, leisurely sipping on a soda while comfortably reclining in her gaming chair. With a swift motion of her hand, she issued a command to Shen Feng, "Crush the opponents." "Very well, I shall ensure the mission is accomplished," Shen Feng replied with a smile. Given that the opposing bottom duo was formidable and Jiang Wanwan was somewhat lackadaisical, Shen Feng refrained from pursuing any kills early on, focusing instead on farming minions. As he approached level 4, he stealthily made his way to the bush near the tower and signaled to Jiang Wanwan, "Brother Wan, place a ward here." Though she was idly passing time, Jiang Wanwan complied without hesitation, promptly placing a vision ward in the bush. However, less than half a minute after placing the ward, they observed the enemy jungler meandering toward them. Although the enemy jungler's scan detected the ward, there was no indication of retreat. The jungler and the opposing bottom duo converged upon Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, now cornered beneath the tower. It was a 3 versus 1.5 situation. As the half, Jiang Wanwan exclaimed in alarm, "We're doomed. Shen Feng, run." Yet, instead of fleeing, Shen Feng deliberately moved closer to the enemy jungler, allowing the opponent to strike him once. Just as Jiang Wanwan feared that this miscalculation would lead to their untimely demise, Shen Feng suddenly executed a flash, creating a narrow escape. Shen Feng, the enemy cow is charging. Jiang Wanwan had barely begun to feel relieved when she saw the enemy's support, Alistar, barreling toward them. It seemed Shen Feng had anticipated this, having just attacked the nearest enemy jungler, triggering Kallista's passive martial stance. Kallista, affectionately dubbed the skateboard shoes of the Rift, has a passive ability that allows her to dash a short distance following a basic attack. Utilizing this brief displacement, Shen Feng adeptly evaded Alistar's impending crowd control. At this moment, the enemy team had fully committed under the tower, and the jungler, who had initiated the assault on Shen Feng, had already lost a significant portion of health to the turret. The previous 3 versus 1.5 scenario had now shifted to 2.5 versus 1.5. However, the battle was far from over. The opposing marksman, having momentarily lagged behind, was now closing in on Shen Feng. With 2 consecutive basic attacks, they whittled down Shen Feng's health bar. In a panic, Jiang Wanwan cast a weaken on the enemy marksman, reducing their damage output. Meanwhile, Shen Feng paid no heed to the enemy marksman, relentlessly thrusting his spears at the enemy jungler and continuously repositioning using his passive ability. The previously panicked Jiang Wanwan now watched in stunned silence. Though she may lack skill, she possesses the discernment to recognize true talent. Shen Feng had just deftly evaded countless attacks using his flash and the passive ability of his skateboard shoes, prolonging their imminent demise by a good 5 or 6 seconds. When did this young man become so formidable? Furthermore, due to the opposing team's overzealousness, their jungler had been reduced to a sliver of health by both the turret and Shen Feng's assault. Sensing his peril, he attempted to flee, but Shen Feng, having already positioned himself advantageously, locked onto his target and pressed the Q key. A spear shot forth, piercing directly towards the enemy jungler. This strike triggered a tearing effect, eliminating the opposing jungler and securing first blood. The spear then continued, penetrating through the ADC who just happened to be aligned with the jungler, inflicting considerable damage. At this moment, Shen Feng's own jungler finally arrived, albeit belatedly. With Jiang Wanwan's healing spell revitalizing him, Shen Feng managed to escape with his life, while their jungler claimed the heads of the enemy duo in the bottom lane. Jiang Wanwan found the turn of events exhilarating. A situation that seemed hopeless had not only been salvaged by Shen Feng's skillful play, but it also resulted in a counterkill against their foes. How thrilling! When did you become so powerful, Fengzi? She mused, clicking her tongue. Shen Feng, somewhat speechless, admitted, I thought I was done for and aimed to trade myself for the enemy jungler to minimize losses. I never expected them to be so reckless and give away everything. Jiang Wanwan replied, but your positioning was exceptional, dodging so many skills. I only dodged one. The rest were simply misfires on their part. Shen Feng was an honest individual. Jiang Wanwan remarked, in truth, your skill level is quite commendable. After all, in those 30,000 cycles, you must have played this game countless times just to pass the time. While not at a top-tier level, you certainly qualify as a minor expert. Yet, Shen Feng had not anticipated such an outcome from that skirmish. With multiple enemies closing in, he had thought that merely trading 1-for-1 would be a commendable result. To his astonishment, they had triumphed. One could only conclude that the opponents were rather foolish. Jiang Wanwan, recognizing her own strengths, remarked, indeed, they are on par with me. Leveraging the advantage they had just secured, Shen Feng's south bottom lane was now decisively dominating the opposition. Coupled with Shen Feng's own adept maneuvers, they maintained relentless pressure on the enemy. However, the situation in the top and mid lanes for Shen Feng's team was far from favorable, likely a measure to balance the teams. While the enemy south bottom lane was somewhat inept, their mid and top lanes were exceedingly formidable. Observing Shen Feng thriving in the bottom lane while his teammates suffered, Jiang Wanwan, embodying the spirit of camaraderie, suggested, you continue your play here. I shall tend to our allies. With that, the little cat on the computer screen gracefully floated over to assist her teammates. Minutes later, on the screen appeared the notification of both the mid laner and Jiang Wanwan being slain. One player, known as Old Waste, exclaimed, Goodness, can you not play this cat? Where's your skill? You could have saved yourself. You're utterly useless. You should stop playing League of Legends and switch to something like Connect 4. Upon receiving such criticism, Jiang Wanwan could no longer contain herself. She abandoned her drink, rolled up her sleeves, and seized her keyboard. Meanwhile, Shen Feng offered a moment of silence for his mid-lane teammate, nicknamed Old Waste. Though Jiang Wanwan may not excel in the game, when it comes to retaliating against insults, her fingers danced across the keyboard, soon producing an avalanche of text on the screen. Invincible Wan, how dare you speak to me? I could scatter a handful of rice on my keyboard, and even the chickens would maneuver better than you. Invincible Wan, if you hadn't spoken, I would have thought the system matched me with a bot, but your voice revealed the truth, that the system paired me with a fool. Invincible Wan, even the most inept can still be of some use. You, however, lack any value whatsoever. Invincible Wan, I suspect that heaven, finding my day too pleasant, sent you to annoy me. Congratulations, you have succeeded. Invincible Wan, you're not much different from a minion. The only distinctions are that you can type, and the enemy finds it easier to slay you than to farm. Invincible Wan, why the silence? Surely, no one can be so pathetic as to criticize others while being worse at the game. Invincible Wan, I feel not only is your gameplay subpar, but perhaps your vision is too, as you fail to see your own dismal performance. With your 0-8 record, how dare you criticize my 3-2-8? The mid laner, who had just been berated by Jiang Wanwan, finally found an opportunity to interject. Old Waste, 3-2-8? How can you even mention that? It's all thanks to that bottom lane. If I were paired with a marksman like you, I could achieve better results with my eyes closed. Old Waste, a support like you should quietly find a boyfriend to carry you, instead of wreaking havoc on our team. But wait, with that foul mouth of yours, who would be foolish enough to date you? Old Waste, hey, Skateboard King, don't you agree? Seeing Shen Feng in a killing frenzy, the mid laner thought it best to let this formidable player intervene to intimidate the incompetent support. Then, Shen Feng replied, I am her boyfriend. Old Waste, Old Waste, Old Waste, my apologies for the interruption. Chapter 14. Sleeping in one bed having had a conflict with the mid laner, Jiang Wanwan lost interest in assisting him and floated to the top lane. A few minutes later, the top laner, who had been slain and returned home, instinctively began typing. I love caramelized fruit. You cat. Jiang Wanwan shot him a glare. Invincible Wan. Think again? The top laner glanced at the earlier heated exchange between Jiang Wanwan and the mid laner. After swallowing hard, he added a few more words. I love caramelized fruit. You really are quite adorable. Only then did Jiang Wanwan feel satisfied. Although the duo in the middle and upper lanes of the opposing team displayed considerable prowess, they still paled in comparison to Shen Feng. Within less than 30 minutes, Shen Feng led his teammates to a decisive victory, obliterating the opposition. As the game concluded, Jiang Wanwan gazed at her commendable performance, feeling invigorated. She playfully nudged Shen Feng, exclaiming, not bad, Fengzi. I didn't expect you to be this skilled. You must play quite often. Shen Feng humbly replied, I play occasionally when I have the time. Come on, let's play a couple more rounds while I'm still warmed up. She urged. You mean your fingers are warmed up from trash talking? He retorted. What are you blabbering about? Hurry up and start. The two continued to engage in several more matches, playing until midnight, achieving a flawless streak. Noticing the late hour, Shen Feng contemplated escorting Jiang Wanwan home. However, she was reluctant to leave, adamantly insisting on staying at the internet cafe. What's the rush to go home? I want to pull an all-nighter. There's a show I've always wanted to watch, and I'd love for you to join me. Shen Feng had no choice but to accompany her as they began watching the series together. Old Wang's internet cafe, being somewhat remote, attracted few patrons, and even fewer chose to stay overnight. After midnight, only Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan remained in the cafe. When Old Wang strolled over to inquire about their departure, he discovered that Jiang Wanwan had fallen asleep at some point. Shen Feng deliberately adjusted his chair closer to her, allowing her head to rest comfortably on his shoulder. He gestured for silence to Old Wang, who nodded in understanding and whispered, Are you two planning to leave soon? The night shift staff isn't here today, and since there are no other customers, I plan to head home. Shen Feng glanced apologetically at the peacefully sleeping Jiang Wanwan before responding. We probably won't be leaving just yet. It might be a while. All right then, make yourselves comfortable. I've placed the key at the door. Just lock up when you decide to leave, Old Wang assured them. Being familiar faces, he felt at ease leaving them in the cafe. Before departing, Old Wang turned off the lights, plunging the cafe into darkness. save for the glow from Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan's computers. The soft light illuminated Jiang Wanwan's serene face as she slumbered, emanating a sense of tranquility. Shinfeng couldn't help but smile at the sight. Sitting upright while dozing was undoubtedly uncomfortable, and after more than an hour, Jiang Wanwan stirred awake, groggily wiping drool from the corner of her mouth. She scanned the dimly lit cafe and inquired, "What time is it?" "It's past 2. Are you ready to go home?" Shinfeng replied. Jiang Wanwan mumbled sleepily, "But I still want to pull an all-nighter." "Well, it's already 6. You've successfully stayed up all night. Do you want to head home for some rest?" "Really? All right then." At that moment, Jiang Wanwan was so drowsy that she acquiesced to whatever Shinfeng suggested. He chuckled as he ruffled her hair and helped her to her feet. After shutting down the computer and securely locking the internet cafe store, Shinfeng gently pulled the still drowsy Jiang Wanwan along the deserted streets at 2 in the morning. The surroundings were devoid of pedestrians, with only an occasional vehicle passing by, rendering the night exceptionally tranquil, as if it solely belonged to the two of them. Shinfeng relished this sensation. In previous cycles, he had longed to stroll alongside Jiang Wanwan on these quiet streets, but he had never succeeded. Each time the clock struck midnight, he would find himself abruptly returned to 6 o'clock on the morning of July 31st, never having the chance to experience the early hours. Despite his enjoyment of the moment, Shinfeng opted to hail a taxi, as Jiang Wanwan's villa was still quite a distance away. Walking there would take over an hour, and given her current state of fatigue, he could not bear to have her wandering outside for too long. Upon arriving at the villa, he carried the already asleep Jiang Wanwan upstairs. He intended to leave, but somehow she grasped his hand with surprising strength. Shinfeng lingered by the bedside, torn by indecision. Finally, taking a deep breath, he reminded himself that they were now legally wed. What harm was there in sharing a bed? He lay down beside Jiang Wanwan, gently wrapping his arms around her. She let out a sleepy murmur, squinting at him for a moment. Shinfeng smiled and whispered, "Sleep well, good night." "Good night," Jiang Wanwan mumbled before drifting back into a deep slumber. As Shinfeng held her close, he felt the urge to sleep himself. However, when she sprawled across him like an octopus, with her limbs draped over him, he found it increasingly difficult to doze off. The next morning, at the crack of dawn, Jiang Wanwan was roused by the ringing of Shinfeng's phone. When she opened her eyes, the first sight that met her was Shinfeng, sporting dark circles under his eyes, right across from her. Jiang Wanwan exclaimed, "Shinfeng." The two locked eyes for a moment, and then, in a startled reaction, she kicked him off the bed with a swift motion. You. Fengzi, how did you end up sleeping next to me?" Her cheeks flushed a bright red, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Shinfeng, clutching his abdomen as he rose from the floor, sighed, "I carried you to bed last night, intending to sleep elsewhere. But you held on to me and wouldn't let go." "That's nonsense. I could never be that kind of person," Jiang Wanwan retorted, though her confidence wavered as she spoke. She vaguely recalled having a dream the previous night, in which she transformed into a character from a game, Yumi, clinging to Shinfeng's leg as they battled in the Summoner's Rift. Fearing being thrown off, she remembered holding on quite tightly. Shinfeng was uncertain about the thoughts swirling in the young lady's mind. However, he felt quite wronged. It wasn't that he wished to stray from the path of righteousness. Rather, it was Jiang Wanwan who had insisted on sharing a bed with him. Consequently, not only did he spend the night in restless agitation, but he also received a swift kick in the morning. Feeling quite aggrieved, Shinfeng quietly exited the room and made his way downstairs. Observing his retreating figure, Jiang Wanwan felt a twinge of guilt. Not only had she misjudged Shinfeng, but she had also kicked him. Would he be angry? Should she seek him out to apologize? With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Wanwan stealthily descended the stairs, only to find Shinfeng preparing breakfast in the kitchen. "Fengzi, I was rather muddled last night, and may have inadvertently clung to you. I misjudged you this morning." "I'm truly sorry," she said. Shinfeng did not turn to face her, but simply replied, "It's nothing, Wan Go. I am not so petty as to hold a grudge against you." Jiang Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that her Fengzi was magnanimous and forgiving. Soon, Shinfeng emerged with breakfast in hand. Jiang Wanwan glanced at the fried egg and a glass of milk set before her, then at the sweet and sour ribs placed in front of Shinfeng. Her expression fell instantly. "You are indeed holding a grudge against me. I can't believe this. I want sweet and sour ribs too. Fengzi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have misjudged you or kicked you." With a gentle smile, Shinfeng asked, "So, you truly recognize your mistake?" Yes, she replied eagerly. Shin Feng continued. Then recite after me. Shin Feng is a paragon of virtue. Shin Feng is a paragon of virtue. Jiang Wanwan echoed. I wronged Shin Feng. I wronged Shin Feng, she repeated. Tonight, Shin Feng can still share a bed with me. Tonight, you can forget it. Jiang Wanwan blushed, thinking to herself that he was hardly a paragon of virtue. It seemed she hadn't kicked him hard enough. Shin Feng picked up a piece of rib with his chopsticks and brought it to Jiang Wanwan's lips. The tantalizing aroma made her mouth water, and she instinctively opened her mouth. Just then, Shin Feng suddenly withdrew the chopsticks. I endured a kick today and was misunderstood by you. Surely you must show some form of gratitude. Jiang Wanwan glared at him. Well, that doesn't mean we can sleep together, at least not now. We have just established our relationship, and now you're thinking of sharing a bed. Come up with some form of compensation. If it satisfies me, I shall let you have it, he challenged. Jiang Wanwan pondered for a moment before dashing back into the kitchen. Shin Feng assumed she intended to cook him breakfast as a gesture of apology. Instead, she emerged wielding a kitchen knife. How about I offer you a 10-level disability instead? Shin Feng silently pushed the sweet and sour ribs towards her. Only then did Jiang Wanwan set the knife down, her face breaking into a smile. However, she did not consume her meal immediately. Instead, she circled around to Shin Feng's side and gently bestowed a kiss on his cheek. Following this tender gesture, Jiang Wanwan promptly buried herself in a plate of ribs, not daring to glance at Shin Feng even once. Shin Feng savored the moist sensation on his face and couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 15. The pig is you. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Wanwan instinctively rushed to wash the dishes. Shin Feng did not contest her, choosing instead to peruse his phone in the living room. On Weibo, news regarding Let's Start Dating Today, as well as updates about Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan had largely been overshadowed. Currently, among the top trending topics, 9 out of 10 were related to the scandal of a certain leading male star. It appeared that Lu Tianfan was on the verge of ruin. As Shin Feng scrolled through the news, he called out to the kitchen, "What do you think?" Jiang Wanwan's voice floated back, "Yes. And he has committed quite a few misdeeds. This time, he will surely serve time. Those who act unjustly will inevitably meet their downfall," Shin Feng remarked, shaking his head and letting out a sigh of regret. What a pity. The funds spent by the company and the production team on trending topics seem wasted. Jiang Wanwan, busy washing the dishes, shared his sentiment, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Having retained memories from her past life, she was supposed to be aware that this popular star, Lu Tianfan, would soon face disgrace. However, in her previous life, during these very days, Shin Feng had just encountered a calamity. Heartbroken, Jiang Wanwan was utterly preoccupied with her own turmoil and had little interest in the outside world, leaving her with only a vague recollection of Lu Tianfan's affairs. As Shin Feng continued to browse Weibo, a sudden knock echoed through the door. Glancing towards the kitchen where Jiang Wanwan was still tidying up, he rose to answer the door. The moment he opened it, a woman's voice burst forth, laden with irritation. "You little brat, you truly infuriate me. Not only do you fail to inform me about such a significant event beforehand, but you also dare to post on Weibo secretly. You've really outdone yourself." I could just. Halfway through her tirade, the woman noticed that the one who had opened the door was not Jiang Wanwan. Upon seeing Shin Feng's face, her expression shifted to one of surprise. "Shin Xiaoshan." "Good morning, Lin Jia," Shin Feng greeted, recognizing the woman before him as Jiang Wanwan's manager, Lin Jia. Appearing to be in her 30s, she sported short hair and donned professional attire, exuding a straightforward and competent demeanor that mirrored her fiery temperament. Shin Feng took the suitcase that Lin Jia had been dragging and smiled. "Please come in. Wanwan is washing the dishes." As Lin Jia entered the room, she cast a somewhat awkward glance at Shin Feng. "I apologize, Shun. I initially thought it would be that little rascal Wanwan answering the door, not you." "It's quite all right," Shin Feng replied politely, sitting on the sofa beside Lin Jia and pouring her a glass of water. From the kitchen, Jiang Wanwan called out, "Lin Jia, please wait a moment. I will finish up shortly." The girl, surprisingly, has reached a day of undertaking household chores, Lin Jia remarked as she glanced at the kitchen, unable to suppress a sound of disbelief. "It seems that marriage indeed transforms a person. By the way, Xiaoshan, you arrived quite early." Lin Jia took a sip of water and looked at Shin Feng. Shin Feng, with honesty, shrugged his shoulders. "I stayed here last night." "Uft." Lin Jia spluttered, water spraying from her mouth. "Cough, cough, cough. You slept here last night." A prominent agent from Lanyu Entertainment stared at Shin Feng in astonishment. Although the couple had acquired a marriage certificate, they still appeared to be university students. Is it that today's youth are excessively open-minded, or is her thinking too antiquated? Well, I was out with Wan for quite a while last night, and after escorting her back, it was late, so I rested here, Shinfeng explained. With this clarification, Lin Jie felt somewhat reassured. It was merely due to the late hour that he had chosen to rest here. That was understandable, after all. Jiang Wanwan resided in a villa. There were a couple of guest rooms available. They need not necessarily share one room. Wiping her mouth from the water she had just sprayed, Lin Jie raised her cup again and took a sip. In a casual manner, she asked, "So, did you sleep well? You seem to have a bit of dark circles under your eyes." "I slept all right, but Wanwan kicked me when she woke up this morning. It still hurts a bit." Uffed. Lin Jie once again spat out her drink. "You two shared a bed." "Indeed." Lin Jie fell silent for a moment, her expression becoming somewhat complex. After a long pause, she finally spoke. "I must admit, I feel a bit like witnessing a prized cabbage being trampled by a pig." At that moment, Jiang Wanwan happened to emerge from the kitchen. Upon hearing Lin Jie's words, she immediately became displeased. "Lin Jie, although I am your precious cabbage, Shinfeng is certainly not a pig. How could you say such a thing about him?" Lin Jie shot Jiang Wanwan a glare. Then, with a serious tone, she replied, "The pig I referred to is you." Jiang Wanwan. Lin Jie sighed, placing her hand on Shinfeng's. "Xiaoshun, I know this girl's temperament all too well. You are such a considerate and charming young man. How did you fall into her clutches?" Shinfeng smiled. "Wanwan is wonderful. I like her very much." "Alas, she is wonderful? If she were truly wonderful, there would be no bad people in this world." Jiang Wanwan could no longer hold back. "Lin Jie, why do you belittle me so? I am not that terrible. Besides, even if I were, I have found a husband. Why are you still single?" Upon hearing this, Lin Jie immediately sprang to her feet. She dashed into the kitchen, grabbing a kitchen knife. Pointing it at Jiang Wanwan, she exclaimed, "You little brat, what did you just say? Am I to be mocked for being single? If you dare say that again, I shall chop you into pieces." Seeing the knife in Lin Jie's hand, Shinfeng finally understood. It appears that Jiang Wanwan's method of wielding a kitchen knife to threaten others is a tradition passed down through generations. At this moment, Jiang Wanwan had already sought refuge behind Shinfeng, gazing at Sister Lin with a sense of grievance. "You were the one who spoke ill of me first, and now you won't allow me to retaliate?" Hiss. Sister Lin raised the kitchen knife. All right, I was wrong. I apologize, Sister Lin." Jiang Wanwan quickly surrendered. Only then did Sister Lin lower the knife, snorting as she returned to her seat on the sofa. Casting a glance at the pair nestled together, Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan, she let out a sigh. "It's truly absurd. Even you, my dear girl, can find a man, yet I have not been able to." Sister Lin, nearing 40, lamented that she had yet to achieve even a mere relationship, let alone marriage. Jiang Wanwan rushed over, flattering her by kneading her shoulders. "Sister Lin, if you could just be a bit less irritable and more gentle, you are sure to find a suitable partner." All right, enough of that. Sit properly. Let us discuss serious matters." Jiang Wanwan obediently returned to her seat on the sofa. Shinfeng observed with a hint of nostalgia, realizing that Jiang Wanwan was far more subdued in Sister Lin's presence than in front of him. It seemed only Sister Lin could tame her spirited demeanor. Sister Lin retrieved 2 stacks of contracts from her suitcase, handing one to Shinfeng and the other to Jiang Wanwan. "This is the contract between Shinfeng and the company, as well as your contracts with the dating show crew." Chapter 16. Young people should exercise restraint. Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan scrutinized the contracts in their hands. Meanwhile, Sister Lin elucidated some details regarding the agreements. "We did not demand a high price from the show crew, as our intention for joining was merely to settle matters, not to earn money. As for the contract with the company, I signed it on my own accord without consulting higher-ups, which is why it is a rather inexpensive 6-month contract." Sister Lin looked at Shinfeng and continued, "Once you finish this online variety show, you can vanish from the public eye. The company will not assign you any further tasks. At that point, they will provide you with a few months' salary, which you can consider as a windfall." Jiang Wanwan snatched the contract from Shinfeng's hands and, upon reviewing it, furrowed her brows. "It's really only 6 months, and the pay is so low. It's even less than what Feng earns from summer jobs." The total for the 6-month contract amounted to just over 20,000. With a monthly salary of merely 3,000. Upon hearing Jiang Wanwan's complaints, Sister Lin rolled her eyes. "Did you expect to demand a high price? You know how cutthroat the industry is. It's a blessing you aren't losing money. Jiang Wanwan became somewhat displeased. She set the contract down and murmured, "How can my Feng be worth so little? When I get the chance, I will definitely go solo, sign Feng as my artist, and offer him the highest contract. When he returns home, he shall turn over his earnings to me." Sister Lin. Shen Feng remained speechless for a moment before Sister Lin continued. "I support your decision to go solo. Indeed, Lan Yu is not conducive to your development. In other companies, when their artists encounter such issues, their first thought is to devise a public relations strategy. Yet Lan Yu, in contrast, is solely focused on how to extract penalty fees from you, a classic case of overexploitation. Fortunately, Xiao Shun devised a way to help you conceal this matter and silence those high-ranking officials. Otherwise, you would still be scrambling for funds. Your contract expires at the end of the year, so once you endure until then, you can either switch companies or pursue a solo career." Jiang Wanwan nodded in agreement. In her previous life, it was Sister Lin who had suggested she go solo. Although Sister Lin remained an employee of Lan Yu Entertainment, she had always genuinely cared for her well-being. Shen Feng took the contract, perused it briefly, and upon confirming it contained no traps or significant issues, signed his name. Handing the contract back to Sister Lin, Shen Feng added, "Sister Lin, I have a small request. I wonder if it can be accommodated? Go ahead. As long as it is reasonable, I can assist you. I would like to request an advance on my salary for the next 6 months, if possible." Upon hearing this, Sister Lin regarded Shen Feng with a puzzled expression. "Are you in such urgent need of money, Xiaoshen?" Jiang Wanwan also turned to Shen Feng and asked, "If you need funds, I can lend you some. Although I cannot cover the penalty fees, lending you a bit of money is certainly feasible." Shen Feng smiled and shook his head at Jiang Wanwan. He then turned to Sister Lin and said, "Sister Lin, I do indeed require some funds. I hope the company can accommodate this." Sister Lin pondered for a moment before pulling out her phone to send a message. Shortly thereafter, she received a response from the company. Approved. Shen Feng's salary was inherently modest, and even Lan Yu Entertainment, despite its unscrupulousness, would not be so stingy as to refuse a 2,000 yuan advance. After signing the contract, Sister Lin discussed the variety show with the two of them. Due to the program's limited budget, the other artists signed were not particularly well known, except for Wan Wan, who had an open schedule. The production team indicated that as long as Wan Wan was available, they could commence filming at any time, and they hoped to do so promptly. Therefore, we are scheduled to join the crew on August 5th, which is just 3 days away. Xiao Shun, you should be free, right? Shen Feng nodded. That's good, she continued. The format of the show involves live recording. Currently, live streaming web variety shows are immensely popular due to their real-time interaction and authenticity. The filming location will be in the ancient capital, Chang'an. I will be residing here for the next few days, and on the 4th, we will take a flight together to Chang'an. Sister Lin, as a manager, was quite diligent and had already organized the schedule. Shen Feng had no objections. However, Jiang Wanwan suddenly appeared somewhat hesitant. "Sister Lin, will you be staying here for the next few days?" Sister Lin fixed her gaze on Jiang Wanwan and replied, "What is the matter? Is there not a spare room in your house for me? Besides, I stayed here during my last visit." Jiang Wanwan's expression became conflicted. Alas, what a calamity! If Sister Lin were to reside here, how would she indulge in her cherished sweet and sour ribs, her delectable stir-fried pork, her succulent braised pork, and her delightful chicken stew with mushrooms? Surely, she would deny herself even a morsel of these rich delicacies. Must she endure yet another monotonous existence of merely pairing eggs with vegetables? Little does Sister Lin know the musings of Jiang Wanwan. She glanced at the conflicted Jiang Wanwan, then at Shen Feng. Suddenly, as if a thought had sparked in her mind, her expression transformed into one of amusement. With a cold chuckle, she remarked, "Jiang Wanwan, I grasp your meaning." Jiang Wanwan's heart sank. Had she inadvertently revealed her cravings? I must tell you, young people like yourselves must learn restraint and avoid excessive indulgence. Jiang Wanwan's expression fell. "I haven't been excessive. It was merely a single day. That was only because you cohabited with Xiaoshen for a day. If he were to reside with you daily, how could you possibly refrain from indulgence?" Sister Lin stated with utmost seriousness. Jiang Wanwan pondered Shen Feng's exquisite culinary skills. If he were to prepare delightful meals for her every day, it seemed inevitable that she would succumb to daily indulgence. Embarrassed, she lowered her gaze. Daily indulgence isn't entirely out of the question. "Sister Jiang Wanwan," Sister Lin exclaimed, her voice rising in disbelief. "What are you saying? How can a young lady entertain such thoughts? Have you no sense of propriety? What is there to be ashamed of? Jiang Wanwan felt a twinge of grievance. Isn't this a natural inclination? If you were to experience it, you would surely find it irresistible. She was convinced that if Sister Lin tasted Xinfeng's dishes, she too would become addicted. The flavors were simply divine. However, Sister Lin suddenly flushed, slamming her hand on the table. What are you babbling about? Must you be so indiscreet? Enough. I can hardly be bothered with you. But I must impart this wisdom. Indulge as you may, but ensure you take necessary precautions, understood? Precautions? Jiang Wanwan questioned, puzzled. What kind of precautions are needed for dining? Dining? What do you mean by that? Sister Lin responded, equally confused. Jiang Wanwan looked at Sister Lin in bewilderment. Aren't we discussing the dishes prepared by Xinfeng? I did indulge a bit yesterday, having consumed a hamburger followed by copious sweet and sour ribs. And of course, I had some this morning as well. But this is hardly my fault. Xinfeng's culinary prowess is simply too remarkable. Truly, Sister Lin, you must try it. Sweet and sour ribs? Sister Lin echoed. Isn't that what you were just speaking of? At that moment, Jiang Wanwan perceived the peculiarity in Sister Lin's expression, sensing that something was amiss. The two exchanged glances for a few seconds before both came to a realization. Understanding the implications of Sister Lin's earlier words, Jiang Wanwan felt her cheeks flush crimson. Meanwhile, Sister Lin seized a kitchen knife once more. With eyes wide open, she bellowed at Jiang Wanwan. Did you devour a hamburger and sweet and sour ribs yesterday? The dish of stir-fried bamboo shoots you sent me was a deception? I did not deceive you. I truly had bamboo shoots, along with a delightful trio of eggplant, potato, and bell pepper, and a bowl of plain cabbage soup. How did you not choke on that? Sister Lin, brandishing a kitchen knife, charged towards Jiang Wanwan. The latter, terrified, cowered and begged for mercy. Get up and head to the treadmill. Complete 5 kilometers first. Sister Lin shouted. Xinfeng felt a twinge of sympathy for his dear Wanwan. Clearing his throat, he said, Sister Lin, Wanwan, silence. Sister Lin, who had previously been amiable towards Xinfeng, now directed her ire at him. Xiaoshun, I have not yet settled accounts with you. How dare you prepare sweet and sour ribs for Jiang Wanwan? You have some audacity. Go do sit-ups beside the treadmill. You may only stop when she finishes running. Xinfeng realized why Jiang Wanwan was so frightened of Sister Lin. To be honest, he felt a bit intimidated himself. Chapter 17. The people around him are his present and future at noon. Sister Lin intended to order takeout, but Jiang Wanwan ardently extolled Xinfeng's culinary skills, claiming that if she did not taste his dishes, Sister Lin would regret it for a lifetime. With such persuasion, Sister Lin acquiesced, but specifically instructed Xinfeng to prepare a vegetable dish for Jiang Wanwan, ensuring she did not consume any meat. Jiang Wanwan felt utterly wronged. She had sneaked into the kitchen several times while Xinfeng was cooking, using the pretense of checking in to pilfer quite a few morsels. Observing her demeanor, Xinfeng couldn't help but chuckle. If you continue to steal bites, you will end up serving Sister Lin an empty plate. I did not eat that much. Besides, can you bear to let me have just vegetables for lunch? I would perish. Jiang Wanwan earnestly protested. Xinfeng replied with equal seriousness. If Sister Lin discovers you're sneaking, it is you who will truly face dire consequences. All right, how about this? You eat less of the vegetables at noon, and I will prepare a separate dish for you. When you return to your room, I will secretly bring it to you, deal? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan's face lit up with joy. She leaned over and planted a kiss on Xinfeng from half a meter away. Ah, you really are partial to Wanwan. Then should I come closer for another kiss? Xinfeng leaned in. In response, Jiang Wanwan swiftly gave him a slap, exclaiming, dream on. We already kissed this morning, and the quota has been met. Another kiss would exceed the limit. With that, she snatched a piece of meat from the plate and popped it into her mouth, wiping her lips vigorously to erase any evidence before she exited the kitchen. When lunchtime arrived, Xinfeng presented a spread of 4 dishes and a soup: cumin lamb, mountain delicacy tofu, braised shrimp, stir-fried bok choy, and a pot of chicken soup. The bok choy was naturally reserved for Jiang Wanwan, while Xinfeng and Sister Lin shared the remaining dishes. With how much you indulge in food, I must sample your culinary skills, Xiaoshun, Jiang Wanwan proclaimed. One wonders whether it is indeed the beauty seen through a lover's eyes, or if you truly possess remarkable skills, Lin Jie remarked, taking a bite of her food. As she chewed, her expression shifted dramatically, prompting her to eagerly take several more bites. Once she swallowed, she exclaimed in astonishment, Xiaoshun, did you graduate from New Oriental? Your culinary skills are exceptional. Before Xinfeng could respond, Jiang Wanwan, beaming with pride, interjected, "What do you think, Lin Jie? Isn't his cooking splendid? You haven't even tasted his sweet and sour ribs and boiled cabbage from yesterday. They were absolutely divine." As she spoke, she stealthily reached for a piece of cumin lamb. But Lin Jie's keen eyes caught her. "Delicious as it may be, you cannot partake." Jiang Wanwan reluctantly withdrew her chopsticks. Lin Jie then turned to Shen Feng, saying, "Xiao Shun, I am not flattering you. Your skills are genuinely impressive. Do you have any secrets in your cooking? Teach me. If I could reach your level, I would surely find a partner." Shen Feng pondered for a moment before earnestly replying, "The secret might simply be practice. The more you cook, the better you become." Indeed, practice makes perfect, especially since he had been preparing his own meals for over 8 centuries. After the meal, a content Lin Jie praised Shen Feng and then retired to the guest room for some rest. Once Lin Jie had left, Jiang Wanwan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she focused intently on Shen Feng. "Fengzi, what about the dish you made just for me?" Shen Feng walked to the kitchen and retrieved a large, golden brown fried chicken steak from the thermal container, its aroma wafting enticingly into Jiang Wanwan's nostrils. "Fengzi, are you a culinary prodigy? How is it that your dishes shine like gold?" Shen Feng chuckled, "I lack such talents. You'll find out once you taste it. But let us not eat here. If Lin Jie comes downstairs, she might discover us. Let us enjoy it in your room." Jiang Wanwan nodded eagerly, swallowing her anticipation, and hurriedly pulled Shen Feng upstairs to her room. Inside, Jiang Wanwan took a hearty bite of the gleaming chicken steak. Her expression transformed as she savored it. "Wow, so sweet is this honey?" Shen Feng gently wiped the honey from her mouth and replied softly, "Knowing your fondness for sweetness, I specially prepared a honey glaze for you." "You are too wonderful, Fengzi," Jiang Wanwan exclaimed, her mouth full and her words slightly muddled. Once she finished the entire chicken steak, she sighed contentedly. "Ah, it was truly delectable. The thought that I could only indulge in such exquisite food in secret makes me want to cry. Fengzi, you have no idea how arduous it is to live under Lin Jie's strict regime." Shen Feng ruffled her hair and asked, "So, do you wish to escape her clutches in the coming days? Do you have a plan?" Jiang Wanwan's eyes brightened. "I intend to visit home and inform my parents about everything. Would you like to return with me?" "Certainly. Wait, let me think it over." Jiang Wanwan initially agreed without hesitation. However, it soon seemed as if she recalled something, and her head drooped as she became entangled in her thoughts. At this moment, her emotions were quite intricate. Deep down, she genuinely wished to accompany Shen Feng. She had met his parents countless times. Both of them were wonderful individuals whom she adored. Yet now, her status had transformed. Previously, she had visited as Shen Feng's friend, but now she was to go as his wife. The disparity was immense. Would uncle and aunt blame me for secretly marrying Shen Feng? Do they even check Weibo? What if they have already discovered it? What if they oppose our union like my parents do? The very thought made her head spin. Shen Feng could roughly fathom Jiang Wanwan's concerns. He crouched down to meet her gaze and softly reassured her, "Do not overthink it. My parents have long been wondering when I would finally win your heart. They truly adore you." Despite his comforting words, Jiang Wanwan still felt a knot of anxiety. Ultimately, Shen Feng sighed and revealed his trump card. "Regardless, I must return home. I might not be back until before tomorrow night. If you do not accompany me, you will have to dine with Sister Lin. And I want to be able to sneak you any special treats." "Then let us go? When do we leave?" Jiang Wanwan exclaimed instantly. When Sister Lin awoke from her midday slumber, she discovered the villa was devoid of occupants. She intended to pull out her phone to inquire about Jiang Wanwan's whereabouts. As she opened WeChat, she saw a message Jiang Wanwan had sent earlier. "Wretched girl, Sister Lin. I have matters to attend to and will be staying out for a couple of days. I'll return on the 4th, so don't miss me too much. Bye." How could Jiang Wanwan have absconded? Sister Lin immediately made a phone call. "Wretched girl, you are, after all, the mistress of this home. How can you leave the guests behind and flee? What sort of behavior is this? And don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You just want to indulge in fine dining without me, right? I assure you, that is out of the question. Return at once." On the other end, Jiang Wanwan replied earnestly, "Sister Lin, you misunderstand me. I truly have important matters. I haven't even informed Shen Feng's parents about our marriage certificate yet. This unsightly daughter-in-law must meet her in-laws, right? I'm already on a long-distance bus heading to Shen Feng's home. Ah, it seems the signal is poor. I must hang up now." With that, Jiang Wanwan ended the call. Sister Lin, seething with frustration, gritted her teeth. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanwan, having hung up, sighed in relief. She turned to Shinfeng and asked, "Have you packed everything?" In truth, they had not set foot on a long-distance bus at all. At this moment, the two of them were in the dormitory where Shinfeng had resided during his part-time job, assisting him in packing his belongings. Shinfeng's summer employment was as an instructor at an extracurricular training institution for primary school students. Although he had yet to graduate from university, tutoring elementary students posed no challenge for him. The accommodation provided meals, and there was a kitchen in the dormitory for self-cooking. Weekends offered him a respite. Shinfeng had already worked here for a month. When he expressed his intention to resign, his employer readily agreed and even requested his signature. Having seen Shinfeng's announcements on Weibo regarding his aspirations to embark on a career as an artist, as Shinfeng meticulously packed his belongings, he gazed at the dormitory with a tinge of melancholy. On the surface, he had only resided there for a month. However, in truth, it felt as though he had lived there for 800 years. Each morning, he would awaken to the sound of his alarm clock ringing from the simplicity of his hardboard bed. Since July 31st fell on a Saturday, he was free to indulge in his desires on this day. In this modest dwelling, he had experienced and learned so much, held on to countless memories, and also let many things fade away. Jiang Wanwan stood beside Shinfeng, sensing an inexplicable hint of sadness in him. Lacking the skill to console, she walked to his side and gently took his hand. The warmth of her touch brought Shinfeng back to reality. He smiled at Jiang Wanwan and said, "It's all right. Let us go. This place belongs to the past now. The person standing beside me is my present and future." Chapter 18. You must give me a chance too. After packing up and leaving the dormitory, Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan made their way to the station to catch a bus to Qinglu County, situated beneath Zhonghai City. Fortuitously, there were 2 empty seats on the bus, allowing them to sit side by side. Jiang Wanwan occupied the window seat, admiring the scenery outside, while Shinfeng sat beside her, stealing glances at her. Qinglu County was not far from the city, taking just over an hour, and soon they disembarked. As they beheld the familiar yet foreign city, both felt a wave of nostalgia. Jiang Wanwan's feelings stemmed from her past life, where she had seldom visited this county after Shinfeng's incident, fearing that memories would overwhelm her. She would only return annually to pay respects to Shinfeng and visit his parents. For Shinfeng, nostalgia arose from the countless cycles he had experienced. Although he had returned here many times, this particular visit to Qinglu County instilled in him a profound sense of reality, a realization that he had truly come back. They exchanged a glance and shared a smile. The county was not large, and Shinfeng's home was in close proximity to the bus station. Walking shoulder to shoulder along the street, Jiang Wanwan exclaimed, "Look, that's our elementary school. It seems like it has been renovated. Do you see that grand tree? We once climbed it together, and you even fell down, remember? It is astonishing that this little shop remains, and it appears the proprietor is still the same, though now he is transformed into an elderly man." Jiang Wanwan chattered incessantly along the way. Although in her previous life she had visited this place numerous times, she had never possessed the inclination to observe its surroundings. For, upon gazing out, she was met with a panorama filled with memories of her and Shinfeng. In her past life, she was reluctant to recall any of it. Yet now, she longs to reminisce about everything and share their past with Shinfeng. Shinfeng simply smiled, listening attentively. Together, they revisited the cherished moments of their childhood. How delightful it is. This place has changed significantly, yet much remains unchanged. Jiang Wanwan suddenly sighed. At least it can still bear our memories. After walking for over 20 minutes, the two arrived at an old residential building. In the small courtyard before the building, several elderly men and women were fanning themselves and idly chatting in the shade. Upon noticing Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan approaching, an elderly woman exclaimed, "Hey, isn't that Fengzi from their family? Has he returned?" "Yes, Granny Wang. I'm back," Shinfeng replied politely with a nod. Granny Wang acknowledged him and then turned her gaze to Jiang Wanwan beside him. "Oh my, have you brought back your girlfriend?" "No, wait, this young lady looks familiar." Jiang Wanwan removed her mask and smiled at Granny Wang, saying, "Grandma, you still remember me?" "Ah, Wanwan, I thought you looked so familiar. It's you, my dear. I've seen you on television. They say you're a big star now." "Not at all. I've only acted in a few dramas. I hardly qualify as a big star," she replied modestly. "How have you been lately, Granny Wang?" "Oh, quite well, quite well. By the way, we're having dumplings for dinner tonight. You must come and join us." "Oh, no trouble at all. Thank you." After exchanging a few words with Granny Wang, the two entered the residential building. As they ascended the stairs, Jiang Wanwan remarked with a smile. Granny Wang hasn't aged a bit. She looks just the same as years ago. I used to enjoy her dumplings as a child. They were far tastier than those at my home. Shen Feng held her hand, continuing to ascend while saying, if you crave dumplings, I can make some for you tonight. Really? Great. I want the filling with celery and pork. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Shen Feng knocked on the door of apartment 402. Jiang Wanwan, however, gazed at the door of apartment 401. Instinctively, she reached out and touched the doorknob of 401, which had gathered a layer of dust. Long ago, a little girl lived here. She used to walk to school with the boy next door, play together, grow up together, fall in love, and even obtain a marriage certificate together. That little girl was her. This was once her home. Mom. Fengzi, why have you returned? The voice behind Jiang Wanwan snapped her back to reality. Turning around, she noticed the door to room 402 had swung open. Shen Feng's mother, Tang Ping, stood at the entrance, engaged in conversation with Shen Feng. Although a bit anxious, she mustered her courage and greeted Tang Ping. Hello, Annie. Just moments ago, Jiang Wanwan had been standing behind Shen Feng, and Tang Ping had not noticed another presence in the corridor. Now, upon closer inspection, a radiant smile spread across Tang Ping's face. Isn't this Wanwan? Lao Shun, look who has come. With that, Tang Ping disregarded Shen Feng and pulled Jiang Wanwan into the house, nearly leaving Shen Feng locked out. Shen Feng rubbed his nose, momentarily believing that Jiang Wanwan was Tang Ping's biological daughter. Inside, Shun Zhaohua, who had been seated on the sofa watching television, quickly made his way over upon hearing the commotion. As soon as he spotted Jiang Wanwan, he beamed and approached her. Wanwan, what a pleasant surprise. Did you come alone? Come, have a seat. It has been ages since you last visited. Hearing this, Shen Feng couldn't help but express his exasperation. Comrade Zhaohua, what do you mean she came alone? Can't you see me here, a grown man? Oh dear, Fengzi, if you hadn't spoken, I truly would not have noticed you, replied Shen Zhaohua. All right, stop your banter. Quickly go to the fridge and fetch a bottle of beverage for Wanwan. A wave of melancholy washed over Shen Feng. Despite being the sole heir of the Shen family, he was relegated to the role of a servant, fetching drinks while Jiang Wanwan received all the attention. Upon entering the kitchen, he retrieved several bottles of beverages from the fridge. Gazing at the familiar surroundings, he whispered to himself, home again. He returned to the living room with the drinks in hand. In the living room, Tang Ping and Shun Zhaohua were surrounding Jiang Wanwan, bombarding her with questions about her life, recent acting endeavors, and family affairs. The once assertive Jiang Wanwan now appeared as a dutiful child, answering their inquiries with sincerity. Shen Feng placed the beverages on the table and glanced at his parents before speaking. Mom, Dad, we have something to discuss upon our return. He intended to share the news of his marriage certificate with Jiang Wanwan, but Tang Ping shot him a disapproving look. What is there to discuss? Can't you see the drinks need opening? With a sigh, Shen Feng complied and opened the beverage bottles. He attempted again. We have something important to tell you. Actually, however, Shen Zhaohua interrupted with a stern gaze. Get a cup for Wanwan. You expect her to drink straight from the bottle? Reluctantly, Shen Feng retrieved a water cup from beneath the coffee table. We really do have something to share, he persisted, only for Tang Ping to chide him. You can't just bring a cup. Can't you pour it for Wanwan? Why are you so slow on the uptake? Shen Feng let out a deep sigh. He obediently poured a glass of beverage for Jiang Wanwan and respectfully presented it before her. Only then did Tang Ping and Shun Zhaohua express their satisfaction. Tang Ping turned to Shen Feng and inquired, Fengzi, what were you about to say? Originally, Shen Feng wished to cultivate the atmosphere gradually, revealing his marriage to Jiang Wanwan to Tang Ping and Shun Zhaohua in a measured manner. However, after being interrupted multiple times, he found it difficult to maintain his composure and thus stated bluntly, I have married Jiang Wanwan. At that moment, Shun Zhaohua, who had just taken a sip of tea, sputtered it out. Tang Ping was momentarily taken aback, then glared at Shen Feng, exclaiming, You rascal, are you joking? Shen Feng promptly produced the marriage certificate and slapped it onto the table. Upon seeing it, Tang Ping was instantly rendered speechless. Such an important matter. Why did you wait until now to tell us? Shen Zhaohua snatched the certificate and scrutinized it for a while, then began to chastise Shen Feng. Shen Feng, feeling helpless, replied, I wanted to tell you sooner, but you never gave me the chance. From the moment I got home, I haven't had a moment's peace. Chapter 19 Jiang Wanwan, Dad, Mom Shen family. Comrade Tang Ping convened the 43rd sofa meeting of the Shen family. Comrade Shen Zhaohua was in attendance. Comrade Shin Feng was the subject of scrutiny. Comrade Jiang Wanwan was present as a spectator. With a loud clap, Tang Ping glared fiercely and slammed her hand on the table. Shin Feng, how could you not inform us in advance about such a significant event as your marriage certificate? Suddenly getting a certificate with Wanwan. Did you force her into it? Speak. Shun Jiahua followed suit and banged his hand on the table. Yes, speak. Jiang Wanwan felt that each person should take responsibility for their actions. She timidly raised her hand and said, Uncle and Aunt. Actually, Tang Ping interjected, Wanwan. You need not speak on behalf of this rascal. Let him explain himself. Shin Feng, quickly confess. Shin Feng, feeling exasperated, shrugged his shoulders. It was mainly due to the sudden turn of events. Sudden turn of events? Tang Ping slammed the table again. What do you mean by sudden? Such a major matter as getting a marriage certificate is anything but sudden. Shun Jiahua echoed her sentiment with another bang. Exactly. Jiang Wanwan timidly spoke up, Uncle and Aunt. It was indeed quite sudden, because, Wanwan, I have told you, don't defend him. This boy can speak for himself. Tang Ping retorted, then cast a fierce glare at Shin Feng. You scoundrel, if you are a man, explain clearly how this came to be, and stop letting women speak for you. I don't wish to speak for him. Aunt, please, listen to me. Jiang Wanwan suddenly raised her voice. Tang Ping and Shun Jiahua immediately softened their expressions towards Jiang Wanwan. Wanwan, please go ahead. Their demeanor was now in stark contrast to the fierce looks they had directed at Shin Feng. Jiang Wanwan lowered her head, hesitated for a moment, then shyly confessed, Actually, I insisted on dragging Fengzi to get the certificate. You really cannot blame him. I was the one who acted impulsively. Tang Ping gently reassured Jiang Wanwan. It's all right. It's all right. Youthful impulsiveness can be a good thing. Moreover, I have long anticipated the union of the two of you. Fengzi, with his languid demeanor, can only rely on your initiative. Shin Feng, Comrade Tang Ping, your tone when speaking to me just now was not quite like this. Tang Ping shot him a glare. Silence. You have no place to speak here. Shin Feng promptly sealed his lips. Subsequently, Tang Ping engaged in a multitude of conversations with Shun Jiahua and Jiang Wanwan. They discussed how each of them felt in the present moment, whether they were adapting to life with Shin Feng and how he treated her. They also touched upon what Jiang Wanwan's family had to say. Jiang Wanwan answered the first few inquiries with laughter, but fell silent at the last question. Noticing her silence, Tang Ping exchanged a meaningful glance with Shun Jiahua. Having lived for 4 to 5 decades, they both comprehended the gravity of Jiang Wanwan's demeanor. Suddenly, Shun Feng addressed Tang Ping. Mom, come here. I wish to speak with you for a moment. Tang Ping understood that Shin Feng likely wanted to discuss matters concerning Jiang Wanwan's family and nodded in agreement. The two strolled out to the balcony, where Shin Feng remarked, Mother, you are aware of the temperament of the Jiang family. They are not ill-intentioned, yet they do hold a certain disdain for us common folk. Consequently, old Jiang has always been opposed to my relationship with Wanwan and even sought me out for a discussion. Tang Ping's expression turned somewhat complex. So, Fengzi, what are your thoughts on this matter? Jiang Zhe, after all, was Jiang Wanwan's father, and should her parents disapprove of their relationship, the road ahead for them would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulty. Shin Feng smiled gently. All I know is that I love her. Mother, do not fret excessively. I have already devised a plan for the future. I will find a way to win over Jiang Zhe and ensure that we all enjoy a prosperous life. Tang Ping sighed. What does it matter whether life is prosperous or not? If you can thrive, your father and I will be delighted. You are a grown man now. As long as you are resolute, I shall refrain from saying more. However, if Jiang Zhe approaches you again, remember to inform your father and me. There are certain matters we can address that may yield better results than if you were to do so alone. Thank you, Mom, Shin Feng replied with a smile. Tang Ping rolled her eyes at him. No need for pleasantries with me. All right, I understand the situation now. Let us return, so as not to make Wanwan feel awkward. Indeed, the two returned to the living room, and thereafter, Tang Ping refrained from broaching the subject of Jiang Wanwan's family. Jiang Wanwan exhaled in relief. Yet a tinge of sadness lingered within her. Both sets of parents are concerned for their children, yet why are Shun Feng's parents so understanding and considerate of her, while hers seemed to impose pressure instead? She recognized that Jiang Zhou and Su Yin had her best interests at heart, yet sometimes, such care felt overwhelmingly stifling. That evening, while preparing dinner, Shin Feng informed Shin Jiahua and Tang Ping that Jiang Wanwan wished to have dumplings filled with celery and meat. Tang Ping readily agreed. preparing the dough at home while Shun Jiaohua ventured out to procure celery and meat filling. When it came time to wrap the dumplings, Jiang Wanwan expressed her desire to contribute. She sat at the table, her hair neatly tied up, adorned with an apron. One hand grasped a dumpling wrapper, while the other delicately scooped some meat filling with a spoon, placing it within the wrapper. As she attempted to pinch the edges together, the soft dumpling skin slipped from her fingers, nearly causing the filling to spill out. Startled, Jiang Wanwan became flustered. Shen Feng approached her side, steadying her hand and advising, "If you hold it this way, it will be more stable. When folding, it should be done like this. No, that will expose the filling." He patiently guided her, and Jiang Wanwan gradually learned to fold. After quite some time, she managed to clumsily shape 7 or 8 dumplings. Across from them, Tang Ping and Shun Jiaohua exchanged glances. Having already formed 30 or 40 dumplings, their eyes gleaming with amusement. Once the dumplings were finished, they were boiled and served at the table. The family gathered around, sharing laughter and conversation as they began their meal. Jiang Wanwan raised her drink, addressing Tang Ping and Shun Jiaohua. "Uncle, Aunt, I'd like to toast you." However, Tang Ping appeared somewhat displeased. "What time is it, and you still call us that?" Shen Feng chuckled, playfully kicking Jiang Wanwan under the table. She understood their implication, yet felt a tinge of shyness. After pondering for a moment, she lowered her head and, blushing, softly said, "Dad, Mom. Oh, my wonderful daughter. Come, here is a big red envelope for you." Tang Ping and Shun Jiaohua beamed with joy. Unbeknownst to Jiang Wanwan, Tang Ping had prepared the envelope for her, and now presented it with a smile. At that moment, Jiang Wanwan realized she should not be polite, accepted the envelope, and sweetly called them Dad and Mom, which further delighted Tang Ping and Shen Jiaohua. During the meal, Shen Jiaohua had a bit too much to drink. As he ate, slightly intoxicated, he said to Jiang Wanwan, "Wanwan, you have no idea how much Tang Ping and I wished for you to be our daughter back then. I always believed you would surpass that Shen Feng. Thankfully, he managed to win your heart. Otherwise, we would have regretted it for a long time." Shen Feng rubbed his nose, feeling that today resembled a daughter meeting her in-laws rather than a daughter-in-law meeting her parents. Moreover, this daughter seemed to be favored more than he was as their son. After the meal, Jiang Wanwan intended to wash the dishes, but Tang Ping stopped her, sending Shen Feng to do it instead. She earnestly told Jiang Wanwan, "You are a superstar. How could you wash dishes? From now on, let Fengzi handle all the household chores, cooking, washing dishes, sweeping, and laundry." Then, shaking her head, Tang Ping added, No, Fengzi's cooking skills would likely blow up the kitchen. Better not let him cook." Jiang Wanwan hurriedly remarked, "Annie, actually, Fengzi has become quite the chef. He made me fried chicken for lunch today, and yesterday he prepared sweet and sour ribs. Both were absolutely delightful." "Is that true?" Tang Ping asked, her skepticism evident. "If you don't believe me, I can cook tomorrow," Shen Feng replied after washing the dishes. "Let's not go there. I haven't even thought about renovating this kitchen. I can't rely on you to blow it up," Tang Ping retorted with a smirk. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Shen Feng transitioned to a more serious topic. "Mom and Dad, there's something else I want to discuss now that I'm back. I've signed with Wanwan's agency and am now an artist." Chapter 20. I know you're pretending to sleep. Shen Feng deliberately delayed revealing this information until now, as it paled in significance compared to obtaining a marriage certificate with Jiang Wanwan. He briefly explained the circumstances to Shun Jiaohua and Tang Ping, who, far from expressing any disapproval, conveyed a hint of regret. Shun Jiaohua sighed. "My son has inherited his father's good looks. He's not lacking in appearance. How could Wanwan's company only sign him for half a year? Truly lacking in foresight." Enough. Tang Ping shot Shun Jiaohua a glance. "Didn't Fengzi mention he signed temporarily to resolve some issues? It's impressive that they agreed to a 6-month contract. By the way, Fengzi, what variety show will you be filming with Wanwan? Where can we watch it? Will we be able to see it?" Shen Feng was uncertain, but Jiang Wanwan seemed more knowledgeable. "It should be live-streamed online. You can download an app on your phone." "Yes, the one you have, Mom. Just search for the name of our show when the time comes." "All right, I'll call our relatives to join us," Tang Ping chuckled. Jiang Wanwan felt a bit embarrassed by the attention. Shun Jiaohua and Tang Ping retired early, heading to bed around 10. After spending the day traveling, Jiang Wanwan was also somewhat fatigued. She stretched and inquired, "Fengzi, which room will I be staying in tonight?" Upon asking, she noticed a peculiar shift in Shen Feng's gaze. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Jiang Wanwan asked, perplexed. "We have a 2-bedroom apartment," Shen Feng replied. Jiang Wanwan blinked, and my parents occupy one room. Thus, Jiang Wanwan's expression became slightly awkward. So there's only one room left? Shen Feng shrugged. Jiang Wanwan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Did this mean she would have to share a bed with Fengzi once more? Although they had done so the previous night, it had been under circumstances of her ignorance. Tonight was different. She was fully aware and in Shen Feng's parents' home. Jiang Wanwan sensed a blush creeping to her cheeks. Shen Feng noticed, and, with a sudden smile, leaned closer to Jiang Wanwan, whispering in her ear, "Wife, shall we sleep?" Smack. Jiang Wanwan retaliated with a swift slap, leaving Shen Feng momentarily dazed. With a hint of exasperation, Shen Feng remarked, "Why are you hitting me? I merely mentioned my desire to sleep. I never implied I wanted to share a bed with you. I can sleep on the floor, if need be." At this moment, Jiang Wanwan also grasped the situation, realizing that Shen Feng had been teasing her all along. Blushing, she rolled her eyes and retorted, "I never said I was hitting you because I didn't want to share a bed." Shen Feng was momentarily taken aback. "So, you are consenting to sleep together?" Jiang Wanwan huffed. "I was inclined to agree, but since you are so eager to sleep on the floor, I can't very well refuse you. Tonight, you shall sleep on the ground." With that, she turned and dashed into Shen Feng's room. "Oh no, it seems she has figured out my intentions," Shen Feng sighed inwardly. Why has Wanwan suddenly become so clever? Following Jiang Wanwan back to the room, Shen Feng prepared the bed for her and then took out a blanket to lay on the floor. After turning off the lights, Jiang Wanwan lay on the bed while Shen Feng settled on the ground. After rolling over in bed, Jiang Wanwan found herself at the edge, gazing down at Shen Feng. He, too, was awake, his eyes meeting her large ones. Unable to suppress his laughter, he asked, "What is it? Do you wish for me to join you on the bed?" "No, I just suddenly realized how unattractive you are," she retorted. Shen Feng playfully poked her cheek and replied, "You've come to this realization rather late. Having accepted my mother's red envelope, you are now the daughter-in-law of the Shen family." Jiang Wanwan rolled her eyes. "Huh. If I told my parents that only one of us could remain in the Shen household, who do you think they would send away?" "TSK, Jiang Wanwan. You are becoming rather arrogant due to your favor. This is not advisable. I am willing. What can you do about it?" She huffed. "I'm having a bit of trouble sleeping. Tell me a story, or I'll inform my parents that you are bullying me." Shen Feng felt utterly speechless. His Wanwan had found a powerful weapon indeed, bringing in her parents whenever she faced a dilemma. Yet, Shen Feng was powerless against this tactic. Sighing under the pressure, he ultimately yielded to Wanwan's demands. "All right, let me tell you a story." Jiang Wanwan smiled contentedly. Shen Feng narrated a tale of a humble scholar and a wealthy young woman in ancient times. The impoverished scholar, disheartened by his circumstances, fell in love with the affluent lady, but their love faced opposition from her family. Determined, the scholar dedicated himself to his studies, eventually traveling to the capital to take the imperial examination, where he achieved the highest honors. However, upon returning home, he discovered that the wealthy young woman had recently been betrothed to another. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan felt a pang of empathy. She saw herself as the affluent young woman and Shen Feng as the scholar. Yet, at least she was currently with Shen Feng. What happened next? Did the scholar go to rescue her? Jiang Wanwan inquired. Shen Feng shook his head. No, the young woman had always loved the scholar. So on the night she married another, she donned a red gown and hanged herself. The day the scholar returned was the same day of her funeral. The vibrant crimson scholar's robe brushed past the plain silk of the coffin. Jiang Wanwan felt a pang of emotion. They were so close to a life of happiness. Just days away. Yet, fate has a way of playing cruel tricks. Jiang Wanwan rubbed her eyes and pondered. That scholar must be heartbroken, right? Did he take his own life? However, Shen Feng merely smiled mysteriously and shook his head slowly. There was no tragic end, nor was there any sorrow. For the scholar, accustomed to the frivolities of the capital, had long ceased to hold affection for the young lady. He had already indulged in the extravagant lifestyle of the city and had even become betrothed to a prominent lady of high society. Initially, the scholar had been troubled, unsure of how to break the news to the lady, but upon hearing of her demise, he burst into laughter, proclaiming himself fortunate. What a cad! Jiang Wanwan's earlier sadness transformed into anger, and she shouted, "What happened next? What fate befell this scoundrel? Surely, he met a wretched end." Shen Feng remained silent and continued his tale. That night, after indulging in a lavish feast, the scholar returned home. The night was deep, and the streets were deserted save for him, yet he felt an eerie sensation of being followed. Each time he glanced back, there was nothing to be seen. Growing uneasy, he recalled unsettling stories he had heard in the capital and feared he might be haunted by the lady's vengeful spirit, prompting him to hasten home. Once inside, he lay in bed, initially relaxed, but just as he was about to drift into slumber, a sudden creak of the door jolted him. Shinfeng lowered his voice to a whisper, shrouded in mystery. The scholar, startled, squinted through a narrow slit and beheld a woman clad in red. Advancing slowly toward the edge of his bed, he nearly fainted from fright. He squeezed his eyes shut, remaining still and silent, contemplating whether feigning sleep might spare him from peril. Yet, as the woman in red approached him, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, "I know you are pretending to sleep." This chilling phrase was echoed in Jiang Wanwan's ear by Shinfeng. Upon hearing about the vengeful spirit, Jiang Wanwan sensed that the narrative was taking a sinister turn. She quickly wrapped herself tighter in her blanket and shut her eyes firmly. Shinfeng's whispered words startled her, and she let out a yelp. In a flurry, she began to pummel Shinfeng with her fists, exclaiming, "You wretched Shinfeng! Why must you tell such terrifying tales? Are you trying to prevent me from sleeping at night?" Aside from her fear of Linjia, it seemed her second greatest fear was ghost stories. Shinfeng hastily replied, "Calm down, Wanwan. It was you who insisted that I grant this scoundrel a dreadful fate." Jiang Wanwan, gritting her teeth in frustration, retorted, "But I never asked you to tell ghost stories. You're doing this on purpose to get back at me." She hurled a pillow at Shinfeng before burying her head beneath the covers, cocooning herself tightly, too afraid to show her face. Shinfeng, clutching a pillow, gazed at Jiang Wanwan, who was curled up beneath the covers, trembling slightly. "Brother Wan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have told such a scary story," he admitted. Jiang Wanwan paid him no heed. Shinfeng sighed, realizing that his attempt at humor had perhaps gone too far. He rose and sat at the edge of the bed, gently lifting the blanket that enveloped Jiang Wanwan. However, as soon as he did, Jiang Wanwan sprang up abruptly, letting out a loud yell that startled Shinfeng, who had intended to comfort her. Upon witnessing Shinfeng's shock, Jiang Wanwan burst into laughter. "You silly Shun, let us see if you dare to scare me again." Shinfeng's expression darkened, and he silently draped the blanket back over her head before returning to his makeshift bed on the floor. Jiang Wanwan, feeling victorious, snorted softly and settled down, intending to sleep. Yet, half an hour later, she found herself wide awake. Every time she closed her eyes, her mind was plagued with thoughts of someone whispering in her ear, "I know you're pretending to sleep." A chill ran down her spine. Jiang Wanwan felt disheartened. She was so tired, yet sleep eluded her. She glanced over at Shinfeng, who was already asleep on the floor. Finally, she quietly climbed down from her bed and squeezed onto his makeshift bedding. Being beside Shinfeng offered her a semblance of comfort. Blushing, she softly murmured to him, "It's not like I wanted to sleep next to you. It's all your fault for scaring me last night." After her muttering, Jiang Wanwan closed her eyes and soon drifted into slumber. Once she was asleep, Shinfeng opened one eye to glance at her, then smiled and pulled her into his embrace. Good night. Chapter 21. Are you being spoiled by a sugar daddy? The next morning, Jiang Wanwan awoke after a night on the floor, feeling sore and stiff. While watching television in the living room, she was massaging her back and legs. Tang Ping, preparing breakfast, couldn't help but inquire, "What's wrong, Wanwan? Didn't you rest well last night?" Jiang Wanwan nodded honestly. "I slept on the floor." Upon hearing this, Tang Ping's anger flared. "Slept on the floor? That little rascal Shinfeng dared to make you sleep on the floor? How audacious! How could he sleep on the bed while you're on the floor?" Jiang Wanwan replied demurely, "Actually, he also slept on the floor." Tang Ping, Tang Ping. She rushed to Shinfeng's room to verify his bed was indeed there, then incredulously asked, "You two chose to sleep on the floor instead of the bed?" Jiang Wanwan's face flushed as she nodded. After pondering for a moment, Tang Ping finally managed to comment, "The youth certainly has some interesting ideas." Just then, Shinfeng emerged from the bathroom and couldn't he help but retort, "It's not so much interesting ideas as it is a lack of sense." Jiang Wanwan protested, "It's all your fault. Mom, Shinfeng bullied me last night." With tear-filled eyes, she clung to Tang Ping's arm, appearing utterly aggrieved. Tang Ping turned around and swiftly seized a feather duster, commencing a playful pursuit of Shinfeng. Jiang Wanwan, hands on her hips, raised her eyebrows at Shinfeng with a smug expression. Today, Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan had spent the majority of the day at home together. During lunchtime, under Jiang Wanwan's earnest assurances, Tang Ping and Shun Zhaohua finally consented to allow Shinfeng into the kitchen. True to expectations, Shen Feng prepared a sumptuous feast. Sweet and sour pork, beef stew with tomatoes, and crispy meatballs. These were all dishes that Jiang Wanwan adored. He also stir-fried several vegetable dishes, striking a delightful balance of 3 meat and 3 vegetable dishes. Initially, Tang Ping and Shun Zhaogui thought that even if Shen Feng had suddenly gained culinary insight, his cooking skills would likely be limited to avoiding any kitchen disasters. However, upon tasting Shun Feng's creations, their expressions transformed instantaneously. Fengzi, when did you learn to cook? This is far tastier than anything your father makes. Tang Ping exclaimed in astonishment after sampling the beef stew. Shen Zhaogui, after tasting a few dishes, was left utterly astounded. At home, he had always been the head chef, confident in his culinary prowess. Yet, in comparison to Shen Feng's skills, he felt immediately overshadowed. Finally, Shen Zhaogui nodded proudly, declaring, I told you, my son's culinary skills cannot be lacking. He truly inherits my talents. Tang Ping shot him a disapproving glance. If you possessed even half of your son's culinary talent, we wouldn't be running a supermarket. We would be opening a restaurant. TSK, what do you know? This is a classic case of the student surpassing the master. Around 4 in the afternoon, Shen Feng planned to return to the city with Jiang Wanwan. Tang Ping grasped Jiang Wanwan's hand, her face filled with reluctance. It's already this late. It would be better for you to have dinner before leaving. If you wait too long, there won't be any buses. Shen Feng replied, what is there to fear about buses? Let your father drive you back to the city. It's not far anyway. Jiang Wanwan quickly interjected, there's no need to trouble him. Dad, Mom, once Fengzi and I finish this variety show, I will come back to visit you. All right, sighed Tang Ping, turning to Shen Feng. Fengzi, take good care of Wanwan while you're out. If you dare to bully her, I won't let you off easily. Shen Feng feigned sorrow, saying, Mom, should we perhaps do a paternity test to confirm if I'm adopted and that Jiang Wanwan is your real daughter? Enough of your nonsense. Drive safely on the way. Okay, goodbye, Mom and Dad. The two exited the community and headed towards the bus station. Halfway there, Jiang Wanwan suddenly felt a pang of thirst. As she contemplated finding a place to buy some water, she turned around and smiled brightly. Hey Fengzi, isn't that your family's supermarket? Shen Feng's family owned a supermarket. Initially, it was a modest establishment akin to a convenience store, but it gradually expanded to become the largest supermarket in the area. Since its growth, Shen Feng's parents had hired staff to manage the store, allowing them to enjoy their retirement at home. Jiang Wanwan grasped Shen Feng's arm and inquired, Fengzi, do you think the staff in the store are aware that you are their family's young master? Shen Feng playfully poked her cheek and replied, if I am a young master, does that make you the young mistress? Oh, stop it with your banter. I'm thirsty. Let us purchase a bottle of water. Jiang Wanwan adjusted her mask and tugged Shen Feng into the supermarket. At the cash register, 2 female employees were engaged in conversation. Upon noticing the entrance, they instinctively greeted, welcome. However, one of the employees suddenly glanced at Shen Feng and froze. Shen Feng, is that really you? Shen Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated being recognized. Although this was their family's supermarket, he rarely visited. When did his fame escalate to such heights? He turned curiously to look. Upon recognizing his face, the female employee became ecstatic. Is it truly you? I thought you looked familiar. I saw you on Weibo the other day. Am I really seeing you in person? The employee excitedly dashed out from behind the counter. Shen Feng realized she had recognized him from a previous Weibo post. Could this be considered a fan? He hesitated momentarily. To be honest, while he had lived for a considerable time in a certain sense, this was perhaps his first encounter with a fan. Clearing his throat, he nodded. It's me, Jiang Wanwan. Overhearing, quickly tugged at Shen Feng and whispered, you fool. You should have denied it. Oh, no, I'm not. Shen Feng quickly corrected himself. But it was evidently too late. The female employee had already rushed to his side, phone in hand, ready to take a picture. Can I take a selfie with you? She asked, but had already snapped a photo of them together. Such enthusiasm, Shen Feng thought to himself, surprised that a simple photo could elicit such fervor from a fan. Clearly, his looks were well regarded. Meanwhile, the female employee had finished taking her picture and excitedly asked, can I ask you a question? Go ahead. Feeling the warmth of the enthusiastic fan, Shen Feng decided he should respond kindly. He resolved to answer whatever question she posed. Why were you able to appear on a show with Jiang Wanwan right after your debut? Are you really just a pretty boy supported by the head of Lanyu Entertainment? Are you a relationship beneficiary? She queried. Shen Feng. Chapter 22. Wishing you a bright future, can this possibly be a fan? Are fans truly like this? Shin Feng felt that his tender heart had been wounded. How could you pose such a question? Are you not a fan of mine? The female clerk was momentarily taken aback by his words, only to soon recover and respond with an air of nonchalance. Of course not. Are you joking? With no works to your name, just a single photo posted online, how many fans do you think you can have? She scoffed. Don't be misled by my current role as a clerk. This is merely a part-time job. My primary occupation is as a social media influencer, specializing in entertainment gossip. With over 100,000 followers on Weibo, I was merely excited to see a juicy piece of news walk right in front of me. What? You wouldn't think I'm your fan, would you? Though, I must admit, you are rather handsome. If you were to pursue acting seriously, you might actually find success. Why, then, do you choose to tread this path? What path am I on? Shin Feng replied, perplexed. Stop pretending. Those who understand know the truth. There are plenty of rumors about you online. Ever since you and Jiang Wanwan officially announced your appearance on a show together, many have speculated that you have an affair with the CEO of Lanyu Entertainment. It was only because Lu Tianfan's scandal broke that your story was overshadowed. Otherwise, you would have been the center of discussion these past few days. The clerk then cast a glance at Jiang Wanwan, who, as an experienced star, had taken more precautions than Shin Feng, donning sunglasses and a mask, thus remaining unrecognized. The clerk, smiling, turned to Jiang Wanwan and remarked, Hey, is this guy your boyfriend? Are you aware of the dirt on him online? He is allegedly being kept by a wealthy patron. You should think twice about being with him. Who knows how unsavory he truly is? From the moment the clerk had questioned Shin Feng, Jiang Wanwan had felt her temper rising. Now, confronted with the clerk's nonsensical prattle, her fiery disposition could no longer be contained. She pulled Shin Feng behind her and glared fiercely at the clerk, asserting, I think you're the one who seems to be kept. I think you're the one who is dirty. Hey, do you have any manners? The clerk's expression shifted. Who brought up being kept first? Who lacks manners? Jiang Wanwan glared at the clerk, saying, If you want to gossip online, that's one thing. If making a living by spreading gossip is your trade, that's another. But to treat such gossip and so-called dirt as gospel truth indicates a serious lack of judgment. To brazenly confront someone with these rumors is not just foolish. It reflects a lack of decorum. Let me be clear. I know exactly what kind of person my boyfriend is, and I don't need your unsolicited opinions. Lastly, I advise you to choose your words more carefully in the future. I have grown weary of confrontation. Had I been in my explosive temper, I would have ensured that those who dared to speak to me in such a manner faced the harsh repercussions of society. With that, Jiang Wanwan seized Shin Feng's hand and departed. The female clerk, momentarily taken aback, stood there for a while, before finally scoffing with disdain. What a lunatic. Subsequently, she raised her phone and captured a photograph of Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng as they exited the supermarket. She then posted on Weibo, Come quickly for the gossip. Live footage of a walking melon. Shin Feng is shopping with his girlfriend at our supermarket. Her lack of manners is appalling. And Shin Feng is acting all high and mighty. Truly, he must have connections. As they strolled out of the supermarket, Jiang Wanwan, still fuming, finally released Shin Feng's hand. Gritting her teeth, she waved her small fist in indignation, exclaiming, What kind of person is she? Does she have no upbringing? She completely ruined my pleasant mood for the day. Shin Feng, observing her fury, quietly remarked, Please don't be so upset. If we're being honest, I'm the one who was wronged. He couldn't fathom why Jiang Wanwan was so irate when he himself was relatively unbothered. In response, Jiang Wanwan playfully punched him lightly. Do you think I'm merely angry at her? You've given me plenty to be upset about too. Have you considered how you even have fans? You foolishly admitted your identity. And when she posed such a question, why didn't you refute her? Aren't you the least bit annoyed? Shin Feng chuckled and affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, Isn't it fortunate that you're here to defend me? I thought your retorts were splendid, articulating everything I wished to convey. Humph, I was already parched, and now I'm even thirstier after that outburst, Jiang Wanwan muttered, turning her head away. Shall I fetch you a bottle of water upon our return? He offered. Absolutely not. Jiang Wanwan firmly grasped Shin Feng's arm, exclaiming, After such a scene, how can you even consider going back? Shin Feng, with a wry smile, replied, That supermarket belongs to my family. Why should I feel embarrassed about returning? Jiang Wanwan pondered for a moment. I suppose you have a point. Relenting, she released her grip. Shin Feng went back into the supermarket to purchase a bottle of water. As he approached the register, the same female clerk, noticing Jiang Wanwan's absence. Remarked to Shin Feng, "Your girlfriend certainly has a fiery temper. But you're quite the scoundrel yourself, aren't you? Being supported by the CEO of Lanyu Entertainment while marketing a romantic reality show with Jiang Wanwan. And yet you have a girlfriend on the side? Impressive." The clerk continued her tirade, showing no fear of Shun Feng's potential wrath. If he were to strike her, she could leverage it as evidence to generate online buzz, perhaps even extorting money from him. This was precisely the type of scandal she thrived on, and she hoped to escalate the matter further. Besides, she was well aware that Shin Feng was merely a fledgling in the industry, whose influence was negligible aside from the whispers of being supported. Such a low-tier celebrity was certainly within her ability to provoke. Yet, Shin Feng did not retaliate, nor did he berate her. He simply accepted the water and completed his payment. As he finished paying and turned to leave, he suddenly spoke up. Without even glancing at the female store attendant, he spoke as if to himself. "Honestly, I am indifferent to your opinions of me. However, you have just angered my partner, which has irked me as well. Have you never been taught the virtue of respecting others, or how to converse like a decent human being? Very well, I shall enlighten you." With that, Shin Feng turned and departed from the supermarket. The young woman was initially taken aback, but, upon noticing that Shin Feng did not take further action and walked away, she merely scoffed. The harsh words she had encountered were delivered in such a feeble manner. It was no wonder he was labeled a pretty boy. She had anticipated a more confrontational approach, only to be met with this? Useless, she thought to herself and resumed her activity on Weibo, crafting a post to lament how she had been verbally insulted and threatened by Shin Feng and his girlfriend. However, as she was midway through her composition, she received a call from the supermarket owner. On the other end, a single sentence was delivered: "You need not come in tomorrow." The call was abruptly terminated. The attendant was momentarily stunned, but soon let out a cold huff. "If I don't have to go, then so be it. I only took this job to pass the time. I hardly value this menial position." Her income was derived from Weibo, not from working in the supermarket. Just as she hung up the phone and prepared to continue her writing, a notification from her email alerted her to a new message. Upon opening it, her expression turned ashen. The email contained her name, address, personal history, and a compilation of all the celebrities she had disparaged, along with relevant blog posts. At the end of the email were a few chilling lines. "I have sent this email to each celebrity you have ever maligned. I hope their teams will teach you the art of civilized discourse. Wishing you a bright future, Ms. Zhang Wenjia." On a bus traveling from Qinglu County to the urban area of Zhonghai City, Jiang Wanwan rested against Shin Feng while he gazed out the window, his phone in hand. The screen displayed a message: "Email sent successfully." Chapter 23. Are you quite proud? By around 5 in the afternoon, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan returned to the city. However, they did not head straight to the villa. According to Jiang Wanwan, returning home now would surely subject them to Sister Lin's stringent dinner regulations. Thus, she insisted on dining out. The pair found a barbecue restaurant and procured a generous assortment of skewers before heading to Old Wang's internet cafe. They nestled in the cafe, watching a drama while enjoying their skewers. Jiang Wanwan playfully indulged in a couple of skewers in front of Old Wang, which incited him to order takeout in frustration. Yet, due to having had a hearty meal prepared by Shin Feng at noon, she could not manage much of the greasy fare in the evening, leaving a considerable amount of skewers uneaten. Adhering to the principle of waste not, want not, Jiang Wanwan had no choice but to bring the skewers home. Naturally, she had no intention of sharing these delicacies with Sister Lin. She was acutely aware that allowing Sister Lin to glimpse the skewers would be tantamount to presenting her with irrefutable evidence of her evening indulgence. The consequences would be dire. Thus, Jiang Wanwan planned to sneak back home and covertly retreat to her room with the skewers, intending to savor them as a late-night snack. As she quietly opened the villa's door, one hand grasping Shin Feng and the other clutching the skewers, she tiptoed inside. Noticing the house appeared empty, Jiang Wanwan exhaled in relief, eager to dash back to her room. However, after just a few steps, a chilling voice echoed from the kitchen. "Jiang Wanwan." Jiang Wanwan's body stiffened. Instinctively, she concealed the skewers behind her back and shot a discreet glance at Shin Feng, signaling him to swiftly take the skewers away. Shin Feng, with whom she had shared countless escapades, immediately grasped the skewers hidden behind her and prepared to make his escape. At that moment, Jiang Wanwan provided cover for him, cheerfully approaching Sister Lin. "Sister Lin, I'm back. Did you miss me?" While Jiang Wanwan engaged Sister Lin in conversation, Shin Feng stealthily attempted to ascend the stairs. Yet, The seasoned Sister Lin was far from oblivious. Despite their well-practiced coordination, they could not evade her discerning gaze. Without even glancing at Zhang Wanwan, Sister Lin directed her attention to Shen Feng, saying, "Xiao Shun, come here." Shen Feng cleared his throat, replying, "Sister Lin, I'm just putting something away. Come here." Sister Lin commanded sternly. Reluctantly, Shen Feng walked over, hands behind his back. "Show me your hands," she insisted. Shen Feng complied, revealing empty palms. Sister Lin raised an eyebrow. Glancing at Zhang Wanwan, who was nonchalantly surveying the surroundings with her hands still behind her back. "Zhang Wanwan, extend your hands." Only after Shen Feng withdrew his hands did Zhang Wanwan reveal hers, equally devoid of anything. Sister Lin rolled her eyes. "Do you both take me for a fool? Extend your hands together." Exchanging a knowing look, Shen Feng and Zhang Wanwan simultaneously extended their hands, still empty. Sister Lin then moved behind them, picking up the bag of skewers that Shen Feng had hastily discarded. Holding the skewers aloft, she scrutinized both of them. "You two have quite the synergy, don't you?" "Truly impressive," she remarked sarcastically. Zhang Wanwan, beaming with pride, replied, "Of course. Back in school, when Fengzi and I would sneak food, we managed to evade the teachers just like this." In response, Sister Lin delivered a swift slap to Zhang Wanwan's head. "You think you're clever, yet you're still puffing up like that. Feeling quite proud of yourself, are you?" Zhang Wanwan's expression wilted once more. Sister Lin scrutinized the skewer in her hand and suddenly chuckled. "But it's just a skewer. Is it necessary for you to hide it? Do you truly believe I would punish you for indulging in skewers outside?" Zhang Wanwan's eyes brightened momentarily. "Really?" However, Sister Lin's smile vanished instantly. "Of course I would." "Off you go to the treadmill." Zhang Wanwan departed, and Shen Feng sighed, intending to quietly perform sit-ups beside the treadmill. Yet, Sister Lin called out to him, "Xiao Shun, wait a moment. I have something to ask you." With that, she settled onto the sofa, first popping a piece of meat into her mouth. Then she turned to Shen Feng, who was seated opposite her, and said, "Xiao Shun, I need you to answer me truthfully. This afternoon, an incident occurred in the circle. Several celebrity agents received an email revealing the true identity behind a certain Weibo marketing account. This account isn't particularly large, but often disseminates damaging information about celebrities for attention, which is why many in the industry despise it. However, there are numerous such small marketing accounts. If one were to address each, celebrities would have no time for other work, so very few pursue them. The email they received not only exposed the identity of this Weibo account, but also compiled fabricated slanders and defamatory posts, including many deleted records. With this information, it is entirely possible to bring the individual behind this account to justice." Shen Feng raised an eyebrow and shrugged. "So, what is it that you wish to ask?" "Sister Lin?" Sister Lin fixed her gaze on him intently. "I want to know if you are aware of who exposed this marketing account." Shen Feng fell silent for a moment before smiling and gently nodding. "It was I." He understood that since Sister Lin had posed the question, there must be evidence. Pretending to be ignorant at this point would be rather pointless. Sister Lin took a deep breath. "Indeed. I have several agent friends in the industry, and they all received this email. They contacted the individual behind the Weibo account, Zhang Wenjia, who claimed that it was you who exposed her." Shen Feng nodded in acknowledgement, and then recounted the events of the afternoon. From Zhang Wenjia's insults that incited Zhang Wanwan's anger to her brazen demeanor when he returned to buy water, he spoke with remarkable calmness. "I personally didn't mind her much, but since Wanwan was quite upset, a little punishment wouldn't hurt." Upon hearing this, Sister Lin suddenly massaged her forehead with a rueful smile. "A little punishment? That punishment is rather severe. If any of those celebrities choose to sue her, she will be liable for at least tens of thousands in damages, especially since you've uncovered many of her previously deleted Weibo records, which not only contain slanders against celebrities, but also numerous fabrications regarding significant societal issues. She tarnished the reputation of a celebrity. At most, she would face financial restitution and an apology. However, her fabrications incited panic, which warranted potential detention." Shen Feng shrugged, stating, "This has nothing to do with me. I am merely the messenger. The records within the email are entirely authentic, none of which I fabricated. Since these were all her own statements, she must take responsibility for her words." Lin Jie took another bite of her grilled skewer. After sipping some water, she finally added, "Never mind. I do not mean to blame you. Rather, I find your actions quite vindicating. Moreover, several agents seem rather grateful to you. You have, to some extent, garnered a bit of favor in the industry. However, I must caution you to refrain from such actions in the future. Doxing others is also an infringement. And should Zhang Wenjiao expose you, it would tarnish your reputation. Shen Feng understood that Lin Jie meant well, and he nodded in agreement with a smile. However, I remain somewhat curious about the source of your techniques. I previously delved into it myself, but there is truly no comparison to the professionals. Lin Jie did not express any suspicion. After consuming 2 more skewers and exchanging a few more words with Shen Feng, she waved him off. All right, it's settled. You may go. Shen Feng nodded and prepared to ascend the stairs for some rest. At that moment, he felt a sense of relief, realizing that Lin Jie did not intend for him to do sit-ups after all. He had narrowly escaped a predicament. However, just as he reached the staircase, he heard Lin Jie exclaim, I told you to do sit-ups, not to rest. Shen Feng thought to himself, all right then, I have underestimated Lin Jie's benevolence. Chapter 24. Breaking the mold. The following day, August 4th, in the early morning. After finishing breakfast, Lin Jie took Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan to the airport. Generally speaking, although they officially joined the crew on the 5th, it did not necessarily mean filming would commence that day. Even if they flew in on the morning of the 5th and arrived by evening, it would not be considered tardy. However, Lin Jie insisted that as a newcomer, Shen Feng should arrive early to familiarize himself with the environment and adapt. Neither Shen Feng nor Jiang Wanwan had any objections. The journey from Zhonghai City to Chang'an City is not particularly close, but the flight was swift. In under 3 hours, the 3 had arrived at Chang'an City. Lin Jie had already coordinated with the production team, informing them of their flight's arrival time. Thus, upon exiting the airport, they boarded the production team's vehicle and headed straight to the filming location. On the way, Jiang Wanwan inquired with the staff and learned that the recording site was not within the urban area of Chang'an City, but rather in the county beneath it, Lanyu County. What type of variety show are we participating in? Is it the typical romance variety, showcasing love and daily life? Jiang Wanwan further questioned. The director mentioned that while this is indeed a romance variety, the format is rather unique, the staff replied. Unique? In what way? I cannot speak, as the director has strictly instructed us not to disclose any information prior to the official commencement of filming. This edict caused Jiang Wanwan to furrow her brow. We are all participants in the variety show. How can sharing this be considered a breach of confidentiality? She protested. Shen Feng, equally perplexed, inquired. Isn't it commonly known that variety shows follow a script? Are we to believe that our show lacks one? At this juncture, Sister Lin intervened on behalf of the staff member, stating, typically, variety shows that have scripts are recorded in a pre-recorded format. This particular show is primarily live, and adhering strictly to a script would render the performance insincere and overly contrived. Shen Feng nodded in understanding, while Jiang Wanwan continued to press for clarification regarding the unique format of the program. The staff member maintained an unwavering resolve. Despite Jiang Wanwan's incessant chatter, which nearly bordered on tantrum, the staff member remained tight-lipped, divulging not a single word. Ultimately, Jiang Wanwan resorted to her trump card. She retrieved her wallet from her pocket. Observing this, the staff member hastily remarked, "Please do not attempt to bribe me. Even if you offer me money, I shan't divulge anything." Jiang Wanwan produced 10 yuan. The staff member responded, "While I cannot accept your bribe, could you perhaps offer a bit more to demonstrate your sincerity?" Jiang Wanwan then extracted another 10 yuan. The staff member, now exasperated, said, "Could you possibly produce a larger denomination?" Jiang Wanwan, gritting her teeth, finally presented a 100 yuan note, subsequently reclaiming the 25 yuan she had previously revealed. Although Jiang Wanwan was not particularly short on funds, she felt that spending such an amount for information she would inevitably learn was rather unwise. Ultimately, she was unable to procure any information from the staff member, not due to the latter's steadfastness in viewing money as inconsequential, but rather because Jiang Wanwan's offer was simply too meager. The production team's vehicle journeyed for an hour and a half, finally arriving at a quaint tourist town in Lanyu County. They parked before a relatively large guest house. The staff ushered Shen Feng, Jiang Wanwan, and Sister Lin out of the vehicle and into the guest house. In the expansive courtyard, the director, assistant director, and crew members were gathered, engaged in discussions regarding the filming arrangements. Upon noticing the arrival of Sister Lin and Jiang Wanwan, they approached with enthusiasm. "Ah, Wanwan and Sister Lin, you're here?" The director beamed as he stepped forward to shake hands with Sister Lin. "Director Chun, it's been 2 years since we last met, and you've put on a bit of weight." Sister Lin greeted the director in a familiar manner. The director, named Chen Ming, was pleasantly plump, always sporting a cheerful demeanor reminiscent of the Laughing Buddha. Having transitioned to directing in midlife, he had produced a few variety shows, none of which had achieved significant acclaim. Jiang Wanwan also greeted director Chen, who then turned his attention to the newcomer standing at the edge, Shin Feng. As a director, Chen Ming was certainly aware that Shin Feng had been paired with Jiang Wanwan as a new artist in the production. Yet he still pretended not to recognize Shin Feng and inquired, "Who is this?" This was a chance for Lin Jie to introduce him. With a smile, Lin Jie explained, "This is my newly signed artist, Shin Feng. Shin Feng, this is director Chen Ming. Do get acquainted." "Hello, director," Shin Feng greeted Chen Ming. The director, quite warm-hearted, shook Shin Feng's hand. In truth, Chen Ming's understanding of Shin Feng was limited to the rumors propagated by various online marketing accounts. Even he himself believed that for a newcomer like Shin Feng to align with Jiang Wanwan, a second-tier artist with several years of experience, there must be someone backing him. Being a shrewd individual, Chen Ming was reluctant to offend someone with such connections. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Ming guided Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng around the venue, taking the time to explain many shooting precautions to Shin Feng, providing him with considerable assistance, for which Shin Feng felt genuinely grateful. During the following day and a half, Shin Feng primarily focused on familiarizing himself with the shooting equipment, location, and environment, while also accompanying Jiang Wanwan on leisurely strolls through the quaint tourist town. Meanwhile, the other guests arrived in succession. It was not until the evening of August 5th, when everyone had gathered, that director Chen hosted a meal at a restaurant in the tourist town, inviting the production team to enjoy a delightful feast. The ordinary staff members sat at one table, while the agents occupied another. Director Chen, the assistant director, and the 8 male and female guests, those who were the creators of the show, were seated at the same table. At the dinner table, Director Chen raised his glass and addressed the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to gather here. I would like to propose a toast to all of you. May our collaboration over the next month and a half be enjoyable, and may our show be a resounding success." Everyone raised their glasses in a toast. Following that, it was the time for individual toasts. Naturally, the director and assistant director received the most toasts. Surprisingly, Jiang Wanwan was the third most toasted, as she was the most prominent figure present, while the other guests were merely third or fourth-tier celebrities, with 2 even being unestablished internet personalities. These individuals were eager to curry favor with Jiang Wanwan, which was understandable. As for Shin Feng, he received the fewest toasts, which was quite normal, considering he had little to show for himself beyond a photograph. His notoriety paled in comparison to that of the 2 internet celebrities. However, Shin Feng was rather indifferent to the superficialities of the entertainment world. With no one paying him any mind, he found solace in his solitude. Just as he was enjoying his meal, a male guest seated beside him suddenly raised his glass and said, "Hey, buddy, shall we toast together?" Shin Feng raised an eyebrow but did not decline, clinking glasses with him. After taking a sip of his drink, the male guest leaned in closer and chuckled, "Buddy, do you not recognize me? You helped me out a couple of days ago. Does that ring a bell?" Helped out? A couple of days ago? Had he encountered this individual before? Noticing that Shin Feng seemed momentarily perplexed, the male guest hastily interjected, "Just a few days ago, you revealed that scandal about Zhang Wenjia to those celebrities she had slandered. Right? I am one of those individuals she has defamed. I have found her intolerable for quite some time. Yet the company insists that it is unnecessary to waste time on such trivial marketing accounts. I have been powerless against her, often resorting to my alternate account to vent my frustrations. Thanks to you, she was exposed yesterday. With concrete evidence in hand, the company need not expend any effort. My agent has taken it upon themselves to file a lawsuit against her." As he spoke, the male guest chuckled. What a satisfying thought. Such minor marketing accounts only dare to dig up dirt on us third-rate stars to gain attention. When trouble arises, they delete their posts and feign ignorance, only to resurface once the storm has passed, thinking we are easy targets. It is indeed gratifying to have my revenge. Shin Feng then realized that this fellow had also been a victim of Zhang Wenjia's slander. Truth be told, the number of celebrities Zhang Wenjia had tarnished was quite substantial, easily numbering over 100. Shin Feng pondered for a moment before recalling this individual before him. "You are that Jia Tenon, the one accused of inappropriate conduct with a minor?" Jia Tenon, seated beside Shin Feng, quickly gestured for silence. With a face full of grievance, he replied, "No, my friend. That was mere slander. At that time, I was holding my niece, and it was caught on camera. Zhang Wenjia spread rumors about me, claiming I was involved with minors, inciting a wave of backlash online. I had to share photos with my niece and even my household registration to prove my innocence. It is truly said that a rumor can be spread effortlessly, while clearing one's name takes great effort. Yet, afterwards, very few of those who condemned me offered apologies, and the mastermind behind the slander simply deleted their posts and vanished. Given my low profile, the company did not take it seriously nor pursued accountability on my behalf. Those days were incredibly stifling for me. Listening to Jia Tenen's lament, Shen Feng took a couple of bites of his meal and simply replied, "Oh." Jia Tenen, seemingly quite talkative, continued his monologue, undeterred by Shen Feng's indifference. Eventually, he raised his glass to Shen Feng once more, exclaiming, "Brother, you have done me such a tremendous favor. From now on, you are my brother. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. I will certainly assist you." Shen Feng regarded him thoughtfully and suddenly inquired, "Do you have money?" Jia Tenen was taken aback, but nodded. "Yes, I have a little. Why? Lend me 500,000. I will repay you later." Jia Tenen responded. Shen Feng gazed at him. "What? Did you not claim you would help whenever possible?" Jia Tenen replied, "I was merely being polite. Besides, who lends such a large sum upon first meeting?" Shen Feng considered this and said, "Then let us settle on 50,000 for now. This isn't merely a matter of the amount." Jia Tenen felt disheartened. Why did this fellow seem to defy all expectations? Chapter 25. Peng Hu Bei. The following morning, on a certain live streaming platform, the variety show Let's Start Dating Today has quietly premiered. The show has not garnered much attention, largely due to its modest budget, which has limited promotional efforts. Previously, with the support of Lanyu Entertainment, they managed to secure a trending topic, but it was swiftly overshadowed by a scandal involving a prominent male star. Moreover, apart from Jiang Wanwan, the guests participating in this show lack significant star power and do not bring substantial viewership. Consequently, the show's initial launch did not attract considerable interest, drawing in only a fraction of the guests' fans and a few onlookers. The viewership was below 20,000. Director Chun, however, did not feel disheartened. Over the years, he has directed several variety shows, all of which have teetered between lukewarm and mediocre. He had grown accustomed to such levels of attention. At this moment, Director Chen stood in the courtyard of the guest house, addressing the 8 guests, 4 men and 4 women, regarding the show's rules. This program is a survival romance variety show. Upon hearing this, several guests appeared momentarily stunned. Survival, romance, and variety? Jiang Wanwan inquired, puzzled. She had heard of survival shows and romance shows. But what exactly was a survival romance? Would one perish without love? Director Chen chuckled and clarified, "Of course, it is not the brutal survival you might envision. Here is how it works. Each guest is required to bring their own funds and mobile phones, which must be surrendered during the show. At the start of each day's live broadcast, we will provide each group of guests with a modest sum of money, which they must use for their daily meals and to complete the tasks we assign. If you spend extravagantly, not only might you fail to accomplish the tasks, but you may also find yourselves without food." Throughout the live broadcast, viewers can vote for the couple they find the sweetest. At the end of each broadcast, we will rank the 4 groups based on the number of votes received. The group with the highest votes will receive an additional financial reward the following day, but this reward will be deducted from the group with the fewest votes. Director Chen grinned. For those with the lowest votes, even securing food and water may become a challenge. Isn't that a matter of survival? Surprisingly, this rule was rather intriguing. Jiang Wanwan and the others began to show interest. Meanwhile, some viewers watching the live stream began to discuss among themselves. Honestly, this sounds quite entertaining. The audience can influence the guests' fates. The sweetest couple gets the most money, while the least sweet might not even afford a meal. Who wouldn't feel awkward if they aren't in love? But doesn't that give an advantage to those with more fans? Jiang Wanwan has so many followers. Surely she'll receive the most votes. What about our little Jia? The eyes of the public are discerning. If Jiang Wanwan's group isn't sweet, yet still receives the highest votes, there will undoubtedly be complaints directed at the production team. At this moment, Director Chun was still explaining the rules. Next, the 8 guests were to pair off and select their desired partners to form combinations, while also bestowing a name upon their pairing. In truth, prior to filming, several guests had already strategized their preferred partners, rendering this segment seemingly devoid of suspense. However, at that moment, one individual raised his hand high and boldly inquired, "Director, I have a question. Director Chun turned his gaze towards the person. Oh, Xiao Jia. What is your question? Jia Tenon looked earnestly at Director Chun and asked, is it permissible to choose anyone as a partner? Director Chun nodded affirmatively. As long as both parties are willing, it is entirely acceptable. Jia Tenon's excitement surged as he skipped over to Shin Feng, wrapping his arm around Shin Feng's. Brother Shun, let us pair up. Director Chun, Shin Feng, Jiang Wanwan. Live comments. Shin Feng silently withdrew his arm. Jia Tenon displayed an expression of heartfelt dismay. Brother Shun, do you not like men? I would go to Thailand for you. Shin Feng shook his head seriously. Men are not out of the question. I simply do not fancy someone like you. Jia Tenon, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. In the comments section, after a flurry of ellipses, laughter erupted. What a lovable fool my Xiao Jia is, seeking a male partner. This is hilarious. Oh, this guy is going to make me die laughing. It's not that men are off limits, just not someone like you, huh? Could we be a bit gentler with our Xiao Jia? Bullying him like this makes it hard for us fans not to laugh, haha. The show is truly delivering. However, I recognize Jia Tenon. Who is this brother Shun? Is he an internet celebrity? I've never seen him before. Could someone provide an introduction? I heard he seems to have debuted through Hype with Jiang Wanwan. Apparently has some backing. Wait, is he a relationship insider? After gently declining Jia Tenon's invitation, Shin Feng ended up pairing with Jiang Wanwan. The remaining 6 individuals also formed their respective combinations. Jia Tenon teamed up with a female star named Li Tingting. They both belonged to the same agency and had arrived together. The other 2 groups were similar, with 2 internet celebrities pairing up and 2 stars from the same agency forming another group. Once the pairings were completed, Director Chen asked them to name their combinations. Jia Tenon and Li Tingting called their duo the Unpleasant Combination. The other star pairing, consisting of a man named Zhang Wei and a woman named Meng En, was dubbed Mighty. The 2 internet celebrities, Zhao Tianshu and Chen Lu, formed the Heavenly Road combination. The camera then shifted to Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng. The audience anticipated that their combination would simply be named the Evening Breeze Duo. Indeed, Jiang Wanwan spoke up. We shall call ourselves the Evening Breeze. How unoriginal. A comment appeared. As a result, before his barrage of comments could even fully dissipate, Jiang Wanwan continued. The evening breeze caresses Penghu Bay. White waves chase the sandy shore, devoid of palm trees swaying in the setting sun, just an expanse of azure sea. How does that sound? Director Chun, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. You couldn't help but sing it out loud just now. Do you think that's acceptable? Could you provide something more concise? Jiang Wanwan nodded, a hint of regret in her demeanor. Then let us call it Penghu Bay. The audience chimed in. Who just claimed my Wanwan lacks originality? Step forward. I've laughed twice already just from this brief segment, and the show's entertainment value hasn't even officially begun. The connection between Penghu Bay and their names cannot be deemed entirely non-existent. One might say it is utterly unrelated. What are you even doing here? My Wanwan is genuinely amusing. It's unfortunate she has paired with someone like this. Every time I see Shin Feng, it turns my stomach. Among the comments, not all were benevolent. Some viewers were hired detractors from Lanyu Entertainment, specifically tasked with disparaging Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng. Their comments were naturally harsh. Director Chen cleared his throat and then inquired, Jiang Wanwan, are you certain your duo will be named Penghu Bay? Once confirmed, the production team will use this name for the voting mechanism, and it cannot be altered thereafter. This one, Jiang Wanwan seemed quite pleased with the name. Director Chun then turned his attention to Shin Feng. Noticing that Shin Feng appeared to have no objections, the duo's name was ultimately solidified, the Penghu Bay Group. Chapter 26, Secret Mission with the group and its name established, Director Chen signaled to the assistant director to introduce a voting mechanism in the livestream window. The voting apparatus featured 4 options, each displaying the names of the respective pairs. Viewers could express their preference for the sweetest CP by sending the corresponding name through the barrage comments, with the system automatically tallying the votes. Each user was limited to 1 valid vote per day. Director Chun explained the voting mechanism to the audience. Immediately, some began to cast their votes. Many viewers, anticipating that the popular Jiang Wanwan would lead in votes, were surprised after a while to find that her group's votes ranked only second. Although I am quite fond of Jiang Wanwan, I heard that the man paired with her is well connected, so I voted for another group. I am a fan of Wanwan, but I also voted for a different group. This is not aimed at Shin Feng. I simply find Lanyu Entertainment to be quite distasteful, treating our Wanwan merely as a tool for promotion. While some of Jiang Wanwan's fans did cast their votes for her, Under the manipulation of the paid detractors, a portion of her supporters began to be swayed. Confused by the detractors' influence, they inadvertently cast their votes for other groups. Jiang Wanwan and her companions remained unaware of this development. At that moment, Jiang Wanwan was receiving her task card from the director. Dating variety shows, after all, are still variety shows. It is implausible to capture the daily lives of male and female guests incessantly. For the sake of entertainment value, it is essential to assign tasks to each pair of participants. Upon receiving the task card, Jiang Wanwan's expression turned slightly peculiar. The joint task, to visit 3 distinctive snack shops within a tourist town and savor their unique delicacies. Upon completion, a monetary reward would be granted. The secret task, to tell 3 jokes to one's partner and elicit laughter, which would also yield a financial bonus upon completion. Jiang Wanwan curiously inquired, "What does this secret task entail? Fengzi, does your task card contain a secret assignment? Let me see." As she spoke, Jiang Wanwan attempted to snatch Shunfeng's task card. Director Chen quickly intervened, stating, "The secret task is part of our unique mechanism. Each of you has a secret mission, but you must not disclose it to your partner. Otherwise, even if completed, you will not receive the reward." Jiang Wanwan responded with an "oh," yet her gaze remained fixed on Xinfeng. At that moment, in the live broadcast room, the director had already displayed each person's secret task on the screen. Upon viewing Xinfeng's secret mission, the audience was at a loss for words. Does the director harbor a personal grudge against Xinfeng? Is this task assigned deliberately? The production team certainly knows how to play. Such tasks exist. But our Wanwan is such a gentle soul. Would she truly undertake such a task? On the screen, Xinfeng's secret task loomed large. Secret task, allow your partner to hit you. Xinfeng was rendered speechless upon seeing this secret task. Finally, he raised his hand towards the director, asking, "Director, can I change my task?" Director Chen shook his head seriously. "No, if you find it too difficult, you may choose to forfeit, but you cannot change it." Xinfeng raised his hand again and inquired, "Does completing it now count?" Director Chen nodded. Then, Xinfeng turned to Jiang Wanwan and softly said, "Shall I tell you a ghost story?" Jiang Wanwan's eyes widened in astonishment. She delivered a punch to Xinfeng's arm, exclaiming, "What nonsense! If your task is this, you must forfeit immediately." She then landed 2 more punches on him. Xinfeng shrugged at Director Chen, stating, "Completed." Director Chen, audience, "Wow, that was quick." I feel as though Xinfeng understands Jiang Wanwan quite well. They seem very familiar with each other. Is their relationship merely that of colleagues? Indeed, the two appear very natural together. When Jiang Wanwan hit Xinfeng, it resembled how my girlfriend hits me. Wake up, you don't have a girlfriend. Director Chen was also taken aback by how swiftly Xinfeng completed his task. After a moment of shock, he cleared his throat and declared, "I hereby announce that Xinfeng's secret task is complete, and the reward will be dispersed shortly." Jiang Wanwan remained in a state of bewilderment. She was utterly oblivious to how Xinfeng had completed his secret task. It was only after seizing the task card from Xinfeng's hands that Jiang Wanwan understood. It turned out that when Xinfeng had mentioned telling ghost stories, he was deliberately provoking her. Suddenly, Jiang Wanwan raised her hand as well. Seeing this, Director Chen hastily inquired, "What is this? Do you wish to complete the task now too?" Director Chen's heart ached a bit. These secret tasks were meant for the show's dramatic effect. Yet, the program hadn't even officially begun, and the secret task had already been accomplished. Had all his efforts been in vain? Not quite, Jiang Wanwan replied. Director Chen breathed a sigh of relief. "Then what do you wish to ask?" Jiang Wanwan, holding up Xinfeng's task card, queried. "I want to know if this task can be repeated. Can I hit him a few more times? Also, are there extra rewards for seriously injuring him?" Director Chun's expression darkened. "What are you thinking? This is a romantic variety show, not a fighting competition. If you truly injure him, our production team won't even cover the medical expenses. We are quite poor." "Ha. Jiang Wanwan, you're going to make me die laughing. Will you inherit my Huabei bill? We are quite poor." "Quite justified. Whoever said Jiang Wanwan was gentle, come out so she can give you a beating." After dealing with Jiang Wanwan, Director Chen finally distributed money to the 4 pairs of guests present. The remaining 3 pairs received a mere 20 yuan each, while Xinfeng and Jiang Wanwan's Penghu Bei duo received 25, 5 of which was Xinfeng's bonus. The others were utterly dumbfounded. "Director, 20 yuan won't even suffice for a snack shop visit. We can't even afford 2 bottles of water," lamented internet celebrity Zhao Tianshu. In such a tourist town, Prices were notoriously high. A bottle of mineral water could sell for 5 or 6 yuan. Director Chen chuckled. Otherwise, why would it be called a survival romance variety show? There are bound to be challenges. You'll have to figure out how to complete the tasks yourselves. Additionally, starting tomorrow, you will only receive a meager 5 yuan from me. Only by completing today's tasks and earning rewards can you access more money tomorrow. Now that all the rules have been explained, I wish you all the best. With that, Director Chen slipped away. The remaining pairs of guests exchanged bewildered glances. I finally understand what this survival variety show is about. It's indeed quite challenging. This production team is genuinely impoverished. This mechanism is rather intriguing. I must invite my friends to watch. At that moment, the number of viewers in the live stream had surged from under 20,000 to 30,000. While many had seen ordinary variety shows and numerous romantic ones, this uniquely peculiar romantic variety show was a first for many viewers. Many find it refreshing to share the live stream with friends, subsequently attracting a new audience. While these viewers engage in discussions about the program's format, the 4 groups of guests have already departed from the quaint inn, each pursuing their respective tasks. Chapter 27. A hasty decision. Jiang Wanwan and Shun Feng's assigned task is to check in at 3 distinctive attractions within the tourist town. However, their first destination is not a sight to behold, but rather a restaurant. The reason is simple. The production team failed to provide breakfast this morning. According to the director's instructions, from this day forth, all meal expenses must be borne by the guests themselves. Consequently, both Jiang Wanwan and Shun Feng find themselves with empty stomachs. While Shun Feng manages, Jiang Wanwan cannot endure the hunger any longer. She feels that if she does not eat soon, she might resort to desperate measures. The most renowned delicacy in Chang'an City is undoubtedly the rujiamo, a type of meat sandwich. Thus, the duo seeks out a local eatery specializing in this dish. Initially, they plan to order one each, only to discover that a single rujiamo costs 15 yuan in this tourist town. With merely 25 yuan to their names, they ultimately exit the restaurant still hungry. Standing by the roadside, Jiang Wanwan lets out a long sigh. Had I known today would be so dismal, I should have feasted to my heart's content last night. Oh, my rujiamo, I am so hungry. I long to eat. Upon hearing her lament, Shun Feng suddenly says, "Wait here and don't wander off." He then returns to the restaurant. The cameraman hesitates but decides not to follow him inside, choosing instead to continue filming Jiang Wanwan, believing that her popularity would attract more viewers. A few minutes later, Shin Feng emerges once again, this time with an extra rujiamo in hand. He approaches Jiang Wanwan and offers her the sandwich. "Here, eat." Jiang Wanwan is taken aback. "Did you buy this?" "Rest assured, I did not steal it, otherwise I would have dragged you away by now," Shin Feng replies with a smile. Gazing at the rujiamo, Jiang Wanwan swallows hard. Then, feeling somewhat dejected, asks, "Can we return it? Perhaps I shouldn't eat after all." With only 25 yuan to spare, the prices in this tourist town are exorbitant. Even instant noodles could exceed their budget. If he buys her a rujiamo now, they would both be left starving later. There's no returning food. "Just eat, trust me. We will have enough money for later," Shin Feng reassures her. Realizing there's no way to return it, Jiang Wanwan reluctantly takes the pancake and begins to eat. Meanwhile, the live chat for their group has erupted with excitement. The live broadcast employs a format consisting of 1 main stream and 4 supplementary streams, managed by the director, who alternates between showcasing the different guest groups. In the secondary live broadcast room, each segment showcased the circumstances of 4 different guests. Within the Penghu Bay live broadcast featuring Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan, the opposing faction from Lanyu Entertainment seized the opportunity to target Shin Feng. "Isn't this spending a bit too extravagantly? You only have $25, and you've already blown 15. Let us see how you manage the remaining 2 meals." Truly a privileged individual, the young master, utterly oblivious to the struggles of the world. He has no sense of financial awareness whatsoever. Encouraged by these professional trolls, some ordinary viewers began to criticize Shin Feng as well. Just a passerby, but isn't Shin Feng being a bit foolish? Does he plan to starve for both lunch and dinner? Wanwan is unfortunate to be paired with him. My heart aches for her. Not only the audience, but even Director Chen frowned. Spending such a sum at once suggested that Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan were destined for hardship over the next half day. With tears brimming in her eyes, Jiang Wanwan took a few bites of her meat sandwich. Suddenly remembering that Shin Feng had yet to eat, she offered him the remaining half of her sandwich, saying, "Would you like to have a couple of bites?" "No, I'm not hungry yet, Shinfeng replied, gesturing towards the filming camera. By the way, Wanwan, while you eat, you should tell the camera that Lao Yang's meat sandwich is authentic and delicious. Jiang Wanwan responded with confusion. Why would I say that? Shrugging, Shinfeng explained. I just spoke with the shop owner and mentioned that you are a celebrity participating in a live stream. I told him that if he could provide us with 2 meat sandwiches for free, we would help promote his shop. With a sandwich in her mouth, Jiang Wanwan looked astonished. So this is free? Not entirely, Shinfeng clarified. I told the owner that if he didn't believe me, he could watch the live stream. Unfortunately, he discovered his computer was broken. I did a quick fix for him, and this meat sandwich is essentially payment for my services. He should be watching the live stream now. If you promote his shop, he might just feel generous and offer us another. As soon as Shinfeng finished speaking, the owner of the meat sandwich shop appeared, carrying 2 cups of soybean milk, 2 tea eggs, and 2 meat sandwiches. Cheerfully, he handed the items to Shinfeng, flashed a peace sign at the camera, and declared, Lao Yang's meat sandwich, authentic and delicious. Welcome everyone to come and taste. After saying this, the owner returned to his shop, leaving Jiang Wanwan bewildered, holding her sandwich in the wind. How could she have felt so distressed about the sandwich earlier? To think it was free all along. Had her tears been shed in vain? What about those who claimed he was spending lavishly? Not a penny spent. And they call it extravagant? Isn't this cheating? Can one really get something for nothing? It seems the rules didn't state that one couldn't acquire things for free, and besides, the sandwich Wanwan is eating was earned by Shinfeng fixing the computer. Wasn't he it? A science guy who can fix computers? Shinfeng is quite impressive. In this day and age, who cannot repair a computer? It seems that he did not linger for long inside, suggesting that it was likely not a significant issue, allowing him to take advantage of the situation. The viewers were taken by surprise, as Shinfeng managed to indulge in several meat sandwiches without spending a single penny. Those who had previously criticized Shinfeng for his extravagant spending were now left feeling somewhat embarrassed. Although they attempted to maintain their bravado, it did not last long. Their appetites soon got the better of them. Knowing that the meat sandwiches were complimentary, Jiang Wanwan found them even more delectable. After quickly finishing the half she had, she eagerly snatched another from Shinfeng's hand and began to devour it, enticing the audience in the live stream. Wanwan eats so deliciously. I want to try a meat sandwich too. I've already placed my order. I'm having this for breakfast. Wanwan should consider a career as a food broadcaster. She would surely outshine her celebrity status. Are you implying that my Wanwan isn't popular as a star? Some even ventured to other live streams. Guys, I just checked the neighboring streams. The remaining 3 groups are either eating instant noodles, munching on biscuits, or have decided to skip breakfast altogether. Only Jiang Wanwan's group is truly enjoying themselves. Fans from the neighboring stream, I heard there's someone here eating meat sandwiches? Wow, it's true. This inadvertently attracted numerous viewers from other streams. At that moment, Jia Tenin and Li Tingting, an unappealing duo, happened to stroll past Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan. They belonged to the group that had decided to forego breakfast. Upon seeing Jiang Wanwan savoring the meat sandwich so delightfully, Jia Tenin felt a pang of hunger. Rubbing his hands together, he pulled Li Tingting closer and cheerfully addressed Shinfeng. Brother Shin, are you eating? Shinfeng was not actually eating. He was not hungry and intended to save the food for later. Nevertheless, he nodded and replied, Yes, I am. What about you? Have you finished your meal? Finished. Jia Tenin responded, only for his stomach to audibly rumble, causing him to feel quite embarrassed. Scratching his head, he inquired, Brother Shin, how much did you purchase these meat sandwiches for? He was unaware that Shinfeng had received them for free. Observing Shinfeng holding the sandwich, egg, and soy milk, he assumed they must be quite affordable. 15 each, Shinfeng stated, causing Jia Tenin to be taken aback. So expensive? If you don't believe me, you can check for yourself, Shinfeng replied, suddenly struck by an idea. He lifted the soy milk and meat sandwich, saying, Given that you called me Brother Shin, I could offer them to you at a lower price if you're interested. The meat sandwich is 4, the soy milk 3, and the egg 1. You wouldn't even be able to buy a single sandwich at that price in the store. Li Tingting and Jia Tenin exchanged glances. To be honest, both felt a twinge of temptation. They had previously surveyed the area and discovered that a box of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water together cost 9 yuan. A bag of cookies was priced at 7 yuan. In contrast, a meat sandwich, a cup of soybean milk, and an egg only totaled 8 yuan, which is quite a bargain. Moreover, both of them were finding it increasingly difficult to resist their cravings. As for Jiang Wanwan, It was one thing to eat. But why was she incessantly smacking her lips? Wasn't he that quite tempting? Finally, Jia Tenin, with a resolve, took out 8 yuan. Shen Feng cheerfully handed the items to Jia Tenin. Just as Jia Tenin was about to leave, Shen Feng suddenly remarked, "Since you've bought the soybean milk, wouldn't you need a straw? Just a single yuan for one." It was then that Jia Tenin noticed Shen Feng holding 2 straws, while his own soybean milk lacked even a single straw. "Then, I suppose I'll take 1 straw." Jia Tenin handed over another yuan. "You too. A man and a woman, sharing 1 straw seems rather inappropriate. Wouldn't you like another?" Shen Feng collected the money and added. Jia Tenin hesitated. At that moment, Jiang Wanwan swallowed her meat sandwich and advised, "It's just an extra yuan. If your fans see you sharing a straw with listening, you might get into trouble." Gritting his teeth, Jia Tenin reluctantly produced another yuan. Consequently, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's funds swelled to 35 yuan. Suddenly, Jia Tenin glanced at the other cup of soybean milk in Shen Feng's hand. Puzzled, he inquired, "But how will you drink it without a straw?" Shen Feng quietly dashed back to the meat sandwich shop. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with several straws. This item was free, so why not just ask the owner for a couple more? "By the way, you've asked for 2 extra. Are you purchasing them? This time, I'll sell them to you for 50 cents each." Jia Tenin exclaimed, "Damn, I was hasty." Chapter 28. The Silent Word Guessing Challenge. Huh? How careless. I feel for my silly Jia. This is hilarious. I used to think Shen Feng was a wealthy young master, but turns out he is quite the shrewd businessman. Jiang Wanwan is in cahoots with Shen Feng, deceiving together the unscrupulous couple's con. This pair is quite entertaining. I might just vote for them. In the live stream, many viewers burst into laughter upon witnessing Jia Tenin being duped by Shen Feng. The discordant duo of Jia Tenin and Li listening, alongside the vibrant pairing of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, saw their votes significantly increase. However, despite their efforts, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's group still hadn't reached the top rank. After all, the professional vote manipulators they had paid were still quite formidable. Jia Tenin, feeling tricked, could not demand his money back and had no choice but to accept his role as the unwitting mark. After declining Shen Feng's further offer of 2 straws, he quietly retreated to share breakfast with Li listening. Shen Feng consumed the remaining egg and sipped some soybean milk. Once Jiang Wanwan finished her meal, he finally inquired, "Are you full?" Jiang Wanwan gently patted her belly, nodding in satisfied approval. "I am full. Let us embark on our adventure to explore the attractions." The duo, accompanied by their cameraman, promptly set off toward their first destination. This particular location had been agreed upon during their meal, a charming love museum nestled within the quaint tourist town. Having spent 2 days in the town, they were well aware of the museum's reputation. It was a renowned hotspot, frequented by numerous social media influencers who often visited not for the sake of tourism, but merely to capture a few photographs within its walls. Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng's choice of this venue was not merely to align with the theme of a romantic variety show. Rather, the primary allure was its complimentary admission. The Love Museum offered couples visiting the site daily a chance to participate in challenge tasks. Successfully completing these tasks would grant them free entry. Thus, it was clear that this museum was one of the most suitable spots for them to check in without straining their budget. Upon their arrival at the Love Museum, they were taken aback to find several cameras already set up. As they approached, they spotted another star couple, Zhang Wei and Meng Yin, the formidable duo, at the entrance. Had someone beaten them to it? Jiang Wanwan quickly tugged Shen Feng along, hurrying over. Zhang Wei and Meng Yin appeared to have arrived not long before, and they were inquiring about the free admission opportunities. As Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng approached, they overheard a staff member explaining that there was only 1 free entry available for the day, contingent upon completing a word-guessing challenge. One participant would act out the words while the other guessed, with a target of 10 correct guesses within 2 minutes to meet the criteria. Jiang Wanwan eagerly raised her hand and asked, "May we also participate?" The staff member, with an apologetic expression, replied, "These 2 arrived first. You must wait for them to finish. If they fail, then you may proceed." Jiang Wanwan's face fell in disappointment. Zhang Wei and Meng Yin quickly commenced their word-guessing challenge, with Zhang Wei demonstrating while Meng Yin guessed. The director shifted the main live stream to capture this unfolding event. The mighty CP duo tackling the word challenge. How could they not excel? Zhang Wei and Meng Yin are not only from the same company, but have collaborated on several projects. They seem to be friends off-screen, so this challenge should pose no difficulty for them. Poor Wanwan. It seems she might not receive the next free entry opportunity. What is Jiang Wanwan doing? Why is she crouching down? Observant viewers noticed Jiang Wanwan squatting on the ground, seemingly engaged in some activity, as the challenge was still in its preliminary stages. The director temporarily shifted the camera's focus to Jiang Wanwan, revealing that she appeared to be drawing something on the ground. The audience was left puzzled, as was Director Chun. Upon noticing an audience member inquiring via the comments about Jiang Wanwan's activities, Director Chun promptly inquired through his earpiece, "Jiang Wanwan, what are you doing?" Jiang Wanwan lifted her gaze towards the camera that was intently focused on her and suddenly exclaimed, "Could you please bleep this out during post-production? If you promise, I'll reveal what I'm doing." "Absolutely," Director Chun quickly acquiesced. "I'm drawing circles to curse Zhang Wei and Ming," and Director Chun replied. "Are you a primary school student?" "Ha ha ha, Zhang San is it? Drawing circles to curse you." "Jiang Wanwan is simply adorable. Bleep it out in post-production? What about the live broadcast? My dear, are you a bit daft?" "Ha ha." Amidst Jiang Wanwan's playful curses, the word-guessing challenge between Zhang Wei and Ming commenced. Although neither of them were particularly famous stars, they were indeed seasoned partners who had collaborated numerous times. There were even marketing accounts that hinted at a possible romantic involvement between them. Given this backdrop, the audience believed this guessing game would pose no challenge for the duo. However, soon the viewers found themselves reconsidering. The words provided by the Love Museum were not difficult. Yet Zhang Wei and Ming consecutively failed to guess several of them correctly. In a seemingly straightforward task, Zhang Wei gestured for quite a while Ming could only deduce a single sheep. Frustrated, the audience inundated the comments. Why can't they guess such simple words? The previous scribbles were also quite simple. It feels like their thought processes are on entirely different wavelengths. Weren't they supposed to be in sync? Just this? Zhang Wei seems anxious. He is furrowing his brow and starting to stomp his feet. Isn't this just a game? Is it really necessary? After several failed attempts, Zhang Wei's expression indeed soured. To him, the word seemed incredibly simple, yet Ming consistently guessed incorrectly. It felt utterly nonsensical. Finally, Zhang Wei raised his hand decisively. "We need to switch. I'll guess." He simply could not fathom why such easy words eluded them. However, upon taking the position of the guesser, Zhang Wei was taken aback. He realized that guessing and gesturing were entirely different endeavors. Standing in the guessing position, all information could solely be gleaned from Ming's gestures. Some actions, which the audience and Ming could interpret, made no sense to Zhang Wei. He could only guess randomly. The words he deduced bore little resemblance to what Ming was gesturing. Consequently, his performance was hardly better than Ming's. Soon, 2 minutes had elapsed, and Zhang Wei and Ming's team had only correctly guessed 6 words, falling far short of their target of 10 words and thus failing the challenge. The expressions on both Zhang Wei and Ming's faces were far from pleasant at this moment. 2 individuals walked silently to a corner, exchanging not a word. Is this truly how one displays displeasure? Is it really necessary? Previously, I heard gossip suggesting their relationship was exceptionally close. How could they quarrel so easily? Surely, those rumors were not mere fabrications. Zhang Wei had previously criticized Ming for his inaccurate guesses, yet his own attempts yielded little better. I reckon if I were to guess alongside my boyfriend, I would fare far better than either of them. I had initially intended to cast my vote for this couple, but now I believe I shall refrain. Quickly, let us change the participants. I yearn to see Jiang Wanwan's guessing skills. In the barrage of comments, some lambasted Zhang Wei and Ming while others eagerly anticipated Jiang Wanwan and Shun Feng's performance. Consequently, the trolls and naysayers began to rear their heads, ever eager to seize any opportunity to bolster their claims. Jiang Wanwan and Shun Feng? I doubt they could guess even a single word. What kind of rapport could they possibly share? Indeed, they are merely a forced pairing concocted by the company. It would be remarkable if they harbored no animosity towards one another. Some onlookers perceived the situation with clarity. Yet, I previously observed Jiang Wanwan and Shun Feng interacting quite normally. Shun Feng dotes on Jiang Wanwan, and upon hearing her desire for a meat sandwich, he promptly fetched several for her. However, trolls quickly retorted, "Surely, no one genuinely believes the antics of a variety show? Who would think Jiang Wanwan would take an interest in someone like Shun Feng, a mere benefactor? How laughable!" Of course, Jiang Wanwan and Shun Feng were oblivious to this discourse. Upon witnessing Zhang Wei and Ming's failure, Jiang Wanwan excitedly high-fived Shun Feng, exclaiming, "The curse has worked." Shun Feng gently patted her head, cautioning, Keep your voice down. We haven't been censored yet, and we wouldn't want others overhearing. Jiang Wanwan nodded eagerly. Their playful interaction sparked a desire among many onlookers to flood the comments section. Yet, upon seeing the trolls continuing their smear campaign against Shen Feng, the audience refrained from commenting. Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng approached the staff at the Love Museum to request a guessing challenge. Many viewers, eager for entertainment, invited their friends to join in. They were curious to see how far Jiang Wanwan and the freshly debuted Shen Feng could go in a guessing challenge that even Zhang Wei and Ming had failed to complete. As the number of viewers and the excitement in the live stream surged, Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng's guessing challenge commenced. Chapter 29. Did the production team leak the answers? Shen Feng took on the role of the one to gesture, while Jiang Wanwan was tasked with guessing. Once both signaled their readiness, the staff revealed the prompt board. The first prompt, the national beauty and the heavenly fragrance. Shen Feng pointed at Jiang Wanwan. She paused for a moment, then exclaimed, "The fish sinks, the geese fall. The moon shies away, the flowers blush, a beauty that could topple nations, with a visage like that of a flower blooming from the water. A sight to feast upon, a true national beauty." Correct. Shen Feng clapped his hands. The next prompt, the fish sinks, the geese fall. Shen Feng again indicated Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan immediately remarked, "The beauty that sinks fish and drops geese, the moon that conceals itself." Right, on to the next question. Staff member, Director Chun, audience. What kind of gameplay is this? Wait, this is too fast, right? Less than 5 seconds to guess too. Are they even human? Is this truly a test of tacit understanding? Or is it merely an examination of Jiang Wanwan's vanity? I am quite curious about how many self-descriptive terms she has memorized. Did the production team leak the answers in advance? Some comments have already begun to question the fairness of the program. The Water Army and haters, equally astonished by the speed of the two's guessing, have now regained their composure. They hurriedly picked up their keyboards, ready to stir the pot. I think the answers were leaked too. There must be a script, right? It's obvious that Lanyu Entertainment has bribed them, trying to force the CP of Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng. Seeing the comments, Director Chun felt utterly wronged. He truly had not accepted any money from Lanyu, nor had he leaked any answers. Although the staff member was someone he had arranged in advance, and the questions were indeed crafted by the production team, he had not shared any information with others. Moreover, among the many adjectives Jiang Wanwan had just recited, scarcely any were from the question bank. It was merely a coincidence. Contemplating this, Director Chen quickly contacted the staff outside, instructing them to refrain from including any questions related to appearance henceforth. As for the next question, it indeed was not about looks. The third question was, waiting by the stump for a hare. Surely this one won't be guessed instantly, right? If they guess this one immediately, I will genuinely suspect the production team of leaking answers. The audience felt this question held some difficulty. Even Director Chen shared this sentiment. If Jiang Wanwan managed to guess it in an instant again, he would have to question whether there was a mole within his team. Then, Shen Feng pointed first to his hand, then to Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan promptly exclaimed, "Waiting by the stump for a hare." Director Chun, audience, damn. I said it was leaked. How else can this be explained? Director Chun was equally frustrated, immediately wanting to check if there was indeed an undercover among his ranks. But suddenly, a comment floated in, leaving both Director Chun and the other irate viewers momentarily stunned. Shen Feng pointed to his hand, then to Jiang Wanwan. Hand, pig. Any normal person could deduce waiting by the stump for a hare, right? A guess isn't necessarily wrong. The comments fell silent for a moment. I understand the logic, but why point to Jiang Wanwan as a pig? Isn't the scariest part that Jiang Wanwan guessed it in a second? Does she herself acknowledge she is a pig? While I find this explanation quite reasonable, I still feel they must have leaked the answers. This was guessed far too quickly. At this moment, the staff had already turned to the next question. The fourth one, childhood sweethearts. Shen Feng pointed at Jiang Wanwan, then at himself. This time, Jiang Wanwan did not guess immediately. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly exclaimed, "A united couple?" Upon seeing Shen Feng shake his head, she began to guess again. Then, a loving relationship? Mutual respect? Harmonious partnership? The husband sings while the wife follows. None of these. Could it be deep brotherhood? A bond of brotherhood? Or perhaps a profound father-son relationship? Soldiers fighting side by side. Wait, why are husbands, brothers, and even fathers being mentioned? Is their relationship rather convoluted? After a few more seconds, Jiang Wanwan finally realized. Childhood sweethearts. Only then did Shun Feng nod in affirmation. However, setting aside the peculiarities of husbands, brothers, and fathers, why are Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng referred to as childhood sweethearts? Aren't they merely colleagues? Some audience members expressed their confusion. Could it be yet another fabricated relationship by the company? It's possible, after all. He is the favored one of the CEO, Lan Yu. Some trolls seized the opportunity to stir the pot. Hey, I know Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. We were classmates in elementary school. They grew up together. If you're unaware, please refrain from spreading baseless rumors. I wouldn't believe you. I could just as easily claim to be Jiang Wanwan's father. Fabricating rumors comes at no cost. At that moment, in Zhonghai City, Jiang Zhe, who was watching the live broadcast, furrowed his brows upon reading this comment. He typed a response. I am her father. Who do you think you are? Then, you have been muted by the moderator. Frustrated, Jiang Zhe slammed his hand on the table. The fifth question, a bustling scene. For this one, Shin Feng did not point at either himself or Jiang Wanwan. Instead, he first mimicked driving a car, then gestured as if playing table tennis. Jiang Wanwan followed suit and quickly guessed, a bustling scene. Correct. Moving on to the next. Dragon Team has been offended. Ha! Shin Feng's gestures are so on point. Even without clarity, one could guess it. If it weren't for the clarity, they must have a great rapport. If it were me, I might need to think for a long time. Perhaps your mind isn't quick enough. The sixth question, Heaven's punishment and Earth's destruction. Before Shin Feng even began his gestures, the comment started. I predict Shin Feng will first point to the sky, then to Jiang Wanwan. One, sure enough, Shin Feng first pointed to the sky, then to Jiang Wanwan. Heaven's punishment and Earth's destruction. Jiang Wanwan exclaimed immediately. Oh no, I think I've grasped their pattern. They probably received the answers in advance. I understand the logic, but still, that raises the question, why is Jiang Wanwan likened to a pig? How could you assume you're a pig, Wanwan? Can't you at least put up a struggle? Following this, as they progressed to the 7th, 8th, and 9th questions, the synergy between Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng was so remarkable that even the production crew felt a tingle of apprehension. Shin Feng's gestures were both precise and succinct, while Jiang Wanwan's comprehension was remarkably swift. Some of Shin Feng's motions were such that the audience might not immediately connect them to the words they were meant to guess. Take, for instance, the 10th question, to stop at the right time. The audience deemed this term exceedingly challenging. Yet, Shin Feng executed merely 2 gestures. First, he raised both arms in the same direction while tilting his head to the side, performing a quintessential escar action. Then, he made a stopping gesture. The audience was left bewildered. However, after a brief murmur, Jiang Wanwan exclaimed, Escar and stop. To stop at the right time. Correct. Next question. Damn, this is incredible. One truly knows how to gesture, while the other dares to guess. Honestly, even my brother, with whom I've lived for over a decade, and I may not share such an instinctive understanding. Could they truly be childhood sweethearts? I always thought they seemed familiar. Don't speak carelessly. Let me clarify, my childhood sweetheart and I lack this kind of rapport. In no time, half of the 2 minutes had elapsed. Within a minute, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan had already guessed 13 questions correctly. Logically, they could have concluded the game. However, Jiang Wanwan was thoroughly enjoying herself. She even raised her hand, eager to switch places with Shin Feng and take over the gesturing. The staff quickly contacted the director for assistance. The question bank he had prepared contained only a little over 30 questions. Previously, Zhang Wei and Meng had already gone through a round, and the cumulative correct and skipped guesses amounted to over 10. The remaining questions were primarily related to appearance, which the director had prohibited from being mentioned. His question bank was nearly depleted. Director Chun could only pick up the intercom, clear his throat, and say, well, Wanwan, your task has been completed. You have earned a free pass. There's no need to continue guessing. Suddenly, Jiang Wanwan, who had been so exhilarated at the thought of gesturing for Shin Feng, felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She blinked her eyes in a feigned grievance, casting a pitiful glance towards the camera. But I haven't had my turn yet. I want to play. Jiang Wanwan, after all, was a talented actress. The moment she displayed that little expression, the barrage of comments exploded. Let her play. Chapter 30. I cannot comprehend, yet I am profoundly moved. Let her play. My Wanwan wants to play. Director, don't be ungrateful. Those who bully Wanwan shall face misfortune. To be honest, I've become quite engrossed in their guessing. It's so smooth. This moment is undoubtedly the highlight of today's show. I'm also captivated. I just called my friend to watch together, so why stop now? In this moment, the barrage of comments surged wildly, leaving even the trolls and paid commenters unable to interject. Observing the flood of comments, Director Chen felt a headache creeping in. It was not that he wished to stifle Jiang Wanwan's guesses. Rather, he found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, the assistant director approached, whispering a few suggestions in Chen's ear. Upon hearing them, Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. This idea not only fulfilled Jiang Wanwan's desire for engagement, but also silenced those who accused them of leaking answers. He promptly picked up the intercom and announced, "Dear audience, our program's word bank has been exhausted. However, to cater to Jiang Wanwan's wishes, we have decided to introduce a new segment. We invite you to submit words from the barrage. Please send us the words you would like the Penghu Bay group to guess. Our backend will tally the results. Once completed, we will incorporate the top 5 most voted words into the word bank, allowing Jiang Wanwan to play with 5 more words. Alright, for the next 30 seconds. We encourage everyone to send in your comments. We will reveal the results after 30 seconds. With this announcement, the audience in the live stream became invigorated. They had frequently watched variety shows, but had rarely encountered one where the audience could interact in real time to influence the program's outcome. In an instant, the barrage of comments soared. As Chun observed the words flooding in, he felt utterly bewildered. Not a single ordinary term was among them. There were phrases like long xing da da, monkey harness and flying squirrel, and thunder and lightning. Chun was at a loss for how to even pronounce them. Some familiar terms were equally bizarre, such as Peppa Pig, YYDS, Rat Tail Juice, King Gigi, and Master of Time Management. There were even tongue twisters, like red carp and green carp and donkey and black fertilizer volatilizes to gray. Were these words even possible to act out? It was no wonder that chaos reigned in the live stream. The casual viewers were simply there for amusement, and naturally, their submissions reflected their desire for humor, resulting in an array of eccentric terms. Those trolls from rival companies were particularly eager for Shin Feng to guess incorrectly. Thus their contributions were even more peculiar. The 30 seconds passed swiftly. Shin glanced at the backend's comment statistics and discovered that the terms he could hardly pronounce garnered the fewest votes. I had expected those bizarre terms to dominate the tally, he muttered. The assistant director adjusted his glasses and remarked, "The low votes are likely because many viewers were unsure how to type those characters." "You make a valid point," Shin replied. Subsequently, he sifted through the submissions, selecting a few words to announce. Naturally, he could not choose words solely based on the audience's votes. For instance, one of the top 5 terms was an insulting word directed at Shin Feng. Clearly, it was a product of the rival company's paid commenters. With Director Chen's extensive experience, he had long discerned that professional manipulators had infiltrated his live stream room. Naturally, he could not allow such terminology to appear in the question bank. Otherwise, not only would Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng be dismayed, but the casual viewers would also feel a sense of aversion. Thus, Director Chen expunged the term, subsequently introducing a word he deemed the most challenging, albeit with insufficient votes, into the question bank. After some contemplation, an idea sparked in his mind. He seized the intercom and announced, "Classmate Jiang Wanwan, the 5 words with the highest votes have been determined, and shortly, our staff will inscribe them on the question board. As this is an additional guessing challenge of considerable difficulty, the production team has resolved that if you can answer all 5 questions correctly, we will grant you an extra monetary bonus of 5 yuan for the Penghu Bay combination." By doing so, Director Chen aimed to create some buzz and elevate the excitement. Furthermore, he was confident that the last word he added would utterly stump Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng's group when they inevitably failed to guess it. The ensuing drama would enhance the show's entertainment value. Upon hearing about the monetary incentive, Jiang Wanwan's eyes sparkled with delight. She immediately cheered and turned to Shin Feng, exclaiming, "Fengzi, whether we can enjoy a good meal at noon depends on you." Shin Feng nodded with a smile. Soon, the staff inscribed those 5 peculiar words on the question board, ensuring that the most difficult word was placed at the end, per Director Chen's arrangement. The staff then unveiled the question board. Upon seeing the first question, Jiang Wanwan was taken aback. Jia Tenon. Perhaps due to the interactions between Jia Tenon's group and Shin Feng's and Jiang Wanwan's today, the audience had formed a strong impression of that group. However, this left Jiang Wanwan in a quandary. How was she to convey this name? Suddenly, she began to scan the area, hoping to spot that unfortunate fellow Jia Tenon nearby. Regrettably, he was nowhere in sight. Ultimately, Jiang Wanwan devised a plan. She mimicked holding a cup and drinking through a straw. Next, she gestured to Shinfeng, raising her left hand to form a 1 and her right hand to form a 1 as well. Then, she raised her left hand to form a 2 and her right hand to form a 1. Following that, she raised her left hand to form a 3 and her right hand to form a 5. Then, she waved her hands in exasperation. And then, there was silence. Is there a sign language master who can elucidate this? I've studied sign language. I just want to say I'm also waiting for someone to explain. I can't understand it, but I am utterly astounded. What on earth does this mean? Not only can I not discern the term Jiatenin, but even if I could see it now, it would be challenging to connect Wanwan's gestures to Jiatenin. If anyone manages to guess this, I would not only admit there is no foul play, but I would also cast my vote for them. Such were the sentiments expressed by the audience. Then, they heard Shinfeng say, Jiatenin. Damn it, this must be a conspiracy. How could anyone possibly guess that? Not only the audience, but even Director Chun was left astounded. He picked up the intercom and, with a tremor in his voice, asked Shinfeng, can you explain how you figured it out? Quite simple, Shinfeng replied nonchalantly. Wanwan first made a gesture of drinking something, but the key was the use of a straw. I immediately connected the straw to milk tea and the soy milk I had in the morning. Initially, I didn't understand the hand gestures Wanwan made. But when she showed a few numbers, it became clear to me. What did you understand? What significance do those numbers hold? Director Chen inquired, perplexed. Shinfeng proceeded to elucidate. The left hand showing 1 and the right hand showing 1 indicated the first straw I sold to Jiatenin, for which I received 1 yuan. The left hand showing 2 and the right hand showing 1 referred to Jiatenin purchasing a second straw from me, again for 1 yuan. As for the 3 and 5, it signified that I sold him a third straw for just 50 cents. Director Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. What did Wanwan's final gesture signify? It meant that Jiatenin ultimately did not buy that 50-cent straw. Shinfeng then shrugged. Isn't it rather easy to deduce Jiatenin's intentions? The audience reacted. Bring me my imperial sword. Let's show her cut an apple. Easy my foot. Is this some kind of Versailles moment? I used to suspect the relationship between them. Now I'm beginning to doubt their very humanity. Are they really from Earth? What about those who claim to have solved the riddle earlier? Are they being slapped in the face now? I'm in awe. Fine. I admit there is no conspiracy. With their reading comprehension skills, who needs a conspiracy? The key lies in their tacit understanding. If they weren't so in sync, they wouldn't have grasped each other's meanings. No matter how hard they tried. I'm truly impressed. If my ex had understood me like this, we wouldn't have broken up. Honestly, if I had understood my ex like this, we'd still be together. Why don't you two upstairs reconcile? I've cast my vote. This duo is simply sensational for the show. After a brief moment of silence, the barrage of comments erupted once more. In no time, the votes for Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan soared significantly. Even those who had been paid to criticize were momentarily at a loss for words. Are they just a packaged couple? A marketing ploy? Riding on Jiang Wanwan's popularity? With the level of understanding between them, it was hard to believe they hadn't known each other for ages. Unbeknownst to them, amidst the lively comments, Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng were already attempting to decipher the second question. Chapter 31. Unable to guess, the second question was not as outrageous as the first. It was a popular internet buzzword consisting of 5 characters, both inexperienced and playful. I can't shake the feeling that this is a subtle reference to my family's Wanwan. Though my Wanwan enjoys playful antics, she is by no means lacking in skill. This prompt appears rather challenging to depict. It also depends on who is involved. If you were to switch to Wei's group, they would surely struggle, but I believe anything is possible with Wanwan and Shinfeng. Upon seeing the prompt, Jiang Wanwan suddenly exhaled in relief. She gestured a 5 to Shinfeng, indicating 5 words. Then, she pretended to sit at a computer, engrossed in a game, and pointed to herself. Shinfeng immediately guessed, both inexperienced and playful. Jiang Wanwan clapped her hands in excitement. Though I previously stated that anything is possible, isn't this a bit too swift? Damn, did he guess it before I even finished typing? Why do I feel that Wanwan shouldn't be so elated at this moment? Could it be that Shinfeng has played games with Jiang Wanwan before? How is it that upon her gesture, he immediately understood it as both inexperienced and playful? Even Jiang Wanwan's own gesture confirms her lack of skill. However, when it came to the third and fourth prompts, Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng found themselves struggling. The third prompt comprised merely 2 characters, silence. Jiang Wanwan remained silent for a considerable time. Finally, Shinfeng ventured, dim-witted. Jiang Wanwan retorted, isn't it a bit too cheeky? Shinfeng? Yet, She recognized that remaining still would make it difficult for Shenfeng to guess. In a moment of inspiration, she recalled a recent video on Douyin featuring humans engaging in peculiar antics. Suddenly, she spread her legs apart, mimicked holding a phone with one hand, and tucked the other into her pocket, beginning to sway. Has my Wanwan finally embraced the absurd? Another one has been driven mad. What on earth is she trying to convey? How does this relate to silence? Shenfeng raised an eyebrow. That video, which Jiang Wanwan had shown him multiple times on their journey to Lanyu County, had left her in a state of distress. She claimed that enduring the discomfort alone was unbearable. Absurd antics? Shenfeng guessed. Jiang Wanwan shook her head and mimicked singing with her mouth. In an instant, Shenfeng grasped her intent and began to sing the song from the video. I have dried the silence, regretting. All right, no need to continue singing. Oh right. Jiang Wanwan joyfully gestured a yay. What a talent. Shenfeng's rendition was quite impressive, resonating with authenticity, albeit unfinished. I never imagined word guessing could be played in such a manner. Having not watched that video before, I just did. And now my mind is filled with I have dried the silence. The fourth prompt proved equally challenging, consuming more time for Shenfeng and Jiang Wanwan. The guessing game, of course, is subject to a time constraint, with the production team allotting 5 minutes to the two participants. Previously, they had efficiently guessed Jiatenin and Yukai Wan, consuming merely a minute. However, the third and fourth questions took a bit longer, leaving only a minute and a half on the clock. Similarly, only one final question remained. Should they answer it correctly, they would earn a $5 reward. Jiang Wanwan's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a ravenous wolf poised to seize its prey. She fixated on the question board, eagerly awaiting the staff to reveal the next word. As she rubbed her hands in anticipation, Jiang Wanwan's expression suddenly froze upon seeing the next word. Haha, I voted for this word too. Whoever thought of it first is truly talented. There's no way to act this one out. It's utterly impossible. I'm dying of laughter. My Wanwan is completely flummoxed. No amount of tacit understanding could reveal this word, as it is genuinely unguessable. Director Chun, reveling in Jiang Wanwan's expression, chuckled inwardly, for this was a question he had personally selected. Its value was undoubtedly high. He couldn't believe that these two would be able to decipher it. Indeed, Jiang Wanwan was dumbfounded, for the final word was none other than cannot guess. It was not that Jiang Wanwan was unable to guess. Rather, the four characters of the question simply were guess, not, out, and come. How could one possibly act that out? Jiang Wanwan was exasperated. She shook her head and waved her hands, but even with their profound understanding, Shenfeng could not conceive of those four characters. After several incorrect guesses, 30 seconds had slipped away. Only a minute remained. Just as Jiang Wanwan was in distress, Meng and Zhang Wei, standing nearby, were preparing to leave. They had not secured free entry and felt a sense of imbalance, eager to witness Jiang Wanwan and Shenfeng's blunders. Although Jiang Wanwan and Shenfeng ultimately obtained free entry, seeing them grapple with an unsolvable question brought a modicum of comfort to Zhang Wei and Meng En. They intended to depart and continue with their tasks. However, they inadvertently sparked inspiration in Jiang Wanwan. She pointed towards Meng En and Zhang Wei, signaling to Shenfeng to look over. Shenfeng glanced in that direction and remarked, Mighty duo? Jiang Wanwan shook her head. Surface couple? Another shake of the head. In name only? Another negative shake. Turned enemies? Yet another shake. Feigning affection? Cutting ties? As opposing as fire and water? Father killer? As Shenfeng's guesses grew increasingly exaggerated, many viewers in the comments section were in stitches. Mighty duo, are you polite? Polite mighty duo, are you? May I ask how you came up with father killer as a guess? Fortunately, the formidable duo has moved on. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly seek a heart-to-heart with Shenfeng, which would be quite amusing. Some viewers have also noted the dwindling time. With only 30 seconds remaining, it seems unlikely that the two of them will arrive at a guess. Alas, it appears that Jiang Wanwan will not be receiving any monetary reward this time. However, their rapport has been commendable. Indeed, the question posed was rather obscure. Even the strongest of connections would falter without the aid of mind-reading abilities. Certain dissenters and critics have begun to stir discontent once more. This question isn't difficult. Perhaps another individual would have deduced it, they claim. If it were me, I could have guessed it easily. It simply reflects Shenfeng's lack of capability as a favored participant. In response, some individuals have risen to defend against these disparaging remarks. Could you kindly be quiet? From the inception of the program, it has been evident that you are merely here to criticize. Even a blind person can see you are naysayers. If you don't wish to watch, then leave. Your incessant chatter only makes you appear more loquacious. We tune in for entertainment. We are indifferent to whether Xin Feng's rumored sponsorship is true or false. What matters is that we derive joy from the show. While your presence is rather bothersome, it is entirely natural that they could not solve this question. We have all witnessed the chemistry between Jiang Wanwan and Xin Feng. Could you keyboard warriors spare us your incessant drivel? Previously, when the naysayers and critics were vocal, few bystanders dared to speak up. After all, they were merely casual viewers, not devoted fans of Xin Feng or Jiang Wanwan, and had no desire to embroil themselves in conflict. However, after watching the program for a considerable time, the opinions of these casual viewers have shifted. At the very least, they now perceive the genuine bond between the two individuals, finding their interactions to be remarkably natural. The show's dynamics have proven to be superior to those of other guest pairs. Such is the nature of variety shows, as long as one can create engaging content. Avoiding awkwardness and insincerity while being humorous and clever, attracting a fanbase becomes effortless. Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan exemplify these qualities magnificently. Their chemistry remains consistently high, and as a newcomer, Xin Feng has managed to avoid any embarrassment, other than the moment when Wanwan imitated a high-quality oil product in dance. Their interactions have been refreshingly devoid of any cringeworthy elements. Viewers feel as though they are watching two classmates or their children playing together, which has led many casual viewers to consider becoming fans. Consequently, there are now brave souls willing to confront the critics. The live chat has erupted into a fervent exchange. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanwan feels as though she is on the verge of combusting with anxiety. She is desperately trying to navigate the state of being unable to guess the words during the performance with Zhang Wei and Meng Yan. At that moment, Meng Yan had repeatedly expressed his inability to guess the word, while Xin Feng was on the verge of exhausting all idioms that might describe a fractured relationship. It was precisely the case that no shift towards the unguessable occurred. At that moment, the director had already grasped the intercom, commencing the countdown. 10, 9, 8, alas. It was over. The prize was lost. A mere 5 yuan, barely a third of a meat sandwich. With a snap, it vanished. Jiang Wanwan felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. Observing her dejected expression, Xin Feng could not suppress a chuckle. In truth, considering Jiang Wanwan's initial gestures of shaking her head and waving her hands, coupled with her subsequent portrayal of Zhang Wei and Meng and struggling to guess the words, Xin Feng had already surmised that the word in question was indeed the one Meng and had repeatedly mentioned, unguessable. How could he and Jiang Wanwan lack such a modicum of understanding? He had merely restrained himself from voicing it. Witnessing Jiang Wanwan's woeful demeanor, Xin Feng then raised his hand leisurely. Just as Director Chun was about to declare the end of the game, he interjected, "The word is unguessable." In an instant, Jiang Wanwan, who had moments ago appeared so aggrieved, widened her eyes in astonishment, directing a look of delight towards Xin Feng. Meanwhile, Director Chun, who had been merrily holding the intercom and preparing to announce the game's conclusion, inadvertently dropped the device, his expression freezing as if he had glimpsed a 5 yuan note sprouting wings and soaring away from his pocket. Chapter 32. You insist on pressing my head. In the live stream's comments, upon witnessing Xin Feng's last-minute guess, those supportive bystanders were invigorated. They felt emboldened to retort against the detractors. Come on, haters, keep at it. Previously, you claimed Xin Feng was merely a privileged player riding on Jiang Wanwan's coattails, that they were just colleagues. Yet he guessed over a dozen words in a minute, and you now allege the production team leaked answers. Now that he has deciphered all these bizarre words concocted by the audience, I'm curious what further excuses you detractors will concoct. This group's interaction is clearly far more entertaining than the others, yet their votes remain disappointingly low. Is it a conspiracy by the production team? Or are you detractors orchestrating one? Damn it, based on today's performance by Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan, I'm officially a fan of their group. Anyone who dares to disparage Xin Feng will have to step over my keyboard first. These individuals must be paid trolls. Having been in this fandom for quite some time, I can assure you that those perpetually criticizing Xin Feng were undoubtedly hired. Those who had previously grasped at flimsy justifications to criticize Xin Feng found themselves at a loss for words. A few, driven to desperation, resorted to profanities, only to be swiftly silenced by the vigilant moderators of the live stream. In an instant, the atmosphere of the comments section improved considerably. Meanwhile, Director Chun had instructed the staff to present Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan with 5 yuan in cash. Upon receiving the 5 yuan, Jiang Wanwan joyfully cheered, raising her hand towards Shin Feng. "Fengzi, you are simply amazing." Shin Feng almost instantly raised his hand to give Jiang Wanwan a high five. Indeed, Wan Ji's gestures were superior. "Hey, indeed. Fengzi, Wan Ge." Their nicknames sound quite intimate. What exactly is their relationship? Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan had been at the program for several days, and Director Chun was well aware that their connection was anything but ordinary. Noticing the audience's keen interest in their relationship during the live broadcast, Director Chun decided to delve deeper. His $5 could not be spent in vain. Grabbing the walkie-talkie, he addressed the celebrating Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. "Students Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan, your performance in the guessing challenge was remarkably in sync. First, congratulations on qualifying for free entry to the Love Museum. And secondly, congratulations on earning an additional $5 bonus. However, I must ask on behalf of the audience, what was your relationship prior to participating in this program? And how did you achieve such a seamless rapport?" Just as Shin Feng was pondering the perfect response, Jiang Wanwan suddenly shot a wink at the camera. Playfully, she remarked, "Guess." With that, she took Shin Feng's hand and dashed into the Love Museum. The wink left the cameraman momentarily dumbfounded. It wasn't until they both entered the museum that he snapped back to reality and hurriedly followed them in with the camera. The live audience was equally astonished. "She winked at me. Does she like me? Nonsense. She was clearly looking at me. She's my wife. Wanwan, he, Wanwan. I almost forgot Jiang Wanwan is a girl, let alone a beautiful one. She was so silly before. So adorable. She initiated it. She must be responsible for me. Mom, I've fallen in love. Wait, hold on. Although she was indeed adorable just now, have you all overlooked a crucial point? What did she mean by guess? That seems rather dismissive, doesn't it?" "Exactly." Wanwan seemed to avoid answering that question directly. "Damn. She managed to slip through that one." Director Chen also realized this from the barrage of comments. Had she truly evaded that? His $5 still went to waste. Jiang Wanwan, who had entered the Love Museum ahead of the cameraman, let out a sigh of relief. She switched off her microphone and flashed a grin at Shin Feng. "Isn't Wan Ge quite clever?" Shin Feng also turned off his mic, ruffled her hair, and replied, "Clever indeed." "Was the wink cute?" "Very cute," she affirmed. As Shin Feng spoke, he noticed the cameraman had yet to catch up. Suddenly, he whispered, "I didn't see it clearly just now. Could you do it again?" Jiang Wanwan winked at Shin Feng again, closing one eye as instructed. Unbeknownst to her, she complied without question, closing both eyes. In the next moment, Jiang Wanwan felt a warmth on her lips. Startled, she opened her eyes wide, only to find Shin Feng leaning down, gently kissing her. A blush spread across Jiang Wanwan's cheeks, yet she did not shy away. Instead, she wrapped her arms around Shin Feng's shoulders, deepening the kiss. When the photographer burst in, he was met with the sight of Jiang Wanwan, resembling a spirited boy, playfully draping her arm over Shin Feng's shoulder, pointing towards the soft pink decorations in the Love Museum. The photographer wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved that he hadn't missed any crucial shots. "Wan Ge, your reflexes are quite impressive," Shin Feng whispered softly in her ear. Jiang Wanwan's ears tingled, her already flushed face turning even more awkward. She muttered, "Your Wan Ge is quite the performer. And you," she continued, recording the show while nearly getting caught. "How audacious of you." With that, Jiang Wanwan playfully pinched Shin Feng. He winced, pouting, "I only intended a fleeting kiss, but you insisted on holding my head." "Silence." Jiang Wanwan pinched him again, causing Shin Feng to flinch. Their relationship seems remarkably close. They are quite the pair. Are they sharing some inside joke? Shin Feng looks positively ecstatic. They don't seem like a couple. Rather, they resemble good friends. The audience remained oblivious to the trials Shin Feng was enduring. Through the lens of the photographer, they observed the silhouettes of Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng, convinced of their deep bond. Could they truly be childhood friends? Suddenly, a particularly eye-catching comment flashed across the screen. "I've said it before, I'm classmates with them. They've been inseparable since elementary school, through middle and high school. I posted their old photos on my profile. Feel free to check." Honestly, I didn't expect Shin Feng to participate in the variety show, but their friendship is undoubtedly genuine. They are true comrades, real brothers. The kind who climbed fences together, blew up the latrine, and let air out of the teacher's tires. Immediately, viewers clicked on the commentator's profile. Sure enough, several photos appeared, showcasing groups of elementary and middle school students, likely from collective events. Some pictures had red circles drawn around two children who bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng. In one image, a boy and a girl were frolicking together, their smiles bright even through the blur. Another photo depicted Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan standing against a wall in punishment. The poster of the photo added a note below it. This is a photograph from their childhood, capturing the moment when they blocked the lock of their teacher's bicycle and were caught, resulting in a punishment of standing. The teacher was the one who took the picture. At that time, they swore before the entire class that they would never again obstruct the teacher's bicycle lock. The audience was utterly bemused by their antics. What mischievous children! Then they noticed a comment below. The next day, the teacher's bicycle was adorned with 6 additional locks. The audience was even more perplexed. Indeed, they had not blocked the teacher's lock, but it seemed they were intent on causing the teacher considerable distress. After viewing several more photographs, the audience returned to the live stream, where they beheld Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng strolling arm in arm through a love museum, their hearts stirred with lingering emotions. Now, whenever I see Jiang Wanwan smile, I feel compelled to check if there are extra locks on my bicycle. Chapter 33. Hoping to stay together forever, not all viewers ventured to peruse the photos on that individual's profile. Some, upon reading the comments, were bewildered. What bicycle lock? What are you talking about? You should check that guy's profile. It turns out Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng truly are childhood sweethearts. Consequently, more individuals began to delve into the profile of the person who claimed to be a classmate of Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan. I can't believe you call this childhood sweetheart. You are tarnishing the purity of that term. Is blue in reference to a bruised face, and bamboo in reference to firecrackers? No wonder he referred to him as a buddy. Only a brother-in-arms would not engage in such antics. I previously questioned whether they were a couple. Now I kneel in repentance. If they are indeed a couple, then Lu, Guan, and Zhang must be in a love triangle. I used to think Jiang Wanwan was a beautiful girl but felt indifferent. Now I realize this girl had quite a mischievous side. Does this count as Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng's scandal? Suddenly, a comment sparked an amusing idea. What nonsense! Does wetting the bed as a child count as your scandal now? That does make some sense. In any case, the perspectives of many viewers regarding Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan had shifted dramatically. Though this variety show had only been airing for less than 3 hours, the audience's emotions had already experienced numerous fluctuations. For instance, outside the screen, Jiang Zhe, whose previous account had been muted, registered a new one using his wife, Su Yan's phone. Upon seeing a group discussing his daughter's childhood mischief, he hurriedly typed, Wanwan was actually very obedient as a child. It was that rascal Shinfeng who led her astray. Oh, another one of Shinfeng's detractors, blaming him for everything? From those photos, it seems Jiang Wanwan was more mischievous than Shinfeng. Jiang just scoffed. What do you mean I'm blaming him? You think you know Shinfeng's character better than I do? P.S. Just a little rascal. Every day, one can only see Wanwan indulging in leisure activities, neglecting her responsibilities. So the critics, upon discovering that the scheme of binding and hyping up involves a certain charming figure behind the scenes, have shifted their tactics to disparage Shinfeng's character instead? It would be more compelling if they based their accusations on Shinfeng's actions as an adult rather than targeting him for his childhood indiscretions. Indeed, after perusing those photographs, the number of individuals willing to defend Shinfeng and speak in favor of him and Jiang Wanwan has only increased. The evidence from those few images has firmly established that Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan were already acquainted and shared a profound relationship. The portrayal of their camaraderie is undeniably intriguing, leading to a rising support for the Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan duo. Consequently, more individuals are inclined to advocate for Shinfeng. In a short span, Jiang Zhe found himself overwhelmed by this group, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Frustrated, he took a sip of water, eager to engage in a verbal duel. Just then, a private message popped up on the live streaming platform. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from a user with the ID Wanwan Fan Group. Wanwan Fan Group. Sister, are you also against Shinfeng? Is there an organization? Would you like to join our group? We are all fans of Wanwan. Wanwan Fan Group. Currently, most in the live stream support Shinfeng, and your insults won't suffice. We need to be organized and strategic. Here's the group number 10507. Let's all discuss together. Unbeknownst to Jiang Zhe, this individual was actually the leader of a hired group from Lanyu Entertainment. Feigning to be a fan of Jiang Wanwan while deliberately inciting discord between Jiang Wanwan's supporters and Shin Feng. This manipulation aimed to convince Jiang Wanwan's fans that Shin Feng was merely riding on her coattails, prompting them to denounce him. However, Jiangzhe was oblivious to these machinations. Upon discovering a group specifically dedicated to disparaging Shin Feng, he felt a surge of delight. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. He promptly joined the group. Inside, the majority were indeed fans of Jiang Wanwan. After some contemplation, Jiangzhe decided to reveal his true identity, ensuring that Jiang Wanwan's fans understood that her family would always stand by their side in opposition to Shin Feng. Thus, he sent a message in the group. Greetings, everyone. I am Jiang Wanwan's father. Jiangzhe anticipated an enthusiastic reception filled with cheers and admiration from Jiang Wanwan's fans. Instead, he was met with a response from the group administrator, Lan Bao Bao Bao. Administrator, I'm still your father. Lan Bao Bao Bao. Administrator who dares to insult Wanwan here? Get lost. Jiangzhe watched in disbelief as the system notification appeared. You have been kicked out of the group chat. Enraged, he pounded the table. Jiang Wanwan remained blissfully unaware of her father's recent humiliation. At that moment, she and Shin Feng were busy taking photos at the Love Museum, capturing their romantic moments. Initially, Jiang Wanwan arrived with the sole intention of completing her task, planning merely to take a few photographs before departing. However, she did not anticipate that the Love Museum would prove to be quite delightful, if not visually captivating. Although it is termed a museum, it houses few artifacts. Instead, it boasts an array of charming, sweet, and whimsical trinkets, along with numerous delicately adorned rooms that exude romance. One such room, where Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng currently reside, features walls painted a soft, youthful pink, adorned with various endearing decorations. On one wall hangs an expansive net woven from white cotton rope, laden with an abundance of pink notes, each inscribed with messages of love from previous visitors. Intrigued, Jiang Wanwan picked up a pen and a pink note from beneath the net and began to write. Director Chen quickly alerted the cameraman via intercom, urging him to see what she was composing. The cameraman hurried over, but before he could arrive, Jiang Wanwan had already presented her note to the camera. The audience, eyes wide with anticipation, braced themselves to discover her words, only to find their expressions frozen in surprise. I hope Director Chen can give me a bit more money tomorrow. Director Chen interjected. Hey, take a look at what Shin Feng is writing over there. He had noticed that Shin Feng was also engaged in writing and swiftly redirected the conversation, reminding the cameraman once more. Like Jiang Wanwan, Shin Feng presented his note to the camera before the cameraman could reach him. The audience leaned in closer, eager to see his message. I hope Director Chen can give Wanwan a bit more money tomorrow. Director Chen chuckled. Ah, these two are quite the money-minded pair. Aren't they? What was I expecting? Did I truly hope they would pen some sweet nothings? It's good enough that they didn't, right? May we not share the same fate on the same day of the same month? I find Shin Feng's words a bit endearing, don't you think? You dare to ship their sweetness? Be cautious, or you might find 6 locks on the car tomorrow. Since those photographs emerged, the 6 locks have become a humorous motif in the live stream. Having completed their notes, Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng hung them on the net. With a wave, Jiang Wanwan signaled her intent to move to the next room. The cameraman, positioned nearest to the door, exited first. Once he stepped outside, Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng exchanged a glance, simultaneously flipping over their 2 notes that hung together. They then shared a smile before leaving the room. On the pristine white rope, the 2 notes nestled closely together. I hope to be with him forever. I hope to be with her forever, my beloved, my lover. Chapter 34. Cheesy love lines. While Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng were enjoying their time at the Love Museum, other groups of guests were engaged in their own tasks. Director Chun instructed the production team to switch the live broadcast to other groups. Upon seeing this, many viewers in the main live room immediately expressed their displeasure. I want to watch Peng Hu Bei. Don't cut away. My friend brought me here just to see Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng's group. Switch back. Director, if you don't switch back soon, tomorrow I will make sure your bicycle has 6 extra locks. Some irate viewers began to voice their frustrations. Fortunately, there were still some composed individuals in the chat. Actually, this show has both main and secondary live rooms. Everyone can head to the secondary live room for Peng Hu Bei, where the broadcast is entirely dedicated to them. Thus, the audience in the main live room began to migrate. Director Chun watched helplessly as the number of viewers dwindled from a hard-won 40,000 during the guessing game, down to 30,000, then 20,000, 1,500, and finally, Only an eighth of the audience remained. Shen felt a chill in his heart. He understood that many viewers had been drawn in by the chemistry between Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng. These individuals not only followed the Penghu Bei group, but also became fans of them. It was only natural for them to gravitate towards the Penghu Bei group. Yet, could they not spare him a little dignity? Must they leave so decisively? Other groups were equally captivating. Silently, Director Chen glanced at the split screen featuring the other groups. He observed the somewhat slick and contrived influencer group, the formidable group still embroiled in a cold war, and the duo of Jia Tinan and Li Tingting, who were squatting on the ground brainstorming ways to afford tickets after being tricked out of money by Shen Feng that morning. Well, it seemed that Shen Feng's group indeed had a slight edge in excitement. That said, Director Chen could not solely focus the cameras on Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan throughout the show. After all, this was a variety program featuring 8 individuals. Even without the tasks assigned by the production team, the chemistry between Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan was undeniable. For instance, at that very moment, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan found themselves in the cheesy Love Lines exhibition of the Love Museum. The walls were adorned with various corny romantic phrases. Jiang Wanwan, feeling playful, asked Shen Feng to read her the first half of a cheesy line so she could guess the second half. Shen Feng chuckled and obliged. Shen Feng, do you know what my flaw is? Jiang Wanwan, your lack of brains? Shen Feng, audience, damn, I just spat my drink on the screen. Jiang Wanwan, you owe me a new screen. Jiang Wanwan's thought process is quite unique. Only just realizing this. Your reaction is rather slow. I'm dying of laughter. These two are just too entertaining. Shen Feng sighed in exasperation. I'm at a loss for words. You truly have your shortcomings. Jiang Wanwan retorted. Are you implying that I am foolish? A wave of laughter erupted from the audience, with comments flooding in. Under Jiang Wanwan's insistence, Shen Feng recited another cheesy line. Do you enjoy drinking water? He asked. No, I do not, she replied. Shen Feng lamented. This is impossible to follow up. Absolutely impossible. He sighed again. Just say you like it. Jiang Wanwan, wide-eyed with surprise, replied, but I don't like it. Can you say it's cola instead? No. All right. I do like drinking water. Shen Feng then stated, in that case, you must have developed a fondness for the 70 of me. Jiang Wanwan fell silent for a moment before exclaiming, how awkward. Could it be any more awkward? You've disrupted the entire atmosphere. I seriously suspect that Jiang Wanwan's aversion to water stems from the fact that her head is filled with it. Don't insult her. Jiang Wanwan might not have a brain. Please don't disparage my Wanwan. She is already quite foolish. Can't we show her a bit of kindness? I can't take it anymore. I've laughed so hard. I didn't even laugh this much during the guessing game. I must share this stream with my friends. Me too. I can't be the only one subjected to this madness. Shen Feng was reluctant to recite the third cheesy line, as he could already predict Jiang Wanwan's response. However, her enthusiasm compelled him to continue. With resignation, he recited the next line. The box for a ring is called a ring box. Do you know what the box for you and me is called? Jiang Wanwan earnestly replied, a coffin? Just as he had anticipated. Shen Feng sighed dramatically. He knew she would say that. It was a match made in heaven. He patted Jiang Wanwan on the head, stating, I can hear the exhaustion in your tone. Don't just speak for him. Even I am fatigued from laughing. I've laughed so much that my face mask is about to crack. Being in the cheesy love confession section of the Love Museum and connecting it to a coffin, Jiang Wanwan must be the first to do so, right? I just got here because a friend invited me, and I'm already laughing like a fool. What a talent. Then I must say you arrived late. The previous line about her lacking a brain was even more classic. You missed it. Others in the stream expressed their sentiments. I finally understand why Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan are such close friends. If she were his girlfriend, he would probably be infuriated beyond measure. Forget about that. The grass on the grave would be taller than a person. At this moment, Jiang Wanwan had already pulled Shen Feng to recite the fourth cheesy line. Shen Feng had reached his limit. He surrendered to the absurdity and declared, I wish to take something from you. Jiang Wanwan gazed at Shen Feng in terror. Are you taking my life? Shen Feng replied, I intend to take you home. Then he recited the fifth line of his cheesy pickup lines. I wish to purchase a piece of land from you. Jiang Wanwan's eyes widened in horror. Are you implying my head will roll? Shen Feng clarified. I mean your unwavering devotion. As he continued with the sixth, seventh, and eighth lines, and eventually concluded with a dozen cheesy lines, Shen Feng finally exhaled in relief. Initially, Shen Feng harbored a subtle scheme, believing that these cheesy lines presented a splendid opportunity to publicly confess his feelings for Jiang Wanwan. However, Jiang Wanwan, with her celestial understanding, transformed the romantic exchange into a delightful comedic duet. As Shen Feng relaxed, the audience too finally let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. I truly can't take any more. My laughter has exhausted me. Are these two trying to make me laugh myself to death and inherit my Huabei bill? This is the first time I've watched a dating show and laughed to the point of pain. Jiang Wanwan is forever my goddess. That segment of cheesy lines should be included in the anthology of ironclad women-esque quotes. The live stream welcomed a considerable influx of new viewers, all drawn in by friends. At this moment, some began to inquire about Shen Feng. Who is this guy? Is he partnered with Jiang Wanwan? He is somewhat handsome. Several of those cheesy lines were recited in unison by both. Do they share such a strong rapport? If he can keep pace with Jiang Wanwan's thought process, he must not be an ordinary person. Are they genuinely a couple? Upon seeing the new viewers' comments, enthusiastic regulars stepped in to provide answers. For those curious about their chemistry, I suggest you await a compilation of the guessing game highlights to witness true synergy. And regarding the couple inquiry, please show some respect. They are close friends. For non-believers, kindly visit Shen Feng's childhood friend's profile. The photos bear witness to their deep bond. Lastly, let me introduce to all new viewers, Wanwan's partner is Shen Feng, and their duo is called Peng Hu Bei. Outside the screen, Director Chun observed the viewer count for the Peng Hu Bei duo surpassing 60,000. His expression a complex tapestry of emotions. If only he had known that Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng could create such a spectacle, he would never have cut away from the main live stream. Alas, the numbers in the main stream barely matched the initial figures of Peng Hu Bei. As Director Chun wallowed in frustration, Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng had already departed the Love Museum. With their first destination successfully checked off, they were now en route to the second. Upon arriving at the second destination, a quaint garden in the tourist town, they stumbled upon Jia Tenin and Li Tingting, who were singing at the entrance, albeit with voices that left much to be desired. At that moment, before the two of them lay a bowl containing a few scattered coins. Upon seeing Shen Feng approach, Jia Tenin eagerly rushed over, singing a tune while holding the bowl, his eyes pleading with Shen Feng. The sorrowful glimmer in his eyes unmistakably conveyed a single message. Good sir, could you spare a little? Shen Feng, listening to his voice, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered, cast him an odd glance. He then sighed and inquired, how much would it take for you to refrain from singing? Just 1 yuan. Jia Tenin quickly replied. Shen Feng tossed the few straws he had pocketed that morning into Jia Tenin's bowl. No need for change. Jia Tenin. Chapter 35. A simple love song. Jia Tenin informed Shen Feng that the admission fee for the small garden was 50 yuan, a sum they could never afford. Thus, the production team had set up a task early on. At the entrance of the garden, they were to perform talents for passers-by to earn tips. Each passerby could offer Jia Tenin a maximum of 1 yuan. If they gathered 10 yuan, Jia Tenin and Li Tingting could enter the garden. Naturally, these passers-by were arranged by the production team. As a star, Jia Tenin could not be allowed to mingle with strangers during filming. Moreover, Director Chun had instructed the passers-by that as long as Jia Tenin's singing was somewhat tolerable, they could offer money without being overly critical, as it would otherwise delay their group's time and affect the show's quality. Regrettably, the duo of Jia Tenin and Li Tingting lived up to their reputation as a notoriously terrible pairing. Their singing was so horrendously off-key that even with the passers-by being orchestrated by the production team, very few were inclined to donate to their cause. They simply could not betray their conscience, nor could they do such a disservice to their ears. Initially, Director Chun had even forced a few individuals to contribute money to Jia Tenin. However, dissatisfaction quickly arose among the audience. Are these people hired by the production team? How could anyone pay for such a dreadful performance? I bet anyone who donates is either a fan of Jia Tenin or completely deaf. Fans of Jia Tenin shouldn't have to bear this shame. Neither should the deaf. This is utterly ridiculous. As a fan of Jia Tenin, I can't stand it. His singing is notoriously bad within the industry. He should be given a different task. Consequently, Director Chun was left with no choice but to refrain from employing any underhanded tactics, simply waiting for Jia Tenin to give up and switch to another task. Surprisingly, Jia Tenin remained quite persistent, singing from around 10 o'clock until 11. Some passers-by were moved by his determination, covering their ears while tossing him a yuan. Even the audience was touched and began to summon their friends and family, insisting that such an atrocious performance should not be suffered alone. In a fleeting moment, the number of viewers in the live broadcast of the rather unmelodious ensemble surged significantly. It must be said that Jayatinan's talents leave much to be desired. However, when it comes to enhancing the overall performance, he is indeed a prodigy. At present, Jayatinan has managed to gather 9 coins. If Shin Feng is willing to part with a coin, Jayatinan would achieve the 10 coins required to complete his task. Yet, this elusive coin remained unclaimed for quite some time. Thus, upon spotting Shin Feng, Jayatinan regarded him as a savior. Upon hearing Jayatinan's predicament, Shin Feng pondered for a moment before indeed retrieving a coin. Jayatinan beamed with sunshine-like radiance, repeatedly expressing his gratitude towards Shin Feng, eagerly extending his hand to receive the coin. However, Shin Feng interjected, stating, "I can offer you this coin, but you must compensate me with 5 coins in return." "Why is that?" Jayatinan was taken aback. The task assigned by the production team is to perform and gather 10 coins. This means that the 10 coins you need to assemble have no relation to the money you already possess. They are merely a condition for completing the task. Shin Feng waved the coin in his hand. "By giving you this coin, I am assisting you in fulfilling your task and alleviating your immediate crisis. Is it unreasonable for you to express your gratitude by offering me 5 coins from your own pocket?" Jayatinan gazed at Shin Feng with an expression of grievance. "That is excessive, quite outrageous. We only have 10 coins. Shin Feng then pocketed the coin. "Brother, can we negotiate? 5 coins is far too much. How about I give you 1 coin to ensure you don't incur a loss?" Jayatinan pleaded. Shin Feng shook his head. "The minimum is 4 coins. Jayatinan reluctantly retorted. 2 coins, would that be agreeable?" Before Shin Feng could respond, Jayatinan quickly added, "I know what you're going to say. 3 coins, right? Excellent. You give me 1 coin to help us complete the task, and I'll return 3 coins to you, allowing you to profit 2 coins. This should suffice, yes?" Shin Feng nodded, patting Jayatinan on the shoulder. "Well done, you've learned to respond swiftly." Ultimately, Jayatinan secured a coin from Shin Feng, thereby fulfilling the production team's task, while Shin Feng netted a profit of 2 coins. The total assets of his team, with Jiang Wanwan, reached 42 coins, rendering them comparably affluent against the other teams of guests. This Shin Feng is truly a shrewd businessman. How much has Jayatinan lost to him since morning? Looking at the money Jiang Wanwan is counting, half of it is my dear Jayatinan's hard-earned cash. Sob, sob, sob. Hilarious. Is there anyone who has compiled the clips of Shin Feng deceiving Jayatinan? I believe it could serve as an excellent promotion against fraud. Jayatinan returned to Li Tingting's side, holding a bowl, only to receive a light punch from her. "Are you foolish? You've just lost 2 coins for nothing. We truly won't be able to afford lunch." Jayatinan huffed. "Don't worry, we won't lose this money in vain. Look, Shingu and his team are also coming to the small garden. They can't afford the entrance fee either, so they must complete a task. When the time comes and they cannot gather enough money, we shall adopt the same strategy as Brother Shin did before, employing the same old tricks to reclaim our funds." Li Tingting felt there was some merit to this notion. Yet she sensed an underlying discord. It was not until she witnessed Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan singing hand in hand, their voices steady and assured, that she finally grasped what was amiss. It was the realization that not every duet is as melodious as hers and Jiatin's. They performed a simple love song, delving into the intricacies of human emotions. Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan rendered the piece Little Love Song by Soda Green. The song, refreshing and melodious, perfectly suited Jiang Wanwan's vocal timbre. Shin Feng primarily provided harmonies, despite their unaccompanied performance. The synergy between Jiang Wanwan's lively voice and Shin Feng's flawless harmonization produced a remarkably delightful effect. Not only did Li Tingting and Jia Tena, who were notoriously off-key, find themselves astonished, but even the audience and director Chun were taken aback. Are these 2 professionals? How can it sound as if there's accompaniment when they are clearly singing a cappella? The harmonies. Shin Feng's harmonies blend seamlessly with Jiang Wanwan's, without reverb. It would sound even better. These 2 must have rehearsed. They truly embody the essence of camaraderie. I was just dragged here by a friend to listen to Jia Tena's singing, which nearly left me deaf, but now, after hearing this song, my ears have finally been restored. Yet, this was merely the prelude to their performance. As the prelude concluded, Jiang Wanwan, who was initially the lead vocalist, suddenly fell silent. Just as the audience and the director were puzzled, Shin Feng, who had previously harmonized, began to sing anew. "You know, even if the torrential rain turns this city upside down, I will hold you close." His voice, starkly different from Jiang Wanwan's, instantly transformed the song's transition into an arresting moment, making it exceptionally captivating. At this juncture, Jiang Wanwan instinctively blended her voice into the harmony, her soft notes intertwining with Xinfeng's. If Jiang Wanwan's harmonies represented the rain cascading through an inverted city, then Xinfeng's voice embodied that very city. Upturned by the downpour, you fall without hesitation, and I embrace the chaos with delight. Unable to bear it, I see your silhouette and pin my anguished longing that feels like an eternity. Xinfeng gazed at Jiang Wanwan, and she met his gaze, both sharing a smile that rekindled memories of their high school days. During a sophomore evening gathering, they had performed this very same love song, sharing the same melody, the same harmonies, and the same connection. They had rehearsed it only once back then, yet even now, after their rebirths, the harmony remained as seamless as ever. Finally, as they approached the climax of the song, they sang in unison. It resembled an ode to the audience, yet felt more like a heartfelt exchange between the two. Even if the entire world were ensnared by loneliness, I would not flee, for escape is futile. Ultimately, we all succumb to the passage of time. I inscribed the castle where my moments intertwine with the melodies of the piano. As the last note lingered, the two clasped hands, both adorned with smiles. At that moment, whether it was Li Tingting, Jia Tenin, the bystanders present, or Director Chun and the viewers before the screen, all remained momentarily speechless. Even the incessant barrage of comments fell into a brief silence. Moments later, the first comment emerged. I don't know how to articulate this. It was simply incredible. I was moved to tears, reminiscing about my first love, who adored those romantic ballads. Did these two consume onions before singing? I cannot contain my tears. I am not crying out of mere sentiment. I am warmed by their performance. Their synergy is truly heartwarming. Though I understand they are close friends, may I indulge in their sweetness for just a moment? They are simply marvelous. This is the first time I've experienced such complex emotions from a song. Their singing is exquisite. Devoid of professional recording equipment, reverb, or accompaniment, there existed only two individuals, two voices. Perhaps their technique was not of a professional caliber, nor were their vocal qualities the finest. Yet, the emotions they conveyed and the harmony they forged resonated deeply with the heart. Director Chun, too, removed his glasses and wiped his moist eyes, subsequently applauding quietly. At the recording site, the bystanders were just regaining their composure. Some could not resist applauding, while others hurriedly approached to offer money to Xinfeng. Li Tingting was also moved to tears. Grasping Jia Tenin's arm, she sobbed, "Could you lend me $1? I wish to contribute to them." Chapter 36. How impoverished. Xinfeng and Jiang Wanwan ultimately gathered 20 yuan, primarily because the production team had arranged for 20 passers-by. Regrettably, however, the production team mandated that regardless of the amount collected, it must be entirely surrendered. No private hoarding was permitted. Thus, Xinfeng and Jiang Wanwan's assets remained unchanged. Having completed their task, they intended to visit the small garden for a photo opportunity. Jia Tenin and Li Tingting swiftly positioned themselves before Xinfeng and Jiang Wanwan. "What are you doing? Trying to reclaim the money?" Jiang Wanwan eyed Jia Tenin warily, her hands clasped over her pockets. Jia Tenin rubbed his hands together, a sycophantic smile spreading across his face. "No, I merely wish to seek your guidance." "Xingu, could you teach me to sing?" Li Tingting also edged closer. Addressing Jiang Wanwan, "Wanwan, I too wish to learn how to sing." Xinfeng regarded the obsequious Jia Tenin for a moment before shaking his head. "I do not wish to teach you." "Why not?" Jia Tenin grasped Xinfeng's arm. "True talent requires no instruction." Jia Tenin's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Are you saying I have talent?" However, Xinfeng shook his head again. "I simply have no desire to teach you." Jia Tenin pressed on. "Then what did that statement mean?" Xinfeng replied earnestly. "I was referring to myself. My singing was self-taught." Jia Tenin, still not ready to give up, gazed at Xinfeng and asked, "So, do you think I still have a chance to sing well?" "Yes," Xinfeng nodded seriously. Jia Tenin's eyes lit up once more. "How can I sing well?" "Perhaps in your next life," Xinfeng suggested earnestly. "Ha ha ha. Maybe in your next life, you'll sing well." "Oh dear. Although my little Jia Tenin sings terribly, couldn't you be a bit more tactful, Xingu?" I believe that was quite tactful. At least it offered a glimmer of hope. Jia Tenin, feeling deflated by Xinfeng's words, fell silent for a while. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanwan and Li Tingting were enjoying a harmonious interaction. Li Tingting sought Jiang Wanwan's advice on singing techniques, and Jiang Wanwan patiently provided guidance. Observing this, Jia Tenin decided to abandon Xinfeng and sought refuge with Jiang Wanwan. He lamented, "Wanwan, Shunge said I can only sing well in my next life. How unfair. Can you teach me?" Jiang Wanwan scrutinized Jiatenin for a moment before replying. "Sing a couple of lines for me." "Ah, okay, never mind." Jiang Wanwan hurriedly interrupted him. Jiatenin looked at Jiang Wanwan and inquired, "What do you think I can do to sing well?" Jiang Wanwan replied solemnly, "I believe Shinfeng is right." Jiatenin squatted in a corner, drawing circles. "I also think Shinfeng is right. Ha ha ha, little Jiatenin, just give up. I can't take it anymore. I just cried my eyes out. And now I'm about to burst into laughter again. The dynamic between these two groups is simply too amusing. All of them are masters of wit. Where did the production team find these gems? Ultimately, the Penghu Bei group and the Terrible Singers group entered a quaint little garden together. The garden featured some ancient-style architecture and scenery, with limited activities available. The only novelty was a costume room, filled with various ancient garments for visitors to try on. Jiang Wanwan eagerly pulled Shinfeng towards it. Having acted in period dramas and worn such costumes before, she was less interested for herself, but was keen to see how Shinfeng would look in traditional attire. After rummaging through the selections, she found a moon-white robe paired with a black cloak for him and instructed Shinfeng to change inside. She, along with the photographer, Li Tingting, and Jiatenin, waited outside. Before long, the door creaked open, and a man clad in the white robe and black cloak emerged. Even Jiang Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. The adage clothes make the man holds true. Shinfeng was undeniably handsome, a fact that had remained constant. However, his usual attire was casual, and he seldom took the time to groom himself. Now, clad in an elegant ancient robe and draped with a flowing cloak, he seemed to transform into a noble gentleman from a bygone era. Although I had always thought Shinfeng possessed a certain charm, I was unprepared for how striking he would appear in traditional garb. He surpassed many first-tier celebrities in allure, and, most importantly, he exuded a robust, masculine presence that was both tall and handsome. This was the epitome of true beauty. Alas, I was initially drawn in by the amusing flirtation between Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan. But now I felt myself on the verge of becoming an ardent admirer of Shinfeng's looks. Jiang Wanwan approached, circling around Shinfeng several times. Finally, she commented, "You look splendid, Fengzi. How does it feel to wear this? Don't you feel as if you've transformed into a different person?" Shinfeng replied with a wry smile. "I don't feel like a different person. Rather, I feel somewhat like a corpse. It's August, and here I am in a long robe and a heavy cloak. Are you trying to cook me alive?" Jiang Wanwan nodded earnestly, acknowledging the logic in his words. "Then perhaps you should remove the robe underneath." Li Tingting, witnessing Shinfeng's stunning appearance, suddenly felt inspired. She rushed into the dressing room with Jiatenin. Before long, Jiatenin emerged, reluctantly dragged out, looking quite disheveled. Upon seeing him, the audience erupted in laughter. Jiatenin sported a wig atop his head, a pink veil covering his face, and was attired in a pink women's outfit, with a handkerchief stuffed into his hands. His timid demeanor resembled that of a beleaguered young bride. "Ha ha ha, what a pretty little thing. Li Tingting is truly a genius." I was eating and nearly choked on a grain of rice. I can't help but think that Jia in women's clothing complements Shinfeng rather well. Nanfeng CP? Come on, someone like Jiatenin could never match up to our Shunge. Jiatenin and Shinfeng resembled two dolls as they were paraded through several costume changes. In the end, Shinfeng couldn't help but reflect that Wanwan was indeed a caring partner. Despite being dressed in several sweltering outfits, at least they were all male attire. In stark contrast, Jiatenin, subjected to Li Tingting's whims, was clad entirely in women's clothing, which was painfully ostentatious. The two women continued their playful antics for over an hour before finally releasing Shinfeng and Jiatenin from their fashion torture. Once they exited the quaint garden, it was already midday. Jiang Wanwan suggested that they all go out for a meal. However, upon counting the meager coins in their pockets, Li Tingting and Jiatenin ultimately decided against it. "We can manage a little hunger until lunch," they concluded, reassured that the production team would not truly let them starve. After enduring until the evening's live broadcast concluded, there would undoubtedly be a post about food. However, Jiang Wanwan couldn't last that long. Noticing that Li Tingting and Jiatenin were unwilling to stay, she decided not to press the matter further. She took Shinfeng and sought out a nearby restaurant. Initially, she intended to employ the same tactic as before, attempting to dine for free under the pretense of advertising, just as Shinfeng had done that morning with the meat sandwich. Unfortunately, the restaurant owner outright refused her request. They then visited several more establishments, only to be met with similar rejections. Ultimately, Jiang Wanwan had no choice but to return to the meat sandwich shop they had visited earlier that day. The owner there also declined their request, but revealed an important piece of information. The production team had already informed the restaurant owners, making it impossible for them to dine for free. In the end, Jiang Wanwan had to negotiate with the owner, spending 15 yuan to purchase 2 servings of cold noodles, which she shared with Shinfeng. As they ate, Jiang Wanwan lamented, "I only have 27 yuan left. How impoverished I am." Upon hearing this, the audience first glanced at the famished duo of Jia Tenin and Li Tingting, who had a balance of 9 yuan. Then they turned their attention to the dynamic duo laboring to attract customers in exchange for lunch, boasting a balance of 11 yuan. They also noted the Tianlu duo, who had exhausted their last savings on a single instant noodle for lunch, leaving them with no remaining funds. Finally, their gaze shifted back to Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan, who were heartily enjoying their cold noodles with a balance of 27 yuan. The audience remarked, "How dare this woman utter the word poor? The combined balance of the other 3 groups doesn't even match theirs." Chapter 37. Master, I have enlightened in live streaming programs. It is improbable for anyone to watch continuously throughout the day. Yet, the popularity of Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan's Penghu Bei duo's live stream continued to rise. Their engaging antics captivated viewers, prompting many to share the stream with friends and family. This word of mouth spread rapidly, and by the time Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan journeyed to their 3rd scenic spot, the viewer count had surged to 60,000. As night fell at 7 o'clock, with office workers finishing their day, the audience in the live stream swelled to 100,000. Even director Chun was left astounded. It is typical for variety shows to garner hundreds of thousands or even millions of views, but those figures pertain to recorded content. Their endeavor was a live broadcast. The fluctuation of viewers in a live stream makes maintaining a stable audience of 100,000 a remarkable achievement. Generally, while live variety shows boast strong interactivity, their effectiveness often pales in comparison to the polished production of edited programs. Additionally, not everyone has the time to remain glued to a live stream. Such shows typically attract only the devoted fans of the stars involved. Jiang Wanwan is neither a superstar nor a top-tier queen, and she hardly qualifies as a first-tier celebrity. She can merely be regarded as a second-tier star. Director Chen never anticipated that Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng would attract such a vast audience in the end. "Look at this," exclaimed the assistant director, equally astonished by the numbers in the live stream. He swiftly searched on his phone and promptly presented it to Director Chen. Upon glancing at the screen, Director Chen noticed the trending topic for the Penghu Bei group on Weibo. At some point, it had stealthily ascended to over 40 on the trending list. Although the ranking was relatively low, it was evident that this was not a result of paid promotion by their production team. It had genuinely made the trending chart. As Director Chun delved into the topic, he discovered that a discussion regarding the Penghu Bei group had already been initiated. Within this conversation, numerous users had shared edited videos, with the 3 most viewed clips being compilations of the word-guessing game, Cheesy Love Lines, and the Little Love Song. The latter boasted the highest views, reaching an impressive 700,000, a clear source of the rising popularity. Beneath the Little Love Song video, many curious onlookers were inquiring about the program, the identity of the singing gentleman, and the essence of the Penghu Bei group. Some internet trolls and detractors, realizing they could not malign Shinfeng within the live stream, chose to pivot to Weibo, seeking new ground. Observing the questions from the curious audience, these trolls began to disparage Shinfeng, labeling him as a pretty boy and making unsubstantiated claims about the CEO of Lanyu Entertainment. However, before they could utter much, they were swiftly countered by Shinfeng's fans. Indeed, Shinfeng had garnered fans, and their fervor was astonishingly robust. These fans were undoubtedly drawn from the program Let's Date From Today, having just discovered Shinfeng, proving to be genuine, enthusiastic supporters. Furthermore, Shinfeng's performance in the show was nothing short of exemplary. Naturally, these fans were intolerant of any negative remarks against him, ready to retaliate against any detractor. The detractors, unwilling to back down, sought to respond but soon realized they lacked substantial arguments. They claimed that Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan's relationship was mere hype. In retaliation, fans produced photos from the circle. "Has your hype been ongoing since elementary school?" They alleged that Shinfeng's participation in the program was shrouded in secrecy. Fans countered with the video from the word-guessing game. If they are this in sync, how could they not appear on the show together? Who truly has something to hide? They asserted that Shin Feng entered the industry due to connections. Fans showcased Shin Feng's historical costume photos and the Little Love song. With such looks and vocal talent, he still needed connections to debut? How many stars today lack even half of his caliber? If he is a product of connections, what does that make others? As the discussions escalated, several detractors began to question their own perspectives. A fan of Shin Feng posed a thought-provoking inquiry. Master Huikong, do you truly harbor genuine animosity towards Shin Feng? Do you not find joy in the interactions between Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan? The critics paused to reflect. Their disparagement of Shin Feng was, indeed, not born of sincere malice. They held no personal vendetta against him, merely acting as mercenaries for financial gain. Did Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan bring them happiness? Unquestionably. They found delight in the streams, often laughing while simultaneously crafting disparaging comments directed at Shin Feng. In truth, they felt a twinge of discomfort in that moment. Upon further contemplation, that discomfort grew more pronounced. Money can procure many things, yet it cannot buy conscience or genuine joy. By criticizing Shin Feng, they were betraying their own morals, while simultaneously deriving pleasure from the very individual they belittled. Wasn't it a profound act of ingratitude to earn money by disparaging someone who brought them joy? Such morally dubious earnings were hardly commendable. In the end, these detractors sent a gesture of respect, represented by a double-handed prayer emoji, to the fan known as Master Huikong. Master, we have attained enlightenment. In truth, we were merely in it for the money. I shall return the funds and embrace the role of a fan, enjoying the streams wholeheartedly. Master Huikong replied, Ba, well done. It is good to have understood. I shall continue to follow the streams. Director Chen observed the unfolding drama in the comments section with the demeanor of an elderly subway traveler engrossed in his phone. He could not suppress a smirk. Shin Feng's fans are exceptionally fierce. While other fan bases may engage in mutual disparagement, these fans have taken it upon themselves to enlighten their detractors. What is even more outrageous is the existence of a high monk among Shin Feng's followers. Director Chen delved into Master Huikong's verified social media profile, confirming the individual's authenticity as a true monk. The assistant director adjusted his glasses, noting, Shin Feng's fanbase is remarkably diverse. Our romantic variety show does not discriminate like singing competitions. It appeals to a broad audience, from children to the elderly. The interactions between Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan are indeed captivating, attracting viewers from ages 8 to 80. Director Chen raised an eyebrow. If I may ask, how do you know the demographic spans from 8 to 80? Is that mere conjecture? The assistant director replied earnestly, I pride myself on my rigor. My statements are always substantiated. I shared the stream with my mother and my young nephew, both of whom are avid viewers. Director Chen acknowledged the assistant director's accuracy. He recognized that Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan possessed a strong sense of entertainment, rich in humor. Their childhood bond fostered an organic rapport. Not only the audience, but even Director Chen himself found the duo intriguing and refreshing. Were he a viewer, he would undoubtedly wish to share such engaging streams with those around him. As news spreads, it inevitably attracts a myriad of fans to Shin Feng. The admirers of those young idols are predominantly women in their teens, 20s, and 30s. Although Shin Feng's fanbase may currently be modest and likely pales in comparison to the legion of fans of those youthful idols, it encompasses a diverse array of individuals, men and women alike, young and old, from the owner of a meat sandwich shop to esteemed monks. Such a fan ecosystem is, in fact, quite normal. Only those who can earn the acceptance of the general populace can truly be deemed stars. This time, Lanyu Entertainment has indeed struck gold. Meanwhile, Sister Lin was also scrolling through Weibo, her hands trembling with excitement. She understood that she had uncovered a treasure. Director Chen, however, felt a pang of regret, sensing that this surge of popularity had come a tad too late. By the time the office workers returned home, their live broadcast was nearing its conclusion. Several teams had completed their tasks. Some faced obstacles, while others sailed smoothly, especially Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan's team, who had explored 3 scenic spots early on and spent nearly the entire afternoon in leisure. Although the duo would still shine, even without any tasks, Director Chen felt it was a missed opportunity. As dinner time approached, he used the walkie-talkie to inform everyone that those without funds for dinner could return to the lodge to collect their meals, a gesture of kindness from the production team. The three teams, excluding Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan, hurried back, each carrying a box of meals, overwhelmed with gratitude. They had never found takeout to be so delectable. Hey, you all should go check out Shin Feng's group. Hurry, hurry. With three teams returning to the lodge, the main live stream naturally shifted its focus there. Suddenly, a comment appeared in the main broadcast, and Director Chun, who was receiving his meal, heard the assistant director call out upon returning to the equipment. Old Chun, come quickly and see what Shin Feng and the others are up to. Director Chun hurried over. Upon hearing that something intriguing was happening with Shin Feng's group, Jia Tenon and Li Tingting rushed to the equipment as well. The remaining two teams exchanged glances before all converging around the equipment, clutching their boxes of meals. Then, with a clatter, Jia Tenon dropped his chopsticks to the ground. Chapter 38. A dark secret in the Penghu Bay Group's live broadcast. Shin Feng stood at the stove, donned in an apron. With a spatula in his right hand and a frying pan in his left, he deftly tossed the ingredients, causing a flame to suddenly flare up from the pan. An astonishing sight. I've seen this happen on television when chefs cook. Is it really safe? That flame is quite large. How did the fire ignite so suddenly? How impressive. This is known as hooking the fire, a technique employed during stir-frying. Shin Feng executes this skill with remarkable proficiency, indicating he must be an experienced chef. The audience in the live stream was utterly mesmerized, as were Director Chun and his colleagues. They had only stepped away to grab a lunchbox, and yet Shin Feng had already commenced cooking, and with such flair. Director Chun hastily contacted the cameraman, who informed him that Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan had returned to the meat sandwich shop with their remaining funds. They procured various ingredients and borrowed the kitchen from the owner to prepare a meal. At this moment, Shin Feng had extinguished the flames and plated a dish of stir-fried lamb with scallions. The small plate, glistening with oil and rich in color, evoked an involuntary salivation among the viewers, who imagined the aroma of the lamb wafting through the air. Shin Feng briefly washed the pan, dried it, and reignited the flames. Soon after, he prepared a plate of sweet and sour crispy pork and a dish of stir-fried shredded potatoes. Balancing 3 plates, Shin Feng approached the dining area and set them before Jiang Wanwan. The cameraman captured a close-up of the trio of dishes, each presented in petite plates, reflecting their modest portion sizes due to the limited budget of under 30 yuan. Yet, rather than appearing meager, these small plates exuded an air of exquisite artistry, akin to 3 delicate masterpieces, leaving viewers drooling. The cameraman had already swallowed several times in anticipation. With the last of their money, Shin Feng purchased 2 bowls of rice from the owner, and then he and Jiang Wanwan began their meal. Here, try this, Shin Feng said, offering a piece of meat from his chopsticks. Jiang Wanwan eagerly snatched the morsel, her expression one of pure enjoyment. I never imagined that participating in this variety show would allow me to taste the meals prepared by Fengzi. I feel incredibly fortunate, she remarked with satisfaction. Is it delicious? I'm not entirely adept with this stove, so I'm unsure of the cooking temperature, Shin Feng inquired. Jiang Wanwan nodded vigorously and then offered him a piece of shredded potato. You have to try this. It's exceptionally good. Shin Feng smiled and took a bite. Feeding each other. So our dinner has become dog food, has it? Commented one viewer. What's wrong with a good buddy feeding you? There's no issue at all. Another chimed in. I don't care. Even if 6 locks are hung on my dog's head tomorrow, I still want to indulge in their dog food. A third declared. One more bite, just one more. Let me capture this moment. Please. Another begged. I also want a boyfriend to cook for me. Feed me too. Yet another lamented. Am I the only one focusing on the main point? Shin Feng is feeding Jiang Wanwan meat, while she feeds him shredded potatoes. I can no longer endure. Jiang Wanwan's meal appears exceedingly delectable, and I find myself unable to resist ordering takeout. The rice in my bowl has suddenly lost its allure. I too desire to savor the scallion lamb. The director Chun and his colleagues at the machine found this comment deeply relatable. They too felt that the boxed lunches in their hands had lost their appeal. The production team was not affluent, and the uniformly delivered meals were, naturally, quite modest. Although there was meat and vegetables, the meat was woefully scant. Moreover, the boxed lunches had grown cold. In contrast, they beheld the freshly served dishes enjoyed by Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. What a stark disparity. Jia Tenon was even moved to tears. Observing this, Director Chun hastily reassured him. Do not fret. Tomorrow, I will strive to procure better boxed lunches for you. Wiping his eyes, Jia Tenon lamented, I am not crying for that reason. I simply feel heartbroken at the thought that Shin Feng and the others are dining on the fruits of our labor. Director Chen acknowledged. Indeed, it seems so. No wonder he has been so eager to earn money early in the morning. It appears he has longed to cook for Jiang Wanwan. The assistant director remarked. Jia Tinan wept even more profusely. Director Chen, in exasperation, said, Do not be so despondent. I understand that what they are eating comes from your efforts. Jia Tinan replied. This time, I truly weep from envy. Scallion lamb is my absolute favorite. While the production team mournfully clutched their boxed lunches, Jiang Wanwan had already indulged to her heart's content, letting out a satisfied burp. So delicious. Fengzi, you shall always be my idol. Shin Feng handed her a tissue to wipe her mouth, then cheerfully inquired, What would you like to eat tomorrow? Can we still order? Jiang Wanwan's eyes sparkled momentarily. But then she hesitated. But it seems we won't have as much money tomorrow. Will we still have enough to cook tonight? Shin Feng nodded. I have a plan. What kind of plan? After all, we still have Jia Tinan, don't we? Haha. Little Jia is being targeted again. Fengzi, little Jia is currently watching your live stream. Please refrain from revealing your true thoughts. Jia Tinan has already cried. Spare him. Jia Tinan, is that polite? The lamentations of Jia Tinan grew even louder. While we were eating, I kept my eyes on Shin Feng. He shared all the meat with Jiang Wanwan, while he himself only consumed vegetables. Someone recounted the details of Shin Feng's dining behavior. During the meal, Shin Feng had indeed focused on the vegetables, reserving all the meat for Jiang Wanwan. Most importantly, he did so without any pretentiousness. It was a completely natural action, certainly not a contrived display for the show. I noticed that as well. And he even meticulously picked out the scallions. Truly, if I could have a boyfriend like Shin Feng, I would be eternally grateful to the heavens. Handsome, a talented singer, an excellent cook, humorous, and with a gentle heart. I am utterly enamored. I declare myself the foremost admirer of Shin Feng's wives. Who is in agreement and who opposes this? Wait a moment. Isn't your ID Shin Feng's #1 detractor? How have you become a fan of his wife? A keen observer noted the ID of the person who sent this barrage. Alas, I forgot to change my name after switching allegiances. How careless of me. Before long, an ID named Shin Feng's #1 wife sent another barrage. I declare myself the foremost admirer of Shin Feng's wives. Who is in agreement and who opposes this? After finishing their meal, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan strolled leisurely back to the guest house courtyard, only to find the entire production crew observing them with peculiar gazes. Are we late? Jiang Wanwan inquired, perplexed. No, they were merely watching you enjoy your dinner, feeling a tinge of envy at how delicious it appeared. The assistant director explained as he approached and guided the two into the courtyard. Jiang Wanwan, puzzled, remarked, Our enjoyment has nothing to do with them. They chose to watch us. The crew acknowledged her reasoning with nods. Director Chen sighed and waved his hand. All right, everyone, let us return to normalcy. The day's program is about to conclude. Next, we need to tally the votes and assess the completion of each group's tasks. The 4 groups stood before Director Chen, and the screens from various live streaming rooms converged on the same image. Clearing his throat, Director Chen began. First, we will announce each group's task completion status. The Mighty team has completed both their shared and secret tasks. The Heavenly Road team has completed both their shared and secret tasks. The Unpleasant team has completed both their shared and secret tasks. The Penghu Bay team has completed their shared task, but only Shin Feng completed the secret task. Jiang Wanwan's expression had already frozen at the mention of the secret task. This is disastrous. We had so much fun today that I completely forgot about the secret task. Her funds. She timidly raised her hand. Director, is it still possible to complete the task? What do you think? Jiang Wanwan wearily let her hand fall. Director Chen continued. The rewards for the completed secret tasks have already been distributed, while the rewards for the shared tasks will be dispersed tomorrow morning. Now, I shall announce the results of the votes, which will determine who among you will receive greater financial assistance tomorrow. The Heavenly Road team received 55 votes. Given that the team consists of internet celebrities, their base of fans is not particularly large. Additionally, the slight awkwardness between them led to fewer votes. However, they had anticipated this outcome and were not disheartened. The Mighty team garnered 617 votes. Initially, the Mighty team had the highest support, but their Cold War during the guessing game resulted in a decline in votes. The Unpleasant team received 357 votes. This group is inherently fascinating. Coupled with the frequent interactions between Shun Feng and Jiang Wanwan, many individuals have gravitated towards them. Ultimately, Director Chen cast a peculiar glance at Shun Feng and Jiang Wanwan, prompting the remaining three groups to turn their attention to them. According to the sequence in which votes were reported by Director Chen, the Penghu Bei group, being the last to be announced, should logically have secured the first position. Subsequently, one could hear Director Chen slowly proclaim, the Penghu Bei group, due to a malfunction in the voting apparatus, has been assigned a total of 0 votes. Jiang Wanwan exclaimed, "This is a scandal." Chapter 39. You too, take a look back. Upon hearing Jiang Wanwan's outcry, the audience erupted in laughter. What a turn of events. Just this morning, viewers were accusing the Jiang Wanwan and Shun Feng group of foul play, and now it is Jiang Wanwan herself who cries foul. This is hilarious. The director has quite the sense of humor. For your information, the director is Shun Feng's #1 critic. This morning, he assigned Shun Feng a secret mission that involved being beaten by his partner. I support the director's scandal. Do not fund the Jiang Wanwan group any further. Tomorrow, I want to see them try to swindle money. Director Chen was merely jesting. Observing Jiang Wanwan's uproar, he scoffed. I have been called out for foul play countless times this morning. What difference does it make if you join in? All right, enough jesting. I shall officially announce the vote count for the Penghu Bei group. The Penghu Bei group has received 121,981 votes. Over 100,000 votes. A staggering victory over the second place. Upon hearing this vote count, Jiang Wanwan was left speechless. Although she anticipated her group's tally would be high, she had orchestrated many of today's entertaining segments intentionally. Aware that Shun Feng's reputation was rather poor, she deliberately engaged in amusing interactions with him, hoping to alter the audience's perception of him. Jiang Wanwan had expected their vote count to exceed that of the Jia Tenin and Li Tingting group by merely a little over 10,000 votes. To her astonishment, they surpassed them by a staggering 100,000 votes. Is it possible that this program truly has such a vast audience? Director, you wouldn't truly resort to underhanded tactics, would you? Please don't let my Shun Feng be a victim of this. Jiang Wanwan looked at Director Chen, a hint of trepidation in her voice. I bear witness. I am the scandal. I am the hired online army for the program. Online Army 1, Online Army 2, I am the leader of the online army. The comments section erupted with playful banter. Of course, there were also those reveling in the romance. My Shun Feng, did you hear what Wanwan said about my home? Nonsense, he is clearly my Shun Feng. He is my husband. Nonsense, he belongs to Jiang Wanwan. Nonsense, Jiang Wanwan is mine. Nonsense, he is truly mine. Director Chen glared sternly at Jiang Wanwan. Do you truly see me as the sort of person who engages in underhanded dealings? Indeed, you do. Jiang Wanwan nodded sincerely. Director Chen remarked, I can't be bothered to deal with you. Now, the votes have been announced, and without a doubt, the Penghu Bei group has secured the first place. Regrettably, the Tianlu group has placed fourth. Tomorrow, the Penghu Bei group will receive a financial subsidy of 10 yuan, while the Tianlu group, unfortunately, will not receive any assistance. With a wave of his hand, Director Chen concluded, I hereby declare that the first day of recording for Let Us Start Dating has come to an end. Let us eagerly anticipate tomorrow's tasks. Good night, everyone. Upon seeing the live stream cut off, the audience in the chat erupted in lamentations. I'm a VIP. I've paid. I want to see the subsequent paid content. How about filming them while they sleep? I'll pay you. I'll give you all my money. Oh no. Please don't end it. I arrived late. Just stream a few more minutes. It isn't even midnight yet. How can today's recording end now? Could you be a bit more professional? The audience was in despair. Suddenly, they noticed that the darkened screen flickered back to life. Shortly thereafter, they spotted Jia Tenin and Li Tingting sneakily waving at the camera. Hey, can you hear me? I'm Jia Tenin. Is anyone still watching? I'm Li Tingting. Is anyone there? Yes. I'm here. The director had just assigned them an additional task, instructing them to covertly film the post-broadcast lives of the other CPs. I'm not interested in anyone else, but since Brother Shin cost me so much money today, I certainly won't let him off easily. If anyone supports me in secretly filming the Penghu Bei group, drop a 1. Jia Tenin chuckled. Director Chen, reluctant to part with such high viewership, paired Jia Tenin and Li Tingting, who shared a good rapport with Shun Feng and Jiang Wanwan, for this little escapade. 111, 111, 1111, 1111. The unpleasant duo is the best. Hurry. Jia Tenin and Li Tingting with a camera in tow, stealthily approached Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan's room. Meanwhile, inside Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan's room, after the live stream had concluded, they naturally retrieved their phones. The first thing Jiang Wanwan did upon returning to her room was open the live streaming platform. She wanted to see if there were really that many people watching. Upon opening the platform, she was greeted by the large faces of Jia Tinan and Li Tingting appearing on the screen, chattering away. The crux of their message was that they intended to film her and Shinfeng secretly. Jiang Wanwan quickly tugged at Shinfeng, saying, "Fengzi, look. Jia Tinan and the others are coming to spy on us." Shinfeng glanced at the phone screen and suddenly asked, "Wanwan, what do you want to eat tomorrow?" "Huh? Why are you asking this all of a sudden?" Jiang Wanwan was perplexed. "If you wish to dine on something ordinary tomorrow, I shall devise a scheme to extort Jia Tinan and his companions," she mused. "But what if I desire something exquisite?" Shinfeng shrugged. "In that case, I shall extort the director once more," Jiang Wanwan declared. "Then I wish to indulge in something splendid." Shinfeng leaned closer to her, whispering a few words that illuminated her expression with intrigue. In the end, she nodded emphatically. "I never anticipated you to be more cunning than I," Shinfeng replied. "It is all thanks to your guidance, Brother Wan." The duo then finalized their plan and quietly extinguished the lights in their room. Meanwhile, Jia Tinan and Li Tingting stealthily approached the door of Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan's room. Li Tingting, leading the way, cracked the door open slightly, while Jia Tinan cautiously inserted a camera through the gap. "It's pitch dark," Li Tingting remarked. "Indeed, have they not turned on the lights? Could they be engaged in something thrilling? I am of age. I must see what unfolds. Hurry, let us go in." With a shared glance of determination, Li Tingting forcefully opened the door. Jia Tinan swiftly turned on the room's lights, but to their astonishment, the room was entirely empty. Confused, they stepped inside, only to hear the door slam shut behind them with a resounding bang. Even more chilling, the lights extinguished instantaneously. Not only did Li Tingting and Jia Tinan jump in fright, but the audience was equally startled. What in the world is happening? Is it haunted? Isn't this a dating show? Why has it suddenly turned so eerie? Brother Wan, save me. Naturally, Jia Tinan and Li Tingting were equally terrified. Jia Tinan stuttered, Li Tingting, why did you suddenly turn off the lights?" Li Tingting trembled. "I didn't turn off the lights." "Wait, don't touch me." Jia Tinan was bewildered. "We're both holding the camera. I'm not touching you. Please, don't cling to my arm." Li Tingting insisted, "I haven't touched you at all." Both suddenly fell silent as they realized something unsettling. The audience, through their microphones, heard a voice that clearly did not belong to either of them. "You two, look behind you." Chapter 40. Given your status as the director, I shall offer you a friendly price. As Jia Tinan and Li Tingting spun around in fright, Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan had already turned on the lights. Upon recognizing them, Jia Tinan and Li Tingting managed to avoid fainting from sheer terror. "What are you two planning?" Jia Tinan stammered. Jiang Wanwan glared at him. "It is not about what I intend to do, but what you are plotting." In the late hours of the night, instead of resting, we find ourselves under the scrutiny of a camera, clandestinely capturing our every move. Li Tingting lamented, "It's not our intention. It was the director's arrangement." Shinfeng stepped forward. Gazing at the pair, "The director assigned you this task?" Both Jia Tinan and Li Tingting nodded vigorously. Shinfeng chuckled. "I inadvertently opened our live stream and overheard someone mention that this was an additional task from the director, correct?" Jia Tinan nodded again. Shinfeng continued. "Such an extra task must surely come with a supplementary reward, no?" Jia Tinan nodded once more, but soon realized the absurdity of his situation and shook his head. "No reward. Truly, there is none." At this moment, Jiang Wanwan let out a cold laugh and approached Jia Tinan, remarking, "Little Jia, hand over the reward, and we shall grant you both your freedom. Refuse, and you shall not leave." Jia Tinan trembled at her words, stammering, We are live. I warn you, do not cross the line with us." Jiang Wanwan snatched the camera from his grasp and positioned it strategically so that the audience could clearly witness what transpired with Jia Tinan. Meanwhile, Shinfeng produced a length of rope from seemingly nowhere and bound Jia Tinan's hands, subsequently removing his shoes. Jiang Wanwan, too, appeared to have procured a beetle, which he stuffed into Jia Tinan's sock. The creature crawled its way to the sole of his foot, prompting an anguished cry. "Ah? It itches terribly. Stop. Take it out." "Ha ha." His screams echoed, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Jiang Wanwan, resembling a ruthless bandit, coldly declared, "Hand over the reward, and I will release it." The viewers of the live stream were left in utter disbelief. Is this a romantic variety show? Am I watching the wrong program? Does this count as vigilante justice? I previously questioned whether Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan were truly mischievous as children, but my doubts have vanished. Little Jia is doomed. Caught in the clutches of the married couple, isn't that a dire predicament? Ha ha ha, poor little Jia. This show is filled with punchlines. Does anyone have a recording of today's episode? I need to catch up on what I missed. By this point, Jia Tenin was nearly laughing to the point of speechlessness, intermittently exclaiming, "Ha ha, I really have no money. The payment hasn't been issued yet. Ha ha." Observing this, Shin Feng approached Li Tingting with a beetle in hand. She shuddered and hastily implored, "Brother Shen, please calm down. We truly have no money." The director assured us that upon completion of this additional task, we would receive a reward of 15 yuan. However, he stated that payment would be made upon the task's completion, which is why we have not yet received it. Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng exchanged glances, and then Jiang Wanwan stepped forward, clearing her throat and adopting a demeanor befitting a kidnapper. "Director Chen, listen closely. Jia Tenin and Li Tingting are now in our custody. To secure their release, you must deliver that bounty of 15 yuan to us. Otherwise, Director Chen, watching the live broadcast, was utterly taken aback. He had initially intended to organize a small activity after the broadcast to capitalize on the current surge of viewers in the live stream. Who would have anticipated that Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng would orchestrate such a spectacle? Ahahaha, this is incredible. I've never seen a variety show where guests are held hostage to threaten the director. Another iconic moment. There are so many unforgettable scenes in today's episode. This show is bound to be a hit. I can't take it anymore. Jiang Wanwan's serious portrayal of a robber is utterly hilarious. Thank goodness Jiang Wanwan became an actress. Otherwise, with her current demeanor, she would undoubtedly be a female bandit. The audience was thoroughly entertained, reveling in the excitement. Meanwhile, Director Chun could only silently clutch the 15 yuan as he made his way to Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan's room. He exchanged the money for the hostages, and upon receiving the payment, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan readily released them. Director Chen exhaled in relief, grateful that the pair still possessed some sense of propriety. Believing they had some understanding, he instructed the crew to remove the cameras from the room. However, before the staff could approach the cameras, Shin Feng intercepted them. That 15 yuan was the ransom. This equipment is our spoils of war. If you wish to reclaim the camera, it will require an additional fee. How much? Director Chen inquired. I just checked the model. ESC 550 mark, priced at 98,000. Shin Feng patted the camera. Considering you are my director, I'll offer a friendly price of 97,000. Director Chen regretted his earlier judgment. These two had no sense of restraint. They were nothing short of bandits. This was unacceptable. The production team was financially strained. You shall not extort such a sum from us. He gritted through clenched teeth. Jiang Wanwan's eyes twinkled with mischief as she suddenly asked, So, Director, what is the maximum amount we could possibly extract from you? At most 5, no? You won't get a single cent. Director Chen glared fiercely. Then we shall simply sell this camera online, Jiang Wanwan declared, pulling out her phone as though she truly intended to list it for sale. Resigned, Director Chen relented. Very well. I shall grant you 30 yuan as an additional allowance for tomorrow. Will that suffice? Jiang Wanwan chuckled, and just when Director Chen thought she would acquiesce, her smile vanished abruptly. 96,000. Dream on. At most 35. 95,000. 40. It cannot be more. 94,000. 45. Will this suffice? Fengzi, perhaps you should consider selling second-hand items. Director Chen, 50. I can offer you 50, and that is truly the maximum I can provide. If not, our variety show will face insurmountable difficulties. Jiang Wanwan pondered for a moment, then inquired of Shin Feng. Can 50 yuan suffice for a grand meal? It should be adequate for the two of us. Jiang Wanwan nodded in agreement, cheerfully accepting the 50 yuan from Director Chen, who wore a face of distress. Shin Feng returned the camera to Director Chen, who, without a word, clutched the device and sprinted away, seemingly terrified that he might be left behind and held hostage by these two individuals. These two are nothing short of fiends. Chapter 41. The eternal circle of the couple in the live streaming room. It was not until Director Chen, with a grim expression, ended the broadcast that the barrage of comments continued unabated for several minutes. It was inevitable. The final segment had been incredibly entertaining. Having lived a substantial part of my life and having witnessed countless variety shows, this is the first time I've seen a director being extorted. Ha ha. Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng are truly two geniuses. Are they exacting revenge on the director for previously robbing them of their votes? I believe they merely wish to scam a little money for dinner tomorrow. Has anyone recorded this segment? I must rewatch it. The entertainment value is off the charts. After a long day at work, nearly driven to madness by my boss, I returned home to discover this variety show. And now I'm laughing uncontrollably. I must catch up on the replay. The Peng Hu Bei duo is eternal. I must compile their clips. They are simply delightful. Hurry and edit. We wish to see. Jiang Wanwan excitedly scrolled through the livestream comments, pleasantly surprised by the positive feedback. Fengzi, it seems our performance today was quite commendable. Jiang Wanwan had initially harbored concerns that, following the broadcast, many might still criticize Shen Feng. However, it appeared her apprehensions were entirely unfounded. Shen Feng, on the other hand, did not engage in the live comments as his phone incessantly beeped with notifications. Curiously, Jiang Wanwan leaned in and asked, "What's the matter, Fengzi?" Shen Feng sighed with a wry smile. Our elementary school group, middle school group, and high school group are all tagging me relentlessly. Even my college roommates are bombarding me with questions about how I debuted and why I'm still childhood friends with you. Jiang Wanwan, puzzled, opened the QQ group and wondered aloud. I'm in the elementary and middle school groups too. Why hasn't anyone tagged me? They see you frequently on television, so it's no longer a novelty to them, I suppose. Jiang Wanwan found this reasoning plausible. She then asked, how do you plan to respond to them? It seems they want to stop questioning you. Shen Feng contemplated for a moment and ultimately decided to send a 100 yuan red envelope with the phrase Luck King Chain as the passcode. A flurry of Luck King Chain messages cascaded across the screen. Then, someone immediately shouted, "Who is the Lucky King? Step forward." The Lucky King silently sent out a second red envelope. Soon, several chat groups were inundated with red envelopes. Shen Feng muted the group notifications. Witnessing how a single red envelope subdued the gossipers in the group, Jiang Wanwan could not help but exclaim, "Brilliant." Shen Feng playfully pinched her nose, saying, "Where did this little kitten come from?" Jiang Wanwan playfully bit his hand. Spare me, spare me. You are a tiger, a fierce tigress, all right?" Jiang Wanwan bit down even harder. It was not until Shen Feng called out Wan Gus several times that she finally released him. She then pulled Shen Feng over, saying, Come, Fengzi, let us check out the bullet comments in the live stream. So many are praising us." Shen Feng willingly sat beside Jiang Wanwan, leaning against the headboard with her. Jiang Wanwan held out her phone towards him, leaning slightly in his direction. Shen Feng naturally wrapped his arm around her, smiling. "All right, let us watch together." Jiang Wanwan's face flushed slightly, but she maintained an air of innocence as she read amusing bullet comments from the live stream to Shen Feng. He glanced at her while responding with affirmations, hom. As Jiang Wanwan's face grew increasingly red, she suddenly smacked her phone against Shen Feng's face. "What are you mumbling about? You weren't even looking at your phone. You were just staring at me." Shen Feng helplessly caught the phone. "It's not that I was just looking at you. It's simply because your head is too big and blocking my view." Jiang Wanwan was taken aback. She grabbed a pillow from the bed and playfully pressed it against Shen Feng's head. After a playful tussle, they finally settled down. Jiang Wanwan, panting from exhaustion, snatched the phone from Shen Feng. "I'm done playing around. I want to check Weibo. With so many people watching the live stream today, there should be some discussions on Weibo." As she opened Weibo, she was astonished to find the Peng Hu Bei group trending within the top 20 on the hot search list. There's actually a trending topic, and it's ranked so high. Did Lin Jie buy this? Jiang Wanwan wondered aloud as she clicked on it. To her shock, the activity surrounding this trending topic exceeded her expectations. Initially, Jiang Wanwan had assumed Lin Jie had merely purchased the trending topic. However, upon entering, she discovered that it was filled with real interactions. Various edited videos of her and Shen Feng from the show, along with countless discussions about the two of them, flooded in. With each refresh, new content appeared. Even the video they had recorded just minutes ago, where they extorted the director, had been swiftly edited and shared within the topic. In just a matter of minutes, the view count has surpassed 20,000. It is noteworthy that Jiang Wanwan herself could hardly achieve such fervor by posting videos. Jiang Wanwan's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Fengzi, it seems you have become quite popular." Shen Feng pointed to the words Peng Hu Bei on her phone screen and corrected her. "It is we who have become popular." Jiang Wanwan rolled her eyes. "I was already quite popular. Thank you very much." Indeed, you are the most popular," Shen Feng conceded. To which Jiang Wanwan responded with a satisfied hum. After perusing Weibo, she noticed that there seemed to be a decline in negative comments directed at Shinfeng, and the fans of the Penghu Bei couple were gaining significant momentum. Content with this observation, Jiang Wanwan intended to exit the platform. However, before she could do so, an ID caught her attention. Circle Lock couple YYDS. What is this? A newly emerged couple in the entertainment industry that she had not heard of? Puzzled, Jiang Wanwan noticed that many users adorned with the Circle Lock couple ID were contributing to the discussion surrounding her and Fengzi. Curious, Jiang Wanwan, driven by her inquisitive nature, decided to privately message the Circle Lock couple YYDS from her alternate account. Hello, dear sister. Could you enlighten me on the meaning of your ID? Is the Circle Lock couple a new duo? The Circle Lock couple YYDS, evidently an avid Weibo user, promptly responded. You haven't heard? It refers to the CP pairing of Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan in the show Let's Start Dating Today that aired today. Both Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng were left bewildered. Isn't their CP name Penghu Bei? Jiang Wanwan asked. Oh dear sister, it's clear you haven't been keeping up with Weibo. The name Penghu Bei refers to the brotherly bond between Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan, while the Circle Lock couple signifies their romantic connection. What brotherly bond? What romance? I lost my internet connection today. Could you please elaborate further? Jiang Wanwan inquired. Consequently, the Circle Lock couple YYDS proceeded to explain the distinctions between Penghu Bei and the Circle Lock couple. Earlier today, someone claiming to be a classmate of Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan shared childhood photos of them, asserting that they were true ironclad buddies. Thus, those who support the Penghu Bei couple are fans of their brotherly friendship. However, we, the aficionados of romance, cannot merely accept such a simplistic notion of camaraderie. We seek to celebrate the sweet love between them. Therefore, we firmly believe that Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan are indeed true lovers. The Circle Lock couple forever. Subsequently, those fans brought up the incident from Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan's childhood, when they secured 6 circle locks on their teacher's bicycle. The Circle Lock couple forever. They remarked that we, who insist on indulging in the romance of Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan, will eventually find ourselves locked in place by the couple's circle locks. The Circle Lock couple forever. Hence, the romantic duo of Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan has been aptly named the Circle Lock couple. Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan. Little did they realize the peculiar origin of their couple name. Initially, Shinfeng found Jiang Wanwan's choice of Penghu Bei to be quite absurd. He never anticipated that the fans would be even more outrageous. Truly, fans reflect their idols, Shinfeng muttered. At that moment, Jiang Wanwan also murmured softly, 6 circle locks? Why do I distinctly recall locking 9? Shinfeng replied, Wangu, are you not focusing on the right details? Chapter 42, attempting to agitate him. Jiang Wanwan expressed her gratitude to the Circle Lock couple forever, who enthusiastically shared an abundance of sweet moments compiled by their love-struck fans. They even provided numerous delightful fan edits. In essence, they ardently promoted the Circle Lock couple to Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan, having consumed their own dog food. Both Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan felt quite conflicted, especially upon noticing that the discussion included whether the Circle Lock couple would sleep in a single bed or 2 separate beds that night. Although the production team assigned each couple a single room, it was merely a show, and it was improbable that male and female guests would actually share a bed. Consequently, each room was furnished with 2 single beds. The layout had already been revealed when Jia Tinan secretly filmed Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan's room. This led many fans of the Circle Lock couple to engage in debates with those of Penghu Bei. The Penghu Bei fans contended that Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan would not share a bed, while the Circle Lock fans insisted they would undoubtedly sleep together. Some even penned short essays detailing scenarios of the 2 squeezed onto a single bed, followed by various intimate antics. The subsequent content required payment. Jiang Wanwan's face flushed crimson as she angrily commented on one such piece. In your dreams, they definitely won't share a bed. Shinfeng raised an eyebrow, suddenly leaning closer to Jiang Wanwan, whispering, What's this? You don't want to share a bed with me? Absolutely not. 2 people on a single bed would be suffocating. Jiang Wanwan retorted, her cheeks ablaze as she playfully punched Shinfeng. And we're still recording the show. Can you refrain from thinking such bizarre thoughts? Shinfeng sighed, adopting a pitiful expression as he helplessly remarked, Some people are just like that. Before you were won over, the enthusiasm was overwhelming, insisting on dragging you to obtain a marriage certificate. However, after securing your affection and sharing a single night together, the fervor waned. leading to abandonment and a search for various reasons to create distance. Jiang Wanwan widened her eyes. Could you refrain from making baseless accusations? I never slept with you. There's no way I've grown weary of you, nor have I abandoned you. Shin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. Once at your villa, and once at mine. Can that even be classified as sleeping together? It's merely a matter of sharing a space. Jiang Wanwan retorted. Nonetheless, Shin Feng wore a puzzled expression. How is that not sleeping together? Is your understanding of sleeping different? What do you think it means? Jiang Wanwan pursed her lips, aware that Shin Feng was feigning ignorance. Yet, feeling bashful, she was at a loss for words to counter his teasing, ultimately resorting to snatching a pillow to silence him. In the end, Shin Feng was unsuccessful in sharing a bed with Jiang Wanwan. Her reasoning was sound. The unscrupulous production team could very well conjure some unexpected antics at night. What if they were to orchestrate a midnight ambush? Hence, Shin Feng's intentions remained unfulfilled. The following morning, they both woke up punctually and reported to the small courtyard. At precisely 8 o'clock, the second live broadcast of Let's Start Dating Today commenced. Due to Shin Feng's previous antics of kidnapping Jia Tenin and extorting director Chun, their pockets were generously filled, coupled with the subsidies issued that morning. The duo of Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan was endowed with a considerable sum of 75 yuan to splurge. The other contestants could only watch with tears in their eyes. Wasn't this supposed to be a survival romance variety show? It seemed that the other three pairs were solely responsible for survival, while Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan were tasked with love. With money in their pockets, Jiang Wanwan decided to treat herself to breakfast at a local eatery. As she pondered over the menu, her mind began to stir with ideas. Drawing from yesterday's experience, she resolved to complete her secret mission today. She believed her task was simple, to provoke her partner once. The act of ordering seemed like an opportune moment. Suddenly, she handed the menu to Shin Feng. Fengzi, I'm unsure of what to eat. You choose. Shin Feng raised an eyebrow, surprised that Jiang Wanwan could be at a loss for options. He took the menu, glanced through it, and suggested, You love tofu pudding. How about I order you a serving? Jiang Wanwan swallowed hard, for tofu pudding was indeed one of her favorite breakfasts. However, recalling her secret mission, she quickly suppressed her excitement and awkwardly replied, But tofu pudding is too watery. It won't fill me up. What about adding a sesame seed cake? What is so appealing about sesame seed cakes? Can't you select something better? How about a rujiamo? Good. No, I can't. I had it yesterday, and having it again today will bore me. Shin Feng turned a page in the menu. Then how about ordering a basket of the local specialty xiaomai? Jiang Wanwan swallowed hard, then murmured, I don't really like xiaomai. Shin Feng, feeling exasperated, handed the menu to Jiang Wanwan. Then why don't you take a look and see what you would like to eat? Jiang Wanwan huffed, I'm fine with anything. Why is it so difficult for you to choose breakfast? So indecisive, are you even a man? Shin Feng replied. Ha ha ha, Fengzi is at a loss for words. This is a standard dialogue between me and my girlfriend. It's hilarious. Every time I ask her what she wants to eat, she says anything, but then has objections to my suggestions. Wanwan probably wants to irritate Shin Feng to complete her task, ha. I'm afraid Wanwan might be disappointed. She may not even complete her task today. This is too funny. I can only say the production team is quite mischievous for assigning such a task to Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. If Jiang Wanwan saw Shin Feng's task, I wonder if she would collapse. In the live broadcast, the audience could see the secret tasks assigned to Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan's task was to irritate her partner once, while Shin Feng's task was to refrain from getting angry at his partner for the entire day. Clearly, this was a deliberate setup by the production team. Thus, as they witnessed Jiang Wanwan attempting to vex Shin Feng, the audience found it utterly amusing. One could not deny that the production team had a knack for creating entertaining scenarios. Meanwhile, Director Chun, watching the two, let out a cold snicker. Dare to mess with me? Then don't blame me for returning the favor. Let us see what it means to be outsmarted. After hearing Jiang Wanwan's words, Shin Feng fell silent for a moment. Ultimately, he didn't get angry but instead ordered a bowl of tofu pudding, a basket of specialty xiaomai, and a rujiamo. As Jiang Wanwan devoured her food, she muttered, You ordered all the things I don't like. Can you swallow before you speak? Your voraciousness is rather unconvincing. A viewer commented on her eating style. Shin Feng nodded and, adopting a humble demeanor, asked, Then what do you like to eat? I'll order it for you next time. Jiang Wanwan glared at him. You don't even know what I like to eat, yet you still ask me. You don't care about me at all. Shin Feng shrugged helplessly. Yes, I realize I have no idea what you enjoy. I originally planned to make you braised ribs and fried shrimp tonight, but now I think I should refrain. What if you don't like it? How about I just give you the money, and you can order your own meal tonight, all right? Jiang Wanwan's expression stiffened instantly. She chewed her food dryly and struggled to swallow. With a pitiful gaze, she looked at Shen Feng and said, "Just pretend I didn't say anything earlier, all right?" Shen Feng shook his head. Jiang Wanwan's expression became even more forlorn. "Fengzi, please. I'm sorry for being difficult. I was wrong. Tonight, I wish to have fried shrimp. I beg you." She has yielded. She has yielded. Jiang Wanwan fancied she had captured Shen Feng's heart, but in truth, it was Shen Feng who had captured her appetite. Shen Feng's move was a masterstroke. Chapter 43. Shall I take my leave? After finishing breakfast, as they walked down the street, Jiang Wanwan's emotions were tumultuous. To accomplish her secret mission, she needed to provoke Shen Feng. Yet, to safeguard her dinner, she could not afford to anger him. A headache began to brew for Jiang Wanwan. Noticing Jiang Wanwan deep in thought with her head bowed, Shen Feng suddenly leaned closer, turning off his microphone and whispering to her. "What are they discussing? Come closer and listen." "Ah, they are so close. Why not share a kiss?" "Fans, please maintain decorum." "Photographer, getting closer. I want to overhear their whispers." Director Chen quickly urged the photographer to be wary. He suspected these two rascals harbored no good intentions and must not be allowed any opportunity to conspire. However, by the time the photographer approached, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's whispered conversation had already concluded. The two appeared as if nothing had transpired, their expressions unchanged. "Ah, what a pity, we missed their exchange. Ah, what a pity they didn't kiss. We have no idea what they discussed. Their expressions seem unchanged. Yet, as a woman with a sixth sense, I feel Wanwan must be quite upset, and it likely isn't directed at Fengzi. With my 50 vision, I noticed the same. For I saw Jiang Wanwan's fists clenched tight. The audience sensed misfortune was looming, yet they were unaware of who it would befall. In truth, Shen Feng had not shared much with Jiang Wanwan. He merely exchanged a few rapid words. "Shen Feng, is your task to make me angry?" "Jiang Wanwan, how did you know?" "Shen Feng, am I not familiar with you?" "Jiang Wanwan, then why not pretend to be angry?" "Shen Feng, because my mission today is to refrain from being angry with you." "Jiang Wanwan, is the director so cruel?" "Shen Feng, indeed. But I have a plan to deal with him. We'll return to the guest house shortly, and then..." Jiang Wanwan nodded, her small fists clenched. Meanwhile, Director Chun, watching the screen in the courtyard of the guest house, inexplicably shivered. He felt as though he had suddenly become the target of scrutiny. He rubbed his hands together, muttering, "Could it be that Shen Feng knows what my secret task for Jiang Wanwan is?" Suddenly, he shook his head again, dismissing the matter. "It doesn't matter. Even if they know, what of it? Their missions are at odds, and ultimately only one can fulfill the secret task. Yesterday, they fleeced me of so much money. Today, I must exact some form of retribution." The assistant director, overhearing Director Chen's murmurs, adjusted his glasses and gestured towards the screen. "Just take a look at where they are now." Director Chun turned his gaze back to the screen, only to discover not only Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, but also himself and his machine. Realization dawned upon him, and he looked up in astonishment, only to find that Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan had somehow returned to the quaint inn and were now standing right before him. A polite, yet awkward smile graced Director Chen's face. "Ah, young Shun, young Wanwan, what brings you back?" He felt a twinge of guilt. However, he quickly regained his composure. What was there to fear? After all, he was the director. Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan exchanged glances, and after an unspoken understanding, Jiang Wanwan suddenly spoke with a feigned air of grievance. "Fengzi, the 50 yuan Chun Dao gave me yesterday was counterfeit." Upon hearing this, Shen Feng's expression hardened as he glared at Director Chun, exclaiming, "Chun Ming, you ought to be ashamed as a director. How could you hand over fake money for a mere 50 yuan? Have you no decency? To deceive a young girl, you possess quite the audacity. Do you truly think no one can hold you accountable?" Director Chun was momentarily taken aback. Having directed for so long, he was accustomed to reprimanding artists. Yet this was the first time he found himself on the receiving end of such a tirade. Fury surged within him. Did he seem so feeble, like a sickly cat, when he was indeed the tiger? He stood up, ready to retort at Shen Feng, but then noticed Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan picking up a nearby stool. Recalling their past exploits and the previous night's antics, his anger dissipated once more. He dutifully sat back down, a broad smile returning to his face. "Let us maintain civility. Everyone, calm down. Show me a little respect. After all, I am the director, am I not? If we allow this to escalate, you may find yourselves unable to remain on this show. Jiang Wanwan raised an eyebrow. Then I shall leave? Director Chen glanced at the tens of thousands of viewers in the Penghu Bay live broadcast room, then at the mere 10,000 across other rooms, and hastily replied, Don't leave, don't leave. How about I take my leave instead? Would that be acceptable? He felt that if he left, the assistant director could still continue with the program, but if Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng departed, the show would surely be doomed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan huffed, set the stool down, and plopped herself onto it, crossing her legs like a queen. Shin Feng took a seat beside Jiang Wanwan, his tone softening as he regarded Director Chen. We shall not depart, and neither shall you. You provided us with 50 counterfeit bills yesterday. All we require now is a compensation of the same amount. Director Chen, with his hand in his pocket, retorted, Absolutely not. Moreover, how could the 50 I gave you yesterday possibly be fake? One must speak with evidence. Where is your evidence? Shin Feng shrugged. There is no evidence. For I was merely speaking in jest. However, Director Chen suddenly found Shin Feng extending his hand. If you cannot part with the 50, surely you can spare 5? Director Chen gazed at him incredulously. No, you cannot simply extend your hand and demand money. On what grounds should I give you 5? I assure you, I possess dignity. If you continue to pressure me, even should I decide to leave at once, I shall not hand you any money. Ha ha. Uttering the most pitiable words with the strongest tone. You are, after all, a director. Could you not exhibit some fortitude? I am on the verge of laughter. Who else could possibly drive the director to flee but this pair? I suddenly feel for the director. He is as unfortunate as Jia Tenon. Thus, the true essence of survival in a romantic variety show is, in fact, the director's struggle for survival. Yet Shin Feng maintained an earnest demeanor. How could I be demanding money? I am a person of reason. Director Chen pondered. Why does he have such little faith? Shin Feng continued. The $5 I seek is merely a reward for Jiang Wanwan for completing her secret task. That should pose no issue. An issue indeed. A significant one. When did she complete a task? Director Chen exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Have you expressed anger towards her? No. You have been directing your ire solely at me. Shin Feng seized Jiang Wanwan's task card, waving it before Director Chen. This is your own written task. Do take a look. Wanwan's secret mission is to provoke her partner once. It does not specify that I must be the one to express anger towards her. Shin Feng retained his rational facade. Indeed, Jiang Wanwan did manage to provoke me earlier. That is indisputable. However, my ire was directed at you. Thus, $5, please. And do prepare another 5. To be awarded after I complete my task tonight. Director Chen gazed at the task card in Shin Feng's hand, his expression complex, his lips trembling. What a blunder. How careless. This is too much. Astounding. I did not foresee this tactic. I initially believed Shin Feng was genuinely angry, which startled me. I did not realize it was intentional. Daring to scheme against the locked couple, the director must not be unaware of their childhood antics. Poor director. Fierce Shin Feng, I am smitten. I feel for the director for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ultimately, Director Chen could only silently retrieve $5 from his pocket and hand it to Shin Feng. Yet, upon receiving the money, Shin Feng found Director Chen reluctant to release his grasp, holding onto a corner of the bill. After a moment of tension, Director Chen suddenly regained his composure. He fixed his gaze upon Shin Feng, as if he had seized upon a critical flaw. No, Shin Feng, Jiang Wanwan, I have caught you in a misstep. You shall not take this 5 yuan. Ha ha ha. Today, none of you will accomplish your secret mission. After enduring much frustration, Director Chen finally found the courage to stand tall. He felt as though he was about to transform into a warrior, ready to conquer all. Chapter 44. The true struggle for survival begins. Both Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan were taken aback. How had Director Chen suddenly transformed into an entirely different person? Had he truly found something to leverage against them? Oh, the director has become formidable. The director is asserting his power. Then, Director Chen coldly remarked. Classmate Shin Feng, classmate Jiang Wanwan. If my memory serves me correctly, I stated at the outset of yesterday's recording that secret missions must remain confidential. If your partner discovers them, they are rendered void. You two were undoubtedly exchanging your secret missions while muted just now, were you not? Director Chen was filled with pride. Thus, not only shall you not receive this 5 yuan, but Shin Feng will also be unable to claim the additional 5 yuan tonight. Jiang Wanwan felt a twinge of guilt. They had indeed been secretly discussing their respective missions. To her dismay, Director Chen had caught them in the act. It was over. Not only could she not retaliate against him, but she was now at his mercy. Jiang Wanwan turned to Shin Feng, only to find him remarkably composed. Do you have any evidence? He inquired. One must speak with evidence. You yourself just said that, Director. Director Chen retorted. You both were so conspicuous. Do I still need evidence? Shin Feng maintained an expression of rationality, earnestly looking at Director Chen. In truth, I merely had a rough guess regarding Jiang Wanwan's mission. I never confirmed it. To illustrate, if I randomly select a lottery number and win 5 million, can it be said that I knew the winning numbers in advance? If I correctly guessed the exam questions and scored full marks, would that be considered cheating? No, that would simply be good fortune. Similarly, I also cannot ascertain what Jiang Wanwan's task is. I merely made an educated guess, and unexpectedly, I guessed correctly. Director Chen struggled to contain his frustration before finally grinding his teeth and declaring, I do not believe you. You cannot evade responsibility. You must have communicated your secret missions during your whispered conversation. And where is your evidence? Shin Feng queried. If you have nothing to hide, why mute your microphone? Director Chen looked at Shin Feng with astonishment. So were you confessing your feelings just now? Of course not. Then what nonsense are you spouting? Director Chen exclaimed in anger. I merely presented an example to counter your argument. You are welcome to provide a rebuttal of your own. Shin Feng shrugged. In any case, unless you possess evidence proving that I and Jiang Wanwan disclosed any information pertaining to the task during our whispered conversation, you ought to hand over the 5 yuan. Director Chen felt a distinct sense of discomfort, especially acute discomfort. He was fully aware that Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan were certainly involved in something questionable. Yet, he found himself utterly unable to best them. It was utterly vexing. Ultimately, Director Chen gritted his teeth and declared to Shin Feng, No, I refuse to give it to you. I firmly state that I will not part with this money, although I lack evidence. I am convinced that you both have violated the rules. I shall not relinquish this under any circumstances. Shin Feng responded, Shall I take my leave then? With that, he began to remove the equipment from his person with remarkable agility. Director Chen retorted, You scoundrel. You scoundrel. You are indeed my scoundrel. Here, take it. Is that satisfactory? Shin Feng, pleased, accepted the 5 yuan from Director Chen's hand and then departed hand in hand with Jiang Wanwan. Director Chen sat there trembling with rage, rendered momentarily speechless. A flurry of comments in the live chat expressed sympathy for him. The assistant director patted Director Chen on the shoulder, saying, It's merely 5 yuan. Why must you take it to heart? Director Chen, unwilling to concede, replied, This is not merely about 5 yuan. It is about dignity. The dignity of a director. The assistant director pondered for a moment and offered a comforting remark. I am not particularly adept at offering consolation, but I believe that this trivial matter should not be sufficient to strip you of your dignity. Really? Director Chen was taken aback. Yes, because your dignity was already lost last night. Director Chen retorted, If you cannot provide comfort, then I find it difficult not to consider you an accomplice of Shin Feng. The assistant director sighed, contemplating once more, and attempted to assuage him. In truth, Shin Feng and the others were likely just aiming for entertainment value. You are their senior and a director. How could they genuinely wish to provoke you, right? Director Chen found some merit in this perspective. Indeed, it was merely a show. Just a jest, all for the sake of entertainment. Why should he allow himself to be so enraged? He inhaled deeply, determined to recalibrate his mindset. However, he soon overheard the following exchange from Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan's live stream. How does it feel to have taken revenge on the director? Exhilarating. Director Chen seethed. Entertainment value, my foot. They are utterly sincere. The filming of the program in the tourist town lasted a total of 3 days. Of course, this did not imply that the program would conclude after 3 days. Rather, the crew was to transition to a new filming location. Before the conclusion of the third day's live broadcast, Director Chen announced to the 4 groups of guests that the filming location would be changing. Starting tomorrow, our shooting will move to the city of Lanyu County. A new Qingda shopping plaza has been constructed in Lanyu County, and it is set to officially open. During the trial operation period prior to our grand opening, we shall engage in the subsequent recordings there. Upon hearing the announcement of a location change, the crowd erupted in cheers. It is not to say that this quaint tourist town is undesirable. Rather, the high cost of living here makes survival quite arduous. Of course, the duo of Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan is the exception. However, The next statement from Director Chen elicited a chorus of lamentations from the group. Regrettably, I must convey some unfortunate news. Due to the limited availability of vehicles, tomorrow, the 4 groups of guests will need to traverse the Shaoyushan on foot, reaching the city of Lanyu behind it. This journey will, of course, be broadcast live. During the trek, the production team will provide each of you with merely a bottle of mineral water and a packet of biscuits. Should you require additional sustenance, you will need to procure it on your own. If you manage to walk swiftly, you may arrive in the county city before nightfall. Otherwise, you might find yourself spending the night in the Shaoyushan. With a mischievous grin, Director Chen concluded, "Thus, today's recording officially ends. Rest well and prepare for tomorrow's journey across Shaoyushan." With that, he slipped away, and the live broadcast faded to black. Meanwhile, the audience in the streaming room became increasingly animated. Wow, this is thrilling. Now this is true survival. Who would have thought that watching a romantic variety show would lead to such excitement? Hurry up, today? I can't wait for tomorrow to witness Shinfeng and Wanwan in the wilderness. Shaoyushan isn't exactly a primeval forest, it's just a small mountain. But sending a group of celebrities to survive in the mountains is indeed captivating. I wonder if these young stars can endure it. I recall that internet celebrity Zhao Tianshu is an outdoor streamer. He has recorded survival videos before, so he should manage, but the others are uncertain. Fortunately, I have a day off tomorrow. I absolutely must watch the live stream all day. The audience buzzed with excitement, while the guests were in despair. Must we really walk there? Isn't the production team being a bit cruel? Jia Tenon crouched on the ground, cradling his head. What if there are lions or tigers in the mountains that might devour me? Zhang Wei frowned and remarked, while it's unlikely there are any lions or tigers, providing only a bottle of water and a packet of biscuits for such a long trek is utterly insufficient. Li Tingting, Meng Yin, and the internet celebrity Chen Lu all bore expressions of trepidation. In contrast, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan remained remarkably composed. Both hailed from Qinglu County, which is surrounded by numerous mountains. They had climbed countless peaks in their youth, so Shaoyushan was hardly a concern for them. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianshu, the internet celebrity, appeared as a figure of mental fortitude. Clearing his throat, he addressed the group. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us not be overly anxious or fearful. I am, in fact, an outdoor broadcaster, previously known for my survival programs. With my presence, I assure everyone a safe and enjoyable passage through the majestic Xiaoyu Mountain. Tonight, I encourage everyone to rest well, for at dawn, we shall embark with renewed vigor." Zhao Tianshu was brimming with enthusiasm. Just days prior, he and his partner Chen Lu had been languishing at the bottom of the rankings, with little opportunity to showcase their talents. Now, however, they had finally arrived at his stage. Zhao Tianshu felt a swell of pride as he cast a glance at Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan, acutely aware of their recent surge in popularity. "Your fame may be high, but alas, by tomorrow, all that acclaim shall be mine," he chuckled to himself. Chapter 45. With such good signal, won't you take a look for yourself? Early the next morning, the 4 groups of guests set forth on their journey to traverse Xiaoyu Mountain. The quaint tourist town was nestled at the foot of the mountain, making it a mere stone's throw away. After less than half an hour, the group departed the town, entering the lush woodlands of Xiaoyu Mountain. The environment was quite splendid. It was summer, and the trees were verdant and flourishing, casting a delightful shade. Dappled morning light filtered through the leaves, bright yet gentle on the eyes. The enchanting scenery uplifted the spirits of Jia Tenon and Zhang Wei. Those who toil day in and day out would weep at such beauty. The way the morning sun pierces through the leaves is truly enchanting. The production team is enamored. Once I get a break, I too wish to travel. Standing in such an environment for a moment would surely brighten one's mood. Jia Tenon and Zhang Wei shared similar sentiments. However, after an hour of trekking along the mountain path, their enthusiasm began to wane. Though the trail of Xiaoyu Mountain was not excessively steep, it certainly could not be deemed flat. After more than an hour of arduous hiking, the 2 men were still holding up, but the 3 ladies, Li Tingting, Meng Yin, and Chen Lu, were utterly exhausted. To make matters worse, they had depleted their water supply along the way. Li Tingting wiped the sweat from her brow and turned to Jia Tenon, asking, "Do you have any water left?" Jia Tenon graciously offered his bottle to her. Meng Yin, too, glanced at Zhang Wei, only to find him oblivious to her silent plea. He uncapped his bottle and began to drink heartily. Zhang Wei must be doing this on purpose. How selfish. Or perhaps he genuinely didn't notice Meng Yin's expression. Besides, Wouldn't she directly ask for water like Li Tingting? Instead of pretending to be demure, Zhao Tianshu is more of a gentleman. He offered his water to Chen Lu. Suddenly, an audience member noted the absence of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan from the frame. Given that all four groups were moving in unison today, and considering the treacherous terrain, only a single crew of cameramen was accompanying them. There was no distinction between the main and secondary live broadcast rooms. Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng had vanished, leaving the audience in a state of confusion as they searched for them in vain. The photographer and others seemed oblivious to the absence of the two, as they were engrossed in listening to Zhao Tianshu's eloquent discourse. Zhao Tianshu addressed the crowd, stating, "I understand that everyone is nearly out of water, but please do not fret. I conducted a thorough investigation last night and discovered that there is a small river within this little Yushan. It should not be far from our current location. Based on the growth of the vegetation and the condition of the soil, I surmise that the water source lies directly to our north. For now, you may rest here while I venture to locate the water source. Rest assured, with me around, I will ensure everyone departs from Little Yushan safely." Just as Zhao Tianshu concluded his statement, a voice echoed from a distance. Jiang Wanwan exclaimed, "Who else is thirsty? We have found a river here." Instantly, the audience, including the photographer, abandoned their attention on Zhao Tianshu and rushed towards Jiang Wanwan's voice, leaving him standing there momentarily speechless. Eventually, feeling rather exasperated, he followed suit. Upon reaching Jiang Wanwan's side, they were astonished to find her and Shen Feng crouched beside a pristine river, its crystal-clear waters shimmering invitingly. "Brother Shen, how did you find the water?" Jia Tenon inquired curiously. "Do you also interpret the growth of vegetation to locate water sources?" Before Shen Feng could respond, Jiang Wanwan turned to Jia Tenon with an incredulous expression. "How could we possibly possess such skills? Do you think we are grave robbers with an understanding of feng shui? Then how did you find the water?" Jia Tenon pressed on. "We checked the map on our phones," Jiang Wanwan replied, brandishing her device. "Although we are in the mountains, the signal is quite good. Didn't you check for yourself?" Laughter erupted among the crowd, with comments like, "How ironic that Zhao Tianshu, who so professionally analyzed the situation, was outsmarted by technology. And Zhao Tianshu looks utterly dumbfounded, unable to utter a word." At that moment, Zhao Tianshu's face revealed a hint of embarrassment. He cleared his throat and, with a furrowed brow, addressed Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng sternly. "You two are not to wander off and leave the group without permission again, do you understand? Splitting up in the mountains is perilous. Should any situation arise, we would be unable to communicate." "But we can communicate," Jiang Wanwan retorted, waving her phone again. "I mentioned that there is signal here, didn't I?" Zhao Tianshu took a deep breath before responding. "This isn't merely about having a signal. You lack the knowledge necessary for survival in the mountains. If a sudden danger were to occur, you wouldn't have the luxury of time to make a phone call. Do you understand? I am a professional survival expert. If you wish to safely depart from Xiaoyu Mountain, heed my words and follow me." Jiang Wanwan responded with an acknowledging sound. Shen Feng chuckled and gently patted her head, then turned to Zhao Tianshu and said, "My apologies. We will join the group next time." Zhao Tianshu nodded in understanding. Although Jiang Wanwan seemed somewhat disobedient, it appeared that Shen Feng was indeed sensible. Once everyone had sufficiently hydrated, Zhao Tianshu led the group onward, with Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan trailing at the rear. Jiang Wanwan leaned against Shen Feng and whispered, "I think I might have upset Zhao Tianshu just now. For some reason, I feel like he looks at me unfavorably." Shen Feng chuckled lightly. Originally, he thought today's outdoor survival was his stage to shine. But then you took out your phone and waved it around, stealing his thunder. It's no wonder he is displeased. Jiang Wanwan felt somewhat aggrieved. "But I didn't steal his spotlight. I genuinely had something on my phone. Should I apologize to him?" "That may not be necessary." The two were engaged in hushed conversation when suddenly, the live stream chat erupted with frantic messages. "There's a snake. Li Tingting, there's a snake nearby. It's enormous. There's a snake. Did you see that? There's a snake. It passed by. Is the cameraman blind? A snake." Li Tingting and Jia Tenon were positioned second to last in line. At that moment, just near Li Tingting's feet, a dark brown snake was slithering close to the ground. As Li Tingting walked, she suddenly felt something brushing against her foot. She looked down and immediately let out a terrified scream. Chapter 46. If I wished to see you embarrassed, I would do this. Li Tingting's scream drew everyone's attention towards her, and then they glanced down at the dark brown snake at her feet. The snake was nearly 2 meters long. Even at rest, it was sufficiently intimidating. Chun Lu and Meng and were also startled into screams. Li Tingting's face turned ashen, and she appeared on the verge of tears. Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng exchanged glances, contemplating rushing to Li Tingting's aid, when Zhao Tianshu urgently shouted, "Everyone, stay still. The snakes in this mountain may be venomous. Do not approach." Everyone promptly distanced themselves from the snake, leaving it to Zhao Tianshu to handle the situation. Upon hearing that it might be venomous, Zhang Wei and the others quickly retreated. Jia Tenin felt a surge of fear as well. He had initially intended to flee, but at that moment, Li Tingting was clutching his arm tightly. In the end, he resolved to be brave, choosing not to run away and instead firmly grasping Li Tingting's hand. Is Jia Tenin not running? It could be poisonous. Ah, my dear Jia, at last, you have shown your courage. Now is not the time to praise Jia. We must find a way to save him. Jiang Wanwan and Xin Feng were somewhat astonished, not expecting Jia Tenin to exhibit such a brave side. Suddenly, Jia Tenin trembled and exclaimed, "Li Tingting, my legs are a bit weak. I can hardly stand. Please support me." Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan exchanged glances. I will support you. Who will support me? Ah, help, don't bite me. At that moment, a dark brown snake was circling at Li Tingting's feet, causing her to let out a high-pitched scream. Jiang Wanwan, having a good relationship with Li Tingting, wanted to rush forward, but Zhao Tianshu stopped her, his expression serious. Don't approach. This matter should be handled by professionals. He snapped off a branch from a nearby tree, intending to use it to prod the snake away from Li Tingting. When he saw the snake dangling from his branch, Zhao Tianshu felt a surge of excitement. If he could manage to drive the snake away, surely the audience would praise him. This was his only opportunity to shine during the wilderness survival segment. If he didn't seize this moment, he might never have another chance to gain fame from this show. With determination, Zhao Tianshu carefully lifted the branch to move the snake aside. However, snakes are notoriously difficult to handle. Just as he raised the branch, the snake slipped off and landed squarely on Li Tingting's foot. Li Tingting shrieked again, her voice piercing enough that Jiang Wanwan felt compelled to cover her ears. She mused that if Li Tingting could maintain such vocal prowess, she could easily sing opera. Don't be afraid. It was just a mistake. Stay still. I will drive it away. Zhao Tianshu, startled by the sudden fall of the snake, quickly tried to comfort Li Tingting as he again attempted to lift the snake with the branch. This time, he swung it decisively to the side, believing he could finally succeed in tossing the snake far away. Yet, in a cruel twist of fate, the snake landed directly on Jia Tenin's leg, and he was clad in shorts. The icy scales of the snake made contact with Jia Tenin's skin, prompting him to let out a horrified scream. He hurriedly attempted to kick the snake away, but before he could react, the snake had already coiled around his leg and bit him. Ah! Jia Tenin cried out in pain, collapsing onto the ground. Ah! Jia! Quick! Has anyone called for an ambulance? Jia can't be in serious trouble. Doesn't the production team have any professionals on site? The live chat was in chaos as viewers reacted to Zhao Tianshu's alarming actions, flinging a snake towards others, raising suspicions of his intentions. In that moment, Zhao Tianshu himself was in a state of panic. He claimed to be a professional wilderness survival expert, yet in reality, he had merely participated in a few short videos under the guise of his agency. He fancied himself more experienced than others, but when faced with such a crisis, fear overcame him. What if the snake was venomous? What if Jia Tenin was in peril? His entire reputation would be ruined. As Jia Tenin cried out in agony, Zhao Tianshu was flustered and the others were utterly bewildered. It was then that Jiang Wanwan and Xin Feng approached Jia Tenin with deliberate composure. Xin Feng extended his hand and firmly grasped the snake's head, subduing it. What are you doing, Fengzi? Came the panicked cries. Isn't this too dangerous? In stark contrast to the chaos, Xin Feng maintained a calm demeanor, even patting Jia Tenin's bitten calf. Quiet down. Don't make a fuss, he instructed. Wu, Shingu. Am I poisoned? Am I going to die? Jia Tenin was on the verge of tears. Xin Feng regarded him for a moment and then nodded. Yes, you are going to die. So what is your bank card password? Tell me now. It's 135, but Shingu, this is not the time for jokes. Then remain silent for a while. How can I be quiet? I feel dizzy and disoriented. I'm surely being poisoned. Can't I say a few more words? Observing Jia Tenin's incessant tears, Xin Feng contemplated before placing the snake before him. Jia Tenin locked eyes with the creature, and his cries were abruptly stifled. Seeing Jia Tenin finally calm down, Shen Feng sighed. Jiatinen, next time you feel like you're about to be poisoned, could you at least check if there's an injury on your leg? Jiatinen sniffled, trembling as he looked down at his calf, only to be astonished by the absence of any wounds. Shen Feng held up the snake and addressed Jiatinen. This snake is called a green tree snake. Firstly, it is non-venomous, and secondly, its attacks are quite feeble. It was merely passing by, agitated by Zhao Tianshu's provocation, which led to a defensive bite. Due to the serrated nature of its teeth, if bitten, do not tug at it. Simply pry open its mouth and remove it to avoid deep wounds. Your leg is quite sturdy, and this snake couldn't even break your skin. Why all the fuss about poisoning? Wiping his tears, Jiatinen protested, but I really feel dizzy. Before Shen Feng could utter a word, Jiang Wanwan, with an earnest expression, remarked, perhaps it's because your voice was too loud, leading to hypoxia. Jiatinen responded, that seems plausible. With the threat now neutralized and the serpent firmly grasped by Shen Feng, the others cautiously approached. Li Tingting expressed concern for Jiatinen, while Zhang Wei observed the snake intently. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianshu, feeling humiliated, found himself in a rather uncomfortable predicament. Previously, he had tentatively prodded the snake with a stick, feigning great fear. In contrast, both Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan exhibited no fear whatsoever. Shen Feng even dared to hold the snake in his hand. This stark difference only highlighted Zhao Tianshu's cowardice. Biting his lip in frustration, Zhao Tianshu suddenly exclaimed, since you both knew that the snake was non-venomous and posed no danger, why didn't you say so earlier? If you had come to assist sooner, Jiatinen wouldn't have been so frightened. And we all wouldn't have had to be so terrified. Jiang Wanwan looked at Zhao Tianshu with confusion. I intended to help. But you were the one who told us to stay away, insisting that only professionals should handle it. You criticized us for not following your orders earlier. And now that I have, why are you still displeased? She found his behavior rather perplexing. It seemed he was intolerant whether they followed his instructions or not. Zhao Tianshu was already feeling uneasy, and Jiang Wanwan's words only exacerbated his discomfort. Frowning in anger, he retorted, wasn't it for your safety that I acted this way? I was only trying to look out for you, and you dare to challenge me like this? Jiang Wanwan, appearing innocent, replied, I'm not challenging you. I'm merely stating the truth. The truth? To me, it seems like you both simply want to see me humiliated. Zhao Tianshu shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Wanwan. He was convinced that they had deliberately refrained from assisting him earlier to enjoy his misfortune. However, just as he extended his hand, Shen Feng seized his finger, preventing him from expressing his ire. Zhao Tianshu was about to curse Shen Feng when he noticed Shen Feng gazing back at him. Shen Feng calmly stated, first, your overzealous desire to showcase your abilities has nothing to do with Wanwan. Do not shift the blame onto us. Second, pointing at someone's nose is quite impolite. If you were unaware of this before, allow me to enlighten you now. Third, if you believe we intended to see you fail, you are gravely mistaken. With one hand gripping Zhao Tianshu's finger and the other holding the snake, Shen Feng nonchalantly draped the serpent over Zhao Tianshu's arm. Shen Feng maintained his composure, yet Zhao Tianshu could not share in that tranquility. Despite knowing the snake was harmless, the sight of a nearly 2-meter-long serpent instinctively instilled fear within him. Terrified, he collapsed to the ground, desperately attempting to shake off the snake, but the creature, startled, clung tightly to his arm. Thus, a man and a snake rolled upon the ground. Zhao Tianshu struggled incessantly, appearing particularly disheveled. At that moment, Shen Feng continued his earlier remarks, stating, if I wish to see you humiliated, this is how I would proceed. Do you comprehend? Chapter 47. It would be a waste to discard it. Who else could it be given to? Whether it be Director Chun, the audience, Li Tingting, Jiatinen, or Jiang Wanwan. All were momentarily stunned. They had never witnessed such a side of Shen Feng and could hardly fathom that he would dare to act in such a manner towards Zhao Tianshu during a live broadcast. Isn't this a bit excessive? A comment suddenly appeared in the chat after a brief silence. Excessive? I find his actions entirely justifiable, another retorted. Indeed, it was Zhao Tianshu who was at fault, yet he dared to criticize Jiang Wanwan. He deserves this. A grown man pointing and berating a woman is utterly disgraceful. He ought to be treated this way. Though I admit this may be somewhat inappropriate, I find myself oddly supportive. Well done. I have long found Zhao Tianshu unlikable. He has continually boasted of his expertise, yet nearly caused Jiatinen to suffer injuries. Exactly. If that snake had been venomous, Zhao Tianshu would have endangered Jia Tenen's life. I must confess, I find Shen Feng rather attractive right now. Does he still lack admirers? In the live stream, the majority of viewers were indeed fans of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Coupled with Zhao Tianshu's initial wrongdoing and his inappropriate behavior in chastising Jiang Wanwan, many were inclined to support Shen Feng. Even Director Chen, who was watching the broadcast, found Shen Feng's retribution quite satisfying. He held a critical view of Zhao Tianshu's overconfidence. In truth, the production team had assigned a wilderness survival expert to follow the group. Upon encountering the snake, the expert was ready to intervene, but Zhao Tianshu insisted on posing as a professional, taking matters into his own hands. The expert, assuming Zhao had genuine skills, refrained from acting. Little did they know, Zhao Tianshu was merely a facade of capability. His incompetence had even resulted in Jia Tenen being bitten, although Jia Tenen was unharmed. Director Chen felt frustrated upon seeing numerous comments criticizing the production team for inadequate safety measures, naturally directing his ire towards Zhao Tianshu. Thus, witnessing Zhao Tianshu's downfall brought Director Chen a sense of vindication. The assistant director, however, remained composed, placing a reassuring hand on Director Chen's shoulder and advising, "You should intervene and rein in Shen Feng. This retribution has gone far enough. Anything more would be excessive." Only then did Director Chen regain his composure and reluctantly reach for his walkie-talkie. Just as he intended to notify Shen Feng to remove the snake, he saw Shen Feng already taking the initiative to retrieve the snake from Zhao Tianshu. Panting heavily, Zhao Tianshu lay on the ground, his complexion ashen, covered in fallen leaves and mud. He appeared utterly disheveled. "You have gone too far." At this moment, his partner Chen Lu mustered the courage to approach, assisting Zhao Tianshu while casting a furious glare at Shen Feng. Shen Feng extended a snake towards them, taunting, "Shall I show you something even more outrageous?" Chen Lu fell silent, too intimidated to respond, and simply helped Zhao Tianshu to his feet. Zhao Tianshu glared at Shen Feng with gritted teeth. Known for his fiery temper, he found it impossible to swallow this affront. He retorted in a low voice, "We are all part of the same production team, and we are currently live. Your popularity may be soaring, but I have fans too. Is it appropriate for you to act in such an extreme manner?" Shen Feng proffered the snake again, challenging, "Would you like to see something even more extreme?" The comments flooded in. "Ha ha ha, well done, Fengzi. Zhao Tianshu never learns. How dare he threaten Fengzi? I used to sympathize with him, thinking Shen Feng was too harsh, but now it's clear that such a person doesn't deserve pity." When he was pointing fingers at Jiang Wanwan, did he ever consider if he was being unreasonable? What an audacious face. The barrage of ridicule continued. Although Zhao Tianshu could not see the comments, he could see the snake in Shen Feng's hand. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately chose to keep quiet. Observing Zhao Tianshu's newfound compliance, Shen Feng finally released the snake, which had endured much, slithering away into the grass until it vanished from sight. Due to this incident, the startled Jia Tenen, Li Tingting, and Zhao Tianshu required a respite, causing a delay. Thus, as dusk settled, the group had yet to emerge from Ziyushan. Traveling at night would pose greater dangers due to limited visibility. Consequently, Director Chen informed everyone that they would spend the night at Ziyushan. In truth, Director Chen had anticipated that this group might not exit Ziyushan in a single day, so he had already arranged for several tents to be set up. Creating a small campsite, he directed everyone to the tents, and soon they settled in. The first task for Jiang Wanwan and Jia Tenen upon reaching the campsite was to overturn the tents in search of provisions. Their expressions quickly morphed into disappointment. Why is there no food? The director had prepared the tents, but neglected to provide any sustenance. After a long day of exertion, everyone was fatigued. Although there was an abundance of water, the issue of food remained unresolved. The biscuits distributed by the production team had long been consumed, leaving everyone hungry. They had anticipated food upon arriving at the campsite, only to find nothing. Jia Tenen lamented, "I'm so hungry. I really am." Jiang Wanwan echoed his sentiments. Nibbling on a fruit as she said, "I'm also so hungry." Jia Tenen cast his gaze upon the fruit in Jiang Wanwan's hand, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Where on earth did you procure that fruit?" Jiang Wanwan took a crisp bite, savoring the flavor before replying, "It was freshly picked by Fengzi. Would you care for some? There are more?" Jia Tenen's eyes sparkled with hope. Alas, there are none left. Just as Jia Tenen was on the verge of despair, he suddenly heard Shen Feng's voice from above. "Little Jia Tenen, be ready to catch." Looking up, He was astonished to see Shin Feng had climbed the tree and was plucking fruit from its branches. Jia Tinan quickly extended his hands, exclaiming with excitement, "Brother Shun, toss it down. I'm ready, but do remain still," Shin Feng cautioned. Indeed, Jia Tinan nodded eagerly, only to have a fruit come crashing down upon his face. "Brother Shun," Jia Tinan said, attempting to inquire, "may I ask a rather audacious question?" "Go ahead. Is your insistence on my stillness to aid your aim?" Jiang Wanwan shot him a disapproving glance, retorting, "Do you have an issue with that? If so, then do not eat." As she reached for the fruit in Jia Tinan's grasp, he defiantly stuffed the sizable fruit into his mouth, mumbling, "Not a chance. This is mine." At that moment, the viewership of the live broadcast was particularly high. Witnessing this amusing scene, laughter erupted in the chat. Jia Tinan's name truly suits him. This is quite the struggle. These individuals are absolutely hilarious. They are my source of joy. Isn't it dangerous for Fengzi to climb so high? It looks quite frightening. But he is Brother Shun, who catches snakes barehanded. What is there to fear? What do you mean by catching snakes? Was that during the day? I missed it while at work. You are at a loss. Brother Shin was incredibly dashing earlier. I recall someone posted a video. You should look for it. While the audience engaged in lively conversation, Shin Feng had already collected a dozen fruits and descended from the tree. Climbing was a familiar activity for him and Jiang Wanwan. In fact, she often navigated the branches with greater ease than he. Upon his descent, Shin Feng first selected the finest fruits for Jiang Wanwan, then distributed a few to Jia Tinan, Li Tingting, Zhang Wei, and Meng Yin. Finally, he approached the quiet duo of Zhao Tianshu and Chen Lu, who sat in a corner, silent, yet occasionally swallowing in anticipation as they watched others enjoy the fruit. Seeing Shin Feng approach, Zhao Tianshu immediately turned his head away, while Chen Lu kept her gaze lowered, both assuming Shin Feng had come to mock their plight. To their surprise, Shin Feng extended his hand, offering them several fruits. Zhao Tianshu was taken aback as Shin Feng cheerfully encouraged, "Eat up. Do not dwell on the events of earlier. They are but trifles, all in the past." Zhao Tianshu and Chen Lu received the fruits, feeling a poignant sense of gratitude. "Alas, Shin Feng is truly a kind soul," one remarked. I revisited the previous segments. Indeed, Zhao Tianshu was rather excessive. Yet, Shin Feng still chooses to assist them, which is remarkably gracious. Another added, "My brother Feng possesses a clear sense of right and wrong. He is undoubtedly a beacon of positive energy." The barrage of comments was filled with admiration. Only Jiang Wanwan remained skeptical. Upon seeing Shin Feng return after distributing the fruits, she poked him gently and whispered, "Why are you still giving them fruits? They completely ignored you all day, and yet you still approach them with warmth." Shin Feng shrugged. "They all had wormholes. It would be a pity to discard them. Giving them to anyone is still giving." The comments fell into a lull. Could the director please remind Shin Feng to mute his microphone next time he discusses such matters? One suggested, "We mustn't let him tarnish his image in our hearts." Chapter 48. Why not be a bit more ruthless? The evening's live broadcast concluded promptly at 9 o'clock. As the audience gazed at the darkened screen, they felt a lingering desire for more. The four groups of guests returned to their respective tents for rest. Each tent housed 2 individuals, and the space was somewhat cramped. Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan found themselves nestled together. Jiang Wanwan leaned against Shin Feng, scrolling through Weibo, while Shin Feng observed her with interest. The topics surrounding the Penghu Bei duo grew more fervent with each passing day. Since the premiere of Let's Start Dating Today, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan had been the constant source of amusing moments. The number of video edits featuring them multiplied, captivating many who, despite lacking time to watch the live broadcasts, became enamored with the snippets. Consequently, the engagement within the Penghu Bei topic exceeded even the number of live viewers. As the audience expanded, so too did the pool of talented individuals. The edited videos and witty remarks often left Jiang Wanwan in fits of laughter for extended periods. Thus, her nightly delight now consisted of fervently searching Weibo, Bilibili, and Douyin for fan creations related to the Penghu Bei couple. Among the most popular videos today was the one showcasing Shin Feng catching a snake barehanded and using it to scare Zhao Tianshu. Jiang Wanwan replayed that segment twice. Suddenly, she mumbled softly, "I didn't feel much at the time, but looking back now, you seemed quite dashing." "What did you say?" Shin Feng asked, slightly unclear. "I said, the way you scared Zhao Tianshu with the snake was quite impressive," Jiang Wanwan reiterated, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Shin Feng chuckled, ruffling her hair, and murmured, "Then, Wanwan, might you offer me a little reward?" Jiang Wanwan blushed deeper and tilted her head to plant a quick kiss on his cheek. Shen Feng raised an eyebrow. Is that all? Jiang Wanwan glared at him. Are you not satisfied? Of course, he was not. Jiang Wanwan suddenly scrambled from his embrace, forcefully pinning Shen Feng to the ground. She then leaned down and bit his cheek, leaving a distinct ring of teeth marks on his face. Are you satisfied now? Jiang Wanwan, her cheeks flushed, wore a fierce expression akin to a little tigress. Shen Feng rubbed his cheek where the marks were, still not entirely content. How about you bite a little harder? You did say so? With a playful grin revealing her small teeth, Jiang Wanwan leaned in again to bite Shen Feng's face. However, he swiftly reached out, pressing her head down and capturing her lips with his. Jiang Wanwan's eyes widened in surprise, yet she did not resist. Instead, she nestled into Shen Feng's embrace, their lips brushing together. Ultimately, she playfully bit his lip, watching as he gasped in surprise from the sudden pain. With a glimmer of mischief in her eyes and a blush on her face, she haughtily remarked, I never said you could kiss me, so this is your punishment. Shen Feng, rubbing his lips, suddenly leaned closer to her, pointing to his mouth. How about you bite me a few more times? Jiang Wanwan looked at him with a puzzled expression. You don't have any strange fetishes, do you? Just this one bite. Shen Feng shrugged. If one bite could earn me a kiss from you, I'd say it's worth it. Blushing, Jiang Wanwan stared at him for a while before abruptly pulling aside the tent flap, ready to step outside. Shen Feng, thinking she was too shy, quickly grabbed her. Wanwan, I was just joking. Don't go out. I'm going to find Jia Nan, Jiang Wanwan replied. What do you need him for? Shen Feng asked, somewhat concerned. Actually, I can't bring myself to bite you too hard, she winked at him. So I'll ask Jia Nan to do it instead. The next morning, after a night of playful banter, Jiang Wanwan, exhausted from their day of hiking, lay on Shen Feng's arm and let out a big yawn before drifting off to sleep. Unfortunately, whether indoors or outdoors, in a bed or on the ground, Jiang Wanwan's sleeping posture was always uniquely peculiar. As she slept, she instinctively wrapped herself around Shen Feng like an octopus. Shen Feng, inhaling the fragrance that clung to her, wore a wry smile, unsure whether this was bliss or torment. When dawn broke, the live stream resumed, and the group set off once more to traverse Xiaoyu Mountain towards the county town. Today, Zhao Tianshu and Shun Lu's demeanor towards Shen Feng had noticeably improved. Unlike the previous day when they were as silent as clams, Zhao Tianshu even took the initiative to greet Shen Feng in the morning. Early risers among the audience felt a pang of sympathy for Zhao Tianshu upon witnessing the scene. If only he knew that the fruits Shen Feng provided yesterday were infested with worms, one could only imagine his dismay. Having already traversed a considerable distance yesterday, the group emerged from the Xiaoyu Mountain after a mere half-day. The production team's vehicle had been waiting at the exit, and as soon as everyone disembarked, they boarded the car, which then set off towards the county town of Lanyu. This time, Director Chun exhibited a rare generosity, having rented the largest hotel in Lanyu County for the group's accommodations. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Wanwan and her companions expressed their astonishment. How could the notoriously frugal director suddenly be so liberal? The staff driving the vehicle clarified that it was not Chen's own generosity. Rather, the hotel owner had approached Director Chun, believing that the program's popularity warranted providing lodging to capitalize on its success. This revelation brought relief to Jiang Wanwan and her friends. Indeed, Director Chen remained unchanged. Upon arriving at the hotel, the group anticipated a well-deserved rest after a night spent in tents, which had severely compromised their sleep quality. However, they found Director Chen waiting in the hotel lobby, brandishing a set of keys with a cunning smile directed at the four groups of guests. If you wish to rest, you must first complete today's task, he declared. Do you see these keys? Among them is a set for the presidential suite. The first group to finish the task will be rewarded with this key, enjoying the finest accommodations. As he spoke, Director Chun produced a task card. Today, there are no secret missions or audience voting segments. You four groups share a singular common task. Shortly, we will blindfold one member from each group and escort them to any room in the hotel. The remaining member must endeavor to locate their partner. Within the rooms, there are various puzzles. The one confined can solve these to receive clues about their location. Both parties may communicate freely via walkie-talkies, and the first to reunite will claim the keys to the presidential suite. The audience in the live broadcast erupted with excitement at the announcement of the new task. Concurrently, Director Chin began to let each group decide who would be locked in the room to solve the puzzles, and who would undertake the search. In the case of Zhao Tianshu and Chen Lu's group, Zhao Tianshu would be responsible for the search, while Chen Lu would remain in the room to decipher the clues. In the group of Zhang Wei and Meng En, Zhang Wei was tasked with the search, while Meng En focused on deciphering within the room. In another group, Jia Tenin took the lead in searching, with Li Tingting engaged in decoding. The audience found this arrangement quite reasonable, as it is generally perceived that females tend to possess greater attention to detail, albeit with somewhat less physical stamina compared to their male counterparts. Thus, assigning the female participants the role of decoding within the room, while the males conducted the search based on clues, appeared to be the most optimal arrangement. Just as everyone assumed that Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's pairing followed the same protocol, Shen Feng, after a brief whispered conversation with Jiang Wanwan, unexpectedly raised his hand. "I will be locked up, and let Jiang Wanwan do the searching." The viewers expressed their surprise and amusement in the comments. Is Shen Feng trying to take the easy route? This could spell trouble, with the girl's limited stamina. Even if the other groups finish searching 2 floors, Wanwan might struggle to complete just 1. Don't underestimate my Wan Go. I suspect Shen Feng has his own motives. He is rather cunning. The audience was engaged in a lively discussion regarding the decision made by the Penghu Bei group. Director Chun was evidently taken aback by Shen Feng's choice. Initially, he had envisioned a scenario where each group consisted of a female confined while the male counterpart searched for her. He had even named the project Brave Ones Rescue the Princess. Yet, in a surprising twist, Shen Feng had assumed the role of the princess. Nonetheless, as this was a collective decision made by Shen Feng's group, Director Chen had no choice but to accept it. Clearing his throat, he produced several eye masks and earplugs, stating, "Now, dear princesses who are to be confined, please don your eye masks, and the staff will escort you to your respective rooms. Shortly, do cooperate with your valiant rescuers to escape the confines." Upon concluding, he distributed the eye masks and earplugs to the participants. The individuals donned their masks and earplugs, and were escorted into the elevator by the staff. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei, Zhao Tianshu, Jia Tenin, and Jiang Wanwan, the designated rescuers, were instructed to take a brief respite. At that moment, the audience, watching the live broadcast, noticed that the staff escorting the participants into the elevator were executing a rather intricate series of maneuvers. For instance, in Li Tingting's case, after being led into the elevator, the staff pressed the button for the 10th floor. However, upon reaching the 10th floor, they immediately pressed the button for the 8th floor. Following that, upon arriving at the 8th floor, they pressed the button for the 9th floor. Ultimately, the elevator halted on the 9th floor, where the staff then guided Li Tingting out. Even upon reaching the 9th floor, they did not lead her directly into a specific room, but instead took her for a few spins around the area. Only after Li Tingting began to feel slightly disoriented did they finally escort her into room 907. Similar procedures were observed with the other groups, leaving the audience bewildered. What is going on? Are they intentionally stalling for time? Could this be to prevent the participants from deducing which floor they are confined on? There exists a possibility. Yet it seems implausible that anyone could truly guess, does it not? Perhaps there was once clarity, but after such upheaval, it is likely that no one knows precisely which level they are confined to. Upon being ushered into the room, the guests were permitted to remove their blindfolds. The curtains within the chamber were drawn, allowing a modicum of light to penetrate, yet discerning the exterior through them remained nearly impossible. Moreover, the production team had stipulated that the curtains must not be drawn open. The room was, however, brightly illuminated. Meng and Chen Lu, upon entering and shedding their blindfolds and earplugs, immediately set about searching for any puzzles or clues within the confines of the room. In contrast, their companions, Zhang Wei and Zhao Tianshu, commenced their quest from the first floor, knocking on doors one by one in search of them. The dynamics were quite different for Li Tingting and her partner, Jia Tenin. After being confined and removing her blindfold and earplugs, Li Tingting communicated via intercom with Jia Tenin, instructing him to take the elevator to the 2nd floor and time the journey, which took merely a few seconds. Jia Tenin complied without hesitation, yielding a duration of just over a second, excluding the time for the elevator doors to open and close. Li Tingting then set about her calculations, leaving the audience in awe. Li Tingting is impressive. I heard she was a top student from Qingbei, but I never expected her to be this clever. Her efficiency surpasses that of the other 2 pairs. Unfortunately, the level Li Tingting deduced turned out to be the 14th floor. The accuracy of her blindfolded timing was questionable, and the values provided by Jia Tenin were also imprecise. Furthermore, the hotel's elevator was of a high standard, functioning smoothly and halting with virtually no discernible vibration. With her earplugs in, Li Tingting could not hear the auditory signals indicating the elevator's stops. Thus, she remained unaware of how many times the elevator had paused or if it had altered its course mid-journey. Due to these various discrepancies, the level she calculated was higher than the actual one, leaving the audience somewhat disappointed. This also illuminated the rationale behind the production team's intricate operations. Nonetheless, Li Tingting recognized the potential inaccuracies in her estimations and instructed Jia Tenin to begin searching from the 12th floor, a strategy far more efficient than the methodical approach employed by Zhao Tianshu and Chen Lu, who were scouring from the bottom upwards. Just as the audience was beginning to commend Li Tingting for her remarkable performance, Shen Feng, who had been deliberately delayed by Director Chun, finally arrived in the room after a prolonged descent from the elevator. Ever since being outsmarted by Shen Feng, Director Chun had sought ways to frustrate him. Thus, this time, he specifically instructed the staff to prolong Shen Feng's time in the elevator. The staff complied admirably, ensuring Shen Feng remained in the elevator for over a minute. Once confined within the room, Shen Feng leisurely removed his blindfold and earplugs. As the audience speculated that the beleaguered figure would likely not possess as many clues to offer Jiang Wanwan as Li Tingting had, Shen Feng first cast a glance towards the curtains. He then activated the intercom and conveyed a solitary number to Jiang Wanwan. I should be between floors 10 and 14. Eliminate the odd-numbered rooms and seek only the even-numbered ones. Without inquiring as to the reasoning behind his assessment, Jiang Wanwan promptly acknowledged his instruction and commenced her search. The audience, however, was left in astonishment. Shen Feng was indeed on the 14th floor, specifically in room 1410. How did he arrive at that conclusion? They wondered. Just moments earlier, Li Tingting had instructed Jia Tenin to conduct an experiment and had engaged in her own calculations, ultimately arriving at an erroneous conclusion. How could Shen Feng deduce it so swiftly and accurately? He had been confined in the elevator for over a minute, experiencing its erratic ascents and descents. And yet he managed to ascertain his exact floor? I haven't uttered that phrase in ages. Surely the production team must have some hidden agenda. Director Chun was equally flabbergasted. He never anticipated that Shen Feng, who had endured the most trials, would be the first to uncover the correct answer. Observing the barrage of skeptical comments, he hastily grabbed the intercom and inquired, Shen Feng, how did you arrive at this conclusion? Want to know? Shen Feng chuckled. I would say it's intuition. Do you believe that? Believe you? I'd sooner suspect a conspiracy. Director Chen retorted. Shrugging nonchalantly, Shen Feng reclined on the bed and replied, You had me blindfolded and wearing earplugs, taking me through the elevator's erratic motions, yet you failed to consider the possibility of thicker, opaque curtains? He gestured towards the drapes. This is the newest development area in Lanyu County, with closely positioned buildings and towering office structures nearby, to avoid being obscured by the adjacent buildings. My floor must be above the 7th, given that it is around 11 a.m. It is improbable for the odd-numbered rooms in this hotel to receive such direct sunlight, thus I am certainly in an even-numbered room. Director Chun was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure and pressed, But how did you deduce it was the 14th floor? This hotel has 26 floors, and with so many above the 7th. How can you be certain it's the 14th? By intuition. Come on, speak seriously, or I might just accuse you of collusion. Director Chen exclaimed, his curiosity piqued. Shen Feng spread his hands. This time, it truly is intuition, or perhaps I surmised that the production team might engage in trickery. The hotel is indeed quite tall, and the time spent in the elevator was sufficient for me to ascend to the 26th floor. However, I am convinced that the production team would not act so innocently. You would never simply send me to the top floor, nor even to a floor too close to it. For you surmise that I might use the time taken by the elevator to give Wanwan a hint, allowing her to ascend directly to the pinnacle. Hence, I believe you have confined me to around the 718th floor. As for my mention of the 1014th floor, it is merely derived from selecting several middle floors within the 718th. In truth, I am uncertain. However, if this is not the case, Wanwan may search other floors. As I spoke, Shen Feng cast a glance at the camera in the room, revealing a benevolent smile. Yet, based on your inquiries, Director Chun, I must assume I have surmised correctly? Director Chun was taken aback. He had meticulously devised intricate schemes, crafting elaborate narratives within the elevator, only to find himself outmaneuvered by the curtains and the psychological game with Shen Feng. The audience, too, was astonished. Shen Feng, by discerning the light filtering through the curtains, accurately deduced the floor he occupied, and his analysis was impressively articulate. To be honest, I always felt that within my brother Feng, there resided the shadows of two individuals. I wager one is Conan, but who could the other be? Holmes, perhaps? My brother Feng is indeed formidable. Could he be a product of the strongest intellect? I was mistaken, thinking Shen Feng merely a charming, ordinary individual. To my surprise, he is not only handsome but also extraordinary. Surely he is not another prodigy from Qingbei? Darling, you are so handsome. The barrage of comments flooded in. Yet, some also brought up Director Chun. Look at this director, scheming and plotting, only to be effortlessly unraveled by our Shen Feng. With such a narrow mind and limited skill, TSK, is our director feeling quite embarrassed now? Initially, Director Chin felt merely a touch of embarrassment. However, upon witnessing the barrage of comments, his discomfort escalated to acute awkwardness. In a fit of frustration, he seized the intercom and addressed Shen Feng. Shen Feng, this room contains 3 puzzles I have arranged. You must solve them all before I will allow you to leave. Otherwise, even if Jiang Wanwan finds you, it will be of no consequence. At this proclamation, the audience reacted vehemently. He is panicking. Look, this is the real dark scheme. An outright display of favoritism. I do not consent. How can the director behave this way? Director Chun, sensing that merely stating demands seemed excessive, contemplated briefly before concocting another idea. Very well, should you agree to solve the 3 puzzles before you can exit, I shall provide you with an additional 50 yuan subsidy tomorrow. What say you? In this instance, Director Chun endeavored to entice Shen Feng, pulling out all the stops. After all, regardless of personal grievances, Shen Feng's team was undeniably progressing at an alarming pace. The game had barely commenced for 10 minutes when Shen Feng concluded his segment, leaving the other 3 groups to grapple with the repercussions. It was imperative to present Shen Feng with some challenges. Moreover, Director Chin was convinced that these 3 questions would undoubtedly perplex Shen Feng. The first 2 were merely riddles and simple brain teasers. However, the third question was a complex calculus competition problem that he had specifically instructed someone to transcribe, a question so intricate that he himself could not comprehend it. He was resolute in his disbelief that Shen Feng could solve it. Shen Feng's walkie-talkie was connected to Jiang Wanwan's. Before he had the chance to utter a word, Jiang Wanwan eagerly exclaimed, "Absolutely. Fengzi, let us go for it for the 50 bucks." In truth, Shen Feng wished to express that the director's audacious offer of 50 yuan must conceal some formidable challenge. Those 3 questions were certain to be daunting. Nevertheless, with his wife voicing her support, he conceded, "All right, I agree." Director Chen smirked, reminiscent of a cunning fox. The 3 questions were cleverly concealed within the room, intricately linked. One could only proceed to the next upon solving the preceding one. Chen had intended to suggest that Shen Feng seek out the first question. But before he could finish his thought, Shen Feng had already retrieved the first question from beneath his pillow. Director Chen remarked, "The first 2 questions are indeed quite simple." In less than 5 minutes, Shen Feng had solved both and simultaneously discovered the third question. Initially, the audience was overwhelmingly supportive of Shen Feng, believing that with his speed and intellect, no problem could thwart him. However, upon encountering the calculus competition problem, the viewers were left in stunned silence. Is the production team out of their minds? Are they serious? Calculus makes my eyes ache just looking at it. This is a competition question. It's not something that even many college students who've studied calculus could solve. When pushed to the brink, one can accomplish anything, except for calculus. Your lover may betray you, your friends may deceive you, but calculus? It simply cannot be mastered, regardless of what one says. Director Chen watched the barrage of comments, his smile growing ever more self-satisfied. It seemed he had not erred in selecting this question. Shen Feng, oh Shen Feng, today marks the day of my long-awaited revenge. You and Jiang Wanwan once led me astray. Humph, just because the tiger does not roar, do you take me for a sickly cat? As Chen contemplated this, he observed Shen Feng reach for paper and pen, genuinely beginning to write. Go ahead, right away. I still do not believe you can solve it. I fear that by the time the other 3 groups have found their answers, you too shall be at an impasse, he chuckled to himself. However, as time passed, he gradually found his laughter fading. Shen Feng was progressing with remarkable fluidity, showing no signs of being stumped by the problem. Particularly, one viewer in the comments articulated a thought that resonated with the audience. In the previous year's competition, I discovered the original question, and the answer aligns perfectly with the steps that Shin Feng is currently outlining. Director Chen hastily searched for the solution to this problem. Indeed, the procedural steps matched almost identically with those of Shin Feng. Goodness, could it be that Shin Feng genuinely knows this problem? Director Chen's hands trembled. The assistant director, adjusting his glasses, remarked, "I believe this transcends mere knowledge. His execution is remarkably fluid. Regrettably, it seems your 50 yuan is unlikely to be preserved." Yet, Director Chen remained obstinate. "I refuse to believe it. He hasn't completed it yet. What if his final answer is incorrect?" However, Director Chen's stubbornness was ultimately shattered by the answer penned by Shin Feng. As Shin Feng revealed the standard solution, the barrage of comments erupted with exuberance. Identical to the answer, he got it right. Fengzi is incredible, truly remarkable. He can solve advanced calculus on the spot and catch large snakes barehanded. Who else can compare? This is what it means to be an idol. Compared to those who have barely studied yet profit from their looks, Shin Feng is vastly superior. There is truly no contest now. Shin Feng, you are eternal. Yet, Shin Feng wore a modest demeanor, his expression tinged with a hint of embarrassment. He addressed the cameraman, saying, "Director Chen, I must admit, I feel somewhat undeserving of this praise. To be honest, I merely guessed on the first two questions. However, this calculus problem is genuinely within my grasp. I had previously practiced this question during my idle time. I hope you don't mind. But I will graciously accept the 50 yuan. Director Chen nearly choked on his own frustration. Damn it. No wonder Shin Feng answered so smoothly. How unfortunate to encounter a problem that Shin Feng had already mastered. Had he known, he would have opted for a different question. In truth, it wouldn't have made a difference. Shin Feng had diligently sought new challenges to avoid becoming lost in repetition. At one point, he had even fixated on problem solving, deriving joy from it. Even if Director Chen had commissioned a new question, with Shin Feng's current capabilities, he would have unraveled it effortlessly. The first two questions were guesses. But this calculus problem I genuinely know. Doesn't that sound a bit ostentatious? Is this even a reasonable statement? While idly passing the time, he practiced this question. Look at Shin Feng. While some of you are here watching the live stream, he is busy honing his skills. Don't you feel ashamed? Not at all. Even if I weren't watching the live stream, I still couldn't solve such questions. As the discussion continued in the comments, Director Chen reluctantly ascended the stairs. He handed the presidential suite key to Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng, then turned to leave. Yet, Shin Feng called out with a cheerful smile, "Director Chen, have you forgotten something?" Director Chen, feeling a pinch in his heart, turned back. From her pocket, she extracted a 50 yuan bill, which Jiang Wanwan swiftly snatched away. She then hurriedly inquired of Director Chen, "Is it true that we receive 50 for answering 3 questions? Are there more questions? Let Fengzi answer some more. Whether we can indulge in a grand feast tomorrow hinges entirely on you, Director." Director Chen retorted, "Do you take me for an ATM?" Jiang Wanwan shook her head emphatically. How could that be? This slight reassurance brought a modicum of comfort to Director Chen. Yet, Jiang Wanwan continued, "An ATM dispenses my money. But what you give me is your own, so naturally, I find joy in earning from you." Chapter 51. Do not treat us as outsiders. Director Chen felt a twinge of frustration, while Jiang Wanwan radiated happiness. Armed with the key to the presidential suite, she accompanied Shin Feng to their room for some rest. Consequently, the audience shared in the dismay, for with a resounding bang, Jiang Wanwan had shut the photographer outside. They had nothing left to see. Protests erupted among the audience. Observing their discontent, Director Chen's frustration deepened. Finally, he spoke into the intercom, "Jiang Wanwan. Today is recording isn't over yet. Even if you wish to rest in your room, you ought to provide us with some footage." Silence ensued at the door. After a moment's contemplation, Director Chen suddenly declared, "Otherwise, we shall deduct your fees." With that, the presidential suite door swung open. The waiting photographer was elated and stepped forward to enter. However, before he could cross the threshold, Jiang Wanwan reached out, snatched the camera from his hands, and with a decisive slam, closed the door again. The photographer was left standing bewildered outside. "Jiang Wanwan, what are you doing?" Director Chen exclaimed, panic rising within him as he recalled the previous extortion incident involving Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Could these two be plotting a similar scheme? Yet, Jiang Wanwan diligently set up the camera in a corner of the room and curiously remarked, "Didn't you say we should provide some footage? Am I not doing just that?" Director Chen, exasperated, replied, "Shin Feng, Jiang Wanwan, Even if you disregard my feelings, please consider those of your devoted audience. Did they come here to witness you resting in your room? Before he could finish, a barrage of comments flooded the screen. Yes. Rest well, indeed. The kind of rest where you turn off the lights and draw the curtains. Yes. Yes, you must rest if you're tired. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. This angle is just perfect. Do not treat us as outsiders. Please, do not feel shy. These comments, of course, came from the devoted fans of the couple, eagerly wishing to witness the two share a bed. Director Chen found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, there were still kind-hearted individuals in the livestream. Dear fans, please exercise restraint when it comes to garnering support. Do not presume to speak on behalf of the vast audience. While we too hold a certain curiosity regarding their slumber, might we not consider the sentiments of the production team? Director Chen's eyes brimmed with tears. There still exist individuals who genuinely care about the program. Yet, this individual swiftly followed with a request. I hope the director can privately send me footage of their sleeping moments. That way, we need not fear the program being shut down. What a farce. Another ardent fan of the couple, no doubt. Jiang Wanwan remained blissfully unaware of the barrage of comments flooding the live chat. She was indeed fatigued, sincerely yearning for rest after a day spent trekking and a night of poor sleep. Having walked for several hours again during the day, she was utterly exhausted. Once she arranged the camera, she collapsed onto the large bed and fell into a deep slumber. Shenfeng, however, remained seated on the bed, not indulging in sleep. Instead, he retrieved a book from the shelf in the suite and began to read. The room was enveloped in silence, devoid of any sound. Witnessing this scene, Director Chen felt a pang of regret. Alas, it seemed the audience would likely dwindle today. After all, who finds pleasure in watching someone silently engrossed in reading or another sprawled out like a dead pig in slumber? Yet, to his astonishment, Director Chen was soon left bewildered. The audience not only remained, but even grew in numbers. To be honest, Shenfeng looks incredibly handsome reading so quietly. Why didn't he debut sooner? Seeing such a beautiful scene brings tranquility to my heart. Jiang Wanwan looks so adorable while asleep. I could gaze at her all day. I've screenshotted this to use as my computer wallpaper. I was initially a staunch fan of Jiang Wanwan, but now I am an ardent supporter of their couple. Truly, merely watching them peacefully together brings me immense comfort. I used to be a devoted fan of Wanwan as well, but now I must say Shenfeng is simply irresistible. Especially after today, I find myself increasingly impressed by him. No one else is worthy of Wanwan. By the way, does anyone know which school Shenfeng attends? Could he possibly be a top student from Qingbei, having even tackled competition problems? The comments began to flow freely. Those present in the live chat were predominantly fans of Jiang Wanwan and Shenfeng. Whether they were devoted couple fans or admirers from Penghubei, they all shared a common language. Engaging in conversation here was akin to commenting on a Weibo topic about Penghubei. Typically, viewers were preoccupied with watching the live stream, leaving little inclination to comment. However, with the stream fixed on such a serene and beautiful scene, the audience found ample opportunity to interact, resulting in an even greater volume of comments than usual. Director Chun could only watch with a twitching expression. In his live streaming room, it had transformed into a large chat room. Jiang Wanwan had slept for a couple of hours before awakening. Groggy, she let out a substantial yawn, feeling the dryness in her mouth after her slumber. Just as she contemplated finding something to drink, she noticed Shenfeng beside her, offering a cup of water. Jiang Wanwan accepted the cup and took a sip, instantly revitalized. What kind of water is this? It's so sweet. Is it honey water? It's honey flower tea. The suite conveniently had free tea bags and honey, so I brewed a bit for you to help awaken your senses, Shenfeng replied, gently smoothing her tousled hair. Did you sleep well? Yes, but I feel a bit hungry after sleeping. Shall we go eat something soon? Shenfeng smiled, of course. The viewers, witnessing this scene, paused their chatter, redirecting their focus back to the live stream. Can Shenfeng really predict things? He made tea minutes ago, and now Jiang Wanwan is awake? I truly envy their relationship. I wish there were someone who would bring me honey water upon waking and help me comb my hair. Alas, I am but a man. Observing their little daily moments is more comforting than watching a romantic drama. Indeed, while there are no grand gestures, it exudes warmth. This kind of sweet, yet not cloying affection is the most delightful. I initially thought I was a die-hard Brotherhood fan, but now I find myself leaning towards being a CP supporter. After finishing her water and washing her face, Jiang Wanwan prepared to step out with Shenfeng. Director Chin promptly used the intercom to summon the resting crew to accompany them. This time, Jiang Wanwan and Shun Feng were considerate, not taking advantage of the production team. Instead, they returned the camera sincerely. The other three teams had just completed their brave Save the Princess game and had only just received their room keys to begin resting. Having already rejuvenated, Shun Feng and Jiang Wanwan ventured to the hotel restaurant in search of food. The staff, aware that Jiang Wanwan and Shun Feng were stars and special guests of their boss, greeted them with utmost courtesy. After seating them, the waiter respectfully inquired, "What would you like to eat?" "We have our signature steak, Western-style pasta, grilled meat, baked rice, and also Chinese specialties like Chong'an-style meat sandwiches and sauce noodles. Here is our menu for your perusal." Jiang Wanwan glanced at the exorbitant prices on the menu and abruptly closed it, turning to the waiter with a serious expression. Just as the waiter assumed she was about to order, she earnestly asked, "Do you sell raw meat and vegetables here?" The waiter. Chapter 52. We will definitely be very happy. In the hotel's kitchen, it was quiet since it was not mealtime. Only an elderly chef busied himself with preparing ingredients. The waiter guided Shun Feng and Jiang Wanwan to the kitchen, addressing the chef, "Uncle Li, there are two individuals here wishing to purchase ingredients." The chef, with his knife still embedded in the cutting board, turned to face Shun Feng and Jiang Wanwan, as well as the photographer trailing behind them. The waiter quickly added, "Uncle Li, they are here for a live recording." However, Uncle Li interrupted her, "I know them. I've seen their show. Just yesterday, I was watching their survival episode in the mountains." The waiter was taken aback. Uncle Li, in his 50s and typically devoid of entertainment interests, had taken a liking to such a romantic variety show? What is the matter? Is there a problem? Uncle Li shot a glance at the waiter, who promptly shook her head. Jiang Wanwan subtly inquired of Shun Feng, "Fengzi, why do I feel that Uncle Li has such an imposing presence? The waiter seems rather intimidated by him." The waiter, keenly perceptive, quickly introduced, "Allow me to present to you the head chef of our Blue Jade Micro Light Hotel. Uncle Li. He is a national first-class chef, having prepared dishes for state banquets." The audience gasped in astonishment. A national first-class chef, skilled in state banquets. Hidden away in this small county of Blue Jade? Uncle Li maintained his imposing demeanor as he addressed Shun Feng and Jiang Wanwan. "You two wish to purchase ingredients?" Shun Feng nodded politely. "Yes, we are recording a program, and due to the limited budget provided by the production team, we wish to prepare something delightful ourselves. I hope the hotel can accommodate us." "Certainly," Uncle Li replied. Jiang Wanwan felt a surge of joy. To her surprise, despite his stern appearance, Uncle Li seemed quite amenable. Yet, moments later, Uncle Li added, "However, I have a request." Just as Jiang Wanwan's spirits had lifted, they plummeted again. Uncle Li, with his authoritative bearing, was surely going to propose a challenging demand. He produced a notebook and a pen from seemingly nowhere, extending them towards Jiang Wanwan and Shun Feng. Jiang Wanwan stared at Uncle Li in bewilderment. Are we to write something? Was he asking for a guarantee or a contract? Surely not. They were merely purchasing ingredients. Uncle Li nodded, still exuding his commanding presence. Just sign your names. I greatly enjoy watching your show. By the way, I am a fan of your couple. The Circle Lock couple, quite entertaining. Shun Feng, Jiang Wanwan. Waiter, a serious, bearded chef who had prepared for state banquets, was, astonishingly, a fan of their couple. The shock was palpable, not only for Shun Feng and Jiang Wanwan, but also for the audience as they were left utterly astounded. Although I am aware that the fanbase of Shun Feng and Wanwan is quite diverse, I never anticipated that even individuals of such significant stature would be following them. This person is nearly the same age as my grandfather, yet he is still a fan of the couple. This presents quite a delightful contrast, does it not? I am following a couple with a master chef, so by extension, I must be considered a master chef myself. Indeed, you are a master chef. But only when you are playing video games. I feel as though the barrier between dimensions has been shattered. Jiang Wanwan and Shun Feng hurriedly signed an autograph for Uncle Li. Uncle Li examined it with satisfaction several times before finally putting the book away. With a serious expression, he earnestly told Shun Feng and Jiang Wanwan, "You must be happy together in the future." The waitress assumed that Uncle Li had become overly invested in the couple. She quickly explained, "Uncle Li, reality shows like this are scripted. It's all a performance. They are merely acting as a couple, not genuinely in love." However, Uncle Li shot her a disapproving glance. "Do I need you to explain this to me after all these years? The affection in their eyes cannot be concealed. They are undoubtedly in love. What do you understand?" The waitress felt a wave of despair. She merely attempted to clarify, and there was no need for such harshness directed at her. Oh dear. It seems Uncle Lee is not just a fan, but a fervent one at that. He is truly invested. I share Uncle Lee's perspective. I too believe they are genuine. To be candid, while it may seem like a jest, I genuinely feel that Uncle Lee is serious. Nonsense. You are the one jesting. We are indeed sincere. The couple, circle lock, is eternal. In an instant, the live stream chat was filled with fervent supporters of the couple who raised their banners high. At that moment, they all felt that Uncle Lee was their leading advocate, voicing the sentiments of all the fans. Jiang Wanwan lowered her face, feeling somewhat bashful. Shen Feng, however, reached out and grasped Jiang Wanwan's hand. Their fingers intertwined tightly. Then, with a smile, he nodded to Uncle Lee and said, "Thank you, Uncle Lee. We will undoubtedly, without a doubt, be very happy in the future." His tone was sincere, each word resonating deeply. Upon hearing his declaration, Jiang Wanwan froze momentarily, followed by Director Chun. The waitress and the cameraman all left in stunned silence. The chat also experienced a brief lull, as if everyone had momentarily disconnected. It was not until 3 seconds later that the barrage of comments erupted in the live stream, resembling a geyser of enthusiasm. "Ah, I am dying. Is this an official announcement or a confession? I truly cannot discern whether Shen Feng is merely playing for the camera or speaking from the heart. I initially followed the couple for amusement. I never expected it to turn into something real. If it's fake, I wish it were real. If it's real, then let me perish in celebration for them. That intertwined fingers confession is just too sweet. I now writhe in bed like a worm. I genuinely bumped into something." Sob, sob, sob. Shen Feng's words were so earnest and romantic. Did anyone record that? I want to watch the replay immediately. The audience in the live broadcast room was nearly going mad, especially the CP fans, who were in a frenzy. To be honest, since the show began, while the interactions between Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan have been warm, sweet, and amusing, the two have never openly expressed anything toward each other. It was as if they were merely close friends, childhood companions who had grown up together. This is one of the reasons why Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan have a considerable number of buddy fans. Now, Shen Feng's statement, which sounded more solemn than "I love you," has almost solidified the nature of their relationship. CP fans were celebrating wildly. Meanwhile, Uncle Lee finally softened his previously stern expression, revealing a smile. He patted Shen Feng on the shoulder. "Your eyes convey a sense of responsibility. I trust your words. I am quite pleased today. Therefore, feel free to use the ingredients in the kitchen, no charge." At this moment, Jiang Wanwan felt extremely shy and had longed for a topic to divert attention. Hearing Uncle Lee's words, she quickly seized the opportunity to change the subject. "But that wouldn't be appropriate. The ingredients here belong to the hotel. We cannot take them for free." "Why not?" Uncle Lee chuckled. "True, the ingredients belong to the hotel, but this hotel is mine." Both Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng were momentarily stunned. However, but we previously met Mr. Lee from the hotel. It was clear that, oh, indeed. It should be said that this hotel belongs to Mr. Lee, Uncle Lee stated. "However, I am his father." Huh. Chapter 53. Apologies, we are not well acquainted. This hotel is Mr. Lee's property, and Mr. Lee is Uncle Lee's offspring. According to Uncle Lee, it all began when his 8-year-old granddaughter stumbled upon the variety show dating online. Subsequently, Uncle Lee's daughter-in-law discovered it and started pursuing it herself. Eventually, Uncle Lee's son, Mr. Lee, also took notice. Mr. Lee, lacking the time to watch the live broadcasts, indulged in video compilations daily, thoroughly enjoying them. He even shared the compilations in the family group chat. That is how Uncle Lee came to see them. Initially, Uncle Lee was merely curious, but he soon became addicted. Ultimately, he began watching the live broadcasts and shipping the CP. "Seeing you both reminds me of my youth with my late wife. If she were still here, I would love to show her this," Uncle Lee reminisced. After Mr. Lee opened this hotel, Uncle Lee and his wife enjoyed a leisurely life. However, Uncle Lee's wife passed away in a car accident years ago. To alleviate his loneliness, Uncle Lee took on the role of chef at the hotel. Initially, Uncle Lee found his daily life rather mundane, until he stumbled upon the live broadcasts of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Their playful banter and seamless chemistry evoked memories of his own youthful days with his late spouse. It was also Uncle Lee's idea to invite the production team to stay at the hotel free of charge. Had it not been for the show's theme revolving around survival and romance, which required the guests to manage their own meals, Uncle Li would have even considered providing food for the crew at no cost. To be honest, both Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan were somewhat taken aback. During the recording, neither had given much thought to their interactions. They simply shared a genuine connection, allowing their true emotions to surface. Little did they anticipate that their authenticity would serve as a source of solace for others. Jiang Wanwan took the initiative to comfort Uncle Li, engaging him in conversation at a nearby restaurant, while Shin Feng busied himself in the kitchen, selecting ingredients to prepare a meal. In addition to several dishes, he specifically grilled 3 steaks. Once the meal was ready, Shin Feng presented the dishes on the table, arranging the plates in the center. With the 3 steaks placed before him, Jiang Wanwan and Uncle Li was momentarily surprised to find that Shin Feng had prepared a steak for him as well. However, he did not hesitate to indulge. After cutting into the steak with his knife and fork, he picked up a piece with chopsticks and took a bite. Chewing thoughtfully, he nodded in approval. Having previously watched Shin Feng's cooking videos, he recognized the young man's expertise. Indeed, the mastery of heat and the seasoned technique were commendable. When Uncle Li tasted Shin Feng's culinary creation, his expression lacked the astonishment that had marked his reaction to the dishes crafted by the couple, Lin Jie and Jiang Wanwan, or Shin Zhaohua. Yet, for a chef of his caliber, having declared Shin Feng's skills as commendable was a high compliment. Honestly, I am genuinely curious about the level of Shin Feng's culinary prowess, especially if someone of Uncle Li's stature finds it worthy of praise. Could he possibly be a master chef? If Uncle Li isn't merely being polite, then I must conclude that Shin Feng is exceptionally talented. Regardless, Shin Feng's culinary skills are undoubtedly superior to those of the average person. No wonder Wanwan's heart and appetite are so thoroughly captivated by him. When will a handsome fellow come along to enchant my heart and palate? After the meal, Jiang Wanwan felt thoroughly satisfied. This is my first time tasting a steak made by Shin Feng, and it is truly delicious, she exclaimed, letting out a small, contented burp. If you enjoy it, I shall make it for you often in the future, Shin Feng replied. However, Uncle Li interjected, but next time, we shall not have free ingredients. While I am indeed your fan, you are recording a show, and I cannot always provide assistance. That would be quite unfair. Jiang Wanwan nodded in understanding. You are absolutely right, Uncle Li. Next time, we will definitely purchase the ingredients. By the way, how much does a steak cost? If you buy it cooked, it is priced at 128 each, Uncle Li responded. Jiang Wanwan's lips twitched slightly. What if we purchase the raw ones? It's still 128. And there's no extra charge for cooking the steak. Jiang Wanwan continued. Could you possibly offer a friendly price? At least round it down a bit. Uncle Li pondered seriously for a moment before responding. All right, let us round it down to 130. Jiang Wanwan exclaimed. Is that how you round down? The more you do, the higher it gets. Ha ha ha. It turns out the seemingly serious Uncle Li has a playful side. Now I understand why Uncle Li said that seeing Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan reminds him of his youthful days. Indeed, I suspect the young Uncle Li was just as adept at understanding people's mindsets as Fengzi and Wanwan are. Old ginger is spicier. After finishing their meal and chatting with Uncle Li for a few more moments, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan bid farewell to him and exited the restaurant. However, upon reaching the hotel lobby, they encountered a group from the production team gathered at the entrance. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Wanwan approached. It soon became evident that the crew was surrounding a catering cart to collect their boxed meals. The other 3 groups of guests were mingling among them. Jia Tenon, quick on the uptake, had already snatched a boxed meal and was devouring it. Upon spotting Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan, he waved his meal triumphantly. You two are late. The good dishes have been cleared out. I managed to grab 3 pieces of char siu, he boasted, dramatically lifting a piece of meat as if in slow motion, just as he was about to pop it into his mouth. At that moment, Director Chen interjected. Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan just had sirloin steak, cheese-baked corn, Caesar salad, and braised lamb shank in the hotel. Do you know why I suddenly ordered boxed meals? It's because I was envious watching them eat. With a thud, the piece of meat Jia Tenon had lifted fell onto his face, sliding down to the floor. He looked at Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan with trembling lips, wearing a sorrowful expression. Shingu, why didn't you think to order for me? Apologies, we're really not that familiar, Shin Feng replied earnestly. Jia Tenon, feeling dejected, squatted in a corner and began munching on his boxed meal. I'm really going to die laughing. Xiao Jia, why did you have to provoke them? Don't cry, Xiao Jia. Although you can't have steak, they can't have boxed meals either. Thinking about it that way, doesn't it make you feel even worse? Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Truly not familiar. He only thinks of you as close when he needs to borrow money. Meanwhile, Director Chen approached Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, holding a prepared boxed meal. Noticing this, Jiang Wanwan quickly waved her hands. Director Chen, you are too kind to save us a boxed meal. But we are quite full. You saw us just eat steak, right? We really can't eat anything more. Director Chen, with a stern expression, retorted, Who said this boxed meal was for you? You really have some nerve. As he spoke, he approached the photographer who had been following Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, holding a box of lunch. He handed the lunch to the photographer and gently patted him on the shoulder. My brother, you have worked hard. The photographer was instantly moved to tears. Finally, someone cared for him. Director, may I request to switch groups? I no longer wish to be with them. They have been dining lavishly for a full half hour. Half an hour. I stood there watching for a full 30 minutes, sobbing. I am truly famished and tormented. Why must I endure such suffering? If I truly erred, I wish to be punished by the law, not subjected to this torment. Director Chen, feeling sympathetic, embraced him and said, Good brother, do not be disheartened. You are contributing to the show. Moreover, it seems no one wishes to switch groups with you. The photographer sniffled, If I cannot switch groups, can I at least receive a raise? Director Chen immediately released the photographer and turned to leave. The photographer was left sobbing even more sorrowfully. Chapter 54 No. This is called misfortune. After the crew finished their lunch and took a brief respite, Director Chen announced that he would unveil the second task of the day. In the first task, Brave rescues the princess. Congratulations were in order for the Penghu Bay team for securing first place. Director Chen offered his congratulations to Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, albeit with a forced smile, before clapping his hands. The upcoming second task is the Champion Challenge. The victorious Penghu Bay team will serve as the champions, while the other three teams will have the opportunity to challenge them, with each team allowed a single challenge attempt. As he spoke, Director Chen produced a rather rudimentary cardboard box. From within, he retrieved several even more rudimentary cards. These cards outlined various challenge tasks, and the three teams would first draw from them before selecting a member from the Penghu Bay team to face the challenge. Should the challenger prevail, the Penghu Bay team would relinquish their champion status and also grant the presidential suite to the victorious challenger. Jiang Wanwan immediately expressed her displeasure. Pointing at the box and cards in Director Chen's hands, she exclaimed, These items are so crude. It is evident you prepared them at the last minute. The tasks you originally designed were surely not this. You simply cannot stand us residing in the presidential suite. This is intentional. Upon hearing this, Director Chen smirked with satisfaction. I did it intentionally, so what? After all, I am the director, and the rules are mine to establish. Is there a problem? No problem at all. If the champions do not wish to participate, you may voluntarily relinquish the presidential suite to others. His demeanor was that of a typical petty tyrant reveling in his authority. Director Chen is brazenly indulging in privilege and secrecy again. Has he not yet had enough of Shen Feng and Wanwan's antics? Perhaps he has endured too much and harbors resentment. I have a premonition that the director is about to face misfortune. As the comments continued to flow, Shen Feng restrained Jiang Wanwan, who was eager to confront Director Chen. Confronting Director Chen, he inquired, Director Chen, we are willing to accept the challenge, and should we fail, we are prepared to relinquish our suite. However, if the challengers falter and we emerge victorious, will there be a reward for us? None. Director Chen replied emphatically, his determination unwavering. He was resolute in preventing Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan from seizing any opportunity to exploit him. Upon hearing this, Shen Feng shrugged his shoulders. What a pity. In that case, let us forfeit the champion title and pass it on to someone else. Director Chen's eyes brightened. Was Shen Feng actually conceding? But then Shen Feng continued, when the time comes, we shall return as challengers and reclaim the suite. Director Chen interjected, no, if you relinquish the champion title, you cannot participate in the challenges again. Isn't that blatantly targeting us? Shen Feng lamented. Director Chen chuckled, indeed, I am targeting you. Do you have a problem with that? Shen Feng ignored Director Chen and shouted, Li Zong, Uncle Li, we have had a minor disagreement with Director Chen, and we are considering withdrawing from the program. Don't forget to ask the production team for the accommodation fees. Director Chen hurriedly covered Shen Feng's mouth. He had previously observed Shen Feng, Jiang Wanwan, and Uncle Li conversing. He was well aware that the hotel owner, Li Zong, and his father, Uncle Li, were ardent fans of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. The reason the hotel was willing to provide them with complimentary rooms was precisely because of their popularity. If Li Zong and Uncle Li were to hear Shun Feng's outburst, how would the production team manage to remain at the hotel? Brother Shun, I yield. Let us discuss this calmly. What conflicts could possibly exist between us? Director Chun said with a broad smile, adjusting Shin Feng's clothing and patting him on the shoulder. I am not intentionally targeting you. It is all for the sake of the show. Shin Feng's expression softened, and he kindly asked, then, Director Chun, could you please reiterate what rewards we would receive if we triumph over the challengers? Director Chun rubbed his hands together, the previous air of resolute authority dissipating. He chuckled awkwardly. How about, for every group you defeat, I grant you a $5 bonus tomorrow? 50, Shin Feng countered decisively. Director Chin immediately shook his head. That is unacceptable, far too generous. Just then, Shin Feng raised his voice again. Uncle Li Zong. Director Chin quickly covered his mouth once more. A look of anguish on his face. Brother Shun, my dear brother. 50 is truly excessive. It's not that I'm stingy. I simply believe that if you receive so much, tomorrow's program will lack appeal. You would be flaunting a couple of hundred, while the other 3 teams would be left with mere tens. What a stark contrast. After contemplating for a moment, he proposed, 10. Would 10 be acceptable? As Shin Feng seemed poised to protest again, Director Chin swiftly covered his mouth once more. Then, Jiang Wanwan shouted from the side, Mr. Li. Uncle Li. Director Chun was distraught. He had forgotten there was another person present. He hurriedly said, all right. 20. If you win, you will receive 20. How about that? If you can achieve victory in all 3 challenges, you will earn 60. Is that acceptable? Only then did Shin Feng nod in agreement. Meanwhile, Director Chun was nearly at his wit's end. Oh, Director Chun, why must you do this? You cannot possibly compete with them. I initially felt sympathy for the director, but now I increasingly believe he brought this upon himself. Why provoke them? Ha ha ha, my poor Director Chun is truly suffering. This is the price of offending the bandit couple. Stay away from the circle of the couple, Director Chun. They will bring misfortune. Ha ha. The comments were filled with laughter. Director Chun, feeling frustrated, approached the 3 groups of guests with a cardboard box in hand. He glanced at the groups and then gritted his teeth, saying, get your act together and aim to sink Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Whoever can defeat them, I will grant 100 as a bonus. It's not about the money, it's about my pride. Who wishes to draw a task first and challenge them? Jia Tenon volunteered eagerly, raising his hand. I will. I've lost who knows how much money to Brother Shun. Now I must regain my dignity. With that, Jia Tenon reached into the box and drew a challenge card. He then read aloud the task inscribed upon it. Challenge task. In the hotel entertainment area, sing Die for Love. Both sides will perform, and the one with the higher score will prevail. Jia Tenon's voice grew increasingly faint. By the end, he was no longer audible. Can I draw again? He asked, utterly flabbergasted. Singing was not his forte, and now he was expected to perform such a challenging song. Was this truly a challenge? Indeed. It was clearly set up to test him. Director Chun was also taken aback. He never anticipated that this task would fortuitously land in Jia Tenon's hands. Originally, this song was one that Zhang Wei excelled at singing. Director Chun had crafted this task to align with Zhang Wei's strengths. Yet, it had fallen to Jia Tenon, the most tone-deaf among them. You can draw again. Everyone has the opportunity to redraw. Ultimately, Director Chun had no choice but to allow Jia Tenon to draw once more. Jia Tenon rummaged through the box for what felt like an eternity. He drew another card. Sing Die for Love. How is it again? Director Chin's lips twitched. Well, everyone has 2 opportunities to redraw, so young Jia can try once more. Jia Tenon drew for the 3rd time. Sing Die for Love. Jia Tenon. He was utterly exasperated. Even in the face of death, one must love, he thought, feeling as if his own demise was imminent. Could it be that the box contained nothing but this singular card? He promptly appended the box, spilling its contents onto the floor. To his dismay, there lay only one task card, instructing him to sing a song. Jia Tenon was utterly despondent. What kind of luck was this? He returned the cards to the box and inquired of Director Chun, can I draw again? I refused to believe I could draw the same one. Director Chun, somewhat embarrassed, conceded, he does have a sense of pride, after all. But to overcome Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan, I shall cast aside my dignity just this once. Yes, you may draw again. Jia Tenon reached for the cards, but Chun hastily intervened, pleading, please, let Li Tingting draw instead. He feared the misfortune would strike a 4th time. Feeling somewhat cursed that day, Jia Tenon passed the box to Li Tingting, who felt the weight of responsibility upon her shoulders. She clasped her hands in prayer, recited a few verses, and touched her forehead and shoulders reverently, uttering, "May spring brother bless me, infinite heavenly Lord, Amit Ba, Amen." With solemnity, she extended her hand and retrieved a card that read, "Sing even in the face of death, one must love. Director Chun, Jayatinen, Li Tingting. Is this fate?" Jiang Wanwan remarked with a sense of melancholy. Shin Feng pondered for a moment before shaking his head and saying earnestly, "No, this is simply bad luck." Chapter 55. Even in the face of death, one must love. This cannot merely be described as bad luck. I almost thought it was some kind of magic trick, where one consistently draws the same card. Had Jayatinen not just emptied the box to inspect the cards, I would have believed it was filled entirely with this one. I'm about to split my sides with laughter. I must clip this segment and share it online. It's simply hilarious. Oh Jayatinen, dear Jayatinen, how could you be so unfortunate? Haha. The audience in the live stream was in stitches. However, their laughter was short-lived. When Jayatinen stepped into the karaoke room to sing the hit song Even in the Face of Death, One Must Love by the band Zen, his voice, reminiscent of a pig in labor, desperate to escape its agony, only to leap into a boiling pot and then be struck by a passing 10-ton truck, froze the audience's expressions. Initially, 70,000 viewers were watching the live stream. By the time Jayatinen completed the first two lines, only 60,000 remained. After the fourth line, that number dwindled to 30,000. As Jayatinen prepared to sing the fifth line, Director Chun, risking his own safety, stormed into the karaoke room to stop him. Fearing the audience might flee in droves, Jayatinen looked at Director Chun in bewilderment, exclaiming, "But I haven't finished singing yet." The scoring system of the karaoke room is based on the average score. You sang 4 lines, and the highest score you achieved was an 8. "I'll just assign you an 8, all right?" Director Chun replied. Upon hearing this, Jayatinen seemed pleasantly surprised. He scratched his head and chuckled. "I didn't expect my score to be quite high. An 8, just 2 points shy of perfection." Director Chun clarified, "The perfect score is 100. Jayatinen's spirits dampened at this revelation. As news spread that Jayatinen had ceased singing, the number of viewers in the live stream gradually began to rise. Wow, when Jayatinen started singing, I almost lost my mind. I was on the bus, forgot my headphones, and had it on speaker. The moment he sang, everyone got off the bus. You were fortunate. I also had it on speaker, and eventually, I was thrown off the bus by a crowd of passengers. Jayatinen truly captured the essence of that song. I swear I saw the Grim Reaper just now. I have no grievances with the production team. Why would they send Jayatinen to torment me? Surviving those 4 lines, am I destined for sainthood or ascending to the celestial realm? As for ascending, who knows? But I nearly reached enlightenment from that experience. The audience flooded the chat with comments, expressing their relief at having survived the ordeal. Some were indulging in humor, while others were genuinely stunned by Jayatinen's vocal performance, which was notoriously outlandish. The song Dying to Love is already challenging, and combined with the karaoke room's reverb amplifying Jayatinen's voice, it indeed possessed a formidable intensity. Departing the karaoke room with a score of 8, Jayatinen made way for Shinfeng. Previously, when Jayatinen was singing, the rest of the production crew dared only to wait outside. Even the cameraman merely placed the camera inside before hastily retreating. This time, as Shinfeng entered the karaoke room, the crew felt emboldened to follow him inside, believing that at least Shinfeng's singing would not be lethal. Shinfeng tested the microphone and then commenced his performance. As the prelude began, so did Shinfeng's soaring high notes. Upon completing the first line of Dying to Love, the scoring system promptly awarded him an impressive score of 95. The crew in the karaoke room and the viewers in the live stream were left in awe. Not only did they have Jayatinen's haunting vocals for contrast, but even without that comparison, Shinfeng's professionalism was palpable. His pitch and accuracy were almost identical to the original artists. Shinfeng is amazing. He's got the vibe. This is what professionalism looks like. After the high-pitched prelude concluded, the performance transitioned into the deep, warm verses. Embrace each day as if it were the last, cherishing every moment until tears cascade down. Disregard the opinions of others, whether favorable or unfavorable, as long as you bravely stand by my side. Shinfeng's voice, imbued with both tenderness and the weight of experience, resonates deeply. In moments of gentleness, he gazes at Jiang Wanwan, and in moments of reflection, he contemplates his past. Within the cycles he has endured, has he not also perceived each day as a final farewell? Relish the present. Do not let joy be overshadowed by the fear of pain. Many miracles exist only because we dare to believe in them. As he reaches this point in the song, Shenfeng's pitch ascends abruptly, akin to a primal scream. A declaration of love that must be all-consuming. No half measures, no regrets. The depth of emotion must be expressed in such a manner to be truly heartfelt. While singing, he approaches Jiang Wanwan, taking her hand firmly in his, as if the very words to love, even in death, were meant solely for her. Under the dim lights of the karaoke room, Jiang Wanwan's cheeks flush with color. Suddenly, she snatches the microphone from Shenfeng's grasp, seamlessly continuing his high notes. If Shenfeng's soaring pitch is a fervent proclamation to the heavens, then Jiang Wanwan's is akin to a celestial hymn descending to earth. Their voices, though distinctly different, intertwine flawlessly. With flushed cheeks, Jiang Wanwan sings, her eyes unwaveringly fixed on Shenfeng. He smiles back, their gazes locked in a moment captured clearly by the camera and witnessed by the audience in the live stream. Though both sing beautifully, I must ask, are they performing or confessing their feelings? This gaze is killing me. Their chemistry is palpable. The last duet was the same. Please release a single. As the song nears its conclusion, Shenfeng and Jiang Wanwan share a microphone. Jiang Wanwan clutches it, while Shenfeng holds her hand. Their faces draw near, merging like their harmonized voices. They're so close. Can they share a kiss? Oh my, this is enchanting. Look at them, Xiaojia. I feel as if I'm sweating from their high notes. They inspire me to sing. Open the app, sing, close the app, uninstall. As the song concludes, the production team in the karaoke room begins to applaud, one member leading the charge. Finally, director Chen sighs and announces the scores. Shenfeng receives a remarkable 94 points. Observing Shenfeng's score in contrast to Jia Tenen's, director Chen genuinely feels the disparity between the two. Not to mention Jia Tenen, even Zhang Wei, renowned for his rendition of this song, would struggle to surpass Shenfeng's performance. At this moment, Jia Tenen raised his hand, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. This song was a duet they performed together. It couldn't be solely credited to brother Shen, could it? Shenfeng shrugged his shoulders, stating that he should receive half the credit, as he had also scored 47 points. How about this? Let's just count my contribution as 1/10 of the total. That would still amount to 94 points, he suggested. Jia Tenen realized he was only humiliating himself. The first round of challenges concluded with Shenfeng's overwhelming and indisputable victory. Director Chen, albeit reluctantly, handed Shenfeng 20 yuan. Subsequently, he retrieved a box, directing his gaze at the Tianlu and Weiming groups. Now, which of your two teams will take on the challenge? Whether you can turn the tide rests on you. After some deliberation, Zhao Tianshu raised his hand, declaring, we'll take it on. Zhang Wei and Meng were seasoned veterans in the entertainment industry, possessing both experience and prowess. Therefore, both teams concluded that they would reserve their strongest members for the final round, opting instead to first gauge the abilities of Shenfeng and Jiang Wanwan. Even if they were to lose this round, it would at least provide Zhang Wei and Meng with a clearer understanding of their opponent's capabilities. Zhao Tianshu approached the box and drew a challenge card. Upon glancing at the task outlined on the card, his eyes lit up. The challenge was as follows. Both teams would take turns communicating in different languages, with the first to falter deemed the loser. He quickly handed the card to Chen Lu, who, upon reading it, beamed with delight. Although she was an internet celebrity, she had graduated from a foreign language department. In addition to English, she was capable of conversing in Japanese, Korean, and Russian. She had even shared several videos on Douyin, where she performed songs in multiple languages. Director Chen felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the task. It was indeed tailored for Chen Lu. He had not anticipated that this particular challenge would be drawn by their group. What a stroke of luck. Most people could only communicate in Mandarin and English. But with Chen Lu's proficiency in multiple languages, victory was virtually assured. Shenfeng and Jiang Wanwan, the tides of fortune had shifted. Your good days were numbered. A peculiar smile crept across Director Chen's face, and even the audience shared similar sentiments. I've watched Chen Lu's videos. She is fluent in both Russian and Korean. This challenge was clearly designed for her. This is so blatant. The director is quite cunning. Alas, it seems my beloved Feng and Wanwan may lose their luxurious suite. If you find yourselves without a place to stay, you can come to my home. I can give up my bed and simply watch from the side. However, some spectators remained hopeful, noting that Wanwan had previously studied a bit of Japanese. If Chen Lu chose Wanwan as her opponent, there might still be a chance. Then, Chen Lu declared, I choose Shin Feng as my opponent. The audience erupted into a chorus of lamentation. It's over now. There's not even a glimmer of hope left. Chapter 56. You are already remarkable. Shin Feng had no objections to this, yet Jiang Wanwan did. A good woman does not engage in rivalry with men. If you possess the skills, then compete with me. In Jiang Wanwan's perception, Shin Feng seemed to lack proficiency in foreign languages. At most, his English was slightly better. Conversely, she herself had some knowledge of Japanese, which led her to believe she was at least marginally superior to Shin Feng. However, Chen Lu shook her head. Wanwan, I must confess, I am an admirer of yours. I am aware that you are proficient in Japanese, while I am not limited to just one language. For the sake of caution, I shall refrain from choosing you as my opponent. Shingu, what say you? Will you accept my challenge, or concede defeat outright? Shin Feng, with a resigned expression, replied, I suppose I must accept then. Observing Shun Feng's look of helplessness, Director Chen chuckled and subsequently announced the commencement of the challenge. According to the rules, both parties were to communicate in various languages, switching tongues with each exchange until one could no longer respond. To be frank, both the audience and the production team, as well as Jiang Wanwan, believed that Shin Feng would not last beyond 2 rounds. Initially, Chen Lu and Shin Feng conversed in Mandarin. The second round transitioned to English, in which Shin Feng responded fluently. As the third round commenced, Chen Lu began speaking in Japanese. To everyone's astonishment, Shin Feng managed to continue the conversation seamlessly. Director Chen promptly inquired of the assistant director, what did he just say? Was it accurate? The assistant director adjusted his glasses and replied, he expressed a desire for mercy. He was correct. Clearly, he must watch a lot of Japanese films. He is quite fortunate. Director Chen muttered. In the fourth round, Chen Lu switched to Korean, and once again, Shin Feng kept pace. Director Chen remarked, it seems he enjoys Korean films as well. In the fifth round, Chen Lu spoke in Russian, and yet again, Shin Feng responded adeptly. The assistant director turned to Director Chen. Does he also have a penchant for Russian films? At this point, beads of sweat began to form on Chen Lu's forehead. She had exhausted her most proficient languages and was taken aback by Shun Feng's effortless replies. Initially, Chen Lu had underestimated him. The sentences she used in Japanese were rather straightforward and easy to comprehend. However, when she employed colloquial expressions in Korean, Shin Feng still managed to answer. When reciting lines from Pushkin's Ode to Liberty in Russian, she was astonished to find that Shin Feng flawlessly completed the subsequent line. How can this individual possess such a vast array of knowledge? Chen Lu, who once felt assured of victory, now felt the pressure mounting. The audience in the live stream was equally astounded. What just transpired? Did Shin Feng just speak in Russian? What does it mean? I am a student of the Russian language. The two of them recited Pushkin's poetry, and Shin Feng was not mistaken. What a surprise. Chen Lu is a language major, proficient in numerous languages, but how could Shin Feng also possess such a vast linguistic repertoire? I initially believed that Fengzi would undoubtedly lose this time, yet he proved to be remarkably formidable. Although I do not comprehend the language, I find it truly impressive. This is the essence of a scholar. Do you not grasp the substantial value of my friend Feng? Chen Lu took a deep breath, her expression growing serious as she regarded Shin Feng. In addition to Japanese, Korean, and Russian, she had a basic understanding of German and French, albeit not very fluently. Nevertheless, this was her last resort. To her dismay, Shin Feng was able to respond adeptly in both German and French. At this point, Chen Lu found herself utterly at a loss. Standing before Shin Feng, she felt a bit awkward and struggled to articulate her thoughts. Shin Feng looked at her and asked in French, why not continue? Chen Lu, feeling embarrassed, replied, I can't anymore. Shin Feng smiled. Then, shall it be my turn? He then proceeded to utter a peculiar phrase that left Chen Lu momentarily speechless. The audience was equally bewildered. Where's the translator? That cannot be German. Quickly change the translator. Someone in the comments exclaimed. Shin Feng's livestream attracted a diverse audience, filled with talented individuals who previously translated various dialogues in different languages. However, this time, there was a prolonged silence until someone finally spoke up. I have a friend who studies less common languages, and he mentioned that what Shin Feng just said might be Yoruba, a language from West Africa. What does it mean? What does it signify? Another person inquired. Translated, it roughly means, you've done wonderfully. As the comments section buzzed with confusion, Chen Lu hurriedly asked Shin Feng, Brother Shun, what language did you just speak? What does it mean? Shin Feng smiled kindly and replied, "It's Yoruba? And it means, you have already done very well." The comments read. After seeing the comments, Director Chen exclaimed, "I don't believe you. You mischievous Feng." Mocking the young lady behind her back without admitting it, right? However, Chun Lu genuinely believed him. A smile spread across her face as she turned to Shin Feng and said, "Thank you for the encouragement, Brother Shun, but I still feel I have much to learn. I thought I had mastered many languages. But it seems there are always those more skilled than I. I concede gracefully. Additionally, I find myself becoming a fan of yours. Could you please give me an autograph later?" Seeing Chun Lu's bashful demeanor, Jiang Wanwan hurriedly stepped in and pulled Shin Feng away, grinning as she said, "Chun Lu is my fan. You are not allowed to give her an autograph. Do not steal my precious fan, understood?" Shin Feng smiled wryly and nodded. She is panicking. Jiang Wanwan is in a tizzy, though she claims to be worried about her beloved fans being snatched away. In truth, she is likely more concerned about her cherished husband being taken. Oh, how suddenly the air is thick with jealousy. It turns out to be Jiang Wanwan. The second challenge once again concluded with Shun Feng's victory. Director Chun, albeit reluctantly, handed over 20 yuan to Shin Feng, then furrowed his brow and inquired, "Shin Feng, could you enlighten us as to how you acquired proficiency in so many languages?" Jiang Wanwan also turned her gaze towards Shin Feng, equally perplexed. She could hardly recall him ever mentioning that he had formally studied such an array of foreign languages. It was more accurate to say he had dabbled in self-study out of interest, with only a superficial grasp that rendered his speech less than fluent. Chen Lu quickly interjected, "So, Shingu, no, I mean idle. Which language do you speak most fluently, without any stumbling, that you wield with the greatest ease?" Shin Feng replied earnestly, "Chinese." Chen Lu, Director Chen, audience. Well, that does seem accurate. After a moment of silence, Director Chen sighed. He patted Shin Feng on the shoulder and asked, "Shin Feng, considering I've already given you 40 yuan, could you tell me what you are not capable of?" "There is quite a bit I can't do. I'm no superhero," Shin Feng replied, spreading his hands. "I can't build rockets, nor can I construct planes, ships, or artillery. I can't even give birth." Director Chen remarked, "While those are indeed tasks you cannot accomplish, they certainly cannot be included on the challenge card. If you can't do it, neither can anyone else." Ultimately, Director Chun could only walk silently towards the remaining formidable duo, Zhang Wei and Meng, and gazing at them, he found himself at a loss for words of encouragement. To be honest, his confidence had been somewhat eroded. After Shin Feng's impressive display of foreign languages, it felt as if every utterance was a rebuke aimed at him. However, it was Zhang Wei who took the initiative to console Director Chun. "Director, we actually devised a strategy. Shin Feng is undeniably formidable, but for this challenge, we can choose our opponent. All we need to do is select Jiang Wanwan." Director Chen suddenly regained his composure. "Indeed, how could I have forgotten? Since Shin Feng is so exceptional, why not avoid him as an opponent? How had he become so ensnared in his own thoughts?" A spark returned to his eyes as he presented the box to the duo. Zhang Wei drew a slip. Challenge task. Both parties must mimic a scene from a classic film and compete in acting. The first to falter loses. If both succeed, the one with the inferior performance loses. At this moment, Director Chen exhaled deeply. This task was specifically tailored for Zhang Wei and Meng Yan. Although neither was a household name, both were undoubtedly skilled actors with assured talent. He could hardly believe that he would lose again. After some deliberation, Zhang Wei and Meng Yan decided that Meng Yan would take on the challenge. As Meng Yan approached Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan, Shin Feng couldn't help but let out a sigh internally. To be honest, he felt little confidence in his acting abilities. He had never deliberately practiced acting, nor had he engaged in a scene with anyone before. If Meng Yan chose him as her opponent, there was a genuine possibility of failure. To his surprise, Meng Yan walked over to Jiang Wanwan and cheerfully declared, "I choose Wanwan as my opponent." Shin Feng was taken aback, and Jiang Wanwan was even more stunned. "You choose me? For an acting duel? Surely, I must have misheard." After all, she had been the first domestic actress to win the coveted golden statue in her previous life. "Are you certain?" Jiang Wanwan hesitantly inquired. Meng Yan nodded affirmatively. "I am certain." Noticing Jiang Wanwan's hesitation, Meng Yan felt that she was faltering, perhaps intimidated. In truth, Meng Yan had never watched Jiang Wanwan's performances. As a true actress, she looked down upon the mediocre works of the young, flashy stars. She had always thought that Jiang Wanwan was no different from other popular celebrities. Typically, Such stars lacked substantial acting skills. Even if Jiang Wanwan possessed some talent, Mengan believed she was not inferior. After all, how skilled could a university student truly be? Observing Meng An's confident demeanor, Jiang Wanwan sighed. Very well, I accept the challenge. It was not her intention to bully anyone. Rather, it seemed that the other party was eager for her to take on this role. Chapter 57. The Master Craftsman, a fearsome youth seeing Jiang Wanwan accept the challenge. Director Chen proceeded to play the prepared film excerpt. This was a historical drama from over a decade ago, featuring a scene between an emperor and his consort. The consort, the foster daughter of a rebel, had entered the palace under an assumed identity to carry out her father's mission of assassinating the emperor. However, as they interacted repeatedly, she gradually fell in love with him. She initially intended to abandon her mission and spend her life with the emperor, but at that moment, he discovered her true identity. As the consort knelt before him, the emperor pointed his sword at her throat. They faced each other, both overwhelmed with complex emotions. The emperor needed to convey the heartache and turmoil of realizing that his beloved consort had ulterior motives, culminating in his resolute decision to spare her life and banish her from the palace. The consort, on the other hand, had to express her genuine love for the emperor. The agony of being misunderstood and the despair of being unable to defend herself. The tears shed when she was cast out of the palace would serve as the poignant highlight of the entire scene. In the original film, this segment was masterfully performed by a seasoned male and female actor, whose perfect portrayals elevated this moment to a classic revered by countless filmmakers. Meng An chose to embody the role of the consort. Her acting trajectory inherently leans towards portraying frail and helpless women. Moreover, in this particular excerpt, the role of the concubine is substantially more prominent and nuanced. Therefore, selecting the concubine is far more conducive to brilliance than choosing the emperor. Meng An possesses ample confidence. If the emperor were to be portrayed by a man, Meng An might harbor some concerns. However, Jiang Wanwan, being a girl significantly younger than herself, lacks the commanding presence and oppressive aura typically associated with an emperor. To excel in such a role would be akin to scaling a mountain. In fact, Meng An secretly revels in anticipation. She is aware that a considerable number of fans support both Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng. Should she manage to surpass Jiang Wanwan in terms of acting prowess, she might very well attract a significant portion of Jiang Wanwan's admirers. With this mindset, Meng An diligently commenced her preparations, diligently memorizing her lines. Jiang Wanwan, on the other hand, also began to rehearse her emperor's lines, albeit appearing somewhat distracted. Observing her seemingly lackadaisical demeanor, the audience began to flood the screen with comments. Is Wanwan worried she can't measure up to Meng An? She seems quite unfocused. After all, Meng An is nearly a decade older and a seasoned performer. It's only natural to feel apprehensive. My Wanwan is also a skilled actress, you know. I am a fan of Wanwan. But to be frank, even if Wanwan's acting is on par with Meng An's, the role Meng An has chosen is quite advantageous, putting Wanwan at an immediate disadvantage. Indeed, Wanwan is already younger and a girl. Now, she must portray a high-ranking emperor. And the stark contrast in appearance is likely to disrupt the audience's immersion. What should we do? Will Wanwan lose? But why does Feng seem utterly unconcerned about Wanwan? Some audience members noticed Shin Feng appeared remarkably composed. Shin Feng remained calm because he understood that Jiang Wanwan's apparent distraction stemmed not from worry, but from the fact that she did not perceive Meng An as a rival. Jiang Wanwan exuded confidence. Since she was so self-assured, what reason did he have to be concerned? Following a 10-minute preparation period, Director Chun announced the commencement of the competition. Meng An, being an experienced actress, immediately fell into character upon the cue. With a face full of sorrow and grievance, she knelt before Jiang Wanwan, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, do you not wish to believe in your servant? It's over." A true expert reveals their skill immediately. She truly embodies the role. What should we do? I'm starting to feel anxious. What if Wanwan can't keep up? Some audience members nervously gnawed on their nails. A satisfied and triumphant expression spread across Director Chen's face. Meng An's performance had not only met but exceeded his expectations. It seemed that this time, he would finally reclaim a victory. However, just as Director Chen's smile began to form originally turned away from Meng An, Jiang Wanwan turned around. In her hand, she grasped a stick made from several rolled sheets of paper, which she gently tapped against Meng An's neck. Then, with a subtle upward motion, she lifted Meng An's chin. Jiang Wanwan's face bore no smile, only an air of coldness and indifference. Yet, the audience could discern the sorrow of betrayal in her beloved's eyes. Gradually, Jiang Wanwan leaned closer to Mengyan, gazing at her and softly uttering, "Shall you? It is not that I do not believe you." With her chin raised, Mengyan was compelled to meet Jiang Wanwan's gaze. The moment she caught sight of the look in Jiang Wanwan's eyes, her heart skipped a beat. That expression mirrored precisely the one portrayed by the veteran actor in the original film. For an instant, Mengyan was left in a daze. But just as she was lost in thought, Jiang Wanwan's previously gentle tone suddenly escalated. The warmth that had characterized her voice vanished, replaced by an overwhelming surge of hurt and fury, culminating in a low, guttural roar. "This irrefutable evidence. How can you expect me to trust you? How can I trust you?" Jiang Wanwan's grip on the paper stick tightened, trembling slightly. At this moment, it should have been Mengyan's turn to respond. However, Jiang Wanwan's powerful growl left Mengyan momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, Mengyan regained her composure, swallowing hard before speaking in a quavering voice, "Your Majesty. Perhaps I initially harbored ill intentions towards you, but now my heart is sincere. Can you not feel it?" This line was meant to be delivered with greater sorrow and helplessness, yet tension enveloped her. Under Jiang Wanwan's compelling performance, she found herself feeling anxious. Even when acting alongside seasoned veterans, she had never felt such pressure. Jiang Wanwan's acting prowess was on an entirely different level compared to those young stars, surpassing Mengyan by several realms. In that moment, Mengyan understood that she had already lost. Meanwhile, Director Chun, the audience, and all present were left in stunned silence. They were all perceptive individuals. Jiang Wanwan's performance had overshadowed Mengyan's, and they clearly recognized this. What is going on with Wanwan's acting? This is a complete domination. Mengyan is nearly forgetting her lines. Indeed, Wanwan's line and that gaze were so powerful that it sent shivers down my spine. Call me an irrational fan of Wanwan or say I am blind, but I truly believe she captured the essence of the veteran actor just now. I feel the same. Her eyes and presence are strikingly similar. Compared to the onlookers, fellow actors like Zhang Wei, along with Director Chun and the assistant director, were even more profoundly impacted. Jiang Wanwan had not merely embodied the role of an emperor, she had transcended it. In the absence of any elaborate costumes or makeup, she has remarkably embodied the essence of an emperor. It is difficult to conceive the heights to which Jiang Wanwan's performance could ascend if fully equipped with the appropriate attire and props. Subsequently, few paid attention to Mengyan during the performance, neither the audience nor director Zhang Wei and others. Even Mengyan herself shifted her focus entirely onto Jiang Wanwan. As an actress devoted to her craft, Mengyan, fully aware of her impending defeat, chose to regard this challenge as a valuable opportunity for learning. She closely observed the nuances of Jiang Wanwan's performance, gradually becoming engrossed in her role. Bit by bit, she began to harmonize with Jiang Wanwan's rhythm, especially during the finale. When the emperor she portrayed sheathed his sword and turned his back to the concubine, uttering the poignant words, "You may leave," Mengyan, portraying the concubine, shed a genuine tear. She was utterly immersed in the scene, deeply affected by Jiang Wanwan's compelling performance. So profound was her engagement that she found herself on her knees, weeping for an extended duration, only to realize the scene had concluded when Jiang Wanwan assisted her to her feet. Applause erupted around them. Zhang Wei, clapping enthusiastically, approached Mengyan and said, "Well done, you performed brilliantly in the end." Mengyan wiped her tears and, with a wry smile, looked at Jiang Wanwan, exclaiming, "I was completely drawn into the performance by you. I never anticipated your acting prowess would be so formidable. Indeed, I was utterly captivated, and for a moment, I believed it was a veteran actor performing," Zhang Wei added, genuinely impressed. "We concede our defeat with utmost respect. We must collaborate on a production in the future." Jiang Wanwan smiled. "Certainly, do remember to select an excellent script." At that moment, Director Chen approached. Just as Jiang Wanwan anticipated he would wear a begrudging expression while reluctantly handing her 20 yuan, he instead revealed a remarkably gentle smile, as if he had encountered his beloved daughter, beaming with joy. He cheerfully presented the money to Jiang Wanwan, expressing, "You delivered a stunning performance. I declare that the Penghu Bei ensemble has triumphed in all 3 challenges. The champions have retained their presidential suite." He continued, "As it is getting late, we shall conclude today's live broadcast here. Tomorrow, we will officially embark on a new survival romance mission in Linyuxian. I hope everyone is well prepared. Until we meet again. With that, Director Chen laughed heartily and walked away, leaving Jiang Wanwan utterly perplexed. She then turned to Shen Feng, asking, "Has Director Chen gone mad?" Shen Feng gently patted her head. "Are you considering returning the money?" Jiang Wanwan promptly tucked the money into her pocket, declaring, "Not a chance. Rest assured. He is not mad. He is merely overjoyed." Jiang Wanwan was perplexed. How could one be joyful after losing money? Was this not madness? Shen Feng took out his phone and opened Weibo to show Jiang Wanwan. Upon seeing it, she was rendered speechless. The esteemed veteran actor had shared the link to the live broadcast of dating. The old master unequivocally praised Jiang Wanwan's acting skills. These two trending topics were among the top 10 on the charts. Upon clicking the link, Jiang Wanwan discovered that the venerable actor Zhou Yilin, revered by countless filmmakers as a national treasure, not only shared the live broadcast of Let's Date Today, but also posted a separate comment lauding her performance. It was brief, consisting of merely 8 characters. A master craftsman wields with skill. The younger generation is formidable. Chapter 58. There will be more opportunities to dig deeper. Zhou Yilin's influence in the domestic film industry is akin to that of Michael Jordan in basketball. Now, he not only tweeted but also shared a live broadcast link of a romantic variety show. His commendation, "A master craftsman wields with skill, the younger generation is formidable," was particularly striking, especially for someone like Jiang Wanwan, who was often regarded as a second-tier celebrity. If this did not make headlines, it would indeed be a peculiar anomaly. The live broadcast was shared merely 10 minutes prior, at which point Jiang Wanwan had just commenced her performance. The commendation was posted 3 minutes ago, right after she concluded her act. Many viewers who arrived late clicked on the live link and found nothing. Consequently, they hurried to Zhou Yilin's Weibo to inquire about the unfolding events. "I heard these 8 characters are a comment on Jiang Wanwan. What did she do? I arrived late. Could someone explain? Why did the veteran actor share this live broadcast? Is he being paid to promote it?" In the comments section, some even began to question whether the old master was receiving compensation. In response, fans of Zhou Yilin, who had witnessed Jiang Wanwan's performance, simply smirked and shared a video link. To understand why he shared and praised Jiang Wanwan, just watch this video. Thus, the curious onlookers flocked to view the video, which featured Jiang Wanwan and Meng En's performance. The talent and restraint displayed by Jiang Wanwan astonished the audience. Is this the level of acting we expect from today's youth? Isn't she just a celebrity? How is she so remarkable? Her presence is nearly identical to that of the veteran actor. No wonder he praised her. As a result, more and more people began to pour into the now black-screened live broadcast, and Jiang Wanwan noted that the viewer count had surpassed 150,000. She couldn't help but scoff. Director Chen must be out of his mind. With so many people watching, he actually ended the broadcast early? However, she understood that Director Chen's decision to conclude the stream was to avoid any suspicion. With the veteran actor's sudden endorsement and the surge in popularity, it was inevitable that those with ulterior motives would take notice. It would be better to end the live stream in advance and allow the excitement to settle overnight. As they ascended in the elevator, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were engrossed in their phones, intending to retreat to their room for some rest. Jiang Wanwan was scrolling through the barrage of comments from her performance in the live stream. "Oh, Wanwan's gaze is utterly enchanting. Darling, from now on, Wanwan is my husband." How can a woman portray a man so handsomely, especially without makeup? This is simply captivating. Both Fengzi and Wanwan are my husbands. Oh dear, how shall I choose? Only children make choices. I want them all. Do you think you're worthy? Aren't you afraid of being caught in a six-lock circle? Jiang Wanwan chuckled at the comments. However, amidst her amusement, her phone lost signal, prompting her to set it aside and observe the elevator as it ascended floor by floor. Suddenly, Shen Feng, standing beside her, whispered, "You seem quite pleased that someone called you husband." Jiang Wanwan proudly tilted her face upward, responding, "Of course. It's a validation of my acting skills." Leaning closer, Shen Feng softly remarked, "But someone referred to my wife as husband, and I find myself feeling a bit displeased. What should I do?" Jiang Wanwan's face flushed crimson. Turning her head away from Shen Feng, she muttered, "Well, someone also calls my husband husband, and I'm not happy about that either. What do you suggest?" Shen Feng laughed, proposing, "How about this? I'll impose a little punishment on you, and you can do the same for me, a minor retribution, if you will." Before Jiang Wanwan could respond, Shen Feng planted a gentle kiss on the side of her face. With a smile, he added, "I've delivered my punishment. Now it's your turn. Blushing, Jiang Wanwan reached out, cradling Shun Feng's face, tenderly stroking it for a moment before pinching it with considerable force. Shun Feng nearly cried out in pain. Even after they exited the elevator and returned to their room, he still clutched his face. Jiang Wanwan felt a twinge of guilt. She hesitated to initiate a kiss in the elevator, resorting instead to the playful pinch. Had she squeezed too hard? Contemplating this, Jiang Wanwan leaned closer to Shun Feng, gently removing his hand from his face. Rising onto her toes, she kissed the spot she had just pinched. With a pitiful look, she asked, "Fengzi, is it better now?" "I'm sorry." Shun Feng shook his head, his expression one of exaggerated pain as he said, "Once I senti enough, I might need a few more." Jiang Wanwan pondered again, then picked up a vase from the table. With a sorrowful expression, she suggested, "Then perhaps I should knock you unconscious. That way, your face wouldn't hurt anymore." Shun Feng exclaimed, "Why is Wanwan so violent?" Seeing Shun Feng settle down, Jiang Wanwan smiled with satisfaction. She knew he was pretending. Competing with her? He was still too inexperienced. Jiang Wanwan chuckled as she set down the vase. Suddenly, she heard Shun Feng say, "Kiss me twice, and I'll make you hamburgers for dinner. Kiss me thrice, and I'll prepare barbecued meat. Kiss me 4 times, and I'll serve you a red braised steak. Otherwise, we might as well order takeout." Jiang Wanwan picked up the vase again. But Shun Feng, with a heroic expression, declared, "If you knock me out, I won't be able to cook for you tonight." Jiang Wanwan thought to herself, "Jiang Wanwan, how can you be so weak? Are you really going to let him win over a simple dinner?" She then set the vase down and took a deep breath. Fine, let him win. After all, who could resist delicious food? She walked over to Shun Feng and pecked him 3 times on the cheek, like a chick pecking at grains. Just as she was about to deliver a 4th kiss to conclude the battle, Shun Feng, who had been sitting on the edge of the bed, suddenly reached out and pulled her into his embrace, flipping her onto the bed. Jiang Wanwan's cheeks, already flushed, turned an even deeper shade of red. Before she could utter a word, Shun Feng's lips were on hers. This kiss had been long awaited by Shun Feng. Today, Jiang Wanwan had been exceptionally impressive, so much so that he was left in awe. Indeed, she was his Wangu, shining brighter than anyone else, so radiant that he wished for everyone to praise her. Yet he wanted no one else to see. The kiss lingered on for an eternity, long enough for Jiang Wanwan to feel her body weaken and grow feeble before Shun Feng finally released her. Her eyes were misty with emotion as she softly murmured, "So, what are we having for dinner tonight? Are we still eating?" Shun Feng brushed aside her tousled hair and replied, "Tonight, we feast on Jiang Wanwan. What do you think?" As he leaned in to kiss her once more, a knock at the door interrupted them. Shun Feng took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, exited the bedroom, and opened the door. Outside, Jia Tenon stood with an excited expression, exclaiming, "Shun Gu, you've gone viral." Today, the veteran actor praised Jiang Wanwan's acting, drawing in a multitude of viewers. Those who missed the live stream are now searching for video clips. Your duet with Wanwan, your word-guessing game, your cheesy love talk, and your brilliant moments today are all skyrocketing in views, with several even trending. Especially that segment where you confessed in the hotel kitchen. It's exploded. By the way, Shun Gu, are you and Wanwan really? Before Jia Tenon could finish, Shun Feng swiftly shut the door in his face. Jia Tenon stood there, dumbfounded, scratching his head at the closed door. He pondered whether he had indeed said anything amiss. Why did it seem that Shun Feng appeared rather upset? After a moment of contemplation, Jia Tenon suddenly realized. Could it be that Shun Feng was angered by his earlier suggestion that Shun Feng and Jiang Wanwan might actually be a genuine couple? It must be so. Shun Gu had only professed his feelings for Wanwan for the sake of the show. In truth, their relationship was one of pure brotherly affection. It was due to his misunderstanding of their innocent friendship that Shun Gu was now displeased. Jia Tenon felt he had unraveled the truth. Shun Feng returned to the suite and rubbed his temples. Surely, he had played tricks on Jia Tenon too many times before, and now he was facing the consequences. He would have to pull a few more pranks in the future. With this thought, Shun Feng intended to go back to the bedroom to continue with Jiang Wanwan. However, he found that the bedroom door was firmly locked. He knocked softly but received no response. "Wangu, open the door. Shall we go out to eat?" Shun Feng inquired tentatively. "No, I'm not hungry," came Jiang Wanwan's voice from within. "Then where am I supposed to sleep tonight? There are 2 bedrooms in this suite. You can take the other one." Shun Feng exclaimed, feeling exasperated. "Damn it, I was careless. I should have given this suite to Jia Tenon during today's challenge." Despite Shun Feng's attempts to persuade her, Jiang Wanwan remained resolute, her determination unyielding. It seemed he would have to resort to another tactic. He muttered to himself as he quietly left the suite. Chapter 59. Let us go public in the hotel kitchen. Shen Feng procured some ingredients and prepared several dishes for Jiang Wanwan. Since it was not recording time, he could spend his own money to buy supplies. He specifically selected the finest ingredients available. Once the dishes were ready, he carried them upstairs, arranging each plate at the foot of Jiang Wanwan's tightly locked door. He knocked again and called out, "The dishes are ready, including your favorite sweet and sour ribs. Come out and eat. I want to eat." "You're up to no good, Fengzi. I want to be tricked into opening the door," Jiang Wanwan murmured from inside the room. The aroma of Shen Feng's cooking was rich and enticing, wafting through the door and into Jiang Wanwan's room. Despite the delicious scents, she steadfastly resisted. This Fengzi had just made it clear he intended to engage in some peculiar antics. Although Jiang Wanwan was not opposed to being close to Shen Feng, the setting, a hotel, during a recording, and being in public, was not to her liking. Outside the door, Shen Feng sighed. "Wan Ge, I was wrong. I was too impulsive earlier. I want to act that way again. Aren't you hungry? Open the door and let us eat." "Absolutely not. I want to open the door until at least tomorrow morning." Seeing Jiang Wanwan's unwavering stance, Shen Feng found himself at an impasse. He could only extract a piece of iron wire that he had just requested from Uncle Li in the kitchen. He inserted it into the keyhole of the room. In truth, he had just descended the stairs, and his true intention was not the dishes, but rather this very wire. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit that in his idle hours, Shen Feng had dabbled in the art of lockpicking. Although he had yet to reach the profound skill of effortlessly navigating an entire neighborhood with a mere noodle, his proficiency was commendable. The wire wiggled within the keyhole, and with a decisive click, Jiang Wanwan's room door was deftly unlatched by Shen Feng. Just as he was about to push the door open, he heard a sudden ouch from behind it. Having sensed Shen Feng's silence, Jiang Wanwan approached the door, intending to eavesdrop on his intentions. However, as Shen Feng abruptly swung the door open, it collided with Jiang Wanwan's head, causing her to crouch down, cradling her aching head. Shen Feng, taken aback by the unexpected encounter, hurried to her side, kneeling beside her and gently massaging her head as he inquired, "Wan Ge, I didn't realize you were behind the door. Does it hurt?" Jiang Wanwan looked at him with a pitiful expression, nodding. "Shall I blow on it?" She shook her head. "What about an ice pack?" She shook her head again. "What would make you feel better?" Jiang Wanwan remained silent, but her stomach growled audibly. Blushing, she shot a glare at Shen Feng, making her point clear. Shen Feng chuckled, lifting her into his arms and placing her in a wicker chair by the round table in the bedroom. He then brought in several plates of food. Jiang Wanwan, still blushing, began nibbling on the ribs. As she ate, she stole glances at Shen Feng and eventually asked in a hushed voice, "How come you know how to pick locks?" "Just in case, I learned a few tricks," Shen Feng replied. "What are you afraid of? That I might forget my keys?" "No, I'm concerned that one day I might provoke you, and you'd lock my bicycle with a chain." Jiang Wanwan remarked, "That joke won't fly anymore, will it?" With a huff, she resumed eating her rice, mumbling through her mouthful, "You already provoked me, you know." Shen Feng chuckled wryly. "I know I was wrong. I won't dare again. It's not that I'm saying it can't happen in the future. I just want you to be mindful of the surroundings." Jiang Wanwan's voice dwindled to a whisper. "At least within our home." At this point, Jiang Wanwan could no longer meet Shen Feng's gaze. Burying her flushed face in her meal, Shen Feng nodded in amusement. "All right, let's wait until we return home." Jiang Wanwan continued to eat several more bites, and faintly, Shen Feng heard her murmur an mm. After dinner, Shen Feng tidied up the dishes, and once he finished, he noticed Jiang Wanwan sitting on the edge of the bed, engrossed in her phone. With a sparkle in her eyes and an expression of excitement, Jiang Wanwan eagerly called out to Shen Feng as he returned, "Fengzi, Fengzi, come and see. We've truly made it this time." Although Shen Feng had just heard the news from Jia Tenin, he feigned curiosity and approached her, inquiring, "What has happened? What is going on?" Jiang Wanwan handed her phone to Shen Feng, exclaiming, "After the esteemed actor shared our program, many viewers began searching for clips related to it. The fans in the Penghu Bay topic started recommending our previous videos to others. Now, the view count for Little Love Song has surpassed 1 million, and your Weibo followers have exceeded 200,000. You've only been debuted for less than a week." Jiang Wanwan was brimming with enthusiasm. Shen Feng scrolled through Weibo and indeed noticed an influx of newcomers in the Penghu Bay topic. The longtime fans were fervently promoting videos featuring him and Jiang Wanwan. Not only did the view count for Little Love Song soar, but even some newly released video clips garnered hundreds of thousands of views. The segment where the actor Zhou Yilin highly praised Jiang Wanwan's performance had particularly skyrocketed, reaching 700,000 views. Shin Feng, having deduced the floor of the room from the lighting, quickly solved a competition-level calculus problem in a video. And his multilingual conversations also attracted tens of thousands of views. Both fans and casual viewers held Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan in high esteem. I always thought Jiang Wanwan was just a traffic star, but now I realize that was a prejudice. Wanwan is truly exceptional. I'm over 40. And aside from Zhou Yilin, I've never followed another star, but now I find myself wanting to support Jiang Wanwan. She embodies that same essence as the esteemed actor. Not only is she beautiful and a talented singer, but her acting is remarkable as well. This is what a true star looks like. Is Shin Feng really a newcomer? His rendition of Little Love Song without accompaniment or reverb is simply mesmerizing. I'm utterly captivated. Fengzi is incredibly handsome, mastering so many languages and excelling in mathematics. He is a true academic prodigy. If these are the stars that the youth are following, there's no need to regulate fan culture anymore. They are genuinely positive role models. I'm all in for this couple. I'm locking my fandom. I've never encountered such an intriguing pairing before. Though I just became a fan today, I still want to shout. The locked circle couple is eternal. The online feedback was overwhelmingly positive. Even if there were detractors or hired critics, they found it almost impossible to undermine them. Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan were virtually untouchable. As an actress, Jiang Wanwan had garnered praise from the esteemed actor, and that alone deterred any attempt at criticism. To disparage Jiang Wanwan would be tantamount to questioning the judgment of the esteemed actor. Meanwhile, Shin Feng, as a newcomer, was not only handsome but also possessed a strong vocal talent, fluency in multiple languages, and impressive mathematical skills. There are detractors attempting to tarnish his reputation, only to be silenced by a fan's retort. Are you even half as remarkable as he is? The naysayers were left speechless. Despite Shin Feng's current fan base of merely 200,000, dwarfed by the billions of followers amassed by some illustrious stars, one must ponder the authenticity of those numbers. Among those celebrities, how many are inflated figures, bots, or inactive followers is anyone's guess. In stark contrast, Shin Feng's 200,000 fans are undeniably genuine and vibrant. The resilience of this loyal fan base is formidable. As Shin Feng scrolled through Weibo, a smile gradually emerged on his face. He returned the phone to Jiang Wanwan and retrieved his own device, utilizing the verified account provided by his agency to share a video. Just as Jiang Wanwan received the phone, she heard a notification chime. Someone had mentioned her on Weibo. Upon checking, she discovered it was Shin Feng himself. He had shared a video and specifically tagged her. Curious, Jiang Wanwan clicked on the video and her cheeks flushed crimson. The clip featured the moment earlier that afternoon when Shin Feng held her hand and professed his feelings in the kitchen. From now on, we will undoubtedly be very happy, he asserted with unwavering clarity. Before Jiang Wanwan could gather her thoughts, Shin Feng leaned closer, softly whispering in her ear, we will undoubtedly be very happy. Thus, he proposed. So, my Wan Gu, shall we make it official? Chapter 60. This is the power of your Wan Gu tonight. The topic of Peng Hu Bei ignited with fervor. First, Shin Feng shared the video of his confession to Jiang Wanwan. The act of a person sharing their own declaration is tantamount to an official announcement. Yet, before the shipper community could revel in excitement, an even greater revelation crashed upon them. Mere minutes after Shin Feng's post, both he and Jiang Wanwan simultaneously published a new Weibo update. Shin Feng of Lanyu Entertainment, Jiang Wanwan, shall we traverse the future together? Accompanied by an image. Jiang Wanwan, I don't want to walk together. I want you to carry me. Also with an image. The nature of their exchange was already suspect, but the images they shared truly raised eyebrows. Both posts featured identical photographs, those of a marriage certificate. This was evidently an official announcement, and one with legal validation. The fans of the couple, along with newly intrigued onlookers, erupted in excitement. I actually caught the real deal. I can't take it anymore. From this afternoon's confession, I sensed something was afoot, but I never imagined they were legally bound. Both individuals have acquired their certificates. Might the production team consider filming some adult-oriented scenes for us grown-ups to enjoy? No, Shin Feng is unequivocally my husband. I just became his fan today. And yet he has already made an official announcement. Aren't they supposed to be good brothers? Now that they've gone public, what about us, the loyal fans? I cannot accept this. They are a match made in heaven. Where does that leave you, a mere outsider, to object? As a casual observer, having just watched their highlights, I must admit they truly complement each other. My best wishes to them. The trending topic of Jiang Wanwan and Shun Feng's announcement swiftly ascended to the top 10 of Weibo's rankings. CP fans reveled in jubilation, while brother fans lamented their despair, and casual fans offered their blessings. Even the esteemed veteran actor Zhou Yilin retweeted their Weibo posts, extending his congratulations. Amidst the fervor of Weibo, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan leaned together, solemnly gazing at the speakerphone that had just activated. From the phone, Lin Jie's booming voice resonated. Shen Feng, Jiang Wanwan, are you two plotting rebellion? Last time, when Jiang Wanwan posted the marriage certificate, I was nearly driven to despair, and now you both decide to announce together. You didn't inform me when you got your certificates, and now you don't tell me about this announcement either. I only find out after the fact. Am I merely your agent responsible for cleaning up your mess? Jiang Wanwan murmured, indeed. Jiang Wanwan, Lin Jie's voice thundered. Haven't you learned your lesson from the last penalty incident? Do you dare to pull such a stunt again? Jiang Wanwan fell silent. Beside her, Shen Feng interjected. Lin Jie, according to our contract, Wanwan is only required to compensate the company for breach of contract in cases that could provoke negative public sentiment. This announcement has not only avoided any adverse effects, but has garnered considerable support, thus positively influencing the company. Surely, the company wouldn't demand compensation from us, would they? Moreover, both Wanwan and I are currently enjoying heightened popularity, especially Wanwan, who has received praise from the veteran actor. The company is eager to maintain a good relationship with her for contract renewal. They wouldn't possibly ask her for compensation. After Shen Feng concluded his remarks, there was a brief silence from Lin Jie. Eventually, she huffed. You're only so bold in your announcement because you know the company won't trouble you. Isn't that right? Of course. Lin Jie sighed indeed. The company is hesitant to create issues for you and has been urging me to find ways to secure your contract renewal. However, I must insist that for such significant matters in the future, could you please consult with me first? I am not as young as I used to be. Don't keep putting my heart through this. Jiang Wanwan quickly replied with a charming smile. Lin Jie, you're still youthful. Besides, such occurrences won't happen again. We will only make one official announcement. That is true. Fine. I won't pursue this matter any further. Lin Jie concluded the call. Shortly after, Jiang Wanwan's WeChat notifications displayed a message from Lin Jie. Jiang Wanwan opened the message and discovered it was a red envelope from Sister Lin. Accompanying it was a heartfelt note. Silly girl, congratulations on finding your other half. I wish you both happiness. How considerate of Sister Lin, who could scold her verbally, but still held her dear in her heart. Jiang Wanwan smiled as she accepted the red envelope, only to find it contained 666 yuan. Her smile abruptly faltered. Just as she contemplated messaging Sister Lin for an explanation, she noticed that Shen Feng had also received a WeChat message from Sister Lin. However, for him, it was not a red envelope, but a direct transfer of 666 yuan. Jiang Wanwan's smile vanished entirely. How biased. While Jiang Wanwan felt aggrieved by Sister Lin's preferential treatment, her phone suddenly lit up with an incoming call. Glancing at the screen, her expression darkened. Just as she was about to answer, Shen Feng, sitting nearby, snatched the phone away. Surprised, Jiang Wanwan watched as he nodded at her, a smile gracing his lips, and said, "Leave it to me." With that, Shen Feng stepped outside the bedroom to take the call. Wanwan, what on earth is happening? Have you really registered your marriage with Shen Feng? Why haven't you told us such significant news? Jiang Zhe's furious voice came through the phone. Shen Feng closed the bedroom door and moved to the balcony, gazing out at the nightscape of Wanyu County. He began, "Uncle, this is Shen Feng." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Just when Shen Feng anticipated Jiang Zhe's anger to escalate, the tone softened. "Shen Feng, it has been a while since we last spoke. Do you remember what I told you? I said that you shouldn't be with Wanwan. You are not worthy of her." Shen Feng nodded solemnly. He then replied earnestly, "Uncle, you are correct. Back then, I truly was not worthy of Wanwan. However, I now believe I can offer her happiness. I understand that you may look down upon my background and capabilities, but I hope you can grant me some time. In a month, I will present you with a gift, and then you will see that I am not merely boasting." Jiang Zhe hesitated, wanting to say something, but ultimately changed his tone. which shifted from calm to somewhat haughty. Very well, I shall await your gift. Just ensure you do not speak carelessly. If you can indeed prove that you can make Wanwan happy, I will consider entrusting her to you. With that, Jiangzhu abruptly ended the call. Beside him, Su Yan watched the edited video of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, chuckling as she asked, "What happened? Was that Fengzi on the phone?" "Yes." Jiangzhu replied with a nod. Su Yan playfully nudged him. "Then why didn't you clarify things with him?" Jiangzhu forced a smile and remarked. Shen Feng himself declared that he would present me with a gift in a month's time to prove his ability to bring happiness to Wanwan. Since he is so ambitious, I must further provoke him. He added, "Hey, how did you manage to watch so much while I was on the phone?" Rewind a bit. I haven't finished watching what I missed. As he spoke, Jiangzhu rewound the video that Su Yan had been watching. Initially, both Jiangzhu and Su Yan were vehemently opposed to the idea of Shen Feng being with Jiang Wanwan. In the first few days after Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng started appearing on the variety show, Jiangzhu even took on the role of a detractor, stirring trouble in the live broadcast. However, as the days of watching the live streams unfolded, their sentiments began to shift. Before their eyes, Jiang Wanwan consistently presented herself as a docile and obedient figure, rarely smiling in their presence. They had always assumed that this was her true disposition. It was only when they witnessed the live broadcast that Jiangzhu and Su Yan realized how much their daughter loved to laugh, how charming and spirited she truly was. Moreover, Shen Feng treated Jiang Wanwan with exceptional kindness, ample tolerance, and even an excess of affection. As seasoned parents, they naturally hoped their daughter would find a wealthy and powerful partner to lead a better life, but equally, they desired for her to find someone genuinely suitable. Clearly, Shen Feng was that person. Thus, after several days of watching the broadcasts, Jiangzhu and Su Yan had tacitly accepted the relationship between Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. In recent days, they had even begun to follow various video edits, delighting in their daughter's coupling with Shen Feng. It was simply too entertaining. The reason Jiangzhu was irate when he called Jiang Wanwan was not due to his opposition to her relationship with Shen Feng, but rather his displeasure that such an important matter had not been disclosed to him sooner. His feelings were quite similar to those of Linjia. When he discovered that the person answering the call was Shen Feng rather than Jiang Wanwan, Jiangzhu intended to apologize, to tell Shen Feng that his previous remarks were erroneous and that he indeed deserved Jiang Wanwan. However, before he could express his apologies, Shen Feng launched into an enthusiastic monologue, claiming he would demonstrate his capability to match Jiang Wanwan. Since Shen Feng had already proclaimed this, Jiangzhu refrained from further explanations, eager to observe Shen Feng's true abilities. After the call, Shen Feng returned to the room, where Jiang Wanwan looked at him with a furrowed brow and asked, "Did my dad say anything unpleasant?" "Not at all, don't worry," Shen Feng replied, ruffling her hair. "With me around, I will handle it well." "All right," Jiang Wanwan nodded, stifling a large yawn. Observing this, Shen Feng inquired, "Are you feeling sleepy?" "Yesterday. If you didn't rest well and feel drowsy, you should take a nap first. For tomorrow we have tasks to attend to early." "Very well." Jiang Wanwan lay down on the bed. Shen Feng wished to lie beside her, yet Jiang Wanwan rolled over and occupied his spot. She glared at him and declared, "Tonight, you shall sleep in another bedroom." Shen Feng was taken aback. "We have just officially announced our relationship, and you wish to separate?" With a flush on her cheeks, Jiang Wanwan retorted, "Just for today, you need to calm down. In any case, you cannot sleep with me. Do you hear that?" Witnessing Jiang Wanwan's fierce expression, Shen Feng could only helplessly exit the bedroom. Jiang Wanwan slammed the door shut and locked it securely, confiscating Shen Feng's wire as well. Shen Feng looked at the firmly closed door, feeling somewhat pitiful. On the night of the announcement, fans on Weibo were reveling in joy, yet he, the protagonist, had to be separated from Wanwan. Absolutely not. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Feng took out his phone and found an audio ghost story. Cranking the volume to its maximum, he stood at the door of Jiang Wanwan's room, listening intently. 5 minutes later, with reddened eyes, Jiang Wanwan flung open the door and pulled him inside. Shen Feng smiled. This was the power of wit. However, before he could bask in his triumph, he noticed that Jiang Wanwan had somehow procured several ropes, which she used to bind him securely before tossing him onto the bed. This was the strength of your elder sister. Subsequently, Jiang Wanwan lay down on the bed, using Shen Feng as a pillow, and soon fell asleep. Shen Feng. Chapter 61. A new task officially begins. Jiang Wanwan slept soundly and peacefully. The following morning, She awoke, invigorated and ready to greet the sunlight. Poor Shinfeng, however, had been tied up all night. He was truly numb, in every sense of the word. Once Jiang Wanwan untied him, it took him quite a while to regain his normalcy, prompting a wave of guilt in Jiang Wanwan. Fengzi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have bound you for so long. Shinfeng sighed. It's all right. I shouldn't have frightened you. Well, next time you scare me, I'll just knock you out, Jiang Wanwan proclaimed. Shinfeng stretched his limbs and tidied himself up. Together, he and Jiang Wanwan descended the stairs. In the hotel lobby, the production team was already waiting for them. Upon seeing Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan approach, Director Chen beamed with delight. Little Shun, Wanwan, come, have you had breakfast? I brought you something. Jiang Wanwan stared in astonishment at the breakfast offered by Director Chen. After a moment, she looked at him and asked, have you been abducted by aliens for human enhancement, or have you been possessed by a ghost? Director Chen waved his hand dismissively. What are you saying, Wanwan? Come, eat with little Shun. At this moment, Zhao Tianshu and Chen Lu also made their descent. Upon noticing the breakfast in Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan's hands, Chen Lu eagerly inquired of Director Chen, Director, are we receiving breakfast today? It's worth noting that during their previous recording sessions, breakfast was a matter they had to arrange for themselves, often leaving them unable to afford even a morning meal. However, Director Chen's expression darkened immediately. What are you thinking? This is a survival romance program. How could we possibly provide breakfast? Yet Chen Lu pointed to the breakfast that Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng held. They just found it in the lobby. If you have the ability to find it, then go ahead and find it. Chen Lu and Zhao Tianshu were left dumbfounded. Who could find a McDonald's breakfast set in the hotel lobby? And it was neatly packaged, no less, and even for two. Director Chen, are you jesting with fools? Jiang Wanwan, munching on her hamburger, glanced at the envious Chen Lu and Zhao Tianshu, feeling a pang of guilt. She considered herself a kind-hearted person. How could she indulge while others merely watched? Thus, Jiang Wanwan resolved to sneak away to a corner to eat. Shinfeng squatted beside her, inquiring as he ate. What are you doing here? I am a kind person, unwilling to let them merely watch without partaking. So I might as well let them not see me at all. Shinfeng. The two soon finished the breakfast provided by Director Chen. In truth, both Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng understood why Director Chen was so enthusiastic today. Yesterday, Zhou Yilin had shared the live stream for Jiang Wanwan, resulting in a significant boost in viewership for the program. Furthermore, the official announcement of Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng had once again trended on Weibo. Thus, even before the show had officially commenced, many were already eagerly awaiting in front of the live stream. Having filmed variety shows for so long, Director Chen had never witnessed such a large audience. Now, he could hardly contain his desire to elevate Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan to stardom. After finishing their breakfast, Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan returned to the production team. By this time, Zhang Wei and Meng had also come downstairs. Both greeted Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan and offered their congratulations. The previous night, upon the official announcement of Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan, Zhang Wei and Meng had shared the news on Weibo, expressing their best wishes. To be honest, they had never anticipated that Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan were indeed a legitimate couple, truly married. You two are so young and already married. While we remain single old bachelors, it brings a certain melancholy to mind, Meng remarked with a smile to Jiang Wanwan. Since witnessing Jiang Wanwan's acting skills the day prior, Meng's attitude towards her had undergone a complete transformation. Now, he regarded Jiang Wanwan with the same affection as one would a younger sister. While Jiang Wanwan conversed with Meng, Zhang Wei sought out Shinfeng. He clapped Shinfeng on the shoulder and said, Shinfeng, impressive. You boldly made your official announcement right after debuting. Shinfeng shrugged. What's so impressive about that? Are you aware that many popular celebrities refrain from publicly disclosing their romantic relationships, fearing the loss of their female fanbase? Upon hearing this, Shinfeng chuckled. My fans primarily became interested in me through this variety show. Most of them are likely fans of the couple pairing with Wanwan. When I officially announce my relationship with her, they will be elated instead of dismayed. However, attracting female fans afterward may prove challenging. With your exceptional talents and handsome appearance, your future prospects are indeed bright, Zhang Wei remarked. Shinfeng shrugged. I have no intention of attracting female fans. Wanwan is sufficient for me. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Wei gave Shinfeng a thumbs up. Good lad. You truly differ from those young heartthrobs. When a project arises, I will certainly reach out to you and Wanwan. Do not disdain my lesser status. I hope you will oblige. Shen Feng nodded with a smile. Zhang Wei, Mengyan, Chen Lu, Zhao Tianshu, Jia Tenin, and Li Tingting are not inherently bad individuals. Although their statuses are not particularly high, they are generally decent people. As a newcomer to the entertainment industry, it is quite fortunate to forge friendships with them. Soon, Jia Tenin and Li Tingting descended the stairs. Li Tingting appeared to be in good spirits, while Jia Tenin looked rather miserable, sporting dark circles under his eyes and an expression of unrest. Seeing this, Jiang Wanwan could not help but tease. Little Jia, you look as though you lost a bet and spent the entire night in distress. Upon hearing this, Jia Tenin immediately turned to Jiang Wanwan. Are you a fortune teller? Jiang Wanwan was taken aback. Did she inadvertently hit the mark? Little Jia, how could you gamble? Do you not have any awareness of your own luck? Jia Tenin responded with a quavering voice. This has nothing to do with my luck. It is all your and Shen Feng's fault. Jiang Wanwan was bewildered. How could it be their fault? Yesterday, I went to find Shen Feng. Just as I was about to ask him if he and Jiang Wanwan were truly a couple, he abruptly shut the door on me. Jia Tenin pointed at Shen Feng in complaint. He looked genuinely angry, clearly disapproving of my suggestion that they were a real couple. I thought their relationship was merely a pure camaraderie, intentionally presenting a romantic facade for the cameras to please the audience. In the gaming group I belong to, there are fans of yours, and I asserted that you were undoubtedly just friends. However, someone in the group challenged me, insisting that Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were indeed a couple and even proposed a wager. Wiping his eyes, Jia Tenin continued. I believed I had insider information and would surely win, so I accepted the bet. Jiang Wanwan gazed at Jia Tenin. What did you wager? Was it truly a gamble? Not money, but my in-game equipment, which I painstakingly acquired at a cost exceeding 10,000. It is filled with my hard work. And then, we had only just begun our wager. You too, you have officially announced it. And you even have your marriage certificate. Jia Tenin grasped Shen Feng's arm, exclaiming, My dear outfit, just given away in a snap. Given away. Shen Feng, why did you deceive me? Sob, sob, sob. Shen Feng, with a sense of resignation, shook off his arm and looked at him seriously, saying, When did I ever deceive you? Have I ever claimed that my relationship with Jiang Wanwan is anything other than a pure brotherly bond? Can you blame others for your unfounded assumptions? As he spoke, Shen Feng recalled the events of the previous day. The thought of almost being intimate with Wanwan, only to be interrupted by Jia Tenin, prompted him to add, You deserve it. Jia Tenin began to weep again. Once Jia Tenin's emotions settled, Director Chen officially commenced the live broadcast. The audience, who had been eagerly waiting in the streaming room, erupted with excitement. It was the weekend, and the viewership was already substantial. Coupled with the draw from yesterday's announcement by the illustrious actor Zhou Yilin and the official reveal of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's relationship, nearly 150,000 viewers flooded the live stream early in the morning. While it may seem that major streamers on various platforms boast millions of viewers, popularity does not equate to actual numbers. Those million-viewed streamers often have only tens of thousands of active viewers at any given moment. In stark contrast, the audience for Let's Start Dating was truly extraordinary this time. Director Chun was already aware that today's viewership would be significant. Hence, he had meticulously prepared the challenge for the day. Dear viewers, this dating show has progressed through many episodes. Many audiences have remarked that while we have excelled in the survival aspect, we have yet to fully explore the realm of romance. Director Chin smiled slightly thus. Today's tasks will be entirely focused on love. I invite all guest groups to come forward and collect their task cards. Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan received their task cards, which were prominently displayed in the live stream. Upon seeing their shared and secret tasks, the audience erupted in cheers. Director Chun is amazing. This is what we wanted to see. No wonder this couple, now officially recognized, has a different level of intimacy compared to the others. I'm new here, and the secret task is this thrilling right from the start. Finally, the survival show has transformed into a dating show. Is this the power of an official announcement? On the screen, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's shared task appeared somewhat conventional, to select a method to express their affection for each other while shopping in a mall. However, their secret tasks were anything but ordinary. Jiang Wanwan's secret task was to have her partner carry her in a princess embrace while visiting 5 stores in the mall. Meanwhile, Shen Feng's secret task was to take his partner to a designated fitting room and kiss her inside. Chapter 62. Do you have the qualifications to teach my dear Fengzi? Lanyu County, Chinda Shopping Plaza. This establishment has been a significant investment for Lanyu County in recent years and has recently entered its trial operation phase. During this period, the shopping plaza allows a limited entry of 1,000 individuals each day. The crew of the dating program is among this limited number. Upon the arrival of the 4 groups of guests to the shopping plaza, aside from Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan, the first action taken by the remaining 3 groups was to head straight to the dining area on the 6th floor for breakfast. Where's the survival aspect? They just dive into breakfast. Is this truly survival? Indeed, shouldn't survival be more challenging? Look at Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. They didn't even go for breakfast. Now that's the true spirit of survival as envisioned by the program. Today, there are many new viewers. Thus, upon witnessing the 3 groups of guests rushing to the dining area for breakfast, they felt it contradicted the essence of survival in a romantic variety show. Shouldn't survival entail hardship? At this moment, some seasoned viewers stepped in to clarify. This is the result of their experiences over the past few days. By having a hearty breakfast, they can complete their secret missions in the morning to earn extra rewards, which they can barely use to buy lunch, and rely on the program's provisions for dinner. Only in this way can they manage to stretch their funds throughout the day. Upon hearing this, some new viewers began to see the logic, while others remained puzzled. Then why aren't Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan having breakfast? I don't know generally. They are the ones who eat the most sumptuous breakfasts. Perhaps they're just not in the mood today. Upon reading this comment, Director Chen couldn't help but be taken aback. Indeed, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan were known for indulging in the most bountiful meals, often opting for the Golden Arches combo meals priced around 20 to 30 yuan each. In contrast, the other 3 groups were either nibbling on a 5 yuan biscuit or consuming 1 yuan tea eggs, all while wearing blissful smiles. After all, compared to prices in tourist towns, these were exceedingly affordable. Some new viewers expressed their curiosity. Are these guests truly that impoverished? It's just a variety show. Surely they wouldn't let them go without food. Upon seeing this comment, Director Chen promptly had the remaining funds of each group displayed on the screen. First up was Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan's assets, 125 yuan. Living on just over 100 yuan for a day? Is this what you call survival? Perhaps your expectations of life are simply too high. Exactly. With that amount, I could survive for 5 days. The survival gimmick of your show seems rather far-fetched. Upon seeing that the duo possessed over 100 yuan, the new viewers immediately deemed the show's survival premise to be insincere and uninteresting. Then they beheld the assets of the remaining 3 groups of guests. The Unpleasant Ensemble, 65 yuan, the Mighty Ensemble, 55 yuan, the Heavenly Road Ensemble, 25 yuan. The new audience fell into silence. After a moment, one of the newcomers inquired, did a digit fail to display, or is the decimal point misplaced? What is the situation with that $2.50? The seasoned viewers, witnessing the astonishment of the newcomers, felt a sense of amusement akin to that of observing rural folk entering the city. No digits are missing. This reflects the true assets of the other 3 groups of guests. You may wish to check Xiao Tianshu and Chen Lu's group. They must be splitting a single bun to share, they remarked. What about those who previously claimed they could not survive? Let them speak now. The new audience member replied. I understand the reasoning, but I am curious as to why Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan possess so much money. The seasoned viewer replied, Oh dear child. I recommend you catch up on yesterday's recording, as well as the video clip titled The Panhubei Ensemble Fraud Record, and you will comprehend why their funds are substantial. Additionally, remember that in this program, the Panhubei Ensemble is responsible for the romance aspect, while the remaining 3 groups handle the survival component. As the seasoned viewers gradually guided the newcomers to understand the intricacies of the show, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan had already strolled through the shopping plaza. During their excursion, they encountered several fans. Despite the trial operation of the Chinda shopping plaza allowing only 1,000 individuals daily, a significant portion of these attendees had come specifically for the show. Let us start dating today. Oh my goodness, Shin Feng, my husband. Jiang Wanwan, my husband. You both must find happiness, exclaimed a small girl wearing glasses, her excitement causing shopkeepers to glance over. I have been following the show since its inception. I knew from the beginning that you two were genuine. I am so thrilled. Could you share a kiss in front of me? No, even a hug would suffice. I would do anything for just a hug, she shouted. Exchanging a glance, Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng shared an embrace, causing the girl to scream in delight. Her eyes sparkled as she watched Shin Feng approach a nearby shop to procure a piece of paper and a pen. The girl assumed Shin Feng was preparing to sign an autograph, heightening her excitement. However, after a considerable 5 minutes, Shenfeng finally handed her the paper. Upon looking down, she discovered it bore a complex calculus problem. You mentioned you would do anything, did you not? Shenfeng smiled at the girl. Given your age, you must be a university student, right? Let us resolve this conundrum. The young girl gazed vacantly, eliciting laughter from the audience. Haha, the girl seems utterly bewildered. I was just envious of how this sister got to witness Fengzi and Wanwan embrace, but now I feel no envy at all. From the moment I saw Fengzi incessantly scribbling on paper, I sensed something was amiss. He truly lives up to his reputation. What does it mean to be a positive energy star? Other celebrities merely coax you into spending money to boost their rankings or purchase albums to support endorsements. But Shenfeng is different. He compels you to solve problems. Huh? If solving a problem meant my favorite couple would embrace once, I would surely ace the entrance exams. After watching that fan depart with a calculus problem in hand, Shenfeng and Zhang Wanwan strolled around the shopping plaza, seeking a method to fulfill their shared task. Their mission was to discover a way to express their affection for each other within the confines of the mall. Given the setting, verbal declarations of love were decidedly out of the question. The first floor of the shopping center did feature a wall for confessions. Yet Shenfeng deemed that approach somewhat cliched. As he pondered a more creative expression of his feelings, he was suddenly captivated by the sound of a piano resonating from the lobby. Upon entering, he and Zhang Wanwan had immediately noticed the piano, clearly intended for guests to play. At that moment, a young man was seated at the piano, fingers dancing over the keys while performing a rapid composition. Viewers in the live stream were also treated to this unexpected melody. Is this person just playing randomly? Why does this music sound so peculiar? Someone inquired. Unable to contain their curiosity, knowledgeable individuals attempted to provide clarification, but before they could type, Shenfeng's voice echoed through the stream. It was Flight of the Bumblebee. Wait, my Feng Ji knows how to play the piano? Indeed, that is Flight of the Bumblebee. Fengzi is quite the connoisseur. He plays so swiftly. I heard that the faster you play Flight of the Bumblebee, the more impressive it becomes. Could he be a professional? While it's not entirely accurate to say that faster is always better, this individual is certainly showcasing his skill. He resembles that internet celebrity from Douyin, you know? The pianist namely something? Before Fengzi arrived, this person hardly played. Now that Fengzi is here, he starts performing. Could this be an attempt to ride on their popularity? However, Shenfeng did not dwell on such thoughts as the barrage of comments did. Instead, he was struck by an idea. He could utilize the piano to convey his feelings to Wanwan. Thus, he waited patiently beside the instrument for the young man to finish his rendition of Flight of the Bumblebee. Shenfeng had assumed that once the piece concluded, the young man would relinquish his spot. To his surprise, the young man did not yield the seat. Turning his head back, he glanced at Shenfeng, raising an eyebrow in a somewhat provocative manner. I recognize you. You are that one, Shenfeng, right? The one who has been gaining a bit of popularity lately. I am Li Jiayu, with over 700,000 followers on Douyin. I must be a bit more famous than you. As he spoke, the young man turned to the camera and greeted the audience. Dear viewers, be sure to follow me on Douyin. Remember, my name is Li Jiayu. I am the star worth your admiration. The comments erupted in discontent. Is our Penghu live stream a place for your advertisements? This guy is so arrogant. Is having over 700,000 followers really impressive? It seems I have more fans than him. What do you mean you are the star worth pursuing? Does that imply Shenfeng is not? With your attitude, can you even consider yourself a star? The current internet celebrities will go to any lengths for attention. Shenfeng, however, remained indifferent to Li Jiayu's demeanor and his attempts to garner attention. He simply asked, once you finish, could you please vacate the seat? I would like to use the piano. Li Jiayu chuckled and leisurely stood up, his tone nonchalant as he replied, sure, I will make way for the great star Shun. However, not everyone can play the piano. If you can't, I could teach you. The audience reacted with frustration. How can he be so sarcastic? I just want to punch him. I don't see Shenfeng bothering him. Who is he trying to impress? Is this really how one seeks attention? By being rude in someone else's live stream? When you insult him, his goal is achieved. This type of internet celebrity thrives on controversy. The more they are criticized, the more attention they receive, and that makes them happy. Some viewers recognized that Li Jiayu was deliberately trying to provoke a reaction, seeking confrontation to increase his notoriety. Such antics are common among internet celebrities today, who will go so far as to exploit tragedies for publicity. For individuals like Li Jiayu, even negative attention is still attention. As long as there is traffic and heat, there is profit to be made. Shin Feng had initially intended to disregard him. He wanted to sit down peacefully and play a piece for Jiang Wanwan. However, Jiang Wanwan could no longer contain herself. She pushed past Shin Feng and took a seat at the piano, glaring at Li Jiayu. Thinking of teaching my Fengzi? You should consider whether you are qualified. As she placed her hands on the piano, the audience fell silent. She began to play the prelude, performing the same piece Li Jiayu had just played, Flight of the Bumblebee. Yet, her tempo seemed to be slightly slower. Li Jiayu chuckled. With such a slow pace, do you question my qualifications? You are not even worthy to compete with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Wanwan accelerated. Chapter 63, to Jiang Wanwan. After Li Jiayu completed his rendition of Flight of the Bumblebee, it took him 1 minute and 20 seconds, whereas Jiang Wanwan accomplished it in just 1 minute and 10 seconds. Although the difference in time was merely 10 seconds, it transformed the entire character of the piece. If Li Jiayu's Flight of the Bumblebee resembled a cheerful little bee merrily gathering nectar, then Jiang Wanwan's version was akin to an agitated, poised hornet ready to strike. The disparity in sound was strikingly evident. Upon finishing, Jiang Wanwan rubbed her slightly sore fingers and cast a cold gaze at Li Jiayu. It had been a while since she played, and her fingers were unaccustomed. Otherwise, she could have played even faster. Come on, enlighten me, she challenged. To be frank, Jiang Wanwan was aware that Li Jiayu was merely seeking to stir trouble and garner attention. However, she could not tolerate his disdainful attitude towards Shin Feng. She refused to allow her dear Feng to be humiliated before the numerous viewers in the live stream. If he desired attention and sought to provoke, then she would gladly oblige. Jiang Wanwan had learned the piano after the death of Shin Feng in her previous life. During that period, she had become almost a machine, living solely for her acting career. There happened to be a role that required the female lead to play the piano, prompting her to take lessons. The tranquility of the practice room became a sanctuary for her, aside from her acting endeavors. She played for a decade, and it was her means of emotional release in her former life. The piece Flight of the Bumblebee could be played effortlessly, even with her eyes closed. She could complete it in around 1 minute and 5 seconds. However, this was her first encounter with the piano since her rebirth. Hence her initial speed was not as brisk. Li Jiayu swallowed hard. Enlighten her? How could he? He was already 10 seconds behind Jiang Wanwan, even in her slower start. It was evident to both experts and novices alike that Jiang Wanwan surpassed him. Li Jiayu could only be considered someone who had dabbled in piano. He was far from achieving a professional level. Otherwise, he would not need to rely on Douyin to attract followers or resort to such antics for attention. His skills were limited to deceiving the uninitiated. Being a local of Lanyu County, upon hearing that the show dating would be held there, he concocted a scheme to gain notoriety. He began by showcasing his skills when Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan's group arrived on the first floor and then deliberately instigated trouble after his performance. He knew that this was the only way to stir up more buzz. Little did he expect to encounter an expert this time, hitting a brick wall. Upon witnessing the somewhat awkward expression on Li Jiayu's face, the audience in the live stream burst into laughter. Wow, why are you no longer impressive? Weren't you supposed to guide Fengzi? Even my brother Wan is superior. Do you really think you can mentor my Fengzi? This is hilarious. If you're trying to stir up trouble, at least consider your opponent. How can you possibly compare to Wan and Fengzi? But honestly, you can't deny that Wan's piano skills are undoubtedly professional. I had no idea she played so well. I was also unaware of Wan's remarkable acting prowess. It seems there is much I do not know. As the barrage of comments focused on Jiang Wanwan's piano abilities, even Shin Feng cast a surprised glance at her. He had believed himself to be the person who knew Jiang Wanwan best in the world, without exception. Yet, he was genuinely unaware of her proficiency in playing the piano, and it appeared that her skills were quite impressive. While Shin Feng was taken aback, Li Jiayu spoke again, unwilling to remain in an awkward silence indefinitely. He needed to find a way to extricate himself from the situation, and thus he turned to Shin Feng for support. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "What I meant earlier was to guide the illustrious Shun, not you. You came over to showcase your piano skills. Isn't that just a means to flaunt yourself?" Jiang Wanwan was nearly amused by his antics. Before she could respond, Li Jiayu continued, "Wasn't it Shun who requested to play the piano? If he has the skill, let him demonstrate." Li Jiayu believed that since Jiang Wanwan had stepped forward to support Shin Feng, it implied that Shun Feng's piano skills were likely lacking. After all, why would Jiang Wanwan need to come to his aid otherwise? Li Jiayu thought that once Shin Feng performed, he could critique his playing. When the audience saw Shin Feng's inferior skills, he would regain some dignity. After all, He had come here to bask in the spotlight. He could always enlist a few marketing accounts to write articles about how the rising star Shin Feng could not compete with the internet sensation Li Jiayu. He figured that even if it didn't trend, it would certainly attract attention. His objective would be achieved. Jiang Wanwan wanted to interject, but Shin Feng stopped her, ruffling her hair with a smile. All right, Wan brother, thank you for standing up for me just now. However, since Mr. Li wishes to hear me play a piece, I ought to give him that courtesy. With that, Shin Feng took his place at the piano and nodded respectfully toward Li Jiayu. Mr. Li, I shall now embarrass myself. A sudden wave of anxiety washed over Li Jiayu. Heavens, could it be that Shin Feng is also a piano virtuoso capable of performing Flight of the Bumblebee in under a minute? However, as Shin Feng pressed the first key, Li Jiayu felt a sense of relief, for he was not playing Flight of the Bumblebee. It seemed that Shin Feng did not possess that skill after all. Li Jiayu surmised that Shin Feng was merely an amateur, someone who could play only a few pieces. If one cannot perform Flight of the Bumblebee, then one must merely resort to playing something else to get by. What, then, is there to fear? The audience soon discerned that Shin Feng's performance was markedly different from that of Li Jiayu and Jiang Wanwan just moments ago. Could it be that Fengzi cannot play Flight of the Bumblebee? It certainly sounds different from the previous piece, doesn't it? I never imagined there would be something Fengzi couldn't play, but I am already quite astonished that he can play the piano at all. While the audience continued to speculate about Shin Feng's inability to perform Flight of the Bumblebee, a sharp-eyed observer suddenly noted a shift in Li Jiayu's expression, which transformed from relaxation to astonishment. What happened to Li Jiayu? I don't know, but he looks as if he's been startled. Did you all notice how fast Shin Feng's hands are moving? The barrage of comments redirected the audience's attention from Li Jiayu back to Shin Feng's hands. Upon closer inspection, they realized that Shin Feng's fingers were dancing over the keys with such speed that they seemed to leave behind only two shadows. The cameraman quickly zoomed in on Shin Feng's hands. Meanwhile, another comment appeared. How could he not be startled? Shin Feng is playing Liszt La Campanella, an etude, one of the most challenging pieces. Some, still confused, inquired, which is more difficult, this or Flight of the Bumblebee? Given that Shin Feng can perform La Campanella so fluidly, his skill level is undoubtedly professional. Flight of the Bumblebee would be child's play for him. Wow, is my Fengzi really that formidable? A professional pianist? The audience was left in a state of disbelief. Even more astonished was Li Jiayu. Indeed, Shin Feng had not played a faster rendition of Flight of the Bumblebee, but he had performed the more challenging La Campanella. Li Jiayu was genuinely dumbfounded. What kind of monsters were these two? Were they not actors, not celebrities? Instead of performing a splendid show, why were they learning piano? Li Jiayu felt like a fool. Had he known both of them were professionals, he could have simply basked in the glow of Jia Tenin and Li Tingting, who were both tone-deaf. Alas, it was too late for regrets now. 3 minutes passed, and the performance of La Campanella concluded. Shin Feng rose and turned to Li Jiayu. At your request, Mr. Li, I have finished playing. Might I seek your guidance? Li Jiayu felt tears welling up. How could a social media influencer, a so-called piano player entertaining the layman, possibly offer guidance to someone who could play Liszt La Campanella with such ease? As Li Jiayu grappled with what to say in his own defense, he noticed that Shin Feng had already turned his attention away, seemingly not considering him at all. Indeed, Shin Feng had not regarded him in the least. Had it not been for this individual seeking trouble, Shin Feng would have been disinclined to engage with him. Deeming it a waste of precious time, he could have spent playing for Wanwan. Once again, Shin Feng positioned himself before the piano, his gaze directed at Jiang Wanwan, a smile adorning his face. This next piece is dedicated to you, Wan Go, he proclaimed. With that, his fingers descended upon the keys, and the familiar melody flooded the ears of every viewer in the live stream. Beethoven's Für Elise, a tribute from Shin Feng to Jiang Wanwan. Chapter 64, The Wedding in the Dream, Their Love. Für Elise is a composition so widely known that nearly everyone has encountered it in some form, evoking a myriad of memories. Some listeners might recall the sound of the school bell signaling the end of classes, while others reminisce about their first encounter in a romantic ballroom. Still, others may think of the moment they met their destined partner, and some might reflect on a love that has irrevocably passed. The more classic the music, the more it serves as a vessel for people's memories, showcasing the profound power of music. This piece is not particularly difficult to play, yet it possesses a greater capacity to sway the emotions of its audience than the Devil's Fire or Flight of the Bumblebee. However, just as the audience was becoming immersed in Shin Feng's nearly flawless rendition of Für Elise, an unexpected dissonance suddenly emerged. Initially, they assumed it was yet another disruption from Li Jiayu, but upon closer inspection, they discovered that the one pressing the keys was none other than Jiang Wanwan. Seated at the opposite end of the piano bench, she reached out to strike the keys of the other half, harmonizing effortlessly with Shen Feng as if adorning this classic composition with an entirely new guise. Shen Feng turned to meet Jiang Wanwan's gaze, both of them smiling. Until today, they were unaware that each could play the piano, let alone that they had not practiced together beforehand. Yet, their performance flowed with a naturalness and remarkable synergy. On this somewhat narrow bench, they sat shoulder to shoulder, their legs brushing against one another. Together, their four hands conjured a love that once belonged to Beethoven. Their hands, large and well-defined, with long fingers, contrasted beautifully with the delicate, porcelain-like skin of Jiang Wanwan's hands. 20 fingers danced upon the keys, sometimes drawing near, sometimes drifting apart, yet always maintaining a harmonious balance, never obstructing one another. There were no pauses, no missteps, only a seamless flow. Merely observing these two pairs of hands was utterly mesmerizing. Wow, a forehand performance. I don't understand the piano, but the sight of them playing together is simply beautiful, and their music is delightful. Me too. It's absolutely stunning. Once the harmonies were added, the essence of the entire piece transformed instantaneously. Initially, I perceived it merely as the sound of a school bell. Now, it evokes tears within me. Elegant, refined, utterly splendid. Their forehand performance was executed with such finesse, and the harmonies were incorporated with perfect timing, leading me to believe they must have practiced countless times. The barrage of comments is irrelevant. They had not rehearsed even once prior. Their remarkable proficiency stemmed solely from their profound familiarity with one another. As the piano's melody slowed, the strains of Fur Elise gradually faded. Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's fingers simultaneously pressed down on the final key, the lingering echoes proclaiming the conclusion of the piece. The audience was left yearning for more. I have never heard this piece performed so completely. You finished playing, yet my tears have yet to dry. It reminds me of my first love. Play another piece. Watching you two play is truly a delight. Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were oblivious to the comments. However, after exchanging a glance, they remained seated at the piano. Jiang Wanwan then pressed down on a bass note, continuing the lingering echoes of Fur Elise. The performance of this piece may have concluded, but their musical journey was far from over. Jiang Wanwan's delicate fingers danced upon the pristine keys, conjuring yet another familiar melody, The Enchanting Wedding and Dream by Richard Clayderman. The solemn bass resonated like a groom in a tailored suit, promising a lifetime to his bride, while the lively treble mirrored a bride in a flowing white gown, radiating her sweetest smile in response to the groom's heartfelt declaration of "I do." This piece required no intricate forehand embellishments. Therefore, Shen Feng gently grasped Jiang Wanwan's right hand with his left, their fingers interlaced. Each utilized their remaining hand to perform Wedding and Dream, a testament to their love. This hand-holding is too much for me to bear. Shen Feng taking the initiative to hold hands is incredibly romantic. The couple performing Wedding and Dream hand in hand. This is the love of artistic souls. Fur Elise expresses the affection of youth, while Wedding and Dream signifies the vows of two lovers entering the sacred institution of marriage. To juxtapose these two pieces is simply too romantic. Mom, I believe in love again. This is the most beautiful manifestation of love. The viewers in the live stream, especially those who were fans of the couple, found themselves overwhelmed. While the earlier performance of Fur Elise may have stirred nostalgic memories, now, as they witnessed Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan performing Wedding and Dream, they felt as though they were being inundated with love. There were only two sentiments, satiated and envious. Just like Director Chen. Just moments ago, Director Chen listened to the piece Fur Elise and was moved to tears. He even sent a message to his wife, expressing his love. Now, as he watches Shen Feng and Wanwan playing the piano hand in hand, he is consumed by a singular thought. He must capture this moment, desperately screenshotting it to share online. He is determined to let more people join him in savoring this sweet moment. The melody of Dream Wedding was brief, and soon it came to an end, its lingering notes echoing in the air. Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan finally stood up, hand in hand. Jiang Wanwan's cheeks flushed as she softly remarked to Shen Feng, "I didn't expect you to play so beautifully." Shen Feng replied gently, "I'm not surprised. My Wan Gu is simply exceptional." Jiang Wanwan felt even more bashful, playfully tapping Shen Feng before she could say more. Suddenly, a wave of applause erupted around them. Jiang Wanwan looked up to find that a crowd had gathered around the piano. The performance had drawn in not only fans of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, but also curious onlookers. Now that the performance had concluded, it was only natural for the audience to applaud. Jiang Wanwan's expression grew increasingly awkward. Oh no. She had been so engrossed in her playing that she hadn't noticed the crowd. Though Jiang Wanwan was a celebrity accustomed to public attention, being observed while holding hands with Shen Feng felt overwhelmingly shy. She tugged at Shen Feng's arm, whispering, "I feel a bit embarrassed. Should we make a run for it?" "All right, I'll follow your lead," Shen Feng replied with a smile. However, recalling her secret mission, she suddenly added, "But my legs went numb from sitting." So she wrapped her arms around Shen Feng's neck. Shen Feng instantly understood and lifted her into his embrace. Before the audience in the live stream, the photographer, and the onlookers could fully grasp what was happening, Shen Feng took off running with Jiang Wanwan in his arms. Director Chun was momentarily stunned. Once Shen Feng had squeezed through the crowd and vanished from sight, he quickly urged the photographer, "Why are you just standing there? Go after them." The photographer snapped back to reality, hastily grabbing the camera to give chase. Yet, as he ran, he felt a pang of bittersweet envy. Why could Shen Feng carry Jiang Wanwan, while he could only carry the camera? Chapter 65. The Old Fox and the Little Kitten. Jiang Wanwan's secret mission was to have Shen Feng carry her while they visited 5 shops. Though she felt a bit shy, she resolved to let Shen Feng lead her through several boutiques, her face nestled in his embrace. "Shen Feng, you keep taking me shopping without letting me look at anything in the stores. Do you intend to buy me?" Shen Feng noticed Jiang Wanwan's reluctance to show her face and leaned down to whisper in her ear. Jiang Wanwan playfully nudged Shen Feng, exclaiming, "You were already mine. There was no need to purchase me." "Indeed, you are absolutely right," Shen Feng chuckled. At that moment, he was cradling Jiang Wanwan while they meandered through a quaint shop brimming with an assortment of toys and trinkets. Near the cash register, a row of animal ear headbands caught their attention, featuring both cat and rabbit ears. Shen Feng, holding Jiang Wanwan close, gestured toward the salesgirl, a young woman in her 20s who happened to be an ardent admirer of both of them. From the moment they had entered the store, she had been watching them intently, her face adorned with an affectionate, ant-like smile. Upon noticing Shen Feng's signal, the salesgirl instantly comprehended his intent. Following his gaze, she picked up a pair of cat ear headbands and, blushing, carefully placed them atop the head of the shrinking Jiang Wanwan nestled within Shen Feng's embrace. Feeling something atop her head, Jiang Wanwan turned to see the salesgirl gazing at her with sparkling eyes. "Wanwan, I'm your fan. Thank you. But what exactly have you put on my head?" The salesgirl produced a small mirror, reflecting Jiang Wanwan's image, which now sported a pair of fluffy cat ears. Coupled with her subtly flushed cheeks, she appeared irresistibly adorable. The photographer quickly sought the perfect angle to capture a close-up. "Oh my, let us reward the photographer. How can Wanwan be this adorable? I was envious of Wanwan before. Now I envy Fengzi." Screenshot taken. "She will be my wife from now on." "Your wife?" "She is mine." "Wait, she is our wife?" "Fengzi's wife." Shen Feng couldn't help but find Jiang Wanwan, adorned with cat ears, utterly charming, eliciting a spontaneous laugh. Hearing his laughter, Jiang Wanwan shot him a playful glare. "What are you laughing at? I shall put one on you too." With that, she pointed toward a pair of long, pointed, red fox ears at the cash register. Turning to the salesgirl, she said, "Could you please put this on him?" The salesgirl, blushing, hurried to retrieve the fox ears. I'm actually a fan of yours too." She hesitated, then shyly added, "You're a bit tall. Could you please bend down?" Just as Shen Feng was about to comply, Jiang Wanwan suddenly wriggled free from his embrace, snatching the fox ears from the salesgirl's hands. She turned to the girl, saying, "This Fengzi is utterly useless. I recommend you solely support me instead." With that, Jiang Wanwan raised the fox ears, ready to adorn Shen Feng. Although there was a slight height difference between them, Shen Feng had intended to bend down to accommodate her. Unexpectedly, Jiang Wanwan leaped up and executed a powerful dunk, securing the headband atop his head. Shen Feng remarked, "How unfortunate I am, huh?" I seem to once again catch a whiff of jealousy emanating from Jiang Wanwan. "Is this what they call a dunk right on your head?" The little girl has left everyone speechless. HHHH. After placing the fox ear headband on Shen Feng's head, Jiang Wanwan bounced up to touch the fluffy ears. Following a moment of satisfied appraisal, she declared, "It suits you quite well, old fox." You have a good eye, little kitty, Shin Feng replied with a smile. Their playful banter caused the nearby salesgirl to beam with delight, capturing every moment on her phone as if witnessing her own child in love. Covering her mouth with one hand, she likely would have exclaimed had she not noticed the camera nearby. The CP fans in the live stream were equally thrilled. Old Fox Foam and Little Kitty Wan Wan. I ship them so hard. I'm already writing fan fiction. Ha ha ha. Feng looks both handsome and adorable in those ears. Perfectly matched with Wan Wan. I can't stop smiling at this pairing. I'm either laughing or grinning from sweetness. Jiang Wan Wan was quite pleased with the animal ear headband and surprisingly decided to purchase it. She inquired about the price, and the salesgirl repeatedly waved her hands, insisting, "No need to pay, really. It's a gift for you." Jiang Wan Wan, displaying her generosity, replied, "That is not acceptable. Although you are our fan, we must pay what is due. Rest assured, we are quite affluent. We will pay the full price for this headband. No need to think otherwise." The salesgirl shyly explained, "It's 30 for one. So, it's just 15 for a headband? That is rather pricey." Jiang Wan Wan felt a slight pinch in her pocket. However, considering they had over 100 in their wallets, after a moment of hesitation, she steeled herself and handed over 30 yuan. To her surprise, the salesgirl added, "Actually, it's 30 for one, but if you buy two, it's 60. Jiang Wan Wan promptly retrieved the 30 yuan, exclaiming, "Then I shall take off the fox ears." She urged Shin Feng, "What are you waiting for? Quickly take them off. Don't damage them." Shin Feng, feeling helpless, complied and removed the fox ears. The audience erupted in dismay. "No, my old fox and little kitty. Don't take them off. I can cover the costs. They are too adorable. Please don't. Can the production team step in and help them buy it? I can send money to the production team." Chun, upon observing the barrage of comments, discerned the prevailing sentiments of the public, which must not be disregarded. He instructed the photographer to initially cover the 60 yuan expense, leaving the young girl feeling somewhat embarrassed. "In truth, payment was unnecessary. I could have gifted it to you." Witnessing the production team's willingness to pay, Jiang Wan Wan adjusted her cat ears with renewed enthusiasm. Then, with a solemn expression, she imparted a lesson. "Dear, you are also working for someone. This is another's establishment, and it is not virtuous to be overly generous with others' resources. When it is our turn to pay, we must do so without hesitation." Chen remarked, "Your words are indeed quite righteous. However, it appears that the funds for the cat ears did not come from your pocket, but rather from the production teams. Is that not a form of generosity on their part as well?" The young girl scratched her head and replied, "Actually, this shop belongs to me. My father is the owner of this shopping plaza. After I graduated from university and was at a loose end, he granted me this store to manage. I have been following your show since its inception, and I am a devoted fan. So, don't think twice about me gifting you a headband. If you desire more, I can provide that too." Jiang Wan Wan was taken aback, realizing that the girl was not merely a working girl, but rather a wealthy heiress. How unexpected. She covered her face and let out a long sigh. Ultimately, Shin Feng and Jiang Wan Wan exchanged a few more words with the young lady. After leaving her with 2 autographed pictures, the duo departed from the shop. Jiang Wan Wan's secret mission now entailed merely visiting one last store. Initially, Jiang Wan Wan intended to let Shin Feng carry her to the nearby shops. However, Shin Feng suggested, "I think that store over there looks appealing. Shall we explore it?" Jiang Wan Wan readily agreed, as her primary objective was to complete the task, regardless of which shop they visited. Unbeknownst to her, Shin Feng's decision to switch stores was also driven by the mission. As Shin Feng carried Jiang Wan Wan into the women's clothing boutique, he immediately noticed the fitting room nestled in the corner. Leaning closer to Jiang Wan Wan's ear, he whispered, "Wan Go, the clothes here are quite nice. Why not try one on?" Jiang Wan Wan indeed found a rather appealing top. She descended from Shin Feng's embrace, holding the garment, and headed toward the adjacent fitting room. Yet, Shin Feng gently pulled her toward another fitting room in the corner. "Let us use this one," he suggested. Jiang Wan Wan thought little of it and pushed open the fitting room door, stepping inside. However, just as she was about to close the door, Shin Feng placed his hand against it. Before she could comprehend the situation, Shin Feng had squeezed into the confined fitting room, locking the door behind him. Chapter 66. Fengzi. "I shall not share this world with you, Fengzi. What on earth are you planning?" In the cramped fitting room, in the dim light, Jiang Wan Wan gazed at the proximity of Shin Feng. The fitting room was barely spacious enough for a single individual, yet the two of them were nearly pressed against each other. Shin Feng reached out, his hand gliding from the cat ears atop Jiang Wanwan's head to the tips of her hair. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was in an uproar. They've arrived. Finally. Kiss her. Kiss her. Kiss her. I've awaited this day for so long. Someone, take me away. I wish to contribute to their delight. Naturally, the photographer could not enter the fitting room. However, this particular fitting room had been meticulously chosen by director Chun, who had concealed a small camera within it long ago. The viewers were currently witnessing the scene through that hidden lens, observing Shin Feng caress Jiang Wanwan's hair, cradle her delicate face, and watch as the bashful Jiang Wanwan, overwhelmed with shyness, closed her eyes. They saw Shin Feng lift his hand and remove the small camera from the wall, and then, the audience was left in darkness. Director Chen exclaimed, "What the hell? Fengzi, are you feasting while denying your brothers a taste? Oh, my dear, camera move. Stand up. Woe is me. I have come of age. I wish to see. Fengzi, how could you treat us as outsiders? I will turn from a fan to a foe. Fengzi, our paths shall never cross again. Director, find a way to rescue this." Director Chun felt utterly helpless. Rescue? What could he do? Charge the photographer into the fitting room? Not to mention that the fitting room was locked, nor could it accommodate 3 people. If the photographer were to burst in now, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan would undoubtedly retaliate against him. A week later would mark the photographer's 7th day of mourning. Director Chun could only watch the darkened live stream in speechless dismay. He had believed the camera was well hidden. To his surprise, Shin Feng had uncovered it. Within the fitting room, having switched off the camera, Shin Feng also muted their microphones. In the dimly lit confines, their eyes were solely fixed upon one another. Shin Feng smiled as he leaned down, planting a kiss upon Jiang Wanwan. Initially, she felt a touch of discomfort, but as Shin Feng's kiss graced her lips, she gently wrapped her arms around him. Outside the fitting room, the sounds of customers echoed. "Is anyone in this fitting room?" The photographer replied, "Yes. We are recording a program. I apologize." The customers, intrigued, began to inquire further, separated from Shin Feng and Wanwan by merely a door. Jiang Wanwan felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Yet, she could not discern whether it was the daring spirit from her childhood, when she bravely climbed to high places, that had resurfaced. Despite knowing there were others outside and feeling shy, she tightened her embrace around Shin Feng and pressed his head down. Inside and outside the door were 2 distinct worlds. Outside, the photographer engaged in conversation with a customer, while inside, a pair of lovebirds reveled in their affection. After a long while, they finally separated. Jiang Wanwan's eyes glistened with mist as she playfully punched Shin Feng, whispering, "You rascal, you are truly wicked." "Am I wicked? Or are you?" Shin Feng replied, caressing her lips and lowering his voice. "You have led me astray," Jiang Wanwan added, seemingly concerned about her lack of conviction. She quickly followed up, "That's what my father always says." Shin Feng chuckled as he leaned closer to her ear. "Then I shall endeavor to lead you further astray in the future. Let's talk about future matters later. We should hurry out. It's quite cramped in here," Jiang Wanwan exclaimed. Shin Feng playfully ruffled her cat-like ears atop her head. "That customer is still chatting with the photographer. What do you think they would think if we both emerged from the fitting room now?" Jiang Wanwan blushed, realizing there was some merit to his words. "Then let us stay here a little longer," she conceded. Shin Feng nodded and gently lifted her chin. "Well, since we are idling, what do you say?" Jiang Wanwan shot him a glare, but then willingly wrapped her arms around his neck. The customer outside, perhaps unfamiliar with the filming process, continued to chatter away, delaying their exit for several more minutes. Once she finally departed, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan emerged from the fitting room. The photographer quickly captured a close-up shot, but was met with expressions from both Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan that seemed rather mundane. Disappointment washed over the photographer. The audience too felt disenchanted. Is Feng capable? In a small fitting room, alone together, doesn't he even dare to kiss or embrace her? This is dull, utterly dull. Refund. Did you even buy a ticket to demand a refund? I don't care. I'm still hungry for more thrilling moments. Little did they know, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan had indeed shared kisses and embraces, not just once but twice. However, the loquacious customer had occupied their time to the extent that by the time Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan emerged, they had already composed themselves, ready to present a calm facade. Jiang Wanwan, a renowned actress, managed her expressions impeccably. Although Shin Feng lacked accolades, his longevity in the industry made it effortless for him to maintain a composed demeanor. Consequently, The audience was met with the serene visages of both Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Their disappointment grew as they observed Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan speaking. Yet not a sound reached their ears. Am I deaf? Why are they silent? The audience was left in a state of anticipation, lamenting the absence of a romantic moment between the two. Moments later, Shen Feng activated the microphones on both himself and Jiang Wanwan. Wait a moment. Why did they turn off their mics in the fitting room? I have a theory. So do I. Stop speculating. Even if it's fabricated, I will embrace it as reality. They must have shared a kiss inside. Not just a kiss, but sweet nothings as well. Could the one who previously wrote fanfiction about the old fox and the kitten please pin the fitting room scene first? The audience's imagination was vividly engaged, conjuring elaborate narratives in the absence of evidence, some of which were decidedly inappropriate. At that moment, Shen Feng addressed the camera, saying, Director Chun, Wanwan and I have completed our task. Shouldn't we be rewarded? Director Chun, holding a walkie-talkie, retorted, No rewards. I didn't TC you kiss. How can I consider this a completed task? He was visibly displeased, having meticulously crafted a scenario with cameras in place. His grand plan had been thwarted by Shen Feng's unpredictable antics. Chen had no desire to grant the reward. Shen Feng shrugged. Your inability to witness it is your own issue. Our task is complete. Are you attempting to renege on your promise? Director Chen's eyes darted as he noticed the barrage of comments from viewers who, disheartened by the lack of a kiss, opposed granting Shen Feng any reward. He swiftly proposed. All right, let us put it to a vote. If the audience agrees to the reward, it shall be given. If not, then no reward will be issued. How does that sound? Without waiting for Shen Feng's consent, he initiated the voting process. As anticipated, a significant number of viewers opposed rewarding Shen Feng. They felt deprived of the sweet moments they craved and believed he should forfeit any compensation. Director Chen smirked, feeling victorious over Shen Feng for the first time, albeit through the will of the masses. However, before he could relish his triumph, he saw Shen Feng return to the fitting room, picking up a camera that had fallen to the ground. While fiddling with it, he mused, This gadget should fetch a decent price, right? Director Chen exclaimed, I'll pay you. Is that not sufficient? Chapter 67. Perhaps you should just seize Shen Feng's money directly. The livestream audience fluctuated throughout the day, but by evening, they had settled in, and the viewer count soared to a peak of 190,000. To have such a multitude engaged in a single variety show, without any top-tier celebrities, was unprecedented and indicative of significant production value. Many viewers tuned in solely to indulge in the sweetness of romantic moments. Upon entering the live streaming room, hunger struck them immediately, for Shen Feng was busily preparing a meal. As evening fell and the day's tasks concluded, the crew naturally returned to the hotel. Shen Feng, in the hotel kitchen, spent over 80 yuan procuring a plethora of ingredients to craft an extravagant feast for Jiang Wanwan. The mischievous cameraman even zoomed in on Jiang Wanwan as she dined, emphasizing one word, delectable. The sensation of savoring a meat-filled bun evoked the essence of a food broadcast, and the sumptuous array of dishes prepared by Shen Feng was irresistibly enticing. Consequently, the viewers, initially drawn by the promise of romantic antics, found themselves captivated by the culinary spectacle instead. Their appetites peaked. Can the camera be moved? My takeout hasn't arrived, and I'm truly starving. The instant noodles in my hands have lost their allure. I thought I was tuning in for a survival romance show. Why has it transformed into a food broadcast? Excuse me, is this dog food on the tip of the tongue? Beside them, the cameraman adjusted his camera while chuckling at the barrage of comments on his phone. Why should only he be tantalized? Everyone should partake in the temptation. Some viewers, nearly driven to despair, hastily switched to another live stream, landing in the adjacent room where other guests were gathered. What they witnessed nearly brought them to tears. The remaining guests, along with the director, were huddled together, pitifully consuming their boxed meals. The boxes contained plain rice and green vegetables, but scarce red meat. Director Chen's meal, however, boasted a generous portion of red, drenched in a half bottle of Lao Gan Ma sauce. Now, that was truly a down-to-earth live stream. As the audience observed, the instant noodles in their hands suddenly regained their appeal. Director Chun, along with the other groups of guests, shared their boxed meals, all the while watching Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan on the screen. The more they watched, the deeper their sense of longing became. They were all part of the same production team. Why could some indulge in a lavish feast while they were confined to boxed lunches? Zhao Tianshu scraped the last few grains of rice from his bowl and suddenly declared, "Brothers, I have an idea. We've been living like this day in and day out. Why not band together? Zhang Wei turned to him, intrigued. What do you mean? Currently, each group earns over 20 yuan for completing common and secret tasks. Combined with subsidies, each team averages around 30 yuan. If our 3 groups pooled our resources, we would have nearly 90 yuan. After deducting the costs of breakfast and lunch, we could still have around 60 or 70 left. We could use this money to buy ingredients from the hotel kitchen and enjoy a decent meal. Zhao Tianshu gestured towards Xinfeng and Jiang Wanwan on the screen. We don't need to dine as lavishly as they do, but we certainly shouldn't have to suffer like this. Zhang Wei sighed upon hearing this. Brothers, our group of 6 has only 60 to 70 yuan. Meanwhile, those 2 spent 80 yuan on just one meal. It's almost impossible for us to gather that amount. In our group, we spent 5 yuan on breakfast, 20 for lunch, and now we're left with only 4 or 5 yuan. Zhao Tianshu scratched his head, realizing he had been overly optimistic. How could Xinfeng's group have so much money left after such a lavish meal? Upon hearing Zhao Tianshu's words, everyone turned their gaze toward Director Chen. Why does Xinfeng's group have more funds? It is undoubtedly thanks to Director Chen. Noticing the attention from several individuals while indulging in his old godmother chili sauce, Director Chen immediately grew wary. Protectively cradling his precious sauce, he declared, "If you want chili sauce, go buy your own, don't covet mine." Meng chuckled, "Director Chen, we're not trying to steal your sauce. We just feel you're a bit biased, always giving Xinfeng and his group so many extra perks. Today's extravagant meal was all thanks to you." Director Chen sensed something was off in Meng and S tone and, avoiding eye contact, asked, "What do you mean?" Beside him, Li Tingting chuckled derisively. "What we mean is, shouldn't you consider giving us a bit more benefit as well? Fengzi and Wanwan's group often receives dozens of extra rewards, while we have nothing. Isn't that a bit unfair?" Director Chen swallowed hard and quietly extended the old godmother to the group. "Can I share this with you?" Poor Director Chen. How tragic, previously exploited by Fengzi and Wanwan, now being pressured by the other groups. Oh no, I'm a devoted fan of Director Chen. Don't bully him. Haha, this is all he has, let him be. The audience erupted in laughter at this scene. Zhang Wei turned to Director Chen, pushing aside his chili sauce. "Director, what we seek is more than just chili sauce. Surely you understand the principle of fairness? Tomorrow, could you perhaps consider increasing our bonuses?" Director Chen replied, "What if I say no, what then?" Zhang Wei tapped the nearby camera. "This camera must be worth quite a sum, right?" Director Chen retorted, "Hey, are you all pulling this trick too? Why don't you learn something good from Xinfeng?" Jia Tinan, who had been focused on his meal, suddenly raised his head and inquired earnestly, "Director Chen, what good can we learn from Xinfeng?" Director Chen sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. "I know you all want a decent meal, but this is merely a survival and romance show." Chen Lu pointed at the screen, where Jiang Wanwan was joyfully gnawing on a meat bone. "Is this what you call survival?" Director Chen, all right. Allow me a moment to ponder." He crouched down, deep in thought. Meanwhile, the onlookers, reveling in the unfolding drama, began to concoct ludicrous ideas. Why not forcibly reclaim the money from Fengzi and Wanwan? But will that be of any use? If we reclaim their funds, only Jiatenin will suffer. That is also a valid point. What if we communicate with the hotel, and the group of guests that completes their tasks the fastest gets a grand feast? Yet, I believe Xinfeng and his team would finish the quickest. Let us simply initiate a money-grabbing mode. Let the other 3 groups seize Xinfeng's money. Upon seeing this suggestion, Director Chen was struck with inspiration. He abruptly stood up and declared, "I've got it. You should just go and seize Xinfeng's money. Tomorrow, I will devise a special task mode, allowing your 3 groups to play hide and seek with Xinfeng and Jiang Wanwan. You will hunt while they hide. If you catch Xinfeng and Jiang Wanwan, they must pay you for their release, 5 yuan each time you catch them. It will be a fair competition among your 3 groups. The one that captures them the most will earn the most money from Xinfeng and Jiang Wanwan." How does that sound? Director Chen felt like a genius. This way, the production team wouldn't have to spend extra money, and the other 3 groups could earn some funds. Most importantly, the show would be thrilling. Typically, in hide and seek, one person chases multiple individuals. Now, 3 groups will pursue just one, with competition among themselves to see who can capture the most. How exhilarating and engaging. If Xinfeng's team ultimately loses everything, that would truly amplify the entertainment value. Perfect. After a brief discussion, the guests agreed that this plan was viable. However, Jiatenin, who was squatting on the ground eating, suddenly murmured a single sentence. "Are you certain you can outplay Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan?" Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow. "What is there to fear? We naturally hold the advantage in the rules. They can only hide and cannot resist. What is there to worry about?" To be honest, Jia Tinan himself was uncertain about what to fear. Yet, he had an unsettling premonition. His personal experiences taught him one thing: do not approach Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Truly, it will lead to misfortune. Chapter 68. Quality Idol in Penghu Bay. The live stream was filled with spies of Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Once Director Chun and the other three groups devised the hide-and-seek plan, someone immediately tagged Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan on Weibo, exposing Chun's scheme. After the evening's recording concluded and they returned to their rooms, Jiang Wanwan discovered Director Chun's plan. "Fengzi, what should we do?" Jiang Wanwan held her phone up to show Shin Feng. Shin Feng glanced at the traitorous messages. With a smile, she remarked, "Since they wish to play, why not indulge them? However, I certainly do not wish to incur losses," Jiang Wanwan expressed, as she was counting on that money for a lavish meal. "Rest assured, perhaps we shall not only avoid losses but also gain a little profit," Shin Feng replied, his eyes glinting with mischief. Jiang Wanwan's curiosity was piqued, and she eagerly inquired, "How do we make money?" "You shall find out tomorrow," Shin Feng teased, feigning mystery. In response, Jiang Wanwan playfully grasped his waist, prompting a resigned sigh from him. "All right, I shall divulge it now." He proceeded to outline the plan he had envisioned in his mind. Upon hearing it, Jiang Wanwan's expression transformed into one of excitement. "Is it truly possible to play like this? As long as we adhere to the rules, what is there to stop us?" Both wore sly smiles upon their faces. And with the worry of losing money lifted from her heart, Jiang Wanwan resumed her joyful browsing of Weibo. Recently, the Weibo topic surrounding Penghu Bay had become increasingly vibrant. Today's livestream had also seen fans create edited clips, featuring moments such as Shin Feng carrying her while shopping and their playful banter while donning animal ears, which were shared across various platforms. However, these video edits were primarily favored by CP fans. Newcomers who had just recently discovered Penghu Bay were less inclined to enjoy the CP-centric edits. Instead, they were eager to witness the prowess of Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Clips showcasing Jiang Wanwan's performance of the flight of the bumblebee, Shin Feng's ghost fire, their duet of Fur Elise, and their final performance of Wedding in a Dream, where they joined hands to play, garnered significantly higher view counts than the CP-themed edits. Particularly, Ghost Fire and Fur Elise received accolades from professionals. Mr. Wei Er, a distinguished pianist, remarked, "It is no exaggeration to say that the performance of Ghost Fire is of professional caliber. Mr. Shun possesses profound mastery of the piano. Moreover, the duet of Fur Elise showcased an exceptional synergy between the two. I never anticipated that such outstanding young talents existed within the domestic piano scene. It is indeed a fortunate discovery." Wei Er is one of the most renowned pianists in the country and has performed multiple times at the prestigious Vienna Golden Hall. His commendations astonished many fans and bystanders alike. To be candid, even the fans of the Penghu Bay duo were taken aback by the high level of Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan's piano skills. With their professional-grade artistry, why should they even pursue acting or stardom? They then recalled the esteemed actor Zhou Yilin's praise of Jiang Wanwan's acting abilities. Well, perhaps not being an actress would indeed be a disservice to her talents. How could they be so exceptional? In an instant, the trending topic of the quality idol Penghu Bay surged once more. In recent days, the frequency with which Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan have trended online has been quite remarkable, surpassing even that of many prominent celebrities. This phenomenon has led some fans of other popular stars to speculate whether Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan have engaged in dubious practices to secure their trending status, possibly with someone orchestrating events behind the scenes. For instance, fans of Fu Yan, the currently most sought-after male star in the country, have expressed their discomfort. Having debuted only a few years ago, Fu Yan skyrocketed to fame after starring in several hit adaptations of well-known intellectual properties, coupled with his exceptional looks that have garnered him a vast following. In just a few short years, he has ascended to the pinnacle of stardom in China. His fanbase predominantly consists of young individuals, including middle and high school students, who possess abundant energy and time to engage in fandom activities, often with fervor. As a result, they have attracted a fair share of detractors. The recent surge in popularity of Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan has left Fu Yan's fans somewhat unsettled, particularly following the emergence of the trending tag quality idol Peng Hu Bei. Many have seized the opportunity to subtly deride Fu Yin under this tag. Just look at Shin Feng. His looks are on par with any top celebrity. His singing is exceptional, he is fluent in multiple languages, and his piano skills are professional. Meanwhile, the top star can merely whine, relies on stunt doubles for action scenes, and needs sound editing for his singing, yet he commands exorbitant fees for his roles. Is there no shame in that? I am not a fan of Shin Feng, but it's undeniable that he and Wanwan surpass most idols. Perhaps some top stars should take notes. You all are so cowardly. Let me be blunt. Fu Yin is merely a superficial pretty boy. Any fans who disagree can come at me. Upon reading these comments, Fu Yan's fans could no longer contain themselves and immediately began to engage in heated arguments. Gradually, the trending topic devolved into a battleground of insults. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanwan, enjoying grapes offered by Shin Feng, was scrolling through Weibo, amused by the chaos. These hotel-supplied fruit platters are quite sweet. May I have another? She remarked. She then noticed Shin Feng picking another grape and placing it in his own mouth. Jiang Wanwan paused, only to see Shin Feng lean closer, their lips almost meeting, as she felt the grape transition from his mouth to hers. A blush crept onto her cheeks. This Shin Feng, noticing Jiang Wanwan's shyness, intended to deepen the kiss, but unexpectedly, the grape was forcefully pushed back into his mouth. With considerable force, Jiang Wanwan pushed him away, turning her face away, her cheeks flushed. I refuse to eat something you spat out. Bring me a fresh one. Shin Feng, resigned, chewed the grape in his mouth and then retrieved a fresh one. Offering it to Jiang Wanwan, she swallowed it whole and playfully nibbled on his finger, warning, no more surprise attacks in the future, or you'll regret it. Shin Feng has always regarded himself as a person who listens attentively to Wanwan's words. He nodded earnestly, deciding against any ambush. Jiang Wanwan was quite pleased with Shin Feng's honesty. I will kiss you now, if that is acceptable, Shin Feng stated, leaning closer to Jiang Wanwan. This fellow's honesty is questionable. Jiang Wanwan swiftly grabbed a pillow and pressed it against Shin Feng's face. Ultimately, under Jiang Wanwan's relentless pressure, Shin Feng could only obediently feed her grapes, resembling a royal consort of ancient times. Fuming, Jiang Wanwan chewed on the grapes while continuing to scroll through Weibo. Suddenly, she came across an irate comment from a fan of Fu Yan. This Shin Feng has been trending for days. Surely, he must be paying for the publicity. This trending topic was deliberately concocted to clash with our Fu Yan brother. I've long heard that Shin Feng has an improper relationship with the CEO of Lanyu Entertainment. Do you genuinely believe he is a good person? Our Fu Yan brother is undoubtedly cleaner than Shin Feng. Shin Feng is nothing but trash, a scoundrel with a chaotic private life, relying on behind-the-scenes manipulation. Initially, Jiang Wanwan found amusement in the way Fu Yan's fans criticized the provocateurs. However, upon seeing them turn their ire toward Shin Feng, her patience was utterly exhausted, especially at this moment when she felt both embarrassed and furious due to Shin Feng's antics. She desperately needed an outlet for her frustrations. She swiftly logged into her Weibo alternate account, locating the fan's profile, and began typing furiously. Lin Xianxian, a middle school student and a fan of Fu Yan, had just finished her homework and was browsing Weibo when she noticed numerous individuals disparaging her idol under the trending topic of quality idol. Alarmed, she joined other Fu Yan fans in retaliating against those critics. As the argument escalated, Lin Xianxian recalled a previous piece of gossip she had heard, that Shin Feng was entangled with the CEO of Lanyu Entertainment. She seized the opportunity to use this information to further denounce Shin Feng. Just as she finished her tirade against him, she received a private message from a user named Shin Feng's only designated official wife. Lin Xianxian scoffed. Are Shin Feng's fans unable to remain passive? Do they wish to defend him? Or perhaps they intend to share dirt on Fu Yan to retaliate? Lin Xianxian considered herself quite knowledgeable about these fan circle tactics. Curious, she opened the private message interface and found a single, striking sentence from Shin Feng's only designated official wife. Is your mother dead? Lin Xianxian. Chapter 69. What ill intentions could Wanwan possibly harbor? Lin Xianxian was left utterly dumbfounded. Upon entering the fray, one boldly adorned with an ID bearing the name of their idol begins to hurl insults? Does this individual not fear tarnishing their beloved's reputation? Just as she contemplated retaliating with a response, her fingers barely grazed the screen of her phone when yet another message appeared from the officially designated partner of Shin Feng. Fangirling is harmless, but when it leads to a complete abandonment of reason, one must question the extent of your affliction. My dear Shinfeng is indeed a product of hype, and the very ashes of your brother and mother are what he is promoting. I apologize for any unintended offense towards your mother. May I inquire about her health? If she is in good health, perhaps she should consider having another child. For one cannot rely on you, a brain-damaged individual, to care for her in her twilight years. Before you label my Shinfeng as trash, might you take a moment to reflect upon your own appearance? The downstairs non-recyclable waste bin seems a more fitting abode for you, darling. Lack of education can be remedied. Unattractiveness can be altered, but the void in your intellect is an irreparable chasm. I concede, I should not have engaged you so extensively. After all, you are a devoted fan of Fu Yan, which renders your nonsensical utterances and foolish actions quite predictable. At this juncture, I can only offer one piece of advice for your life. Restart, darling. Lin Qianqian's hands trembled. Is this person's tongue the reincarnation of a cobra? How venomous. With a shaky resolve, she typed a response. You, cloaked in your idol's ID, dare to insult me without concern for the backlash it may bring upon your beloved. I shall expose you. Jiang Wanwan chuckled coldly at this. Darling, you have the audacity to slander my husband while masquerading as a fan of Fu Yan. Yet do you not consider the potential repercussions for Fu Yan? Furthermore, feel free to expose me. I have no qualms in revealing that I am indeed Jiang Wanwan. Should you dare to malign Shinfeng further, I shall unearth your ancestral tomb. Lin Qianqian was beside herself with rage. Having navigated Weibo for so long, she had never encountered such an arrogant individual. How dare they underestimate the resolve of Fu Yan's fans? I shall expose you. Lin Qianqian captured screenshots of the conversation and disseminated them within Fu Yan's fan group and trending topics. Instantly, a legion of Fu Yan's fans descended upon Jiang Wanwan. Undeterred, Jiang Wanwan met each challenger with fierce retorts. She was unafraid of confrontation. After each exchange, she left a parting remark. I am Jiang Wanwan herself. Beside her, Shinfeng raised an eyebrow in admiration. How fierce you are, Wangu. That's the spirit. Absolutely. Jiang Wanwan beamed, relishing in her steadfastness. This is what it means to uphold one's identity and accountability. Among Fu Yan's followers, there were many young fans. Upon witnessing Jiang Wanwan's declaration, I am Jiang Wanwan herself, some hurriedly took screenshots and ventured to Jiang Wanwan's trending topics and her personal Weibo, tagging her. Unfazed, Jiang Wanwan seamlessly switched back to her primary account. With a gentle reply to those who questioned her, Jiang Wanwan remarked, Everyone, how could this possibly be me? Even if I were to scold someone, I wouldn't reveal my identity, would I? This person, under the guise of a Fengzi fan, is cursing everywhere. Perhaps they are merely a hater of Shinfeng inciting conflict. I hope everyone can see through this. She smiled endearingly. Shinfeng glanced at Jiang Wanwan, who was cheerfully posting on Weibo, and couldn't help but comment. Is this what they call taking responsibility for one's actions? Is this what they mean by being forthright? Jiang Wanwan huffed in response. Now, this is called cunning warfare. The fans of Fu Yan, who had been insulted, began to see merit in Jiang Wanwan's words, recognizing that it was unlikely she herself was behind the insults. It was indeed possible that a hater of Shinfeng was stirring up trouble. Suddenly, they felt a pang of sympathy for both Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng. At that moment, Jiang Wanwan quietly switched to her alternate account. She sought out several fans of other popular stars under the topic of quality idols. These fans, whose idols were perhaps more famous than talented, were feeling vulnerable under the scrutiny of the quality idol tag and were vocally criticizing others. Instead of rebuking them, Jiang Wanwan joined in, expressing her support for their idols, creating an illusion of camaraderie. The fans of Fu Yan, who had previously been scolded by Jiang Wanwan, were taken aback to see Shinfeng's officially designated partner supporting other stars. They instantly thought she must indeed be a hater of Shinfeng, supporting other celebrities merely to stir up conflict. Lin Qianqian, as the initial victim, felt she had uncovered the truth. She unleashed a barrage of criticisms upon the fans of those other popular stars. The fans of the other stars were bewildered. They were defending their idols, accusing Shinfeng of exploiting situations for publicity. What connection did Fu Yan have with them? Why were Fu Yan's fans attacking them? Yet, with insults thrown their way, they could not remain silent. Thus, a verbal clash ensued between Fu Yan's fans and those of the other stars. Some uninformed fans of Fu Yan were utterly confused, only observing their companions being insulted, and they rushed to join the fray. The battle intensified, growing more fervent by the moment. By the time Quality Idol topped the trending list, fans of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were almost entirely absent, replaced by the shouting matches between Fu Yan's fans and those of the other stars. An uproar indeed. Jiang Wanwan watched the skirmish while snacking on fruit, thoroughly amused. Is this what they call leading the tiger to swallow the wolf? Shen Feng inquired. Jiang Wanwan shook her head. No, this is more like dogs fighting, all fur flying. Shen Feng conceded. At times, I must admit, Wan Ge is indeed Wan Ge. Doing good deeds may not be one's forte, yet when it comes to mischief, they certainly excel. Observing the heated quarrel unfolding on Weibo between two factions, one cannot help but notice Jiang Wanwan, who appears to be savoring the spectacle with a smile. Shen Feng let out a weary sigh, lamenting the foolishness of these youngsters. They are merely pawns for Jiang Wanwan's amusement. What malice could she possibly harbor? It is merely her intention to incite a conflict. The uproar eventually subsided somewhat when Weibo intervened to remove the trending topic. However, animosity was firmly established between Fu Yan's fans and those of another popular celebrity. Once Jiang Wanwan realized the entertainment had dwindled, she stretched lazily, contemplating a rest. Shen Feng, seated beside her, quietly suggested, Wan Ge, how about a bath before sleep? This suite has a small jacuzzi. Shall we indulge? To his surprise, Jiang Wanwan readily agreed. He chuckled, lifting her into his arms and carrying her to the jacuzzi. Yet, she insisted on changing clothes and darted away. Shen Feng was left to fill the jacuzzi with water. Before long, Jiang Wanwan approached, clad in a bathrobe. In Shen Feng's presence, she nonchalantly shed the robe, revealing a swimsuit beneath. Shen Feng's gaze was transfixed as she leaped joyfully into the water, splashing a handful onto his head while cheerfully exclaiming, Fengzi, come and play. He silently wiped the water from his face, possibly mixed with his own tears. To be candid, this bathing experience was somewhat different from what he had envisioned. Chapter 70. Hide and Seek begins early the next morning. The other three groups of guests were particularly spirited. They rose early and descended to the lobby to gather. The anticipation of finally being able to profit from the cunning couple Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan filled them with excitement. All but Jia Tenon, who, after losing a bet on a coveted item to his group chat friends, began to reflect on his recent recording experiences. It seemed he was not merely being taken advantage of by the Penghubei duo, but rather was on a path riddled with exploitation and oppression. Neither of this couple could be deemed virtuous. Consequently, Jia Tenon harbored psychological scars, firmly believing that confronting Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan was not a wise choice. Li Ting, noticing his dejected demeanor, patted him on the back. Come on, Xiao Jia, don't be like that. Think about it. This is a golden opportunity for revenge. All the suffering you endured previously was for the sake of delivering a more satisfying retribution today. Zhang Wei chimed in, chuckling. Indeed, Xiao Jia. This time Shen Feng and his partner are facing 6 of us. We're all on the same side. What have you to fear in confronting them? Jia Tenon smacked his lips. While it was said so, he couldn't shake the feeling of uncertainty within himself. A few individuals were engaged in conversation when they spotted Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan descending the stairs. With everyone gathered and the time drawing near, Director Chen initiated the live broadcast, announcing the commencement of today's recording. Rumors had circulated online that the production team planned to implement a new twist on hide and seek targeting Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Thus, a considerable number of viewers tuned in early to watch the live stream. Director Chen glanced at the growing audience with satisfaction, then turned his benevolent smile towards the various groups of guests, particularly focusing on Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Ladies and gentlemen, today's program will take an unconventional approach. We have devised a special version of hide and seek, he proclaimed, revealing a box. In a moment, we will draw lots to determine who will hide and who will seek. Among the 4 groups of guests, only one will hide while the remaining 3 will seek. Should the hider be caught, they must pay a ransom for their release. However, if the hider is captured fewer than 10 times today, they will ultimately receive a reward of 50 yuan. Director Chen, anticipating that Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan might be reluctant to participate, had introduced an incentive to attract their involvement. Indeed, upon hearing of the reward, Jiang Wanwan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Director Chen chuckled to himself, confident that he understood this couple well. To win over Shen Feng, one merely needed to win Jiang Wanwan. To win Jiang Wanwan, one had to offer money. After outlining the rules, Director Chen held the box and invited everyone to draw lots. He approached Shen Feng first. Smiling as he said, Young Shun, please draw first. With 3 seeking and 1 hiding. If luck is on your side, you should secure a seeking position. As he spoke, he wore an expression that suggested his favorable intentions toward Shin Feng. The viewers in the live stream began to murmur in confusion. Wait a moment. Weren't they planning to scheme against Feng and Wanwan yesterday? Why are they now catering to them? If Shin Feng draws first, he has a 3/4 chance of picking a seeking role. Is Director Chen truly assisting Feng? Something feels off. I can't shake the feeling that Director Chen's gaze is somewhat sinister. As the audience deliberated, Shin Feng drew a lot. Upon opening it, he found a large character inscribed, Hide. Director Chen feigned regret, exclaiming, "Oh dear, young Shun, your luck seems to have faltered. You've drawn the hiding lot. It appears your group will have to conceal themselves. Is it possible for Feng to have such poor luck? Although Feng has always been formidable, he lacks the gift of foresight. After so many misfortunes befalling Xiao Jia, has it finally turned to Shin Feng?" As the viewers continued their speculations, Shin Feng reached once more into the box. As Director Chen's expression shifted, he hurriedly attempted to remove the box. However, with a mere glance from Shin Feng, Jiang Wanwan immediately grasped the box tightly. Seizing the opportunity, Shin Feng extracted the remaining 3 slips of paper from within. He unveiled them all before the camera, revealing that each bore the word dodge. The audience reacted. Director Chen exclaimed, "Darn, this truly is a conspiracy. How underhanded can it get?" I was wondering why the production team was so generous, allowing Fengzi to draw first. It turns out all 4 slips were dodge. Thankfully, my clever Fengzi saw through Director Chen's scheme. Holding the 4 identical slips, Shin Feng turned to Director Chen. "You just stated that as long as my luck isn't abysmal, I should be able to draw a slip that allows me to catch someone. I am quite curious how one is to draw a slip for catching from these for that all say dodge." Director Chen awkwardly cleared his throat, feigning interest in the scenery. Just then, he noticed Jiang Wanwan preparing to hurl the box at him. Director Chen quickly raised his hands in surrender, exclaiming, "I was merely making a small joke. Please, don't be angry. How about we redraw? Would that be acceptable?" To his surprise, Shin Feng shook his head. "It's all right, we can dodge." Director Chun and the audience were momentarily taken aback. The rules for today clearly indicated that whoever dodged would bear the consequences. Despite having uncovered Director Chen's plot, Shin Feng willingly chose to dodge instead of opting for a redraw. However, Shin Feng continued, "But I have a condition. Go ahead. If our group is caught fewer than 10 times, I would like the production team to award us 100 yuan as a bonus." Director Chen pondered for a moment before resolutely agreeing. "All right, I accept." He was confident that, with the limited floors of the shopping plaza and many hidden corners off limits for hiding, there would be hardly any perfect hiding spots. Throughout the day, with 3 groups tasked with capturing Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan, how could they possibly fail to catch them 10 times? Upon hearing Director Chen's consent, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan nodded in satisfaction. The group then boarded a vehicle, leaving the hotel for the shopping plaza. In a car shared by the assistant director and Director Chun, the assistant quietly remarked, "Shin Feng clearly had the chance to redraw. Yet he chose to dodge and even requested a higher bonus. Aren't you worried they might actually find a way to evade capture?" Director Chen scoffed confidently, "Rest assured, I have everything under control. I possess a surefire strategy. Let us not forget, even if Shin Feng chooses to dodge, they will be followed by cameras throughout. We can always see where they are. If necessary, I will disclose their location to the other 3 groups, with my guidance from the sidelines. How could we possibly fail to capture Shin Feng and the others?" At that moment, the audience, having overheard Director Chen's words, reacted with intrigue. Suddenly, a wave of darkness engulfed the screen. Many were concerned for Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Director Chen is reporting points to the other 3 groups. Doesn't that mean Fengzi and Wanwan have nowhere to hide? What is the point of playing at all? Indeed, this is clearly an attempt to siphon off money from the couple. I've always known Director Chen to be rather mischievous, but I never imagined he could be this devious. Oh no, what if Fengzi and Wanwan lose all their money today? Will I still be able to watch them dine lavishly tonight? I look forward to their eating broadcasts every day. Sob, sob, sob. Amidst the audience's discussions, the production team returned to the Qianda shopping plaza. Director Chen granted Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan a mere 5 minutes to conceal themselves. They promptly dashed outside the plaza, hailing a taxi to retreat to their hotel for a restful sleep. However, Director Chen swiftly intercepted them. "You cannot leave the shopping plaza." With a shrug, Shin Feng obediently led Jiang Wanwan back into the plaza, ascending to the upper floors. Once the 5 minutes elapsed, the other three groups sprang into action. To them, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were no longer merely two individuals. They had transformed into mere $5 bills. The success of capturing the couple, or even managing to apprehend them multiple times, directly influenced their chances of enjoying a sumptuous meal that evening. It must be said, this format truly proved effective. As the other three groups commenced their hunt, the audience grew increasingly anxious. They began to check which floor Shen Feng and his companion occupied, then switched to other live streams to see the progress of the other groups. Some even opened multiple browsers or utilized several phones to access each live stream. At that moment, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were on the 4th floor of the shopping plaza. Meanwhile, the three groups, having devised a prearranged plan, split into 3 teams. Zhang Wei and Meng and searched the expansive 1st and 2nd floors, while Li Tingting and Jia Tenin scoured the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors. Zhao Tianshu and Chun Lu tackled the 6th, 7th, and the cinema area on the 8th floor. Li Tingting and Jia Tenin, after scouring the 3rd floor without a trace of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, hastily made their way to the 4th floor, the very same floor where Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan currently resided. The audience's tension escalated. What sent chills down their spines was the fact that Shen Feng and Wanwan were not hiding. They were in the very shop where they had purchased animal ear headbands the previous day, requesting paper and a pen from the affluent shopkeeper. Seemingly oblivious to the fact that someone was approaching their floor, drawing ever closer. Chapter 71. Shengu, are you secretly in love with me? Li Tingting and Xiao Jia are coming. Fengzi, Wanwan, what are you doing? Run, hurry. If you don't escape now, it will be too late. Concealing oneself is permissible, but standing brazenly at the entrance is rather unwise. The audience, filled with impatience, was eager to glimpse what was being penned. Some, reveling in the spectacle, expressed their curiosity about Shen Feng's writings. Director Chun, equally intrigued, instructed the cameraman to capture the moment. However, Jiang Wanwan swiftly obstructed the lens, grinning mischievously, "No filming. This is a secret." This only heightened the curiosity of both the audience and Director Chun. Yet, their intrigue soon waned, as time was of the essence. Tension mounted among the spectators, while a sinister smile crept across Director Chen's face. Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, having completed their task, exited the accessory shop, unaware of the approaching figures of Li Tingting and Jia Tenin, who had spotted them from a distance. The expressions of both were now animated with excitement. Could they be the first to catch Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan? Even Jia Tenin, who had previously shown concern, now felt a surge of exhilaration. Exchanging a glance, they bolted towards the couple. Hearing their footsteps, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan turned to look just as everyone anticipated their retreat. To their surprise, the couple boldly approached Jia Tenin and Li Tingting instead. This unexpected move startled Jia Tenin, who had suffered misfortunes before, prompting him to quickly halt Li Tingting and glare at Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan with suspicion. "What do you intend to do? Stay back. Maintain your distance." The audience erupted in laughter, with comments flying. Has little Jia been psychologically scarred by Fengzi and Wanwan? As a mere bystander, I must ask, are Fengzi and Wanwan pursuing Jia Tenin and Li Tingting? This is the first time I've seen the pursuers appear more timid than those evading them. Even Shen Feng wore an expression of helplessness. He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, stating, "You are the ones trying to catch us, not the other way around." "What kind of reaction is this?" Jia Tenin, with a serious demeanor, replied. "This is a perfectly normal response when faced with the likes of you two. Shen, I know exactly who you are. If you approach us so brazenly, it must be a trap." With a smile, Shen Feng continued to advance toward Jia Tenin and Li Tingting. In response, Jia Tenin retreated step by step until he found himself against the wall, with no escape. With a valiant expression, he confronted Shen Feng. "What do you truly want?" Shen Feng clicked his tongue and moved closer to Jia Tenin. In the midst of Jia Tenin's fearful expression, he seized his wrist and placed Jia Tenin's hand upon his own shoulder. "I have come to capture you. Do you understand?" Jia Tenin was taken aback. Li Tingting was astonished. The audience and Director Chun were all in a state of disbelief. Could it be that Shen Feng had truly presented himself willingly? Is that reasonable? It is utterly unreasonable. Jia Tenin and Li Tingting certainly shared this sentiment, especially Jia Tenin. He hastily withdrew his hand, shrinking beside Li Tingting like a bullied little wife. With fear in his eyes, he turned to Shen Feng and exclaimed, "I don't believe it. You must have a scheme. What exactly do you want?" Shen Feng wore an earnest expression. I assure you, I harbor no ulterior motives. I genuinely wish for you to apprehend me. I don't believe it. Jia Tinan shrieked. Shin Feng felt a headache coming on. Was this fellow excessively vigilant? Had he scammed so many people that he had trained himself into a fraud prevention expert? With no other choice to convey his sincerity, Shin Feng fished out 5 yuan and handed it to Jia Tinan. This time, I have given you the money. Surely you must believe me now? Jia Tinan eyed Shin Feng warily, then cast a cautious glance at the 5 yuan. Finally, he gingerly extended 2 fingers, pinching the corner of the bill with his nail, as if fearing it might be poisoned, trembling as he took it back. He then examined it under the light several times. Only after confirming its authenticity did he pass the money to Li Tingting for safekeeping. Shin Feng inquired, now? You must trust me, right? Yet doubt lingered. Brother Shin, you haven't been hit by a door, have you? Shin Feng retorted. You're the one who has been hit. Jia Tinan pressed. Then why would you voluntarily come to be caught by me, and why would you offer me money? Suddenly, Jia Tinan's expression shifted. Biting his lip, he hesitated for a moment before whispering, Brother Shan, do you have a crush on me? As he spoke, Jia Tinan suddenly covered his backside, adding, let me be clear, I am not worth 5 yuan. No, 5 yuan is far too much. In any case, you shall not buy my heart with 5 yuan. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed Jiang Wanwan looking at him with kind eyes, causing Jia Tinan to shudder in fright. Shin Feng, equally perplexed, earnestly addressed Jia Tinan. Even if my mind were to be trapped by a door, I could never harbor feelings for you. Jia Tinan sighed in relief, but soon felt a twinge of sadness. Am I truly so unworthy of your affection? Jiang Wanwan clenched her fist. Jia Tinan immediately backtracked. I am unworthy. I am definitely unworthy. Ha ha ha, little Jia Tinan, something's off with you. Fortunately, Wanwan is quite assertive. Otherwise, little Jia Tinan might genuinely become a third party. But it's quite strange. Why would Shin Feng be captured and offer money to little Jia Tinan and the others for no apparent reason? Could it be that he feels he cannot escape? To be honest, I believe Feng must have some ulterior motives. The audience reacted with laughter and confusion. At this moment, Shin Feng gently patted Jia Tinan on the shoulder. Xiao Jia, this 5 yuan is my apology to you. I must admit, I have inadvertently led you astray on several occasions. I am truly sorry. However, I hope you understand that within this production team, you are my closest friend. Jiang Wanwan turned to Li Tingting, saying, Tingting, you are also my dearest friend. This sentiment moved both Jia Tinan and Li Tingting. Shortly thereafter, they observed Shin Feng taking out a piece of paper. The cameraman attempted to capture the contents of the note, only to be intercepted by Jiang Wanwan. Shin Feng earnestly addressed Jia Tinan and Li Tingting. I consider you both my best friends, so the contents of this note are advantageous for you. I urge you to contemplate it carefully. Jia Tinan and Li Tingting leaned in to examine the note. It read, a proposal for mutual cooperation between the two groups. If Jia Tinan and Li Tingting could provide cover for them until the game's conclusion, they would be rewarded with 15 yuan afterward. Moreover, if they purchased ingredients in the evening, Shin Feng would gladly assist in preparing the meal. Jia Tinan and Li Tingting were intrigued. 15 yuan, combined with the 5 yuan Shin Feng had just given, amounted to 20 yuan. Typically, capturing Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan 4 times would yield 20 yuan. But achieving that was no small feat. They had presented themselves willingly this time. But what about the next? It was uncertain. What truly captivated Jia Tinan and Li Tingting was the latter part of the message. Shin Feng could help them cook. Frankly, neither Jia Tinan nor Li Tingting excelled in culinary skills. Even if they had talent, they dared not claim to compare with Shin Feng, whose culinary prowess was acknowledged even by renowned chefs like Uncle Li. The prospect of Shin Feng assisting them in the kitchen was irresistibly enticing. Jia Tinan scrutinized the note for quite some time, finding no hidden traps. After conferring with Li Tingting, he nodded towards Shin Feng. Brother Shun, we accept your terms and are willing to cooperate. What? What cooperation? What happened? I just stepped out for a restroom break. What did I miss? What exactly was written on Shun Feng's note? I want to see too. Can the production team please give us a shot? A shot. I won't be able to eat all day if I don't find out what's on that note. The audience was filled with insatiable curiosity. How had Shin Feng managed to persuade Jia Tinan and Li Tingting to collaborate with him merely by presenting a note? Curiosity kills the cat. And Director Chun was equally eager to know the contents of that paper. He quickly instructed the cameraman to ensure they captured what was written on Shin Feng's note. Yet, Jiang Wanwan steadfastly shielded herself from the lens. Regardless of how the photographer maneuvered, he remained unable to capture her. This defense suggested that Jiang Wanwan must have played basketball at some point. Perhaps next season, she should guard LeBron James. The photographer attempted to feint, hoping to outwit her. But Jiang Wanwan remained resolute, executing a splendid defense. As one photographer struggled to break free from Jiang Wanwan's watchful eye, Director Chen swiftly directed another photographer on site. Apart from the one shadowing Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, there were also photographers following Jia Tunin and Li Tingting. Seizing the moment when Jiang Wanwan was unprepared, another photographer attempted to stealthily capture an image of the note in Jia Tunin's hand. "Xiaojia," Jiang Wanwan exclaimed. Jia Tunin, quick to react, crumpled the note and swallowed it. Shen Feng, exasperated, remarked, "Why not just tuck the note in your pocket? Why eat it?" After a laborious swallow, Jia Tunin exhaled and replied, "I've seen in dramas that spies swallow their intel when caught. So you wanted to experience what it's like to be a spy?" Li Tingting inquired. Jia Tunin shook his head. "Not quite. I simply momentarily lost my wits and forgot I could just put the note in my pocket." "Director, can we switch partners now? Perhaps to someone more sensible?" Li Tingting proposed. Chapter 72. We refuse to cooperate. Director Chun acquiesced to Li Tingting's request for a partner change, with the condition that she reveal the contents of the note. However, Li Tingting did not manage to switch partners, and Director Chun remained oblivious to the note's contents, leaving him and many viewers itching with curiosity, especially Chun. It was evident that Jia Tunin and Li Tingting, due to a mere piece of paper, had indeed ceased pursuing Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. In fact, Jiang Wanwan even approached the affluent owner of a jewelry store to procure a deck of playing cards. Li Tingting, Jiang Wanwan, and Jia Tunin retreated to one side to engage in a game of landlord. Had they not been unable to find mahjong, they likely would have invited Shen Feng to join them in a game. Director Chun was frantic. This was supposed to be a live stream of hide-and-seek, a romantic survival variety show. At the very least, it should resemble Jiang Wanwan's eating broadcast. What sort of chaos was this, playing cards? Though Director Chun had grown more tolerant of the Penghu Bei group since Zhou Yilan's commentary on Jiang Wanwan, he could not simply stand by as they played cards in front of an audience of over 100,000. He glanced at the other live streams and noticed Zhang Wei and Ming En's group, situated relatively close to the fourth floor where Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were. Instantly, he seized the walkie-talkie to relay a message. "Zhang Wei, Ming En, Shen Feng is on the east side of the fourth floor. Hurry and capture him. It's starting. It's starting." He is getting anxious. The Chun Guide's cheat has been launched, introducing a new perspective reporting feature. "Chun, oh Chun, there are so many people watching. This is truly inappropriate. Xiaojia, are you foolish? Why would you play a trump card against your own teammates?" In the live broadcast room, some condemned Chun, while others criticized Jia Tainan's skills. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the mall, Zhang Wei and Ming En were taken aback upon hearing Chen's voice. "The fourth floor? Isn't that where Xiaojia and the others are supposed to search?" Chun, filled with disappointment, exclaimed, "Enough. Jia Tainan and Li Tingting have betrayed the organization. They've been bought off by Shen Feng. Comrades Zhang Wei and Ming En, whether you can apprehend Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan depends entirely on you. This is not only for your own sake, but also for the organization." The expressions of Ming En and Zhang Wei grew serious. In unison, they declared, "We guarantee the completion of the mission." They then ascended the stairs, only to find Jiang Wanwan engrossed in a game of landlord. As they contemplated capturing her, Shen Feng suddenly appeared from nowhere, blocking their path. With a cheerful grin, Shen Feng produced 5 yuan and said, "A ransom fee, just a token." Ming En and Zhang Wei exchanged glances. "This is being delivered to us willingly? What a stroke of luck." They accepted the money with confusion. Subsequently, Shen Feng pulled out a piece of paper and, in a conspiratorial manner, addressed them, "Brother Zhang, Sister Ming, within this production team. You are my dearest friends and respected seniors. I consider you my closest companions, so please take the contents of this note into serious consideration." The audience, Chun Guide, "Here we go again. The same old trick, is it? Everyone is your best friend, is that right?" Chun, observing Zhang Wei taking the note, urgently spoke into the intercom, "Comrade Zhang Wei, Comrade Ming En, you must not betray the organization. Do not trust Shen Feng. He is unworthy of your trust." Chen shouted with all his might. Meanwhile, Ming En and Zhang Wei turned off their intercoms, eagerly looking at Shen Feng and asking, "Are you truly willing to give us?" "Shu." Shen Feng made a gesture for silence. "As long as you are willing to cooperate, I assure you I will support you in ways you understand. Let us not forget, we are all guests here. We are in this together. Our goal should not be to exploit each other, but to profit from the production team. Meng nodded, finding Xin Feng's words quite reasonable. However, Zhang Wei cast a glance at Jia Tainan, still playing landlord, and suddenly whispered to Xin Feng. Although you've made quite a bit from the production team, it seems you've also taken a fair amount from Xiaojia, right? Your statement seems a tad inappropriate. Xin Feng waved his hand dismissively. That is not exploitation. It is a benevolent lie. I am helping him. Zhang Wei. Did your lies offer him even the slightest assistance? Of course they did, Xin Feng replied. Without allowing him to experience the hardships of life, how could he ever comprehend the essence of true happiness? Zhang Wei. Xin Feng continued. I have also enhanced his awareness against scams. He is no longer as easily deceived as he once was. Zhang Wei. All right then. You are indeed correct. Ultimately, both Zhang Wei and Meng agreed to collaborate with Xin Feng. The terms Xin Feng proposed for them were identical to those he had offered to Jia Tinan and Li Tingting, 15 yuan, along with assistance in cooking. Zhang Wei and Meng had long harbored a desire to sample Xin Feng's culinary skills. With their participation, the fourth floor of the shopping plaza had now assembled 3 groups of 6 individuals. Thus, Xin Feng requested another deck of cards. 3 men formed one team, while 3 women made up another. The atmosphere became increasingly lively. The comments in the live broadcast room gradually morphed into various critiques and observations. Sequence. Oh, a sequence is coming. Wow, my brother Feng's card skills are impressive. He won again. Photographer, turn the camera for a perspective of Sister Meng. Hey, Sister Meng has a good hand. I believe it can spring forth. Director Chun was utterly mesmerized. Ever since he conceived the idea of hide and seek the previous day, he believed it to be a plan brimming with entertainment value. It encompassed a delightful interplay of evasion and pursuit, alongside competition among the 3 groups of pursuers. Most importantly, it offered a means to recover funds from Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. It was nothing short of perfection. Last night, even in his dreams, he envisioned their exhilarating chase through the shopping plaza. However, hide-and-seek had unexpectedly transformed into a game of Do Di Zhu. While Do Di Zhu also involved strategy and competition, it was entirely different from what he had envisioned. Clutching the intercom, Director Chun gazed toward the live broadcast room of the Tianluo team. You are my last hope. He pressed the communication button on the intercom. Zhao Tianshu, Chen Lu, I have unfortunate news to relay to you. Zhao Tianshu and Chen Lu were searching the cinema on the top floor of the shopping plaza. Upon hearing the voice from the intercom, Zhao Tianshu inquired, What news? Is something wrong? The difficult ensemble and the mighty ensemble have both been swayed by Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Director Chen lamented. They are currently playing Do Di Zhu on the 4th floor. The task of dealing with them has now fallen to you. Zhao Tianshu and Chen Lu were genuinely taken aback that Xin Feng had managed to sway the remaining 2 teams. How did he accomplish that? Could you elaborate on what Xin Feng did? What if we too are swayed? Zhao Tianshu asked. Director Chen replied. Xin Feng showed them a note. And then? Then he swayed them. Zhao Tianshu. May I be so bold as to ask what was written on the note? Director Chen. I do not know either. Zhao Tianshu and Chen Lu fell into silence. The note surely contained extraordinary terms, prompting Jia Tinan and Zhang Wei to choose collaboration with Xin Feng. If we go, can't Xin Feng just as easily entice us? Zhao Tianshu finally lamented, feeling he possessed no greater resolve than anyone else. Director Chen would not allow Zhao Tianshu to confront Xin Feng directly, having witnessed the disconcerting defection of the disharmonious and mighty groups. He was determined to be well prepared this time. As long as you resist their persuasion, I shall reward you with 100 yuan. Furthermore, for each time you capture Xin Feng, I will grant you an additional 5 yuan. Director Chun was investing significantly this time. He was resolute in wanting to witness the game of hide and seek unfold. Upon hearing of such lucrative rewards, Zhao Tianshu and Chen Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement. 100 yuan. They had never encountered such a sum since their participation in this program. All right, we accept this task, Zhao Tianshu declared, subsequently descending the stairs according to the director's instructions. Director Chen observed the screen, a cold smile creeping across his face. Xin Feng, I have truly invested heavily this time. I refuse to believe you can offer such enticing conditions. You are far too inexperienced to challenge me. Soon, Zhao Tianshu and Chen Lu found themselves confronting Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan, who were engrossed in a card game. Upon noticing them, Xin Feng smoothly handed over 5 yuan. followed by a note. Here it comes. Zhao Tianshu swallowed hard, eager to discover what terms could sway the other two groups. When he saw the 15 yuan, he was not particularly moved. However, upon reading the subsequent line about Shin Feng offering to cook, both he and Chun Lu's expressions grew somewhat awkward. For days, they had been watching Shin Feng prepare meals for Jiang Wanwan on screen while they settled for meager takeout. Shin Feng's culinary skills were undoubtedly exceptional, and they had longed to taste his cooking. Admittingly, the condition was indeed enticing. Yet, as the thought of the 100 yuan resurfaced, Zhao Tianshu began to waver. Ultimately, he took a deep breath and shook his head at Shin Feng. I'm sorry, but we cannot accept your terms. We refuse to collaborate. Chapter 73. I may not have much money, but we are numerous. Seeing Zhao Tianshu's resolute rejection, a smile spread across Director Chen's face. Unable to suppress his delight, he picked up the walkie-talkie and triumphantly boasted to Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. It's not just you who can propose terms. I can offer conditions as well. I have provided them with a 100 yuan reward and promised them an extra 5 yuan for each time they capture you. The conditions I have proposed are exceedingly generous. I wonder how you intend to win over hearts and minds. Young Shun, you are still too inexperienced. Director Chen's ambitions have surely soared to new heights at this moment. After numerous rounds of competition with Shin Feng, he has finally secured a victory. Upon hearing this, Shin Feng suddenly turned to Director Chun and inquired, if the difficult ensemble and the mighty ensemble were to betray me and refuse to continue our collaboration, would you be able to offer them such generous terms? Director Chin immediately responded, of course not. If every team received a reward of $100, what purpose would there be in continuing this show? Shin Feng nodded thoughtfully, then turned to Zhao Tianshu and Chun Lu, smiling as he asked, gentlemen, are you truly unwilling to collaborate with me? Zhao Tianshu sighed. Your offer is indeed tempting, and we are eager to sample your skills. However, we have never witnessed such a sum of money since the show commenced, and we genuinely wish to experience a better life, so we must decline. Very well, Shin Feng said, taking a seat and nodding respectfully to Zhao Tianshu. I am a person of reason, thus I respect your decision. However, he suddenly shifted his tone. Respect aside, I still wish to discuss this matter further. I have made my decision. There is nothing more to discuss. Zhao Tianshu declared firmly. Shin Feng shook his head in disapproval, gesturing lightly. Jia Tenon and the others exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Shun Feng's intentions, standing frozen in place as an awkward silence enveloped the scene. Only Jiang Wanwan grasped Shin Feng's meaning. She quickly whispered a few instructions to Zhang Wei and Jia Tenon, then signaled an okay gesture to Shin Feng, clearing his throat. Shin Feng instructed, let us try that again. With another gentle wave of his hand, this time Jia Tenon and the others finally complied. Jia Tenon and Zhang Wei positioned themselves beside Zhao Tianshu, while Li Tingting and Meng and moved to Chun Lu's side. Zhao Tianshu glanced around, noticing the ominous expressions on Jia Tenon and Zhang Wei's faces, causing him to shudder. What are you planning? He asked. Nothing sinister. I merely wish for you to sit down and engage in a proper conversation with me, Shin Feng replied. As he spoke, Zhang Wei and Jia Tenon guided Zhao Tianshu to a chair opposite Shin Feng. Instinctively, Zhao Tianshu attempted to rise, only to be firmly restrained by Zhang Wei and Jia Tenon, forcing him back into his seat. Tears nearly welled in Zhao Tianshu's eyes. He felt as though he were being kidnapped. Jiang Wanwan emerged from a nearby accessory shop, presenting Shin Feng with a pair of sunglasses, which he donned. With his legs crossed and the glasses perched upon his nose, he regarded the restrained Zhao Tianshu across from him, exuding an air of a mafia don, and slowly stated, Zhao Tianshu, it seems you just claimed you are not interested in collaborating with me. Now, would you care to reconsider? Indeed, I find myself unable to offer terms more advantageous than those presented by Director Chun. However, as I mentioned earlier, I am a person of reason. There is a principle that I must elucidate for you. Although our financial resources are limited, our numbers are considerable. You know? The comments in the live stream surged with enthusiasm. Yet, at that moment, Director Chun was too preoccupied to notice the barrage of messages. Observing Shin Feng adopting the demeanor of a mob boss, seemingly intending to intimidate Zhao Tianshu, Director Chin hastily interjected. Shin Feng, what do you intend to do? This is a serious program. You must not employ violent tactics against our guests. Shin Feng feigned innocence, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Am I using violence? I'm merely engaging in reasoned discourse, am I not? Well, intimidation is also off the table, Director Chen retorted. Oh, so I cannot intimidate, but you are permitted to entice. Is that the implication? Shin Feng raised an eyebrow. Director Chun, visibly exasperated, replied, wasn't it you who first resorted to enticement? Yet, there is no rule against collaborating with adversaries. I have not breached any regulations. Shin Feng maintained a facade of innocence. I established this game, and thus, I dictate the rules. Director Chin exclaimed in fury. Shin Feng, feigning victimhood, responded, then shall I take my leave? Director Chin found himself at a loss for words. The assistant director gently patted him on the shoulder. Why persist? Surrender. You cannot outmaneuver him. In silence, Director Chun retrieved a bottle of emergency heart pills from his pocket and swallowed two. Afterward, he exhaled deeply, trembling as he grasped the walkie-talkie once more. Proceed as if I have said nothing. Upon hearing the silence from Director Chun, Shin Feng turned his benevolent gaze towards Zhao Tianshu and Shin Lu, smiling as he remarked, Gentlemen, your financial benefactor has fallen silent. Do you have any further thoughts? As before, I am a person of reason and respect your choices. Zhao Tianshu glanced at his companions Zhang Wei and Jia Tainan, then at Shin Lu beside Li Tingting and Mingyan, and finally at Jiang Wanwan, who stood nearby wielding an inflatable hammer of unknown origin. He forced a smile more grotesque than tears. We shall cooperate. We are willing to collaborate. Shin Feng removed his sunglasses, rose, and approached Zhao Tianshu, extending a handshake with a smile. Indeed, you are wise individuals. Zhao Tianshu numbly accepted the handshake. After a moment, he lifted his gaze, looking pitifully at Shin Feng. After pondering for a moment, Shin Feng responded, I can cook for you, but unfortunately, I cannot provide your group with the 15 yuan. Why not? Came the inquiry. Because we are numerous, thus I hold the authority here. Do you have any objections? Zhao Tianshu fell into a lengthy silence before suddenly grasping the hand of the nearby Jiatenin, startling him. You aren't secretly in love with me, are you? Jiatenin exclaimed. Zhao Tianshu, bewildered by the meaning behind Jiatenin's words, simply wore a sorrowful expression and replied, Xiao Jia, I finally comprehend the pain you once endured. No wonder they say to steer clear of Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan, for it leads to misfortune. How true that is. Ultimately, Zhao Tianshu was compelled to collaborate with Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. The three groups of guests, who were initially rivals of the Penghu Bay Ensemble, had now become subordinates to Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. A harmonious unity emerged among them. As Jiang Wanwan surveyed the crowd, she suddenly reflected, I have discovered a dilemma. Shin Feng turned his head and inquired, what dilemma? Although we can muster 2 tables for mahjong, it is regrettable that we lack the game itself. As for Dodiju, we are 1 person short to complete 3 tables. Upon hearing this, everyone began to fret. Just as they contemplated their next course of action, a figure gradually approached them. Director Chun, with a weary expression, stood before them. He absent-mindedly combed through the sparse strands of hair atop his head and sighed. I hear you are in need of participants? It is time for me, the champion of the 4th Do Diju tournament at Wenting Community, Suxiang Road, Huahu District, Suzhou, to join the fray. Wow, has Director Chin surrendered? This is what it means to be a man of great stature, able to bend and stretch. Although I have yet to witness him stretching. What was that saying? If one cannot resist, one might as well enjoy it. Director Chin's title sounds quite formidable. He must be a skilled player. Hey. Director Chun has chosen Fengzi and Wanwan as his opponents. They're bound to be a spectacle. The audience erupted in excitement as they observed Director Chen taking a seat at the table with Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. 10 minutes later, after Director Chen confidently attempted to seize the landlord position for the 5th time, only to be ruthlessly defeated by the duo, he retrieved several quick-acting heart relief pills from his pocket. Subsequently, he quietly maneuvered over to Jiatenin's table, displacing Zhao Tianshu. Of course, Shin Feng and the others could not engage in a relentless day of Dodiju. After all, they were still recording a live show. Thus, after a brief session of play, Director Chun introduced a new task. Since today's game of hide and seek cannot proceed, let us embark on a new mission. On the 7th floor of this shopping plaza, there is an escape room, which you should all be familiar with. Our production team has reached an agreement with that escape room. Soon, each group of guests will be escorted to different escape rooms, where they must decipher the puzzles within and find their way out. We have prepared an array of prizes. The first to escape will earn the privilege of selecting a reward. Originally, this activity was intended for Director Chen's project tomorrow. However, since today's hide and seek has fallen through, We cannot allow the guests to play cards indefinitely. Thus, Director Chun has decided to move tomorrow's project to today. A large group ascended to the 7th floor and arrived at the escape room venue. The proprietor greeted the crowd with a warm smile and announced, "For our esteemed program, I have meticulously designed a variety of extraordinary escape room challenges. I have incorporated numerous novel elements, and I assure you, this experience will be unlike any you have ever encountered." He continued, "Remember, within the room, aside from your partners, trust no one else, and be wary of any information you receive." After the proprietor finished speaking, the staff produced blindfolds and placed them on several groups of guests. They then mysteriously led the guests into different escape rooms. Jiang Wanwan clung to Shun Feng's arm, taking cautious steps. It was not until the staff announced that they could remove their blindfolds that Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng lifted them, revealing the escape room before them. To Jiang Wanwan's shock, she was rendered speechless upon seeing 3 blood-red characters emblazoned on the wall: Jia Tainan. Why was Jia Tainan's name written in their escape room? Before she could gather her thoughts, a staff member hurried over. "I apologize. We've brought you to the wrong room. Please follow me this way." Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng exchanged glances and began to follow the staff. However, after a couple of steps, Shin Feng halted and pulled Jiang Wanwan to a stop. The staff turned back, puzzled, and asked, "Is there an issue? Why have you stopped?" Shin Feng narrowed his eyes and replied, "It's not that we have a problem. Rather, you do."